Chapter 1. The Junior Constable and the Daily Intelligence System. Early in the 26th year of the Republic, in the French concession, a hub of commerce, trade, finance, and entertainment flourished, often hailed as the 10-mile foremarket. Beneath this veneer of prosperity, various factions vied for power, with currents of intrigue swirling beneath the surface that on Jinling East Road. A young man, wielding a truncheon and donning a broad-brimmed hat, cast a curious glance at a beautiful girl clad in a cheapao. This young man, named Chen Jifei, was 24 years old and served as a constable in the Milan police station, earning a modest monthly salary of 18 silver dollars. With prices relatively stable, one silver dollar could procure 10.5 kilograms of japonica rice, sufficient to sustain a family of 5 for 5 days. Coupled with additional income garnered from various extortions, his life was relatively comfortable. Chen Jifei's position as a constable was largely attributable to the backing of powerful forces behind him. The Public Council of the French concession, intent on accumulating wealth, openly permitted the operation of brothels, pleasure boats, casinos, and opium dens to enhance tax revenues. Yet, the proprietors of these establishments were no innocents. They skillfully evaded taxes, inciting the ire of the Public Council. It was soon discovered that members of the gangs were far more adept at extortion, leading to a collaboration wherein gang members donned constable uniforms to collect taxes. These constables, recruited from gangs, became embroiled in robbery, extortion, theft, smuggling, and the trafficking of narcotics. The collusion between constables and gangs instilled a paralyzing fear in the common populace and forged a unique system of governance. Citizens of the concession lamented the private punishments of the western prisons and police stations. The extortion by the constables truly render this place a hell on earth. Chen Jifei had originally been a member of a gang that operated at the docks. His cunning and ruthless nature had earned him a place in the Milan police station, where he rose to the rank of first-class constable. Compared to the third-class constables, his monthly salary was $4 higher. However, at this moment, Chen Jifei was no longer the same man he once was. Last night, he had indulged in drink with several gang brothers until the early hours, and in a drunken stupor, he ventured out into the alley to relieve himself. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to his numerous misdeeds, he was struck from behind with a black club. When he awoke, he found himself replaced by another soul. A sizable lump now adorned the back of his head. I remember the accident. I was struck by a dump truck. Alas, I had just acquired a Maybach, intending to revel in the joy of my new car with a lady friend, only to find myself transported to this world. Others who traverse time often become emperors or part of illustrious families. How is it that a successful young man like me has wound up in the body of a gang thug? At the very least, I could have been reincarnated as a university student armed with a diploma. I could secure a respectable, high-paying job. Returning is surely out of the question. I must contemplate how to survive in these tumultuous times. Fortunately, while the constable's salary is low, this dark uniform affords me some protection against bullying. The constable's wages were only marginally higher than those of female factory workers. If he had a diploma as an editor, he could earn $80 a month. With a decade of experience as a bookworm, he could easily publish a few serialized novels and thrive. Muttering to himself, Chen Jifei approached his stall. "Boss, one bowl of 3-flavor wontons, please." As the hour approached noon, several individuals clad in coarse garments were seated around a few wooden tables. Chen Jifei scanned the surroundings and chose a table with fewer occupants. 2 middle-aged men, engrossed in their wonton feast, glanced up momentarily. Their pupils constricted, and a flicker of fear crossed their faces. They hastily grasped their steaming bowls and moved to another table. The occupants of another table, seemingly displeased with the 6 individuals crowding a single table, turned to voice their grievances. However, upon catching sight of the young man monopolizing a table, they promptly lowered their heads in trepidation. Unconcerned by the scalding wontons, they hurriedly stuffed them into their mouths, swallowing hastily and departing with a flurry, as if encountering a plague spirit, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would bring dire misfortune. "Your 3-flavor wontons, please enjoy at your leisure," the middle-aged vendor said, presenting a large bowl of wontons, his face a portrait of panic and apprehension. He respectfully set down the bowl and quickly retreated to the side. Chen Jifei gently stirred the wontons with his spoon, inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting towards him. The spoon felt solid in his hand, the portion ample. The flicker of confusion crossed his mind. During the Republic era, were wontons served in such abundance? According to the memories left by his predecessor, a bowl contained 12 wontons, priced at 1 dime in the local currency, in the French concession. Both silver dollars and the local currency were accepted. However, the local currency depreciated, prompting vendors to pay taxes with it. Ordinary folk, when making purchases, would prioritize the local currency, while the more stable silver dollars were typically saved with an exchange rate premium of 15 to 20. Chen Jifei cast a glance at the vendor, whose face was etched with fear, and immediately comprehended the situation. This was due to the notorious reputation of his predecessor, instilling genuine fear in the vendors. To avoid inciting the wrath of ruffians, they had deliberately doubled the portion size. This was a common portrayal of the lower-tier vendors within the concession. Chen Jifei opened his mouth at a loss for words. With the face of his predecessor, anything he said would seem feeble, only heightening the vendor's dread. Although this body had undergone changes, no one could fathom the soul had shifted. It was prudent to maintain the persona of a rogue to avoid arousing suspicion. Furthermore, having recently offended someone and barely escaped with his life, it was only natural for his usual arrogance to be tempered. However, in certain details, he could no longer afford to be as unscrupulous as his predecessor. At the very least, he could no longer indulge in dining and dashing or snatching candy from children in public. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed abruptly in his mind. Daily intelligence system successfully bound. Generating intelligence. Intelligence generated. Would you like to read it? A semi-transparent prompt panel floated before him. Chen Jifei was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering across his otherwise handsome face. Then, elation surged within him. As a seasoned bibliophile of a decade, he recognized this as the arrival of his golden finger. Indeed, I've been struck by a dump truck activating the golden finger upon. Traversing is a standard feature. Chen Jifei exclaimed with fervor, "Yes, I choose yes." Instantly, the ethereal, translucent panel of information transformed. Today's intelligence. 1. Today, the price of japonica rice has risen by 1 cent per pound. 2.8 Tea Lichun Garden. A guest has experienced a diminishment of vitality, and the young ladies have gathered at the entrance to witness the commotion. 3. A gang brawl erupted on Gyuan Road, with both sides comprising over 100 individuals, resulting in 13 severe injuries. 4.8 The Wonton Stall. A man clad in a black undershirt and a traditional coat seized the opportunity to pilfer 1.87 yuan from the drawer while the stall owner was distracted. 5. Last night, a shooting incident occurred at the Huajie Dance Hall, where a financial official from the national government was tragically gunned down. 6. Wang Ping, the wonton vendor, clandestinely spat into your bowl. 7. A Scarface Liu Sen broke into an unguarded premises on Moriai Road, absconding with 83 yuan in cash and a J bracelet. 8. The restroom of the Milan police station is currently clogged and awaits repairs. 9. Last night, rickshaw puller Lu Meng transported an injured Japanese individual, staining his seat cushion with blood, which incited his ire throughout the night. 10. A shipment of sulfanilamide has arrived at Tianxiang Wharf and has been stored in the warehouse, awaiting collection. Chapter 2. A Change of Heart. Old Shun. This intelligence seems rather unhelpful. Chen Jifei gazed at the floating panel's notifications, blinking in disbelief. Receiving 10 pieces of intelligence at once appeared substantial. However, their practical value seemed negligible. To articulate it more precisely, none of the information provided any anticipated insights for wealth accumulation. If only there were a few tips regarding stock market surges, it would be nearly impossible not to profit. In that case, one could purchase an entire Shikomen building, no longer having to reside in the meager confines of the catcher's dormitory. Fortunately, by analyzing the word today, it became apparent that the intelligence system refreshes daily. Even if today lacks lucrative insights, tomorrow may yield promising opportunities. With each update consisting of 10 pieces, the potential for fortune is ever present. Nevertheless, the foremost concern lies in verifying the authenticity of the information. Chen Jifei squinted, his mind racing with analysis. Although the intelligence was supplied by the system and, theoretically, should pose no issues, exercising caution is paramount in these tumultuous times. Selecting 2 pieces of intelligence to confirm their veracity could also serve to assess the system's accuracy. His gaze swept across the 10 pieces of information. The exchange rate for silver dollars and the price of rice could be easily validated, yet the currency exchange and rice shop were 2 streets away, which would consume precious time. Observing a vendor spitting into the wontons, he couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Thank heavens he hadn't eaten yet. One could only wonder what unspeakable deeds led to such disdain. His attention then fell upon the 4th piece of intelligence, which could be verified immediately. Turning to the adjacent table, he spotted a bald-headed man clad in a black shirt and traditional jacket, devouring wontons. A black mole adorned his left cheek, and his shifty, rat-like demeanor suggested he was no good. It was likely he had seized the opportunity to pilfer while the vendor delivered wontons to the table. As Chen Jifei observed, he caught sight of the bald man deftly snatching a fellow diner's purse and swiftly concealing it in his sleeve. His skillful execution indicated he was a seasoned thief. After his successful heist, the bald man nonchalantly tossed his spoon onto the table. Just keeping track, he proclaimed, rising with an air of unwarranted bravado, preparing to leave. Claiming to keep track of his expenses, he had no intention of paying. Had it not been for the other members of the establishment already collecting protection fees, he would have demanded money for his meal. Paying? That was simply a fantasy. The vendor's lips moved, yet he dared not utter a word of protest. His fearful demeanor clearly indicated he had suffered losses in the past. He was merely seething in silence, for offending such individuals would jeopardize his livelihood. The entire family depended on the wonton stall for sustenance, making it a perilous situation. The bald man puffed his chest, preparing to strut away in arrogance. Suddenly, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind. Planning to escape after stealing? The bald man froze, a surge of rage igniting within him as if his tail had been stepped on. Who dared to provoke him? Grumbling curses, he turned, rolling up his sleeves to retaliate. Yet, upon recognizing the face behind him, his fury evaporated, and he instinctively stooped his once proud posture. The sycophant chuckled ingratiatingly. Fei. Brother Fei. I had no idea it was you. I am but a subordinate of Brother Feng. Instantly, Qin Shifei's mind conjured relevant information. Brother Feng was a prominent figure in the underworld, closely allied with his former self. Just a few days prior, they had shared drinks together. Qin Shifei narrowed his eyes and rebuked sternly, do not attempt to curry favor. Address me as Officer Qin. The moniker Brother Fei is reserved for acquaintances within our circle. Merely a timid pickpocket, he lacked the standing to forge connections. In a commanding tone, he demanded, produce the stolen wallet. What wallet? The bespectacled man responded with a bewildered expression, clearly perplexed. Return the stolen wallet, or I shall escort you to the precinct. Qin Shifei's demeanor grew frosty, his voice sharp with authority. His stance exuded an undeniable firmness. The pickpocket opened his mouth, attempting to protest. However, memories of Brother Fei's ruthless reputation flashed in his mind, and a flicker of fear danced in his small eyes. Here, take it all. Please, spare me. He hastily emptied a pouch from his sleeve and extracted several banknotes from his pocket, appearing as though he had been ensnared in a trap, resigned to his fate. With an ingratiating smile, he implored, Brother Fei. Officer Qin, may I leave now? Qin Shifei inclined his head slightly, his expression non-committal as he commanded, leave. The pickpocket, as if granted a reprieve, scampered away with a forced grin into the alleyway. Nearby, a man in a long gown, recognizing the familiar pouch, hurriedly patted himself down. This is mine. He grasped it tightly, as if fearing it might be snatched away. Observing the man's wary demeanor, Qin Shifei couldn't help but shake his head in lamentation. It is truly a sorrowful era when one must guard against both thieves and lawmen. He then gestured towards a few small banknotes on the table. Take care of these. It would be prudent to lock them away in the cash drawer to prevent further theft. The vendor, upon receiving the bills, wore a perplexed expression. Instinctively, he opened the drawer beneath the stall, exclaiming, where have the funds gone? He then glanced at the notes on the table, uncertainty etched on his earnest face. Ultimately, he summoned the courage to gingerly pick up the bills, trembling as he said, Thank you, Officer Qin. Qin Shifei nodded slightly. If you wish to express your gratitude, prepare another bowl of wontons. A standard portion will suffice. After a moment's reflection, he teased with a smile, and please refrain from spitting into it. Clang. The vendor nearly stumbled, hastily waving his hands. I wouldn't dare. His guilty demeanor almost betrayed an admission of guilt. The surrounding patrons stood in astonishment, a question brewing within them. According to custom, were not these funds typically pocketed under the guise of recovered stolen goods? How could he remain unperturbed, even gentle in demeanor, when his stall was not smashed in fury? Had he truly undergone a transformation? The diners stared wide-eyed, incredulous, unable to reconcile the notion that the previously nefarious scoundrel had morphed into a figure of justice. The vendor swiftly produced a steaming bowl of wontons, placing it on the table with a flourish. Please, enjoy your meal. Qin Shifei nodded slightly, picked up a spoon, and gently stirred the contents. He scooped a mouthful and savored it meticulously. The wonton skin was thin, the meat tender, and the broth exquisite. The flavor is delightful. Qin Shifei raised an eyebrow and began to indulge heartily. Boss, one bowl of 3 flavor wontons. At that moment, a man clad in a long robe took a seat on the adjacent bench. After ordering a bowl of wontons, he murmured, I didn't expect you to return the money to them. It truly surprises me. His voice carried a hint of teasing and astonishment. Qin Shifei glanced over but chose to ignore him, continuing to relish his wontons while his mind raced to retrieve relevant information. Recalling from memory, the man was known as Lao Shun, who claimed to be an intelligence broker. However, based on prior investigations, he was likely an informant for the Blue Shirt Society. Lao Shun appeared refined, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and held a bag in his hand, resembling a teacher. While peeling garlic, he whispered, Help me find a Japanese woman. Chapter 3. The Artful Performer, Awaiting the Right Price. Japanese women? Qin Shifei's expression froze, his eyes narrowing with displeasure as he remarked, I, Qin, am a gold medal enforcer, burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding my territory. How dare you ask me to assist you in finding a woman? What do you take me for? His voice betrayed a profound dissatisfaction. He flung the spoon in his hand into the bowl, his gaze fixed intently on the other party. His serious countenance vividly displayed his strong discontent and critique. That is not what I meant. Old Shin's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of astonishment as he attempted to clarify. Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by a raised palm. No need to elaborate. I comprehend. Chen Zhifei leaned slightly forward, a warm smile breaking through his stern visage. Men, after all, enjoy a bit of variety. I fully understand. He then rubbed his chin, his narrowed eyes reflecting a hint of difficulty. If you seek a Japanese woman, you might venture to Hanko, where the Japanese community is abundant. The French concession also hosts a few Japanese expatriates, though they are not prevalent in that line of work. If you crave something more exhilarating, I could indeed assist you in finding a few Russian ladies. They are skilled and not overly clingy. You deserve such companionship. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance that conveyed camaraderie. Shun Yi's eyes widened, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could a matter of such gravity be twisted into something so frivolous by this individual? Shun Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the slightly rogue expression on the man's face. I am rather traditional and possess no interest in foreign women. He found Shin Zhifei's inclination to engage in illicit activities for profit unsurprising. Rather, it seemed fitting for someone of his ilk. To gather intelligence, he had enlisted a diverse array of individuals, from barbers to rickshaw pullers, and even postmen and constables, amassing a considerable network of informants. These individuals hardly qualified as operatives. They merely accepted payment for their services, internally referred to as natural informants, colloquially known as informers. They hailed from all walks of life. Yet how high could their professional standards truly be? Though he understood, a sense of discontent simmered within him. Internally, he scoffed. How could a distinguished graduate of Huangpu find himself seeking Japanese women for such purposes? With a deep breath, Shun Yi suppressed the impulse to explode with frustration. He had little desire to engage in philosophical debates with a petty thug. Observing his surroundings from the corner of his eye, he lowered his voice. A Japanese woman arrived from the Huajia last night. Her left palm was shot through. You possess extensive connections. Inquire at the hospital and black clinics for any news regarding her. Seeing the grimace on Shin Yi's face, Chen Zhifei could not help but smile slyly. He was quite pleased with the effectiveness of his banter in disarming the tension. Had he approached the topic with stark seriousness, it would have felt jarring. Now that the other party had willingly shifted to the matter at hand, it warranted earnest attention. A Japanese woman shot. I heard this morning about a shooting incident at the Huajia ballroom last night, where a government official met his demise. Today, you sought me out for information, and it is evident that this Japanese woman is no ordinary expatriate. If my analysis is correct, she should have connections with the Japanese Special Hire Police. My reasoning is sound and has also brought to light the events that transpired in the Huajia district last night, thereby affirming my worth as a paid informant. Possessing valuable intelligence is essential for commanding a higher price, is it not? However, this is all based on the intelligence provided by the system, which requires further analysis and speculation, embodying a degree of risk. It could be accurate, or it could be incorrect. Of course, Chen Zhifei is not merely throwing darts in the dark. The fact that a member of the Blue Shirt Society would travel from Huajia to the French concession specifically to gather intelligence indicates that the situation is indeed complex. Only the assassination of a financial official from the national government last night could have prompted such concern from the Blue Shirt Society. Moreover, judging by Shin Yi's demeanor, it is clear that significant pressure has been exerted from above. Consequently, the information must be exceedingly valuable. A flicker of surprise crossed Shin Yi's face, clearly taken aback by the extent of the other party's intelligence. The events that unfolded last night had somehow reached the French concession. His analysis was largely accurate. However, it is precisely due to such acumen and agility of thought that he has evolved into a natural intelligence agent. Chen Zhifei stirred his spoon gently at the bottom of the bowl, his expression troubled. Being involved with the Special Hire Police makes this task quite perilous. Shin Yi's countenance turned serious as he whispered, all you need to do is provide the leads. You need not concern yourself with the operational aspects. Besides, her two accomplices were already killed last night. Merely gathering information shouldn't pose a danger. Chen Zhifei squinted, conflicted. While that is true, the Japanese are formidable, and their conduct has become increasingly brazen. To offend them in order to assist your national government entails substantial risk, unless. His expression was strained, seemingly apprehensive. He appeared torn between the desire for profit and considerable concern. Shin Yi raised an eyebrow, eagerly inquiring. Unless what? Chen Zhifei leaned slightly forward, his thumb and forefinger gently rubbing together. With a narrowing smile, he said, unless more money is involved. Shun Yi's expression froze, revealing his astonishment. He had anticipated painting a grand picture, confidently assuring absolute confidentiality and safety. Yet, having stripped down to the essentials, this was all that remained? If money could resolve the matter, then it was hardly an issue. The higher-ups had issued a stringent order that a report must be made, regardless of the consequences. If extra funds would lead to locating the individual, then it would be worth it. Humph, these concession patrol officers are merely a bunch of mercenaries devoid of conviction. Shinny scoffed internally, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a confident smile, he declared, "Rest assured, as long as we find the person, your reward will be most satisfactory. However, you must act swiftly. I suspect she will quietly return to Hongkou to recuperate by tonight at the latest." Qin Zhifei nodded slightly. "Let us reconvene during dinner." He stood to leave. Shinny suddenly interjected, "What? Are you not concerned about the Japanese becoming more brazen?" His expression was playful, tinged with a hint of mockery. Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering within them. This is the French concession, and it is not their place to act with such audacity. The French concession today remains, on the surface, a tranquil haven. Even the arrogant Japanese dare not openly confront the constables. As long as the money is right, nothing is insurmountable. "Boss, collect the payment." Qin Zhifei rose, turning to beckon. The vendor rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile plastered across his face, replying, "No money, no money. It's already a blessing not to lose money. How could I dare to accept money from the constable? Slap. I pay for my meal." Qin Zhifei slammed a $1 French currency note onto the table and left with an air of nonchalance. Shinny watched his departing figure, murmuring softly, "When did this fellow start paying for his meals?" Chapter 4. Social nuances and information gathering. Qin Zhifei strolled along the bustling street, wielding a police baton, embodying the essence of a diligent patrol officer. The spies from the Special High Command must be identified. He mused internally, contemplating his next course of action. Although his previous conversation with Shun had been fraught with various evasions and difficulties, it was merely a tactic for negotiation. After all, the bounty would not go into his pocket, it would be siphoned off by others. He possessed a profound understanding of the integrity of the nationalists. Given this, why should he confer credit and benefits upon others? In these tumultuous times, possessing wealth affords a greater sense of security. Even if he could not purchase a home, he could at least rent a more comfortable apartment, a far superior alternative to residing in the police dormitory. The status of Chinese individuals in the concession was lamentably low, with the treatment of Chinese constables being merely half that of their British counterparts. The living conditions for Chinese policemen were even worse. In the French concession, prices were relatively high, and cramming into a filthy, cramped dormitory was merely a means to save expenses. If he were to earn more, he would naturally no longer suffer in such squalor. Moreover, Qin Zhifei was no longer the ruffian he once was. A fervent desire coursed through him to expel the invaders. He even entertained thoughts of enlisting in the military to defend his homeland. However, lacking formal military training and recognizing the grim reality of an impending brutal defense war, where ordinary soldiers might perish without showcasing their worth, he abandoned that notion. Now, awakened to the intelligence system, he utilized his cover as a constable to provide information as an informant, striking blows against the invaders, a means of serving his country. Though he could not engage in direct combat, the clandestine struggles on this front were no less fierce. A moment's carelessness could lead to total ruin. Thus, to protect himself, he must maintain the guise of a money collector. Who would have imagined that a notorious, unscrupulous ruffian would suddenly awaken to the call of resisting the Japanese invaders? Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Qin Zhifei ambled to the street corner. At that moment, several robust rickshaw pullers sat on the ground, engaged in conversation while awaiting customers. Upon noticing the constable's approach, their earnest faces flickered with a hint of reverence. They hastily produced a few banknotes, extending them with trepidation. "Brother Fei, this month's management fee." Their sun-weathered faces bore the marks of hardship, and their eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. These were their hard-earned wages, garnered through relentless toil. Running day and night, they could earn $30 a month, yet 70% had to be surrendered to the rickshaw company, along with additional protection fees, leaving them with barely a few coins after a month of grueling labor. The fate of the rickshaw pullers was tragic. They often worked until their bodies gave out, rarely living beyond the age of 40. Yet, to support their families, they had no choice but to persevere. Now, witnessing the representative of the constabulary approach, they could only grit their teeth and comply, for angering the constable could cost them their meager earnings. They might even find themselves imprisoned, subjected to brutal treatment, with little chance of survival. There had even been a case of an arsonist who, upon hearing he would be sent to the Western jail, chose to hang himself. This vividly illustrates the dread that the people of the concession harbored towards the constabulary in the Western prison. Moreover, those gang members donned in police uniforms employ ruthlessly diverse tactics. Thus, as long as one does not starve, they must dutifully pay the management fees. Qin Zhifei, hands clasped behind his back, rhythmically swung his baton. With a sidelong glance, he raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. "From now on, refer to me as Officer Chun. Furthermore, is it fitting for a distinguished first-class officer to handle such trifling matters as collecting money? Henceforth, direct all payments to Officer Guo Xiaoan." Strutting with a swagger that epitomized bravado, he vividly portrayed the image of a rogue. A few rickshaw pullers were momentarily taken aback, their rugged faces displaying confusion. In their perception, Vied, hailing from the docks, was notoriously ruthless and insatiably greedy. He was always the most eager when it came to collecting dues, often resorting to extortion and taking advantage of the situation. Why was he now refusing the money offered, instead passing it to another? In truth, Chen Jifei felt quite helpless. He harbored a deep disdain for the exploitation of ordinary citizens, yet his voice was feeble, and he currently lacked the power to effect change. To attempt to obstruct others' avenues of income in the face of overwhelming circumstances would likely result in a swift demise, perhaps even a watery grave in the Huangpu River by the following day. Chen Jifei wished to avoid entanglement over the issue of protection fees and inquired, "Who among you is Lu Ming?" As he spoke, one hand rested on his hip while the other foot perched upon the rickshaw's handle, showcasing his customary swagger. The group exchanged cautious glances, finally responding, "Vied. Officer Chun, Lu Ming just took a Frenchman to Sinan Road." Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing. It was no simple task to locate a roaming rickshaw puller in the French concession. One elder man hastily added, "There are many people and plenty of business here. Lu Ming usually waits around this area and should return shortly." Chen Jifei nodded slightly, contemplating the decision to wait for Lu Ming's return. After all, according to old Shin's speculation, that female spy from the Special High Command might attempt to flee to Hongkou tonight. Once she escaped into the area controlled by the Japanese, capturing her would become exceedingly difficult. Setting aside the considerable reward, this was the first genuine opportunity to apprehend a foe from the Special High Command. Beneath the guise of a rogue, Chen Jifei's heart was filled with a profound sense of national animosity. How could he possibly let this chance slip away? He rummaged through his pocket, then hastily crossed the street to a nearby tobacco stall. His gaze swept over the array of vintage cigarettes. He selected a pack of Hardimans and handed over 2 dimes. The stall owner quickly waved his hands, smiling apologetically. "No payment needed. Consider it a gift from me." Although Chen Jifei aimed to disguise himself as a ruffian, he could not bring himself to oppress the common folk. He firmly declared, "Remember, Officer Chen pays for his purchases." He forcefully placed the 2 dimes on the shelf. The stall owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Crossing the street, Chen Jifei extracted a few cigarettes. "Care for one?" The others, accustomed to being exploited and offering tribute, hesitated for a long while before daring to accept. One of the clever individuals promptly produced a match and graciously lit it for him. With a puff of smoke, Chen Jifei displayed a look of nostalgia on his face. The absence of a filter made the smoke more potent. The group gathered by the roadside, indulging in their clouds of smoke, and the atmosphere became considerably less tense. Through their conversation, they discreetly gleaned some information about Lu Ming. He hailed from the northeast and was said to have practiced martial arts, making it difficult for even several strong men to approach him. It seemed that he had committed an offense in Huajia last year, prompting him to flee to the French concession with his mother, making a living by pulling rickshaws. Just as the group was engrossed in their discussion, a robust young man in his 20s, sporting a buzz cut, swiftly approached, pulling a rickshaw. The sharp-eyed among them excitedly shouted, "Lu Ming has returned." Chapter 5, Lu Ming. The salsa dance hall on the bustling street. A young man approximately 1.80 m tall, with muscular arms, hurriedly approached while pulling a rickshaw. After placing the vehicle down, he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. His breathing was steady, and his expression remained remarkably relaxed. An older rickshaw puller quickly grasped his arm and called out, "Mingzi, Officer Chen is waiting for you." The emphasis on the first 3 characters was unmistakable, suggesting a sense of urgency. "Officer Chen." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion clouding his honest face. However, upon turning to see the young man in police uniform, he quickly understood. He hastily retrieved a stack of small bills from his pocket, evidently believing it was a fee the police station required. After discerning the officer's features, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled out an additional 50 cents, his expression openly revealing his discomfort as he prepared to hand it over. The older rickshaw puller quickly intervened, whispering a warning. "Officer Chen doesn't accept money. He has something else to discuss with you." Lu Ming froze for a moment, a flicker of alarm crossing his mind as memories of the Huajia incident rushed back. Clutching the bills tightly, he appeared utterly flustered. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he still seemed somewhat uneasy, having fled to the French concession for over half a year. It was his first encounter with the police calling him out, and his guilt inevitably made him anxious. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, perceptibly sensing Lu Ming's distress. Piecing together information from their earlier conversation, he quickly grasped the situation. With a gentle smile, he shook a pack of cigarettes in his hand. "Care for one?" Lu Ming, looking bewildered, shook his head in confusion. Whether it was fear of the officer or the notorious reputation of Chun, his expression grew increasingly frantic. Chen Jifei nodded and tucked the cigarettes away into his pocket, his movements calm and reassuring, signaling an absence of danger. He smiled warmly. there's no need to be tense. The police in the French concession won't interfere with what you've done, and the Huajia police can't cross the boundary to apprehend you. In this area of the Milan police station, I've got your back. Today, I simply have some other matters to discuss with you. In the context of interrogating a suspect, a chaotic mind can be advantageous, facilitating the discovery of inconsistencies and eliciting the desired confessions. However, excessive anxiety can lead to overlooking critical details, making it preferable for him to respond willingly. Information obtained through intimidation pales in comparison to that acquired through willing cooperation, which tends to be more detailed and accurate. Additionally, having embraced his new identity as an officer, he was keen to cultivate informants. The rickshaw pullers traversing the streets were undoubtedly the best candidates for this endeavor. Upon hearing the reassurance, Lu Ming's frantic emotions began to stabilize. Cautiously, he declared, "As long as it's something I know, I wouldn't dare to conceal it." Chen Zhifei nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze around. Several rickshaw pullers immediately grasped the unspoken cue and quickly stepped back 5 meters. Overhearing anything inappropriate could lead to dire consequences. For individuals on the lower rungs of society, survival took precedence over curiosity. "I heard you transported a woman from Huajia last night, and she bled, staining the seat red?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Ming's rugged visage revealed a flicker of recollection. After a brief moment, he nodded emphatically, his voice tinged with anger. "Indeed, around 9 o'clock last night. A woman from Huajia hailed my rickshaw. It was only after she disembarked that I discovered the cushion was stained crimson with blood. I had just replaced that cushion, and I spent the entire night cleaning it. A woman, Huajia, bloodshed, all the pieces fit together." Chen Zhifei, leaning closer, asked in a hushed tone, "Where did she get off?" Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "At the entrance of the Shasha dance hall on Ajulile Road. She must have been caught up in a scam and got injured, fleeing to the French concession for refuge." He recalled how last month, old Lu had also picked up a woman, but he was fortunate. His rickshaw remained unblemished. In the chaotic Shanghai Bund, crime was rampant, with gangsters often colluding with the police for extortion. It was commonplace for some women to exploit their allure through deceitful schemes. Should one inadvertently cross paths with someone formidable, the worst one could do is escape to another locale. For an ordinary citizen, such occurrences might be shocking. Yet for a rickshaw puller who interacts with a myriad of individuals daily, it is merely another day at work. There had even been instances of severely injured individuals dying in the rickshaw. A wounded woman, dressed flamboyantly, was hardly a cause for alarm, especially when she alighted from the dance hall, further suggesting she had been a victim of a botched scheme. Chen Zhifei's mind raced as he sat in the rickshaw. To her drop-off point, Lu Ming, eager to comply, seized the rickshaw pole and sped towards Ajulile Road. Perhaps due to his martial training, he pulled the rickshaw swiftly and steadily. After navigating 3 intersections, they halted at the entrance of a dance hall. The entrance and windows were adorned with posters of alluring women and a neon light box. While it could not compare to the grandeur of the Dajong world, it sufficed as an entertainment venue for the average working-class individual. However, it was still afternoon, and the establishment had yet to open its doors. She must have disembarked here. Lu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice steady and evidently still possessing stamina. Chen Zhifei retrieved a yuan from his pocket. "This is for the fare. If your information proves accurate, there will be a reward as well. As for today's events, Lu Ming quickly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at rice. "I have not seen, nor heard anything. You have never been here. I understand the rules." The fare was merely 2 dimes, and offering a yuan implied a covert payment for silence. In the world of street vendors, such unspoken understandings were commonplace. As for the promised reward, it was hardly taken seriously, given the notorious reputation of Lu Ming's past. Watching Lu Ming pull away, Chen Zhifei turned to scrutinize the dance hall before him. This establishment belonged to another gang and thrived in the evening. He had visited several times before, as it catered to the masses, making it accessible for the average earner. Unlike the luxurious Dajong World Dance Hall, where the minimum expenditure was 2 yuan. However, Chen Zhifei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, rhythmically tapping his baton against his leg. With pursed lips, a hint of perplexity flickered in his gaze. If the Shasha Dance Hall serves as a stronghold for Japanese spies in the French concession, that is indeed plausible. Yet, for an assassin to hide directly within these confines seems excessively audacious. Such a move would undeniably heighten the risk of the stronghold being compromised. The surface of the concession may appear vibrant, but beneath it lies a tumultuous undercurrent. The ongoing conflict between the Special High Command and the Lixing Society's intelligence agency has been relentless. If the Blue Shirt Society were to become aware of this stronghold, they would undoubtedly dispatch operatives to monitor it, even if they chose not to dismantle it. Should that assassin truly have sought refuge here, discovery would be inevitable. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, "Thus, the disembarkation at the Shasha Dance Hall serves merely as a ruse to confound the cab driver." Chapter 6. The sole clue. Seeking opportunity. A professionally trained agent would never easily reveal their whereabouts. Deceiving the opponent with feigned tactics is the most fundamental strategy. Moreover, A specialized assassination unit must frequently infiltrate enemy territory to wreak havoc. Even if an operation succeeds, the challenge of retreating unscathed from hostile grounds is formidable. Once captured, under fierce interrogation, any information known would be divulged. Thus, the location she is aware of would inevitably be compromised. Although the Sasha dance hall is not particularly upscale, it would still require considerable effort to set up. Given the substantial investment, if it were indeed a stronghold, it would undoubtedly be of significant importance, far beyond the knowledge of an assassination team prone to failure and capture. Regardless of which faction it belongs to, it is certainly unrelated to the female agent. Chen Zhifei rubbed his chin thoughtfully, quickly forming a judgment. An operative akin to a killer would not be connected to a stronghold of this caliber. A more suitable hideout would likely be a safe house. Her alighting at the dance hall was merely a ruse to obscure her true point of refuge. With a gunshot wound still bleeding, she surely needed to return to a safe house for urgent treatment. Traveling too far could strain her condition. A woman dressed provocatively in the dead of night would draw too much attention. The location of the safe house must be nearby. In fact, both the Blue Shirts and the Special High Commission would establish several safe houses within the concession. Prior to executing missions, there would be a designated gathering place. Even in the event of pursuit, there would be a place to hide. This female assassin from the Special High Commission chose to flee into the French concession precisely because her target area was closer to it. Even if the Chinese police were aware, they would not dare to cross the boundary to apprehend her. Subsequently, she could seek an opportune moment to stealthily return to the area of Hongkou, which is under Japanese control. Moreover, the route to Hongkou would undoubtedly be under strict surveillance. Compared to traversing the Chinese territory controlled by the nationalist government, this escape route is significantly safer. However, the commotion from the previous night had prompted the Blue Shirts personnel in the concession to mobilize and investigate. The longer one lingers, the greater the danger. Thus, it was precisely for this reason that Shun Yi cautioned her that by tonight at the latest, she might need to return to the Hongkou area. Chen Zhifei squinted and turned his gaze around. Ultimately, his eyes fixed on an apartment 50 meters away. It was a white, Western-style building, 4 stories high. Due to the turmoil of war, an increasing number of people have sought refuge in the concession. Such Western-style apartments have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. With a monthly rent of around 20 yuan, many civil servants under the Public Bureau prefer to reside in such accommodations. Places bustling with people and frequently welcoming new faces are ideal for safe houses. However, the 4-story structure contains dozens of rooms. Locating an individual in such a place with high turnover is no simple task. Chen Zhifei strolled past the entrance of the apartment building, his gaze fixed upon the management office on the first floor. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against inquiring within, fearing that the office's administrator might be in cahoots with the female assassin, thereby alerting them to his presence. He leisurely made his way to a tea stall situated 10 meters away and took a seat. I'm utterly exhausted. Must I endure this monotonous patrol day in and day out? He lamented aloud, feigning an exaggerated limp. A pot of high-foam tea, please, and a plate of sunflower seeds. The stall owner promptly served him a pot of fragrant high foam and a dish of seeds on the small table. Chen Zhifei took a sip of the steaming tea, his eyes narrowing in delight. Ah, this is the essence. High foam, a type of jasmine tea, was affordable yet retained its aromatic qualities, making it a favorite among the less affluent patrolmen. With a satisfying crunch, he leaned back in his low wicker chair, propping up the front legs, and casually rested his feet on the table, enjoying the seeds while sipping the aromatic tea. Perhaps influenced by the memories of his past life, he exuded an air of effortless bravado. His gaze swept over the passers-by, and he couldn't help but whistle at a young woman clad in a cheongsam, causing her to hastily quicken her pace in alarm. As a group of female students clad in modern attire passed by, one with shoulder-length hair glared indignantly, contemplating a retort, but was swiftly dissuaded by her peers. Even the onlookers cast scornful glances in his direction. Yet, most patrolmen today resembled gangsters more than enforcers of the law. Ordinary citizens could only seethe in silence. Unfazed by the contempt directed at him, Chen Zhifei crossed his legs, hummed a cheerful tune, and continued to enjoy the seeds while admiring the beauty around him. In the covert struggle of the underground, only the most fitting disguises would ensure one's concealment. Otherwise, adopting an air of righteousness while scrutinizing passers-by would make one an obvious target. While indulging in his seeds and observing the women, Chen Zhifei simultaneously remained vigilant, particularly scrutinizing the small vendors around him, even analyzing the footwear they wore. He detected no anomalies. Time slipped away unnoticed as he savored his tea and snacks. And before he realized it, 2 hours had passed. He had even ventured into the apartment to use the restroom, keeping an eye on the surroundings. However, apart from the ordinary elderly man in the management office, he gleaned little information. Though he appeared relaxed, a sense of helplessness lingered within him. If even the formidable Blue Shirt Society could not be located, how could a mere patrolman hope to succeed? Were it not for the intelligence provided by the system, he would scarcely know where to begin his search. In the Chinese district, he could have reported his findings based on rough estimates, prompting the garrison headquarters to seal off the area for a thorough search. However, within the concession, even the Japanese were obliged to adhere to the rules, let alone the local police. Only with precise information could an arrest be executed. Otherwise, any interference might allow the target to slip away. This is the sole clue. And even if it yields nothing, one must persist. Suddenly, a woman's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the mailroom, seemingly engaged in a phone call. However, the distance was too great to discern her words. Approximately 15 minutes later, a young man dressed in the attire of a handyman arrived at the apartment on a bicycle. Attached to the rear of the bicycle was a wooden food box secured with ropes. Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow and promptly approached him with quick strides. In a stern voice, he inquired, "What are you doing?" The young man, startled by the abrupt questioning while untying the ropes of the food box, turned to respond with an insult but recoiled upon seeing the figure clad in black police uniform and the slightly roguelike demeanor. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Fei Fei, I'm a worker from Jieko Kaisiangju, here to deliver a box of dishes for the guest in apartment 302 of Jinfeng." Chapter 7. Investigation. Zhao Chuan Zhao Lingzi observed as Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smile. After 2 hours of cracking sunflower seeds at the tea stall, his fingers ached. He was merely awaiting an opportunity, one that could unveil the target amidst dozens of rooms. As the old adage goes, a person is as solid as iron. While meals are as essential as steel, one cannot endure hunger for long without consequence. Even the most rigorously trained operatives require sustenance. They may withstand hunger better than the average individual, yet they cannot forego meals entirely. If deprived of food for several days, they too would find themselves lightheaded and weak. According to the information provided by Shani, the other two members of the assassination trio had been eliminated the previous night, leaving only this woman who had fled to the French concession. Even if an evacuation route had been prearranged, contact would only be made at night. Prior to the evacuation, they would not congregate for extended periods. Moreover, the safe house, designed for concealment, demands utmost secrecy. If its existence became widely known, it would cease to be a safe house. The essence lies in its discretion. Even the members of the same group would remain unaware of its location. Thus, during the day, she would undoubtedly be alone. Furthermore, such a residence, typically idle, would not involve cooking or grocery shopping. To eat, she would have to venture outside. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that she had stocked up on canned goods in advance. However, with limited leads at Chen Zhifei's disposal, he had to gamble on this thread, that the safe house lacked food. He wagered that she was injured, physically weak, and in need of nourishment to restore her strength in preparation for the evening's departure. Indeed, the restaurant delivered takeout, while it remained uncertain whether it was the target. The likelihood seemed substantial. Chen Zhifei squinted, his demeanor turning serious as he corrected, "From now on, refer to me as Officer Chen." He then inquired, "When did room 302 place the order, and was it a man or a woman?" The young man pondered briefly, "Approximately 15 minutes ago. The call was taken by the owner. I am merely a delivery boy, so I dared not ask further." His face bore a tense expression, filled with apprehension. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, having gleaned the information he sought, although he remained unaware of the caller's gender. The timing coincided perfectly with a woman making a call in the reception area 15 minutes prior. Gazing at the anxious delivery boy, Chen Zhifei forced a warm smile. Wrapping an arm around the boy's shoulder as he whispered, "I am executing a task that requires your cooperation. Are you willing to assist?" The delivery boy, visibly unsettled, cautiously replied, "Can I refuse?" "You best think carefully before answering." The voice, laced with warning, echoed in the boy's ears, causing him to flinch. He quickly nodded. Akin to a chick pecking at grain, "I am willing. I am willing. I will assist." To work as a waiter in a bustling establishment frequented by all walks of life requires a certain cleverness. He had decisively made the right choice. Chen Zhifei nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "You need not fear. Your cooperation entails no danger." Recently, a woman has emerged in the French concession, deceitfully masquerading under the guise of matrimony to swindle several men out of their life savings. After several days of investigation, I finally traced her to this apartment. It is likely that she is alone in the room, posing no immediate danger. However, I am uncertain of her exact whereabouts. Hence, I kindly request your assistance in observing her during your meal delivery. Pay attention to whether her left hand bears a penetrating wound or is wrapped in bandages. This injury resulted from a fall while escaping, caused by shards of glass. Upon verification, you need not utter a word or ask questions. Simply return with the findings, and you shall be rewarded. Rest assured, Brother Fei will never default on his promises. Chen Zhifei spoke with a gentle tone, patting his chest to assure confidence. To avoid alarming him, I refrained from mentioning the nature of her being a female assassin or spy. Sometimes, ignorance can be a form of safety. Upon hearing the description, the delivery boy's nerves eased considerably. A mere confirmation of her presence should pose little risk, especially since she is but one woman. He nodded vigorously, affirming, "No problem," and swiftly ascended the stairs with the food box in hand. Chen Jifei pondered for a moment, choosing not to follow. The target was professionally trained. Any misstep could lead to detection. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Okawa Haruko sat on the sofa, contemplating her bandaged hand. Despite some rudimentary treatment, the center of the bandage was still stained with blood. If she did not receive medical attention soon, the wound would become infected. However, after last night's assassination of a finance official from the national government, which caused quite a stir, her old adversaries from the taco were surely relentless in their pursuit. They were likely mobilizing all their contacts to search for her in the French concession at this very moment. Once she was targeted, escaping back to Honko would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, she dared only to use the first aid kit in her safe house to treat her wound, avoiding any major hospitals. She was even too fearful to visit a clandestine clinic, confined to her quarters, waiting for nightfall. Hungry, she resorted to ordering food via the reception desk's phone. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the front door. A flicker of alertness crossed Okawa Haruko's face as her right hand adeptly grasped the Namib-style 16 firearm resting on the coffee table. Cautiously, she approached the door, her mature visage etched with vigilance. "Is anyone there? I am from Kaisiong-ju, delivering food." The voice from outside relaxed her heart momentarily. With her gun-holding right hand, she cautiously twisted the door lock, opening it just a crack. Confirming that there was only a delivery boy with a food box outside, she stepped back slightly and said, "Come in." Leaning against the wall, she concealed her hands behind her back, ready to retaliate should any unexpected situation arise. The delivery boy hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open. Upon seeing her alluring silhouette against the wall, he inwardly marveled at her figure. Realizing why so many men had fallen prey to her charm, he too might have succumbed. With a respectful tone, he announced, "Your ordered dishes." Okawa Haruko, ever vigilant, raised her chin slightly in acknowledgement. "Simply place it on the table. The money is on the table for you to take. No need to seek change." The waiter responded promptly, deftly arranging the dishes upon the table, a bowl of braised pork, a plate of greens, and a bowl of rice. He picked up the 2 coins from the table without hesitation. "Please enjoy your meal. Simply leave the empty bowls and plates at the door, and I shall return later to collect them." After politely reminding, he exited the room. However, as he left, he cast a discreet glance at the corner beside the table. Thud! Daichuan locked the door and pressed against it, listening intently for a moment. Once assured that no one was outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, and he was already famished, feeling as if his stomach were pressed against his back. He placed the gun on the table and picked up the chopsticks, diving eagerly into his meal. As the waiter, carrying the food box, passed by the reception room, a large hand pulled him into the corner. An urgent inquiry reached his ears. "What did you find?" The waiter, his eyes crinkling with delight, replied, "There is only one woman inside, and her beauty and figure are truly exquisite." Chapter 8. So informed, intelligence, oh, pray elaborate. Chen Jifei smacked his lips, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. A man remains eternally youthful at heart. The mere mention of a beautiful woman can forge an immediate bond. The waiter, with a sly curve to his brow, lowered his voice and said, "Her figure is voluptuous, akin to the weighty fruits of midsummer, radiating an allure of maturity." Chen Jifei raised an eyebrow, teasingly exclaiming, well, I never knew you possessed such literary flair." The establishment often hosted storytellers, whose tales were learned by ear. The waiter awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling nostalgically. "That woman's physique is simply exquisite. Should you encounter her, you would surely find your legs weak within 3 days. Heh, I too have a penchant for the ample." Chen Jifei squinted, grinning with camaraderie. Yet, upon hearing 3 days weak in the legs, his expression shifted dramatically. With righteous indignation, he rebuked, "We are in the midst of an investigation. Refrain from discussing unrelated matters, and swiftly convey the pertinent details. What did you observe?" The abrupt change in demeanor left the waiter momentarily stunned, his lewd smile frozen upon his face. A perplexing thought flickered in his mind. Was it not you who urged me to elaborate? Nevertheless, he dared not offend this infamous officer who had emerged from the underworld. He hastily reported, "That woman kept her hands clasped behind her back. I could not ascertain if she was injured. She even placed the money on the table in advance. I exited right after delivering the meal." Chen Jifei furrowed his brow, his face a mask of contemplation. The woman's peculiar behavior, keeping her hands behind her back, surely harbored some secret. Aside from concealing an injury, she might very well be concealing a weapon. He felt a 70% certainty that she was indeed the target they sought. Yet, 70% was still insufficient. It was not out of concern for potentially misleading Shini and missing out on a reward. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a notorious scoundrel, a trickster engaged in all manner of deceit. Even if he were to deceive for the sake of a reward, he would feel entirely justified. His former principles would elicit no surprise from anyone. Chen Jifei, however, felt that 70% was still inadequate. He feared that a misstep might alert the true target, allowing her to escape. Every citizen harbors a dream of vanquishing the enemy, and now that the opportunity had finally arisen, how could he allow a vague oversight to let her slip away? The mere act of hiding her hands did not conclusively indicate an injury. It was still insufficient. The waiter, cradling a food box, shifted his gaze. With a triumphant grin, he declared, while placing the dishes on the table, "I discreetly observed the surroundings and discovered bloodied gauze in the corner trash bin." Clang. Chen Jifei's eyes sparkled, a look of delight illuminating his face. In the case of a solitary woman exhibiting suspicious behavior while concealing her hands and discovering bloodied gauze in the trash, one could argue that any single point might be coincidental. However, the convergence of all three elements could not possibly be mere chance. Chen Jifei had once heard the adage, "Spies do not believe in coincidence." From the gathered intelligence, he was nearly certain the woman from 302 was indeed the target they were pursuing. With a resounding clap, he struck the waiter's shoulder. With a warm and amiable expression, he commended, "Well done, you have accomplished a great feat, and you deserve a reward." As he spoke, he retrieved several banknotes from his pocket, all denominations of 1 jiao and 5 fun. After counting, he found a total of 85 fun. This was his entire fortune. His previous life was marked by indulgence. He dabbled in everything except opium, frequently visiting dance halls and gambling dens. How could he possibly have any spare change? Chen Jifei pondered briefly and then presented 5 1 jiao notes, encouraging him. "This is your remuneration for your hard work. Once we apprehend the suspect and collect the bounty, there will be further rewards. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." What else with that look? Just know that Officer Chen will not renege on his debts. Now, with plans to cultivate his own informants, he understood the necessity of providing tangible benefits to ensure cooperation. Only by knowing that their tips could lead to monetary rewards would they be motivated. This principle applied equally in both intelligence agencies and criminal organizations. Money begets loyalty. "Thank you, Officer Chen." The tavern keeper beamed, his face alight with joy. He earned merely 8 yuan and 50 cents a month, so this 5 fin reward was quite substantial. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. "You are not to disclose today's events to anyone, otherwise, you understand." The tavern keeper quickly replied, "Rest assured. I know the rules. Today's matters will remain confidential." Chen Jifei nodded in satisfaction. "Go now. I will find you at Kaixiangju in a few days." The warning was unmistakable. "Understood. I am aware of the regulations." The tavern keeper repeatedly nodded, hastily cycling back to the tavern, his face radiating delight at the unexpected gain. With 3 jiao and 5 fin remaining, Chen Jifei contemplated how to make ends meet in the days ahead. He shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at the small denominations in his hand. Life would be tight until payday. Fortunately, the currency still held its value, and by economizing, he could stretch his funds until the salary was dispersed in 4 days. To save money, he opted to walk instead of taking a rickshaw, treating it as part of his patrol. After traversing several streets, he arrived at the agreed-upon wonton stall. It was now dinner time, and the tables were filled with patrons. 1 bowl of 3 flavor wontons. Chen Jifei called out loudly before sauntering over to the table at the edge. He rapped his baton on the table. Bang, bang. "You lot, move to that side." Several men looked up, their faces showing respect and fear, and they hurriedly carried their bowls to another table, even though the new table was more crowded. No one dared to complain. At this moment, the table that had originally seated 6 now had only 1 man left, dressed in a long gown. Chen Jifei boldly sat down, exuding a roguish air. Although his past reputation was notorious, it afforded him certain conveniences. For instance, it enabled easier conversations now. Shen Yi lowered his head to blow on his wontons and quietly inquired, "Any news?" Chen Jifei smirked and replied, "What's the rush? The Emperor isn't starving for soldiers." Turning his head, he gestured to the nearby stall. "Boss, please slice a pound of pig's head meat." Soon. The vendor wrapped the freshly cut meat in brown paper and handed it over. Chen Ji raised his chin to indicate that he would take care of the payment. Shen Yi merely smiled and promptly settled the bill. The more assertive the other party was, the more pleased he felt. Such boldness suggested a substantial gain, without any leads. One would hardly dare to act so brazenly. Observing the other person relishing the wontons alongside the pig's head meat without any haste, he quietly continued to enjoy his wontons. Chunji devoured his meal with gusto, quickly finishing a bowl of wontons and half the pig's head meat. After wrapping the remaining meat in brown paper and preparing to leave, he quietly remarked, "Ji Feng Apartment 302. Chapter 9. Guoshaoan, it is she." Chen Jifei did not linger. Nor did he entertain the notion of participating in the capture. He seized the pig's head meat and departed without hesitation. He was not affiliated with the Blue Shirt Society. Their relationship was merely one of transactional interests, exchanging intelligence for a modest bounty. What was the point of risking his life? As he sauntered down the bustling streets, he was surrounded by an array of garden villas and apartments, each exuding a rich foreign charm. The streets were lined with sycamore trees, often referred to as French sycamores. Ironically, these so-called French sycamores did not originate from France at all. Their scientific name is platanus, having made their way from England in the 17th century. The influx of people fleeing war-torn regions into Shanghai further propelled the rapid development of the French concession. The streets buzzed with activity, and luxury cars frequently passed by, rivaling the opulence found in European and American countries. Chen Zhifei absorbed the distinctive atmosphere of this era, and his mindset gradually transformed. The Western-style architecture and the presence of fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners seemed to serve as a poignant reminder to him. This is Chinese soil, yet it has been overtaken by invaders. Familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he strolled back to the dormitory, now cloaked in darkness. The three-story wooden building, requisitioned by the police force for their accommodation, was primarily inhabited by Chinese patrolmen, who constituted 70 of the force and occupied 2 floors. However, owing to their lower status, they were relegated to the ground and second floors. Second-tier patrolmen shared rooms, while third-tier patrolmen were crammed into quarters with 4 to a room. Only first-tier patrolmen enjoyed the privilege of a private room. The red-headed patrolmen and Vietnamese officers, making up approximately 20, held a higher status in the concession and resided on the 3rd floor, affording them individual rooms due to their smaller numbers. The remaining 10 of Western officers inhabited even more upscale apartments. In terms of remuneration, disparities were stark. Chinese patrolmen earned a meager monthly wage of 14 yuan. Red-headed officers received 21 yuan, while their Western counterparts garnered 70 yuan. To find oneself in one's own country, relegated to the lowest tier and receiving the most minimal treatment, was nothing short of a profound disgrace and sorrow. At the park entrance, a sign even proclaimed that Chinese and dogs are not allowed inside. It was indeed a tremendous humiliation and a source of deep lamentation. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Zhifei ascended the decaying wooden staircase, reaching the 2nd floor, where he turned into a middle dormitory. The rooms on the right were designated for first-tier patrolmen. While there were many first-tier officers in the precinct, securing a single room was no simple feat. Chen Zhifei, with his gang background and the support of his faction, had managed to obtain a private room. Most local patrolmen lived at home. Alone in the French concession, without savings, he had no choice but to reside in the dormitory. The saving on rental expenses. Once the war erupted in full force, with a surge of refugees flooding into the concession, rents would surely escalate even further. As he prepared to open the door, a room on the left side of the staircase swung open. A young man, strikingly handsome and around 25 or 26 years of age, stepped out. With a delighted exclamation, he called out, "Brother Fei, you're back." Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as memories of the young man flooded his mind. Guo Xiaoan, a brother from the same faction, though he joined the society later, quickly established his footing through his daring and tenacious spirit. He was recommended to the Ma Lan police station, where he became a 3rd-level constable, tasked with collecting management fees from street vendors. Typically, he followed Chen Zhifei, who, while officially his superior, felt more like an older brother to him in private. Guo Xiaoan approached briskly, a joyful smile illuminating his face. "I heard the vibrations of the stairs and guessed it was Brother Fei returning. By the way, this afternoon while patrolling the streets, the vendors mentioned that you would no longer be collecting money and that I would take over from now on." As he spoke, he retrieved a bundle of small bills from his pocket, 1s, 5s, and even some coins. Chen Zhifei glanced at the money but did not reach out to take it. He nodded, affirming, "Indeed, from now on, you will handle the collections. Once you receive the money, there is no need to hand it over to me. Simply deliver it directly to Chief by the following day. With your capabilities, you are now ready to stand on your own." Chen Zhifei patted Guo Xiaoan's shoulder, expressing his high regard. It was not that he deemed such tasks beneath him. Rather, he felt a sense of pride witnessing the growth of his younger brother, wanting to entrust him with more responsibilities. Upon receiving his brother's affirmation, Guo Xiaoan's face lit up with excitement. He patted his chest, assuring, "Brother Fei, rest assured, I will not let you down." Chen Zhifei smiled and nodded, embodying a sense of paternal pride. He then pushed a heavy package of brown paper towards Guo Xiaoan's chest. "You've performed well during this period. Consider this a reward." Guo Xiaoan opened the oil-stained paper with utmost care to reveal pig's head meat. His face immediately radiated surprise. As a 3rd-level constable, his monthly salary was a mere $14, while sufficient for a single person. It barely met the needs of his family, orphaned by the ravages of war. He no longer had to support anyone but still had to provide for his younger brother's schooling, leading to financial strain. Were it not for some illicit earnings, he would have long faced starvation. He typically refrained from indulging in meat, but being alongside his elder brother Chen Zhifei allowed him occasional indulgences. The sight of such a substantial package of pig's head meat nearly made his mouth water. Chen Zhifei chuckled, "Half of this is for you. The other half I will send to Xiao Jia later." Xiao Jia was his biological brother, Guo Xiaojia, who led a frugal life at school, often subsisting on steamed buns and cabbage. He could go for weeks without tasting meat. Guo Xiaoan cradled the pig's head meat tightly, visibly moved. "Thank you, Brother Fei." Thank you. Chen Jifei waved his hand dismissively, teasing, quickly conceal that expression. I can't stand such displays. Once you've finished, make sure to deliver it to Xiaojia without delay. Don't let it sit too long. It will spoil and go to waste. Guo Xiaoan, reminded, hurriedly set off to deliver the meat, as if fearing that even a minute's delay would render the pig's head meat inedible. Showcasing his deep concern and affection for his younger brother, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly realized and rushed back inside to divide half of the meat into a lunchbox. He carefully wrapped up the other half, greeted briefly, and then rode the police station's bicycle to school. Chen Jifei chuckled and shook his head as he entered the dormitory. Lying at the head of his bed, he closed his eyes, contemplating the path ahead. By the hour of the rat, the streets were deserted except for a few drunken souls. Behind the alley opposite Jinfeng apartment, several shadowy figures shifted. Shani, clad in black and donning a felt hat, spoke in hushed tones. Captain Zhang, our intelligence department's mission has been accomplished. Now it is up to your action team. Rest assured, there is no way she can escape. A confident man at the forefront chuckled. This building has only one exit. You three will guard the entrance below to prevent her from fleeing. You two, come with me upstairs. Remember, we need her alive. Just as the tasks were being assigned, a voluptuous woman adorned with a knitted, brimmed hat stepped forth. Chapter 10. Successful capture, intelligence, update stop. Captain Zhang raised his clenched right fist, halting the team members poised for action. They concealed themselves around the corner, discreetly observing a woman emerging from the apartment. In a low voice, he remarked, "It is already 11 o'clock. A woman venturing out alone is rather suspicious." Although the concession was relatively safe, it was merely a facade of peace, devoid of war. The French concession public board was preoccupied with profit-making, displaying no concern for governance, let alone the well-being of the Chinese populace. To simplify matters, they colluded with gangs to manage the area, thereby emboldening criminal elements that engaged in frequent brawls. As night fell, theft, robbery, and violent crimes surged. Under ordinary circumstances, few would dare to venture out after dark, especially a woman alone at such an hour. Her presence at this time was undoubtedly unusual. However, the distance and poor visibility hindered immediate identification. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. If she were indeed the target, their plan to breach and apprehend would be thwarted. The difficulty of capturing a suspect on a broad street would increase significantly. He muttered in frustration. If only your intelligence department had discovered the target sooner. We would have to be so reactive now. Shani pursed his lips, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. He was the only one from the intelligence department who had located the target's hideout in the French concession. He had rushed back to the Chinese district and reported it to the team leader at the earliest opportunity. The team leader then relayed the information to the department head, who subsequently dispatched orders to the action team. By the time personnel were organized, night had already fallen. Could he be blamed for this? Under the pressing circumstances, he suppressed his frustrations, fearing that raising his voice might alert the target. As they observed, the woman stood at the intersection, glancing around as if awaiting someone. 50 meters away, the neon lights of a dance hall flickered, while 4 or 5 gang members loitered at the entrance, smoking. They noticed the well-endowed woman under the streetlight, who let out a whistle and laughed flirtatiously. Shani narrowed his eyes, clearly seeing that the woman's left hand was wrapped in bandages, stained with blood. Coupled with the fact that a woman was out alone at this hour, it pointed to a troubling conclusion. Shani raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice, saying, "That's her. It seems she is waiting for someone to pick her up. We can't wait any longer." Captain Zhang's brow furrowed deeper, clenching his teeth. "Xiao Zhang, you and I will move closer. The rest of you prepare for immediate support." A crew-cut team member tucked his gun into his waistband and silently advanced. As the two stepped out from the alley, a blinding light flashed, and a black Dodge sedan entered the street. The headlights blinked rhythmically twice before it came to a steady stop beneath the streetlight. The woman extended her right hand to open the door. Captain Zhang's expression changed dramatically. "No, we cannot let her escape." Without pretense, he drew his pistol from his back and rushed forward. The driver, seeing someone approaching with a weapon, hastily brandished a firearm through the window. Bang, bang, bang. Captain Zhang, seasoned and experienced, did not hesitate to pull the trigger upon sighting the gun barrel protruding from the car window. The 4 supporting team members immediately opened fire as well. In an instant, the tranquil night was shattered by a cacophony of gunshots. The driver had no chance to retaliate, being instantly riddled with bullets. The fuel tank was struck, causing gasoline to seep out like water. Dazawa Haruko, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively crouched down to take cover, cautiously observing from outside the vehicle. Witnessing the driver's demise sent her heart plummeting. Realizing the fuel tank was leaking, she dared not use the car as a shield any longer. Drawing her weapon, she aimed and fired. Bang, bang. A cry escaped from the approaching Xiaozhang as he was hit in the arm. Daizawa Haruko decisively abandoned the idea of fleeing in the car. After firing 2 shots, she sought to retreat into the apartment, intending to utilize the building's layout to find another opportunity for escape. However, Captain Zhang was not one to grant her such an opportunity. Once she was exposed without the car as cover, she became a moving target. Bang! A bullet struck her right shoulder with precision, causing her to drop her weapon amidst the excruciating pain. The other 14 members swiftly closed in, roughly pinning Tozawa Haruko to the ground. Captain Zhang, moving with agility, clamped his hand over her mouth while using the other to tear at her collar. As a seasoned operative, his immediate concern was to prevent the enemy from committing suicide. Whether from the Intelligence Bureau or the Special High Command, tactics involving poison concealed in collars or mouths were not uncommon. Potassium cyanide could be applied to the collar, allowing even restrained limbs to turn and bite it or crush it in their mouth to end their own life. Captain Zhang pried open Tozawa Haruko's mouth, probing to ensure no poison was present before releasing her. Upon inspecting her shoulder wound, which was not life-threatening, he quickly bound her hands behind her back with rope. His actions were brusque, showing no regard for her bleeding injury, nor any hint of compassion. In a life-and-death struggle, there was no room for pity. The enemy would show none in return, and any lingering sentimentality could endanger not only oneself, but also one's comrades. In the eyes of these professionally trained operatives, there were no alluring beauties, only the stark reality of survival. Shin Yi, gripping his firearm, approached quickly. He glanced around to assess the situation, vigorously gesturing for a retreat. The dense gunfire would soon draw the attention of law enforcement, leading to troublesome consequences. If caught with evidence, the Public Security Bureau would certainly not let it slide. And they had to remain wary of enemy reinforcements. Captain Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and issued a solemn command: retreat. A robust team member hoisted Tozawa Haruko onto his shoulder, and under the cover of several comrades, they swiftly withdrew. Following the prearranged escape route, they vanished into the night. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point, they would be met for a debriefing in Huajie. Outside the Shasha dance hall, a group of thugs, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, stood stunned by the sudden turn of events. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, they had not chosen to harass that woman. Otherwise, they too might have been shot as accomplices. Those individuals were well-trained and certainly not ordinary people, just as a few ruffians were taken aback. The oil-leaking vehicle suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. A deafening blast sent a colossal fireball soaring into the sky. As they gazed at the burning car, the air seemed to be infused with the scent of grilled meat. A few individuals, startled by the tremendous roar, exchanged anxious glances. With a gulp, they swallowed hard, their faces betraying a lingering terror. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though they had danced on the precipice of life and death. The thunderous explosion roused the nearby residents, transforming the tranquil night into a cacophony of commotion. Meanwhile, Chen Jifei sat cross-legged at the edge of his bed, silently calculating the passage of time. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence has been updated. Would you like to access it? Chapter 11. New intelligence. This pastry is not flaky. Indeed, it has been updated. Chen Jifei raised his eyebrows, a smile of delight gracing his face. The reason for his insomnia that late at night was not the apprehension of Shun Yi's capture operation, nor was it the concern for the bounty on the clues provided. Rather, he was eagerly anticipating the morrow to delve into the functionalities of the system. After all, being a novice in binding, the prolonged absence of updated intelligence naturally stirred feelings of anxiety. He constantly worried about the prospect of no new information being offered. Chen Jifei's cautious nature compelled him to verify the accuracy of every matter. This meticulous demeanor had been the cornerstone of his previous success, enabling him to rise from humble beginnings to cruising in a Maybach by the age of 30. Had he not been struck by a dump truck and transported to another realm, he would likely still be driving with a companion on the twisting roads of Akina. The existence of this golden finger was fundamental to his survival amidst the chaos of the world. Caution was indeed imperative. Having experienced the initial thrill, he found himself less agitated. Upon hearing the prompt echoing in his mind, he refrained from exuberant cheers. Instead, a subtle smile emerged at the corners of his lips, reflecting a sense of mastery over the situation. The weight on his heart had lifted. The intelligence was updated punctually at midnight. The system proved to be rather reliable. With his lips curling into a smile, Chen Jifei pressed his hands upon his knees. He focused his mind, straightened his posture, and softly uttered, "Read." Instantly, a semi-transparent, ethereal prompt panel materialized before him. Today's intelligence. 1. A new shipment has arrived at the Enlightenment bookstore on Four Horse Road. Pirated novels by Zhang Henshui are available for 30 cents. 2. The premium for silver dollars has reached 17 today. 3. An office is seeking interns, offering a monthly salary of 6 yuan. 4. A booth at number 17 Tongfu Lane is available for rent at 18 yuan per month. 5. A brawl occurred at the Tonko Wharf, resulting in 3 individuals suffering head injuries. 6. A bottle of machine oil was smashed on the steps at the entrance of the Mylon capture office. 7. Due to your payment for food, several vendors near the wonton stall believe your head has been struck by a black stick, leaving you somewhat bewildered. 8. The scar-faced Lu San's gang has chosen no 93 Fuan Alley for their planned burglary at 10 o'clock in the morning. 9. Shin successfully apprehended the Japanese spy, Dazawasaki, who has been escorted to the Special Affairs Office. 10. An explosion occurred involving a Dodge sedan registered under the Liaoyanghang. The 10 updated pieces of intelligence unfolded before his eyes. Shin Jifei's gaze sharpened as he meticulously absorbed each line of information. Every word was pondered with care. Upon returning to his dormitory that evening, he had remained seated cross-legged at the head of his bed, allowing his thoughts to settle. After passing through the initial phases of excitement and exhilaration, he had reflected repeatedly on the intelligence provided. He discerned that each piece of information bore significance. Thus, he scrutinized today's updates with particular attention. For instance, the premium on silver dollars appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it indicated the ongoing depreciation of the national currency. Though the decline was minuscule, it was indeed occurring. Therefore, holding national currency, it would be prudent to exchange it for silver dollars, which retained greater value. Of course, Shin Jifei currently had a mere 35 cents in his pocket, rendering concerns about depreciation moot. As he perused the intelligence regarding Shin, his fingers gently rubbed his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his visage. The intelligence I provided has captured someone, and the bounty shall be mine. Yet, I find myself pondering how long it will take to receive it. Money is the courage of a man. Without it, one truly lacks confidence. I had underestimated Shin Yi's identity. Previously, I believed him to be merely an outer member of the Blue Shirt Society, but to my astonishment, he is actually a member of the Core Intelligence Agency. The full name of the Blue Shirt Society is the Chinese National Revival Society, presided over by President Chang. It consists of 3 layers: the Lixing Society, the Revolutionary Comrades Association, and the Loyal and Righteous National Salvation Society. The intelligence agency of the Lixing Society is the true core. It is also the predecessor of the illustrious military unification. At this moment, the members of the intelligence agency are primarily graduates from Huangpu and a select few distinguished individuals from the military. Each one is indeed an elite. Within the tea house stronghold established in the concession, the attendants can communicate coded messages using teacups. However, the subsequent losses prompted an indiscriminate expansion, resulting in a mixed quality of personnel. Yet, the true core remains composed of the elite. I had merely speculated that Shin Yi was affiliated with the Blue Shirt Society. But little did I know he belonged to the intelligence agency's core. Alas, no matter how well he disguises himself, he cannot escape the detection of the intelligence system. Shin Jifei gently rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself. Comparing the intelligence from the past 2 days, it seems to bear a certain relation to my own life trajectory. Yesterday, I reported to the McLeane police station, met with Shin Yi, and spent some money. Thus, the likelihood of his appearance in the updated intelligence today seems considerably greater. Is there a connection, or is it merely coincidence? I shall need to observe for a few more days and gather sufficient data to make an accurate comparison. Shin Jifei squinted, studying the system's functionalities and techniques. Half an hour later, he yawned before turning off the light and drifting into slumber. However, a large bump on the back of his head forced him to sleep on his side. The following day, a knock resounded on the wooden door, accompanied by Guo Xiaoan's voice. Fei Ge, wake up. Got it. You go ahead, Shin Jifei replied, yawning as he sluggishly rose. After a night of rest, it seemed that his mind had fully digested the information received. His thoughts were clear, devoid of that disoriented jumble. He carried a basin to the communal area to wash his face and brush his teeth, donned his police uniform, and grabbed his baton before stumbling out the door. The dormitory was in close proximity to the McLeane police station, merely a street apart. The aroma of freshly made dumplings wafted through the air. Refreshing mung bean soup to quench one's thirst. Russian-style frozen beef shank, only 4 dimes per pound. Freshly baked sesame flatbreads. Extra, extra. A gunfight broke out at the Jean Fong apartment last night. As he stepped onto the bustling street, the vibrant sounds of various vendors filled the air, creating a scene of peace and prosperity. Shin Jifei approached a stall, picked up a sesame flatbread, and took a bite. Shaking his head, he remarked, "This flatbread is not flaky enough." Instantly, the vendor's expression changed dramatically. "What you have is a bit cold. This one just came out fresh and flaky." As he wrapped 2 steaming cakes in paper, he nonchalantly pulled out a 5-cent coin, preparing to slip it into the other man's pocket. After all, Fei Ge's reputation preceded him. He had often dined without payment, and even had the audacity to demand money in return. The vendor, suspecting a deliberate attempt to cause trouble and extort him, readily complied with the unspoken expectations. Shin Jifei, with one hand blocking the coin from entering the pocket, took a bite of the warm cake with the other. He squinted in satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Leaving a dime on the stall, he solemnly declared, "Officer Chin pays for his meal." Despite possessing only 35 cents, his inherent pride prevented him from resorting to the disgraceful act of consuming food without recompense. He sought to maintain his roguish demeanor as a disguise, but it was not his intention to indulge without payment. As a righteous young officer, he vowed to stand against gambling and drugs, And how could he possibly stoop to such a degrading act? The vendor picked up the dime left behind, staring in astonishment at the dashing figure departing, utterly unable to believe that Fei Gu had actually paid for his food. Chapter 12. A tense atmosphere. Gu Qingli and Chen Jifei strolled through the plaza, savoring a baked pancake while surveying the towering 10-story building in the distance. This structure, with its central height flanked by lower wings, was none other than the Milon Police Station, situated south of Aduolia Road and Ningxing Road. It sprawled across an impressive area of 556 square meters. The building, constructed from reinforced concrete, faced north and featured a height of 10 stories in the middle, with 5 stories on either side. The first 4 floors comprised office spaces and detention cells, while the 5th and 6th floors served as leisure and recreational areas. Above the 7th floor lay residential quarters, including 20 luxurious apartments. Additionally, it was equipped with 2 elevators. The expanse outside the building formed a broad plaza, designated for police assembly, training, and inspections. As they passed through the entrance, they encountered a courtyard filled with bicycles. Feej. Hello, Feej. Good morning, Feej. Regardless of their familiarity, every officer greeted him warmly. Even the elderly gatekeeper expressed surprise. Feej, you're here so early today? It was evident that within the Milon Police Station, he was somewhat of a celebrity. Whether this fame was commendable or notorious was a matter of personal interpretation. Nonetheless, in the eyes of many, a hint of concealed disdain and trepidation could be discerned. Chen Jifei remained unfazed, exuding his characteristic nonchalance and swagger. He even felt that in this ruthless world, having a fearsome reputation served as a form of protection. Ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor, he made his way to his spacious office. Upon entering, he instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The atmosphere in the large office fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. 11 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, and for a brief moment, the air seemed to freeze. Standing at the doorway, Chen Jifei found himself in a silent standoff with his colleagues. With feigned surprise, he quipped, "What? Is eating pancakes prohibited in the office?" The tension dissipated in an instant, and the expressions of the 11 individuals relaxed. They began to engage in hushed conversations, their gazes drifting toward the entrance. Blinking in astonishment, Chen Jifei took a bite of his pancake and approached his desk, glancing at Gu Xiaoan across from him. "What is going on here?" he inquired. With a smile, Gu Xiaoan replied, "Zhao, the chief, summoned several inspectors early this morning for a scathing reprimand, and they have yet to emerge." Zhao, the chief of all the concession police, was their superior. Previously affiliated with a gang, he spent his time in the office tending to birds and painting, while pocketing money. Both foreign officials in the Public Affairs Bureau and high-ranking Chinese individuals were solely focused on financial gain, showing little concern for public safety or the welfare of the common people, an unfortunate hallmark of the concessions. Zhao's early morning tirade at the Milon Police Station was unprecedented. Gu Xiaoan glanced around, his expression turning serious. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, "Feej, try to keep a low profile. Do not draw undue attention to yourself." Although Inspector Gu was typically amiable, having just endured a reprimand from Zhao, he was undoubtedly harboring some pent-up frustration. At this moment, attracting his attention and provoking a few sharp remarks would be hardly worthwhile. Chen Jifei nodded, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. He finally understood the source of the tense atmosphere in the office. It appeared that their team leader had been summoned for a reprimand by a superior. Being scolded early in the morning surely dampened one's spirits. Even the most even-tempered individuals would be stifling their frustration in such circumstances, making it unnecessary to court trouble. Although he had connections due to his affiliation, attaining the position of team leader also required a network of relationships. The ranks of the district constables are stratified into 3 levels, with each advancement necessitating 3 years of service. Even without a background, one could typically rise through the ranks by merely fulfilling the required tenure. Of course, there are exceptions like Chen Jifei, who, thanks to his connections, secured the position of first-level constable directly. However, progressing from constable to team leader is not merely a matter of time served. One requires substantial connections. Without such a background, one could toil away for years and still remain a first-level constable. Despite his origins as a ruffian, his cleverness had earned him a position in the constabulary. Those who navigate the lower echelons of the docks are often well acquainted with the dynamics of respect and subservience. Moreover, from the day of their induction, individuals made their backgrounds known. If one's background was less impressive than another's, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary provocations. Yet, some would insist on concealing their backgrounds, playing the role of the underestimated. When encountering someone of lesser standing, they would relish the opportunity to assert dominance. However, if they were to provoke someone formidable, the consequences could be dire. Even when backgrounds were comparable, maintaining face often necessitated a clear delineation of superiority. In such circumstances, the stakes could become exceedingly high, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Thus, everyone was acutely aware of whom to engage with and whom to avoid. Every day, Chen Jifei would promptly hand over the collected funds to the team leader, fostering a relatively harmonious working relationship between them. It was not particularly close, but it was certainly a functional collegial rapport. Given the peculiar atmosphere today, he would not foolishly invite trouble. Approximately 10 minutes later, a well-proportioned middle-aged man entered the room. His demeanor calm, a newspaper in hand. Approaching the desk, he took a generous sip from his cup. The others in the office exchanged knowing glances. A chubby fellow seated by the entrance rose, lifted the thermos, and poured water into the cup. With a flattering smile, he inquired, "Team leader, I heard that several of you were reprimanded by General Zhao?" Gu Qingli picked up his teacup, surveying the room. Noticing his 12 subordinates gazing at him with eager curiosity, he chuckled and replied, "Oh, it was just a scolding from General Zhao. It's hardly a significant matter." His tone was light and unperturbed, clearly indicating he was not angry. The chubby man set down the thermos, rubbing his hands together as he asked, "Team leader, what on earth happened to provoke General Zhao this early in the morning?" The others in the office leaned in, intrigued. Gu Qingli lowered his teacup, smacking his lips as he recounted, "I was summoned to the 5th floor first thing and hadn't even had breakfast." The chubby man's eyes gleamed with an idea as he swiftly retrieved a brown paper bag from his drawer. With a congenial grin, he offered, "I just bought some dingsheng cakes this morning. Do give them a try." "How thoughtful," Gu Qingli remarked, taking a bite of the cake and displaying a satisfied smile. He leisurely began to speak. "In recent days, there have been 6 burglaries in the French concession, where the unfortunate homeowners returned to find their residences utterly empty. Even the kettle for boiling water had been stolen. Through inquiries with the neighbors, it was discovered that a band of audacious thieves had taken advantage of the homeowners' absence, using a cart to clear out their belongings. A significant influx of refugees into the French concession had led the neighbors to presume it was merely a case of moving houses, and they paid little attention. Initially, these break-ins seemed trivial, yet a journalist named Jiang Renan managed to contact all 6 victims and penned an expose questioning the security of the concession, which was subsequently published. The Public Affairs Bureau, upon seeing this report, called and berated Director Zhao. In turn, Director Zhao vented his frustration on us patrol officers, imposing a 3-day deadline to solve the case. Even the French police chief took notice, declaring that whoever cracked the case would be prioritized for promotion to Deputy Chief of Patrol. Chapter 13. The Zen Patrol Officer, Intelligence Confirmed. The rotund officer blinked his eyes and clicked his tongue. Even the French consulate has intervened. Are they truly concerned about the people's plight? Another constable, named Wu Xiao, scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. Concern for the populace? Nonsense. It's merely a matter of preserving the face of the Public Affairs Bureau after being exposed. Those foreigners only care about profits. When have they ever shown regard for the lives of the Chinese people? Suddenly, an older constable named Xiao Quan was sharply reprimanded him. Silence. He quickly approached the door, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before gently closing it. With a serious tone, he admonished, "Do you not recognize the nature of this place? Speak carefully and close your mouth. If word of this reaches the ears of the consulate, you will be dismissed." Gu Qingli tossed a piece of victory cake into his mouth and clapped his hands. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "You, my friend, are your own worst enemy with that big mouth. It's no wonder you've been a 3rd-grade constable for 6 years." Wu Xiao shot him a glare, his gaunt face reflecting indignation. "I became a constable merely to earn a living, to avoid being bullied. I never contemplated climbing the ranks. Besides, who knows when those foreigners might be ousted and the tides might change." He curled his lip in disdain. Laughter erupted in the office, a chorus of mirth filling the air. Even Gu Qingli joined in, displaying no signs of anger. Everyone knew that his sharp tongue was his defining trait, and they took no offense. This fellow truly dares to speak his mind. It is a blessing that he has neither ascended in rank nor been dismissed after 6 years. Xiao Kuangwa narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward his superior. He lowered his voice. "Patrol officer, shall I arrange for 2 individuals to take the blame?" The others remained impassive, showing no surprise. The law enforcement in the French concession was divided into 2 parts. One segment was managed by the constabulary, responsible for patrolling the streets and investigating cases. The other, a gray area, was left to the gangs by the Public Affairs Bureau. The constables primarily focused on monetary gain, engaging in extortion. Upon their hiring, they received a mere 7 days of rudimentary training, lacking any real investigative skills. Meanwhile, gang members fought for territory, leading to countless brawls daily, serving as the source of chaos. As long as they did not harm innocents, one could hardly expect them to maintain order. Beneath the seemingly stable surface of the French concession lay an undeniable turmoil. Nonetheless, appearances had to be upheld. Each month, a certain rate of resolved cases was required to appease the consulate, lest they be accused of idleness. Thus, investigations were often conducted with brutality. Any suspect was apprehended for questioning. With the influx of refugees into the concession, identifying suspects was exceedingly simple. A single beating could yield 5 culprits from one case. Miscarriages of justice were a common occurrence. When genuinely unable to find a suspect, They would simply allow the gangs to provide scapegoats. As long as they could report to the consulate, a few days of detention would suffice before quietly releasing the individuals. Therefore, when Xiao Kuangwa suggested finding someone to take the fall, no one was surprised. Gua Xiaoan eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Our brothers in the guild are plentiful. We can provide as many as needed." Xiao Kuangwa chuckled while reprimanding, "You, my friend, never forget your brothers when there are benefits to be had. After all, it's not your money, so you show no remorse." Laughter erupted in the office. Finding someone to take the blame is not without its rewards. Without benefits, who would willingly be incarcerated? If no money is offered, at least other incentives must be provided. Otherwise, only a fool would comply. Gu Qingli leaned against the desk, arms crossed, and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let's forget it. In our McLeane police station, we have 4 captains. It would be a joke to hand over 4 suspects." Wu Xiao, eyes wide, asked stubbornly, "Captain, aren't you going to fight for it?" Gu Qingli shook his head again. "Who knows when the promotion to deputy chief will come? Let them compete for it. We should pocket the money. That's what truly matters." As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together, eliciting a chorus of approving laughter. Although the majority of the money collected would be remitted to the foreigners, a small portion would still provide some supplementary income each month for those in the office. For them, earning money was a matter of personal interest. Gu Qingli turned around and extracted several sheets of paper from the middle of a newspaper. He instructed, "These are the records of 6 cases. Everyone take a look and then form groups to casually patrol the vicinity. Although we don't compete, we still need to maintain appearances." He rubbed his wrist, evidently from having copied these records during a prior reprimand in the office. Xiao Kuangwa, as the second in command, took the papers and distributed them among the others. Everyone scrutinized the documents, and when there was nothing else to do, they would meander around the crime scenes, creating the impression that they were diligently investigating. Even if no resolution was reached, at least there would be an explanation to offer to the higher authorities. After all, these were cases personally overseen by the chief, and maintaining appearances was essential. Even if they couldn't solve the cases, an upright attitude was imperative. Otherwise, the chief would feel embarrassed, and everyone's bonuses and allowances for the month would surely be jeopardized. Make sure to study it carefully, remember the addresses, and stroll around when you can, Xiao Kuangwa directed while organizing the tasks. The 6 handwritten reports were quickly passed around. They barely glanced at them before handing them off to the next person. The intention was never to genuinely investigate, but merely to fulfill their obligations. They had not even reviewed the case records, only memorizing the locations of the incidents to casually visit and give the appearance of working. The complainants didn't even know who had stolen from them, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Due to the rapid circulation of the documents, all 6 records eventually ended up in Qin Zhifei's hands. As he perused the records, he also considered the details of the case and the value of the stolen items. Upon reaching the 4th page, he paused, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. A thought crossed his mind, and a system panel visible only to him materialized in the air. His eyes brightened as he reviewed the information from the previous day. Scarface Lu San broke into a residence on Moriai Road, stealing 83 yuan in cash and a jade bracelet. The reported losses of the 4th complainant coincidentally matched the system's intelligence. The identification of the criminal suspect, a task that once seemed insurmountable, has been resolved through the intelligence provided by the system. All that remains is the apprehension of the individual. With a sharp clap of his hands, Gu Qingli called out, "Zhao, the director, is still at the McLeane precinct. Let's all get moving and ensure he doesn't think we're idling away in the office." 12 officers donned their hats and seized their batons as they stepped out. At the moment they crossed the threshold, each held their heads high, their strides imbued with an invigorating energy. To an outsider, one might assume they had just uncovered a crucial lead and were eager to pursue the case. They were not alone. Other teams mirrored their fervor, each exhibiting a palpable sense of urgency. It was the first time since the establishment of the McLeane precinct that such an atmosphere of haste had prevailed. Qin Zhifei exited the precinct, heading purposefully towards Fuanlei. Gu Xiaoan quickly interjected, "Brother, our route is this way." Qin Zhifei turned with a confident smile, replying, "I'll lead you to the case." Chapter 14. The Great Deceiver calls for reinforcements. What case are we breaking? Gu Xiaoan's expression froze, revealing his astonishment. Within the confines of the McLeane police station, there exists a hierarchy among the Chinese officers. Those recruited from the docks, despite bearing the title of officer, conduct themselves in a manner that is wholly unreflective of true policing. Their routine patrols serve merely as a means to extort money. Bribery and coercion constitute their standard operations. Indeed, they may occasionally apprehend a pickpocket, but such offenders are never brought to the station nor returned to their rightful owners. Instead, the loot is pocketed for personal gain. Their methods are indistinguishable from those of local thugs. The more chaotic the environment, the better it suits their interests. In contrast, Chief Gu Qingli and his 10 subordinates patrol with the intent of maintaining order. While they too may seek personal gain under various pretexts, They nonetheless uphold their duties and respond to criminal activity. Consequently, these officers do not regard Chen Jifei and Guo Xiaoan, mere gang members who merely collect money in the police station, as their equals. They coexist under the same roof. But their interactions remain superficially amicable. No one expects two gangsters to diligently uphold public safety. It is little wonder that Guo Xiaoan, upon hearing his elder brother speak of solving a case, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. In bewilderment, he muttered, "What does solving a case have to do with us?" Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Tilting his chin skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes sparkled with resolve. As officers of the Milan police station, we must embrace our responsibilities and honor the uniforms we wear. Combating crime is our sacred mission. Though this path is fraught with challenges and dangers, we must strive relentlessly to safeguard our community and uphold the trust bestowed upon us by the citizens. No matter how much hardship I endure, I remain undeterred. Regardless of the suffering I face, I shall confront it head-on. This is the heartfelt sentiment of a humble officer. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist against his chest, his expression solemn, as if he had transcended his former self. Gulps. Guo Xiaoan swallowed hard, his wide eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Inwardly, he mused, is this the kind of speech a small-time dock thug is meant to deliver? Has Brother Fei mistaken his script? With a sidelong glance, Chen Jifei noted his younger brother's speechless shock. At least he would no longer curiously inquire about the purpose behind solving a case. He nodded in satisfaction. It would not do to reveal that their elder brother was no longer the same as before. Haven't I stepped away from that role for many years? He thought. Instead, he opted for light-hearted banter to deflect the conversation. In a few days? With the passage of time, such thoughts would likely fade. With a swift motion, Chen Jifei wrapped his arm around the still-stunned younger brother, guiding him forward while gently coaxing. If we, as officers, do not advocate for the people, we might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. The two strolled toward the direction of Fuan Alley, their shoulders brushing together. As they passed through the square, the clock tower chimed 9 o'clock. Brother Fei, is your information truly reliable? At the corner of Fuan Alley, the two concealed themselves, observing with keen interest. Guo Xiaoan was led astray, forgetting even the task of collecting money. His eyes widened as he fixated on the alleyway. After a series of deceptions, though without a sense of justice ignited within him, he felt compelled to follow his elder brother's desire to uphold righteousness. Moments later, a woman in her 40s, adorned in a floral checkered qipao and carrying a vegetable basket, emerged from the shikumen. Following her at a distance of 5 meters was a man clad in a gray long gown, his furtive eyes and rat-like appearance immediately signaling his nefarious nature. Sengo. Guo Xiaoan's eyes widened in astonishment, his face betraying recognition of the dubious man. Upon receiving a querying glance from his elder brother, he hastily introduced. His name is Sango, a subordinate of Scarface. He was incarcerated for 6 months due to theft. Just half a month ago, he was released. And I encountered him at the entrance of the constabulary, where he brazenly glared at me. Had you not been waiting for me to collect money at the street corner, I would have certainly dealt with him. He had sought to confront Sango later, but after a fortnight of fruitless searching, he had not anticipated stumbling upon him here. He brandished his baton, eager for a confrontation. Patience, there will be ample opportunity to confront him shortly, Chen Jifei murmured soothingly, hoping to temper the ire of his hot-headed subordinate, lest he recklessly charge in and risk alerting their quarry. According to the report records, 6 incidents shared a common thread. The victims had recently moved into the French concession and were still unfamiliar with their neighbors. Each incident occurred in the morning while the victims were out shopping, and upon returning home, they invariably collided with a seemingly unsavory thin man, resulting in a verbal altercation that only dispersed upon the arrival of the constables. It was evident that these altercations were deliberately staged to detain the victims, granting thieves the opportunity to strike. With Sango already in pursuit, it was only a matter of time before Scarface made his appearance. Follow Sango. If he engages in a dispute with the woman, you may directly subdue him and escort him back to the constabulary. He is not one of our brotherhood, so no mercy is required. Having absorbed the memories of his predecessor, Chen Jifei had come to acknowledge this subordinate. Though he considered himself a good man, his actions often reflected a protective nature. Leave it to me, Guo Xiaoan exclaimed with a grin, enthusiasm propelling him forward. Chen Jifei, regaining his focus, observed quietly from the shadows. Moments later, a scar-faced man accompanied by 3 others entered the shikumen. They have arrived. Chen Jifei's brow arched, a smile creeping onto his lips. He turned to the nearby public telephone and dialed for reinforcements, calling Inspector Gu for assistance. This body possessed remarkable physical prowess and combat skills, which had allowed it to stand out among numerous gang members. Dealing with 3 petty thieves posed little challenge. However, in the world of underworld dealings, the nuances of human relationships were paramount. Due to the publicity surrounding this case, it had garnered significant attention, even drawing the interest of the police commissioner, who was French. The case has become the foremost priority for the Milan police station, a significant matter indeed. Such a substantial bounty cannot be consumed by a single individual. Summoning reinforcements also serves to allow the leadership to share in the accolades. After making the call, Chen Zhifei did not hasten into action. Instead, he leisurely extracted a cigarette and settled down on a stone stool to indulge in a smoke. The scar-faced man and his crew had already infiltrated the premises and would not emerge anytime soon. Otherwise, there would be no need to orchestrate a diversion with Sango to prolong the situation. How could they capture both the criminals and the evidence without thwarting their efforts? After finishing a cigarette and stretching his limbs, Chen Zhifei finally sauntered into the shikumen after about 10 minutes, wielding a police baton. From a distance, he spotted a cart parked at the entrance, piled high with furniture, even including a rolling pin. This scene was not merely theft, it unmistakably resembled a raid. Chapter 15. The unconventional Chen Zhifei. Hurry, take that flower pot as well. At the entrance, a scar-faced man was directing the moving of goods. The audacity of stealing in broad daylight was evident, showcasing the utter chaos of law enforcement in the French concession. Chen Zhifei peered through the door, observing the desolate interior, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. In 2 lifetimes, he had witnessed numerous thefts, typically executed with a swift focus on valuable items. However, the gang before him brazenly claimed to be assisting with a move, employing a cart to haul away everything, even the rolling pin. Such greed was unprecedented. Having stepped out in the morning for groceries, he returned to find his home stripped bare. Who could endure such an affront? It was no wonder it made the headlines, provoking the French police commissioner to promise expedited promotions for patrol officers. The situation was utterly intolerable. Standing at the doorway, Chen Zhifei fixed his gaze intently on the trio of thieves. After approximately 2 minutes, they still had not glanced back, oblivious to the constable stationed at the entrance. According to the plan, the homeowner was detained by 3 ruffians, making a return within an hour implausible. Their audacity was astonishing. Chen Zhifei shook his head in disbelief and lightly tapped his baton against the doorframe. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound immediately startled the 3 thieves, who were engrossed in uprooting the copper flower pot. They instinctively turned, and upon seeing a constable clad in black uniform at the door, panic washed over their faces. Scarface, they're SA Constable. What do we do? The 2 lackeys, pale with fear, quickly hid behind their leader. Scarface scrutinized the constable at the entrance, and upon recognizing his features, he regained his composure, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger while extending the other 3 fingers. He made a gesture symbolizing brotherhood, an emblem widely used among gangs. With a booming voice, he declared, "Brother Chen, I salute you." Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "You recognize me?" Scarface chuckled, "I am Zhang Tian, known in the underworld as Scarface. 2 years ago, I witnessed your commanding presence leading your brothers at Tianxiang Wharf." "I do not recall," Chen Zhifei replied indifferently, shaking his head. According to his recollection, he had not yet joined the constabulary 2 years prior. He must have been leading his gang in territorial disputes, engaging in brawls at the wharf. For those in their line of work, such skirmishes were as routine as eating and drinking. He couldn't even remember whom he fought with back then, let alone someone with whom he had no meaningful interaction. Unperturbed, Scarface continued to smile. "I was merely a spectator from afar at that time. It is only natural that you do not recognize me, but I have long admired you. It is truly a stroke of fate to meet you today." While he feigned camaraderie, he subtly withdrew a silver dollar from his pocket, murmuring, "As fellow brothers of the underworld, let us make this convenient." The implication was clear: take the money and part ways amicably. Chen Zhifei cast a dismissive glance at the silver dollar, his disdain unmistakable. Scarface deliberated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and produced 2 more coins, totaling 3 silver dollars, which he offered forth. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Let us keep this discreet. Pretend nothing has happened." The 3 silver dollars were already enough to compensate a worker's salary at the textile factory, which was quite substantial. Chen Zhifei accepted the coins, weighing them in his hand, producing a crisp clink. His expression darkened as he reprimanded with righteous indignation, "Such audacity. Bribing an officer is an even graver offense." The sharpness of his rebuke left the 3 men wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. A thought flickered through their minds. Isn't colluding with the police a rather commonplace affair? Was this stern visage truly that of the infamous Chen Zhifei, known for his nefarious dealings? Moreover, what was the meaning of scolding them while pocketing the 3 silver dollars? Was he demanding yet another form of payment? In an instant, a surge of indignation rose within the scar-faced man, his countenance contorting into a menacing grimace as the scar across his cheek resembled a centipede. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "We're all just trying to make a living. Don't push things to the extreme. We may meet again in the future." Chen Zhifei dismissed him with disdain. Unwilling to engage in dialogue with someone he deemed a dead man, the humiliation of the situation had already sealed the trio's fate in the Western prison. Slipping the silver dollars into his pocket, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he need not worry about hunger due to lack of funds. Suddenly, he found a certain satisfaction in playing the villain. A smirk crept upon his lips, a playful smile. Seeing the other party collect the money with a mocking smirk only intensified the scar-faced man's feelings of being ridiculed. He clenched his jaw, veins pulsing on his forehead, and hissed, "This is intolerable." As he spoke, he lunged forward, ready to strike. However, before he could react, a dark object whizzed toward him with a fierce gust. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and suddenly he saw stars. Before he could utter a sound, he collapsed to the ground, struck senseless. With a single blow, Chen Jifei had felled the scar-faced man and turned his gaze toward the other two. In a commanding voice, he ordered, "Hands on your heads, crouch down." The two, frightened, shrank their necks and hastily complied, fearing they would meet the same fate as their leader if they hesitated. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed down the alley. "Make way. The police are conducting an investigation." Gu Chengli arrived with his team of officers, dispersing the crowd. Upon seeing the furniture on the cart, identical to those from the previous 6 cases, and the scar-faced man sprawled on the ground along with the 2 accomplices huddled in submission, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Did you apprehend them?" one asked incredulously. Reporting to the captain, "They have confessed that they were responsible for the previous 6 cases." Chen Jifei stood at attention, exuding an air of integrity, his voice steady and authoritative. At first glance, he appeared remarkably dignified. While waiting for reinforcements, he had scarcely uttered a word. And the 2 had voluntarily confessed, detailing how much they had sold and how the proceeds were divided among them with clarity. Gu Chengli and 10 officers stood in a daze, grappling with a sense of disarray. This notorious gang member had apprehended thieves? Shouldn't he have been demanding a share of the spoils instead, as would be expected? Nevertheless, having captured this band of ruffians at present can be regarded as a satisfactory report to the chief. Gu Chengli, recalling the chief's promise, could not help but display a hint of joy on his face. Although he casually remarked that he was not eager to contend for accolades, how could one remain indifferent when the fruits of labor lay so evidently before them? When he glanced at Chen Jifei once more, he unexpectedly found that this infamous scoundrel was not as detestable as he had initially perceived. In fact, he seemed rather agreeable now. He raised his hand to pat Chen's shoulder, offering encouragement. "Well done. I shall advocate for your commendation to the chief." Chen Jifei humbly smiled and replied, "It is all due to the chief's strategic planning and the cooperation of the brothers that we successfully apprehended them." A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chengli's eyes as he nodded with a smile in acknowledgement. Internally, he silently commended, "Impressive." The more he observed this young man, the more he found him amiable. With a spirited tone, he declared, "Let us escort them back to the station. Everyone, let us commend Brother Fei." Chapter 16. The importance of ability and the greater significance of being a person. Gu Chengli was in high spirits, having for the first time addressed a colleague with the moniker Fei Gu, a term from the underworld. Capturing this gang of miscreants, who had caused considerable turmoil, brought honor to General Zhao. Furthermore, in the race for the position of Deputy Chief Inspector, he had already gained a significant advantage. At the very least, when backgrounds and connections were equal, he was poised to emerge victorious among the 4 candidates. Initially, Gu Chengli had no ambition for the Deputy Chief Inspector role, preferring to remain passive. Yet, while idling in the office, a golden opportunity presented itself. It was a stroke of fortune, and it would be unreasonable not to feel elated. A group of individuals, pushing a cart and escorting 3 criminal suspects, made a grand exit from Fuan Lane. The spectacle attracted numerous curious gazes along the way. Even seasoned officers like Xiao Quan couldn't help but stand tall, as the team from the Milon police station, known for their poor performance, finally had a moment to shine. As they approached the Milon police station on Jinling East Road, they spotted a crowd gathered in the square at the entrance. Chen Jifei blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Why are there so many people at the police station? What major case has unfolded now?" Gu Chengli squinted, scrutinizing the crowd. He shook his head and replied, "They're holding cameras and notepads. It appears they are reporters." While everyone pondered this, a young man in police uniform rushed over. "Big brother, I've captured Sango. I even brought back that woman." General Zhao had heard about our apprehension of the thieves and summoned the reporters. He said it was time to restore the reputation of our police force in the international settlement. Guo Xiaoan quickly reported the situation, a smug grin plastered across his face. Judging by the bloodstains on his baton, it seemed Sango had received quite a beating. Huh. Such eagerness indicates that General Zhao must have faced considerable reprimand from the board, and he has been harboring frustration. Chen Jifei observed with a sly smile. A promising future lay ahead. Gu Chengli patted his shoulder, his grin widening. Had they captured the suspects earlier, the other 3 inspectors might have questioned the legitimacy of the arrest or even attempted to claim credit. However, with so many reporters present, even if the scar-faced men were not genuine thieves, they had to be perceived as such. Otherwise, if it were revealed that they had arrested the wrong individuals, it would lead to an embarrassing debacle. Thus, it was imperative that they were indeed guilty. This achievement was assured. As the group drew near, a woman emerged from the crowd, clutching a basket of groceries. Leaning over the cart laden with furniture, she cried in a mix of sorrow and joy, These are my belongings. Those wretched thieves didn't spare even my rolling pin. With the woman's identification of the stolen items, this theft case was firmly established. Quick. Take pictures. Include the evidence from the cart. And the suspects in handcuffs too. Click, click. Instantly, the sound of camera shutters echoed, as reporters eagerly captured the scene of the culprits caught red-handed. I am a reporter from the Freeform Daily. May I ask you a few questions? I am a journalist from the Times. May I conduct an interview with you? I am a reporter from Miller's Review. Could I request an exclusive interview with you? I am a journalist from the Shanghai Public Board Gazette. May I inquire which officer apprehended the notorious theft case? I am a reporter from the Hong Kong Daily. A throng of journalists surged forward, bombarding him with inquiries. Chen Zhifei was nearly blinded by the flashing lights, instinctively wanting to retreat. Suddenly, a large hand pressed against his lower back, gently pushing him forward from the crowd. A voice rang out, announcing, "This is Officer Chen Zhifei, the hero who apprehended the theft ring." Click, click. Instantly, the sound of camera shutters filled the air. After pushing him forward, Gu Chengli merely smiled, observing the scene. For reasons unknown, despite having agreed to take credit, he opted for humility in the face of so many journalists. "Hello. I am Jiang Runan from the Shanghai Public Board Gazette. Could you please share how you captured the theft gang?" The question came from a stylishly dressed woman in her 20s, her elegant stature making her a focal point amidst the crowd. Upon hearing the name Jiang Runan, Chen Zhifei felt a sense of familiarity. It dawned on him that she was indeed the reporter covering this theft incident. With the backing of an official publication, it was no wonder that the news had even reached the attention of the Ministry of Law. Facing the eager gazes of the assembled reporters, Chen Zhifei pursed his lips and pondered for a moment, casting his eyes toward the back of the crowd where General Zhao stood. His expression grew solemn as he spoke. The swift resolution of this case and the apprehension of the theft gang owe much to the collective effort of everyone involved. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to our leadership. It is thanks to General Zhao's support that we achieved today's success. Zhao, standing at the back of the crowd, initially felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon hearing these words, his gloom lifted, replaced by a radiant smile. He nodded slightly, casting a look of appreciation. Buoyed by his superior's acknowledgement, Chen Zhifei continued. Following General Zhao's directives, we promptly initiated investigations and uncovered leads through various channels. Subsequently, General Zhao consolidated the leads and devised the capture plan. The on-site operation was led by Captain Gu Chengli. I merely stumbled upon a clue by chance. It is General Zhao's strategic foresight and adept command that led to this remarkable outcome. Everyone should applaud General Zhao. With fervor in his voice, Chen Zhifei was the first to break into applause. Others quickly followed suit, and the room resonated with enthusiastic clapping. General Zhao gently applauded, his face beaming with joy before the cameras. The frustration of being reprimanded by the public board that morning was finally alleviated. Yu Shaoan quietly grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Brother Fei, it was clearly your achievement. Why attribute it to General Zhao?" Chen Zhifei clapped his hands, a subtle smile adorning his face. He responded with a smile, questioning the significance of receiving the first merit. Gu Shaoan pondered for a moment before answering. "Of course, it's for the purpose of earning accolades and promotions." Chen Zhifei shrugged, neither affirming nor denying, and remarked, "You are correct. Merits are indeed pursued for advancement. However, which is more conducive to promotion, monopolizing credit and offending one's superior, or allowing Chief Zhao to owe a favor and thus gain recognition?" Gu Shaoan's expression shifted, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. "I understand now. Regardless of the magnitude of one's achievements, approval from superiors is essential for advancement. Without the ability to navigate interpersonal dynamics, even the most significant accomplishments will confine one to the ranks of a mere lowly officer. Possessing talent does not guarantee elevation, while the skill of managing relationships can lead to soaring success. With Chief Zhao's patronage, the path ahead will undoubtedly be smoother." Meanwhile, the loquacious Wu Xiao murmured softly, "Didn't we just express our gratitude for the captain's leadership? How has it now transformed into thanks to Chief Zhao?" Chapter 17, A Lavish Banquet. One Hong. You have arranged for your journalist friends to convene a press conference in the auditorium. Zhao stands confidently under the bright lights, graciously accepting photographs. With a barely perceptible gesture, he whispers instructions to his trusted aide. Initially, the plan was merely to address the situation and report on the resolution of the case to the board of directors. However, due to the astute actions of a junior officer, the spotlight inadvertently fell upon him. The board had demanded a resolution within 3 days, yet the case was cracked and the culprit apprehended in less than 3 hours, with all evidence in hand. Such a display of success was undeniably commendable. An opportunity to shine in the limelight cannot be overlooked. What began as a simple photo opportunity at the entrance transformed into a formal press conference. Since the chief constable had given his approval, the personnel from the McLeane precinct naturally could not afford to be negligent. A senior officer in his 50s personally led a team to the auditorium and made simple arrangements. Zhao seized the moment to draw Chen Zhifei closer. offering him warm words of encouragement. They exchanged hushed conversations, delving into the intricacies of the case. Chen Jifei, of course, refrained from disclosing that the intelligence stemmed from the system, instead attributing it to his network of informants. After all, their backgrounds on the docks meant they were familiar with people from all walks of life. When it comes to gathering information, none could rival their prowess. Otherwise, the Blue Shirt Society and the Special Hire Police would not expend significant resources on cultivating informants. With a clearer understanding of the case's progression, Zhao passionately delivered a speech under the spotlight, presenting himself as a champion of law and order, vowing to combat crime relentlessly. He personally awarded Chen Jifei a certificate of commendation along with a monetary reward of 100 silver dollars, equivalent to half a year as salary. The disdain held by foreigners towards the Chinese resulted in meager wages for the officers, barely surpassing those of factory workers. Furthermore, maintaining order and apprehending criminals was considered part of their duties. Following the customary practices, verbal commendation would typically suffice, with bonuses being virtually unheard of. This explains why many officers often slacked off, preoccupied with finding ways to line their pockets, rather than pursuing investigations. The collusion between officers and gangs for extortion made self-investigation unlikely. It was only due to Zhao's reciprocal kindness that such a generous award of 100 silver dollars was sanctioned. To enhance the atmosphere, a tray was specially prepared, adorned with the silver dollars for the journalists to photograph. Chen Jifei held the monetary reward, certificate in hand, and posed for a photograph with Zhao. The remaining time was essentially Zhao's solo performance, leaving Chen with little to do. With his prize and certificate in hand, he returned to the main office. As he stepped inside, enthusiastic applause erupted. "Officer Chen has brought honor to our team. Well done." Gu Qingli led the applause, his expression filled with warmth. Although Chen did not ascend the stage to receive an award, as his direct supervisor, Gu was entitled to a share of the accolades. Once a soon-to-retire deputy chief constable vacated his position, Gu would have preferential rights. The chief had explicitly promised that even if others had connections, careful consideration would be given. Naturally, his spirits soared. In less than 3 hours, with the perpetrator caught red-handed, even the normally greedy and ruthless dock thugs regarded him with newfound respect. Chen Jifei humbly waved his hand, stating that the successful apprehension of the scar-faced gang was largely due to the support of his brothers. "This afternoon at Kaxiangju. It's on me," he declared with fervor. "Xiaoan, please reserve a private room." His spirited voice instantly invigorated everyone's spirits. Kaxiangju was indeed a prestigious establishment. "All right." Guo Xiaoan promptly made the reservation. He then turned to inquire, "Brother Fei, should we opt for He Kai or Dian Kai?" The former refers to a set menu arranged according to price, while the latter allows patrons to order freely from the menu. "Let us go with He Kai, a 10 yuan table," Chen Jifei proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. After a moment's thought, he added, "And make sure to serve the finest Yufeng Xiaojiu." A collective gasp echoed through the office. 10 yuan was no trivial sum. It equated to a month's wage for an ordinary worker. The 10 yuan He Kai at Kaxiangju included 8 large dishes, 8 small bowls, 16 round plates, along with bird's nest and deep-sea abalone. The Yufeng Xiaojiu, the most expensive liquor, cost 1 jiao and 9 fin per jin, while the renowned Huadia wine, which has been celebrated for a millennium, was merely 9 fin and 2. The opulence of this banquet was nothing short of extravagant. "What a generous spirit, Officer Chen. Brother Fei, you are truly magnificent." The office resonated with praises. For these officers, who supported families both young and old, their entire monthly income merely sufficed for basic sustenance. They seldom indulged in meat, often resorting to soup made from bones with skin. The prospect of a 10 yuan table featuring bird's nest and abalone was a tantalizing dream. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to ravenous wolf cubs after a long fast. "We are all brothers here." Chen Jifei waved his hand dismissively, prioritizing camaraderie over business. The atmosphere shifted from lukewarm to fervently warm. Observing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Gu Qingli decisively announced an early dismissal. The group of 13 ambled to the entrance of Kaxiangju, where the proprietor hastily greeted them with utmost respect. These officers, more formidable than local thugs, commanded an air of caution. Angering them would spell disaster for the establishment. It was clear that no serious business could be conducted without substantial expenditure. Upon entering the lavish private room on the second floor, they were greeted by a meticulously arranged table of exquisite cold dishes. "Proprietor, please serve the dishes promptly." The kitchen quickly delivered an array of delicacies. The lower-ranking officers had never experienced such a sumptuous feast and eagerly indulged themselves. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, camaraderie blossomed, faces flushed with warmth, transforming them into close-knit brothers. Such is the simplicity of male bonding. The feast lasted a full 2 hours before Chen Jifei saw everyone off from the private room and then called Guo Xiaoan aside. He retrieved 10 silver dollars from his pocket and handed them over. "Thank you, Brother Fei." Guo Xiaoan accepted the money with delight, tucking it away with gratitude. It was only fitting that the elder brother enjoyed the meat while the younger brother savored the soup. I shall take a brief visit to the restroom. You need not wait for me to return to the station. Shortly, I will ride back in a rickshaw. Guo Xiaoan nodded in acknowledgement and followed the main group back to the station. Chen Zhifei splashed cold water on his face at the sink, and the lingering haze of inebriation dissipated instantly. He waved gently, summoning the smiling shopkeeper who approached with a flattering grin. Greetings, Officer Chen. It is now widely known that Brother Fei enjoys being addressed as Officer Chen. The sound of silver coins clinking in his hand reverberated delightfully. With a smile, he remarked, "This is the promised reward. Please accept it. Should you come across any information in the future, do not hesitate to share, for there will be a bounty." Yes, I understand. The shopkeeper gleefully accepted the coins. After all, being an informant was not a novel endeavor, and who in their right mind would refuse money? Chen Zhifei nodded slightly and, filled with a sense of accomplishment, exited the tavern. As he descended the stone steps, his expression suddenly froze in surprise. Chapter 18. The Game of Mutual Probing, Turning the Tables. Chen Zhifei crossed the street and stood before a shoe-shining stall. Seated on a rattan chair was a man in his 30s, clad in a long gown, adorned with a black top hat, a briefcase tucked at his waist, and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles that lent him the air of a learned scholar. With a warm smile, he remarked, "If you claim not to be waiting for me, I would feel quite embarrassed." Despite his cordial demeanor, he was inwardly vigilant, fully aware of the surveillance at the entrance of the tavern. Truly, he was a master of intelligence gathering. If a deadly adversary were to attempt an assassination, the situation could become perilous. Shenyi lifted his gaze, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He praised, "Brother Chen, your discernment is truly remarkable." Within the span of a single day, their titles had subtly shifted. The term brother signified acknowledgement and esteem. After all, the intelligence Chen Zhifei provided was both swift and precise, proving immensely beneficial. It is worth noting that when he had arrived from Huajie the previous day, he held little hope. He was merely following a strict order from his superiors to exert every effort. Moreover, several informants operated within the French concession, including not only the constable before him, but also rickshaw pullers, tavern staff, factory workers, dockside ruffians, and even students from the public school. Yet, while these operatives had accepted their tasks, no information had surfaced. Furthermore, it wasn't solely his endeavor. The entire intelligence department was engaged in the operation. When everyone was on the verge of despair, fearing reprimand from their superiors, it was an inconspicuous dock worker, whom he had initially underestimated, who provided the vital intelligence. Remarkably, the report came swiftly and with pinpoint accuracy, down to the house number, compelling Shen-Yi to reassess his opinion. For those in the intelligence field, what is paramount? Naturally, it is timely and effective information. Shen-Yi began to reevaluate the dock worker's worth, and with this newfound respect came a shift in attitude. The term brother now represented acceptance and recognition of capability. With a gracious smile, he said, "Brother Chen, you certainly kept me waiting." Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the implications. Remembering the promised reward, his smile broadened. Glancing around, he pointed to a nearby tea house and invited, "Shall we enjoy some tea and converse?" Eagerly, Shen-Yi acquiesced, paying for the shoe shine before they entered the tea house just 10 meters away. They chose a second-floor balcony that offered a spacious view, conducive for discussion. When 2 bowls of tea were served, he settled the bill with 2 silver coins. Typically, fine tea cost between 5 to 8 dimes. But the elegant ambience justified the slightly elevated price. "Ah," Shen-Yi exclaimed, lifting his tea bowl and blowing gently on the surface before taking a sip. "What exquisite tea. Brother Chen, you are too generous." Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "I usually indulge in the roadside tea at 5 cents a bowl, but I must offer my brother a fine brew today. After all, in the realm of social niceties, one must never diminish another's dignity." Having risen from humble beginnings in his past life, Chen Zhifei was adept at navigating such matters of face and respect. In terms of age, Shen-Yi is several years older, making it reasonable for him to refer to someone as elder brother. However, the authenticity of the brotherly bond can be subjective, particularly among those involved in gang activities, where the term brother is thrown around. The backstabbing for the sake of profit is not uncommon. In times of peace, they are good brothers, but when trouble arises, they easily betray each other. Aside from true, life-and-death friendships, the brotherhood of others often remains merely verbal. Chen Zhifei would not naively believe that a single collaboration would forge a genuine friendship. For now, their relationship is still one of cooperation. Perhaps, with increased contact in the future, friendship may blossom. Taking a sip of tea, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Brother Shen, did you specifically wait for me to?" Some matters require a subtle and indirect approach rather than a direct inquiry. Shen-Yi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct question. With a hint of surprise, he replied, "Aren't you curious why I know your whereabouts and chose to wait for you right across from Kaisiangju?" The playful glimmer in his eyes spoke volumes. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, suddenly enlightened. This was a display of prowess and a subtle boast. He smirked, saying, "With Brother Shen's standing in the blue-clothes society, It shouldn't be difficult for you to locate me. Shen paused, steadying his hand that held the teacup before returning to normalcy. From their interaction, they had disguised themselves as information brokers. If his identity had been revealed earlier, it might have caused surprise. However, just yesterday, he had provided precise intelligence that left the entire intelligence department flummoxed after merely a single afternoon of effort. Possessing such capability, being discovered as a member of the Blue Clothes Society was not surprising. He merely responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, Brother Chun, your information is quite astute." The lack of denial amounted to an implicit acknowledgement. To obfuscate the truth would imply a lack of respect for the intelligence of others, potentially straining their relationship. A straightforward admission would facilitate future cooperation, as members of the Blue Clothes Society are widespread in the concessions, making it unremarkable. Chen Zhifei leaned back slightly, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Internally, he mused, since you wish to maintain an air of mystery, you must present some substantial evidence to clarify your position. He was no longer the crude ruffian he once was. Even if he did not hold the reins, he could not afford to be overly passive. What needed to be demonstrated must be shown to earn the respect of his adversaries. Pausing briefly, he seemed to have an epiphany. He glanced around, leaning forward slightly, lowering his voice to feign mystery. According to my intelligence, the true core of the Blue Clothes Society is the Special Operations Department of the Lixing Society. This department is extremely secretive and does not recruit externally. The core members are all graduates of the Wampoa Military Academy. I wonder, Brother Shen, are you an outer member of the Blue Clothes Society or a core member of the Special Operations Department? His gaze was playful, appearing to inquire. But the underlying implications were clear to both, albeit unspoken. Duong. Shun Yi's eyes widened, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. His hand trembled, causing the scalding tea to spill onto his skin, yet he remained oblivious. This time, I am genuinely astonished. When they present themselves to the outside world, they often identify as the Blue Shirts Society, rarely divulging information about the Intelligence Bureau. Even among the members of the Blue Shirts Society, few are aware of the existence of such a core organization. The fact that a mere constable from the French concession could uncover intelligence from the Bureau is indeed remarkable. Shun Yi, with a serious expression and a profound tone, remarked, "It seems I have underestimated Brother Chun." Chen Zhifei, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, appeared nonchalant. All of this is mere hearsay. It cannot be taken seriously. He leisurely sipped his tea, secretly pleased with himself. Look at you. Having been caught off guard by me, let us see how haughty you remain. However, the purpose of the admonition had been achieved, and so he decided to stop there. Such a degree of admonition serves to instill caution and respect without inviting fatal consequences, which is perfectly appropriate. Setting down his teacup, he shifted the topic. Last night, outside the Golden Phoenix apartments, there were both gunshots and explosions, resulting in one death. The commotion you stirred up is quite considerable. Chapter 19. Assistance? The aspiring constable, upon receiving your intelligence yesterday, I promptly reported it. The action team subsequently devised a plan for a surprise capture. However, as we arrived at the Jinfeng apartment, we witnessed the emergence of Takagawa Haruko, the Japanese female spy. Almost immediately, her getaway driver also arrived. In less than 3 minutes, we had no time to prepare. The driver noticed our presence and, in a frantic attempt, drew his weapon to fire. Left with no alternative, we were compelled to eliminate him. Takagawa Haruko sustained a gunshot wound to her arm and was successfully apprehended, thus fulfilling the mission assigned by our superiors. Shani, ever amenable, readily acknowledged the situation. After all, last night's commotion, a gunfight, an explosion, and a charred corpse had stirred quite a ruckus, making it nearly impossible to avoid attracting attention. Intelligence was provided in the afternoon, and by nightfall, a violent skirmish ensued. Even a child could surmise who was responsible. To attempt to obscure the incident would have been counterproductive. Chen Zhifei took a sip of tea, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "You could have quietly apprehended the suspect without causing such a disturbance. The chaos has certainly put our precinct in disarray. We were called to duty in the dead of night to maintain order, exhausting us through the night without rest. Just look at these dark circles under my eyes." Chen Zhifei's eyelids drooped, revealing a visage of fatigue, as though he had been abruptly summoned to work after a sleepless night. His audacity in fabricating excuses was striking, lying without a trace of shame. The saying goes, the child who cries receives milk, and lamenting one's plight is rarely a misstep. Shen Yi's gaze faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had previously promised to handle matters discreetly, to avoid creating such a stir. The result had been that others were jolted from their slumber, undoubtedly displeased. Now, confronted with questions, he felt a twinge of guilt. He awkwardly explained, "Upon receiving your intelligence yesterday, I rushed back to report it. However, the journey back to Huajia was lengthy, causing significant delays. Even when I reported it, the information had to ascend through the proper channels. Some protocols must be observed. One cannot overstep bounds, as you understand. Consequently, this led to considerable delays. preventing us from properly organizing our response. When we encountered the backup team, it became clear that plans could not anticipate every eventuality. The uproar was never my intention, especially since we are officers in the French concession, intruding upon another's territory with gunfire and explosions. It is only right to adopt a humble stance when we cause such disturbances. To assert our position would be indefensible. Moreover, the French concession is not like Huajié. Our party does not hold enforcement powers here. We often require the authority of the precinct, making it essential to maintain amicable relations. With a glimmer in his eye and a smile, he continued, "Fortunately, thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to apprehend Takagawa Haruko in a timely manner, and our superiors even approved a monetary reward." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 large denomination banknotes from his pocket, placing them gently before his counterpart. "This 200 yuan is your reward." Chen Jifei cast a glance at the legal tender on the table, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. 200 notes, equivalent to a year's salary for a constable. Indeed, a substantial sum. Pressing his lips together, he extended his index finger to gently push one of the banknotes across to the opposite side, smiling as he remarked, "I understand the customary handling fee. In this dark era, layers of exploitation are an everyday occurrence. Even the allowances dispensed by the constabulary are subject to this relentless siphoning. Is he not aware of the prevailing atmosphere in the nationalist government? Furthermore, offering a handling fee is also a subtle test." Shani glanced at the banknotes on the table, a bitter smile spreading across his face. He inwardly mused. It seems the ethos of the nationalist government is well known even within the French concession. He picked up the banknotes but did not pocket them. Instead, he handed them back with a serious demeanor, stating, "I cannot speak for others, but my promise is unequivocal. What is rightfully yours, I shall not take a single cent." His voice was resolute and firm, leaving no room for doubt, though he had only recently graduated. Entering the Intelligence Bureau as a Huangpu alumnus granted him the rank of second lieutenant, with a monthly salary of 32 yuan. Additionally, due to the need for confidentiality, his public persona was that of a schoolteacher, allowing him to receive an extra paycheck each month. Moreover, it was said that upon completing their mission, the headquarters allocated a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Yet, after numerous deductions, only a mere 100 yuan reached the operatives involved. The cost of living in the Chinese sector was relatively low, leading to a comfortable existence. Most importantly, these Huangpu graduates harbored aspirations and would not stoop to embezzle the bonuses of their informants. Without funds, who would assist you? Therefore, whatever amount the higher-ups allocated, not a single penny was withheld. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the situation deeply. "Then I shall not be polite," he declared, pocketing the cash with a warm smile. He held this intelligence officer in higher regard, recognizing his integrity and principles. As he collected the money, curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What of the female agent? Did she divulge the identity of her contacts?" "Ah, my apologies, I may have been too forthright after a drink. If it's inconvenient to answer, please disregard my question," he added, realizing that inquiries regarding espionage were sensitive matters, and he had perhaps overstepped. Shun Yi chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward as he responded in a low voice. "Last night, she was captured and tortured in the interrogation room for an entire night," her voice now hoarse. However, she did mention that after fleeing to the French concession, she communicated through a dead letter box. Thus, she never met her contact. Now that she has been apprehended, that channel is surely rendered useless. The individual who assisted her last night was shot dead in a chaotic gunfire, and their vehicle was incinerated, intentionally stripped of its license plates. The trail is completely severed. Listening to this account, Chen Jifei's expression became peculiar. Such confidential matters were relayed to him so candidly. Sighing, Shun Yi continued in a hushed tone. "However, the murder of a finance official in broad daylight has incited considerable outrage from the nationalist government. The superiors have already instructed the removal of the Japanese operatives concealed within the French concession, aiming to hold the special high police accountable for orchestrating this incident. However, with all leads severed, I can only seek your assistance in gathering information." As I spoke, my brow furrowed tightly, clearly indicating my utter lack of clues, which left me in a predicament. Chen Jifei raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Another gunfight in the French concession? Do they truly believe we, the police bureau, are non-existent? They expect me to provide intelligence to aid their schemes in the French concession? Huh, what a daydream. As a conscientious officer, determined to uphold peace in this territory, I will never permit evil to transpire, even at the cost of my life. I shall fight relentlessly against malevolent forces to defend the dignity of the police. To think they would ask me to break the law and gather intelligence for them, what a fantasy." My voice rang out with conviction, radiating righteousness. I had completely forgotten that I myself was part of the very evil I denounced. Narrowing my eyes, I shook my head, troubled, and remarked, "This matter is not in accordance with the rules." Chapter 20. If you do not take it, how can the higher UPS? Chen Jifei stood upright, his chin raised at a precise 45-degree angle. To the unknowing observer, he might easily be mistaken for a valiant officer, steadfastly committed to upholding the law. Shen, holding a teacup, stared in bewilderment, her mouth agape. Her wide eyes were filled with confusion. Was this truly the same individual who hailed from a background of gang affiliations, extorting and intimidating others daily? Undeniably, amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era, there existed individuals imbued with noble aspirations, intent on punishing the wicked and safeguarding the righteous. Yet, it would be a grave misjudgment to include him in that esteemed company. He should rather be classified among the very elements that endanger society, an entity of malevolence that ought to be eradicated. With a gulp, Shen regained her composure, softly explaining. Our personnel are professionals, meticulously planning to ensure that our actions remain undetected. Even in the event of an assassination, it would be orchestrated to appear as an accident, sparing the constabulary from undue complications. Had this been a mere day prior, a graduate of Huangpu, holding the rank of second lieutenant, would never have deigned to treat a mere foot patrol with such amiability. Yet, after merely half a day's effort yesterday, they had successfully pinpointed a spy whom the intelligence department had failed to identify despite exhaustive investigation. This skill set was far beyond what an ordinary informant could achieve. When an individual occupies a lowly position and is deemed of little worth, they are often subjected to disdain, even in casual interactions. An undercurrent of contempt and mockery can be detected. However, when one's value becomes apparent, their significance escalates rapidly, and the condescension and arrogance of others tend to dissipate. It is akin to how educators regard exemplary students versus those who lag behind. After witnessing the capabilities of her counterpart, Shen could not help but temper her earlier disdain. It was imperative to adopt a more humble demeanor, for if she did not engage him as an informant, her colleagues in the intelligence department would inevitably cultivate such talent themselves. In this competitive landscape, would she not find herself overshadowed by her peers? Thus, capable individuals command respect wherever they may be. To alleviate her concerns, she discreetly revealed some of the assassination methods employed by the action team. Chen Zhifei furrowed his brow, contemplating, but we are indeed discussing kidnapping and murder within the French concession. This contravenes societal ethics. Lives are at stake. How can an officer, entrusted with maintaining public order, turn a blind eye? If my intelligence is discovered, will I not also be implicated? The risks are too great. I could face repercussions from the French authorities. Even if my mentor intervenes to shield me, the costs incurred would be substantial, and I would be left with no option but to return to the docks to toil. The paltry constabulary salary, after all, is still a source of income. Moreover, as a principled officer, I cannot simply overlook unlawful actions. Alas, it is indeed a dilemma. Chun Ji sighed, his expression a portrait of distress, fearful that entanglement in this affair might jeopardize his livelihood. His conflicted demeanor suggested an internal struggle against actions that would betray his conscience. Xin Yi's brow knitted tightly, her face etched with urgency. The higher-ups had issued a stern directive. Relevant intelligence must be procured within 3 days. Otherwise, the personnel in the intelligence department would face dire consequences. She opened her mouth, poised to offer further reassurances. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, and a look of clarity emerged on his refined face. Leaning slightly forward, he spoke with a meaningful tone. As long as you agree to gather intelligence on the Japanese spies, I can offer you additional compensation. With a glint of fervor in his eyes, Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow. The tension that had previously creased his forehead dissipated in an instant. After all the groundwork laid, had he not been anticipating this very proposition? He proclaimed with righteous fervor, as a Chinese citizen, it is our duty to combat the Japanese invaders. Within 3 days, even if he could not pinpoint the lurking Japanese agents, there would undoubtedly be leads. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with this area. His heart raced with patriotic zeal, embodying the spirit of a valiant man. With a teasing smile, Shen Yi remarked, does this not contradict your principles of justice? Chen Zhifei grinned widely. The little devils are no better than animals. Killing them is a necessity, and I lament that I have not done so more ruthlessly. Providing intelligence to eliminate the Japanese does not contravene my principles. His voice brimmed with disdain for the Japanese. Shen Yi, holding a teacup, briefly displayed an expression of surprise. In that fleeting moment, he had distinctly sensed the murderous intent flickering in Chen Zhifei's eyes, not directed at him, but sparked by the mere mention of the Japanese. With his professional acumen, he was certain he had not misjudged. Internally, he mused, this seemingly brash fellow harbors a profound loathing for the Japanese. Whether it stemmed from personal vendetta or national grievance remained uncertain. Yet, every individual harbors their own secrets. Probing deeper may only breed suspicion. In this tumultuous era of chaos and conflict, who does not possess a secret or two? Even he had concealed his affiliation with the strengthening society while masquerading as an information broker during his recruitment of informants. As long as he understood that Chen Zhifei also despised the Japanese, that would suffice. His perception of this gang-affiliated rogue had shifted significantly. Shun Yi softly cautioned, do your utmost and prioritize your safety. Yes, I understand. Chen Zhifei nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. He was indeed quite mindful of his own safety. With a broad grin, he reassured, rest easy, you shall not be disappointed. We should cultivate a closer relationship and stay in touch. The more business we conduct together, the more prosperous we shall all become, yes? Therefore, for any future inquiries, you can count on me. Otherwise, without business, neither of us would benefit. And how would your superiors advance? His eyes sparkled, and his smile stretched nearly to his ears, exuding an air of avarice. Shen Yi pursed his lips, exuding a sense of exasperation. Having completed the assignment, he had no desire to indulge in further banter. Rising to his feet, he stated softly, I will be at the wonton stall at 6 this evening. Should you acquire any leads, feel free to seek me out. With that, he donned his black fedora and swiftly descended the stairs. Upon exiting the door, he adjusted his hat, casting furtive glances around to ensure he was not being watched before hastily slipping into the alley across the street. Navigating through several winding alleys, he vanished into the throng of people. Chen Zhifei sat on the terrace, watching the figure disappear into the alley, squinting his eyes. He shed the facade of a playful grin. His expression turned grave, and his mind raced with thoughts. Naturally, he would not refuse to help gather intelligence. Having lived under the Red Banner in a past life, he harbored a deep loathing for invaders. If not for his lack of martial prowess, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them himself. Thus, even without any financial incentive, he would seek to relay information to Shen Yi. The appearance of greed was merely a guise for self-protection. Otherwise, how could a notorious thug suddenly transform into a patriot, selflessly contributing to the cause without arousing suspicion? It could even lead to accusations of collusion with the enemy. Chen Zhifei took a sip of tea, contemplating the direction of his clues. Gunfire, explosions. The leads were still too scant. Chapter 21. Seeking clues. Entering the dance hall on the surface, the French concession appears tranquil and serene, embodying an era of prosperity. Yet, lurking in the unseen shadows are the stains of vice and corruption. Countless brawls erupt daily, and instances of gun violence occur with alarming frequency. The rivalry over women often culminates in fatal shootings, which have become a grim norm. With such occurrences becoming routine, the populace has grown desensitized. The foreign residents of the French consulate and the public board are solely focused on amassing wealth, showing little regard for the lives of the Chinese inhabitants. As long as their financial pursuits remain uninterrupted, the plight of the local populace is of no consequence to them. In a bid to maintain a faade of peace and placate the gangs, they have relinquished control of the gray areas to these criminal organizations. Consequently, the nighttime realm of the concession is dictated by gang rule. Can a band of ruffians, notorious for violence, extortion, and territorial disputes, truly manage public order? At best, their skirmishes result in injuries and fatalities, with each faction simply taking their wounded back to avoid troubling the public board. The mutual assassinations between the Nationalist Party and the Special High Command further exacerbate local instability. However, as long as these events remain obscured from public view, the concession turns a blind eye. Thus, the shooting incident from last night stirred little commotion within the French concession, particularly since it transpired on the same street as the Cha-Cha dance hall. The presence of the dance hall, filled with struggling dancers, attracts a multitude of thugs and ne'er-do-wells. Daily brawls over women have become commonplace. If a night passes without a few scuffles, one might question whether the dance hall had even opened. Moreover, the majority of those entering and exiting the hall are gang members, which leads to a rapid escalation of conflicts should trouble arise. Typically, these gangsters wield nothing more than clubs, knives, and blades. When the dust settles, each faction simply retrieves their injured and departs. Yet, given the dance hall's reputation as a gathering place for ruffians, gun-related vendettas are not uncommon. Although such incidents are infrequent, they are far from rare. Thus, to unearth clues amid this chaos is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The very act of investigation is no simple endeavor, which explains why even the military intelligence unit, skilled in the art of espionage, finds themselves at a loss, determined to investigate the scene for any potential clues. Chen Zhifei drained his teacup and rose from his seat. At present, aside from a stroke of luck at the scene, no alternative course of action seemed viable. This is the advantage of holding a constable's identity. Although Shen Yi wields significant influence through the Nationalist Party, he lacks law enforcement authority within the French concession. Even when confronted by constables, he must comply. Should he venture to the scene, he would merely be able to observe from the crowd. What revelations could he hope to uncover? Unlike in the Chinese sector, where presenting proper credentials garners cooperation from the police, the need to expand one's influence on the surface played a role in selecting Chen Zhifei as an informant. The tea house was a short distance from the Jinfeng apartments, just a turn down the street. Its proximity was also why Da Zhuang had chosen to deliver meals there. With hands clasped behind his back, his truncheon swayed behind him, his hat askew, exuding an air of roguishness. This serves as an excellent facade. Who would suspect that a notorious thug possesses any sense of patriotism should anything arise in the future? The protective guise inherited from the past must not be discarded. As I strolled around the street corner, everything appeared as usual, all traces meticulously erased. A few municipal workers were engaged in washing the pavement. After a night's passage, every sign had been thoroughly cleansed. As for the charred vehicles and corpses, there was no intention of inspecting them. Chen Zhifei was not a professional investigator, nor had he received any systematic training. Even if he did take a look, he would glean nothing substantial. It would merely be a waste of time. Better to conduct inquiries on-site to see if any clues could be unearthed. The Sasha Dance Hall. Chen Zhifei's gaze lingered on the alluring decor, fixating on the dance hall located 50 meters from the scene of the incident. A sudden jolt coursed through him. At that moment, the Sasha Dance Hall was eerily quiet, devoid of patrons. Where could one possibly seek out former regulars and witnesses? A gentle breeze swept through, causing the parched leaves on the ground to flutter and gently descend. This solitary drift seemed to narrate the hall's former splendor and its present desolation. Ah! Chen Zhifei slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. What dance hall operates in broad daylight? Once night falls, the place would come alive. Creak. Chen Zhifei stepped forward and gently pushed open the ajar door. Instantly, a beam of sunlight pierced through the crack, illuminating the dim dance floor. Beside the bar against the left wall sat a few men clad in black jackets, engaged in idle banter. Their appearance was reminiscent of gangsters, clearly there to oversee the premises. Upon hearing the door creak loudly, they did not even glance up, dismissively stating, "We're not open yet. Come back to dance tonight." Their languid tone dripped with impatience. Chen Zhifei surveyed the scene and spoke calmly. "I'm not here to dance. I have questions for you." Crack. In an instant, the gangsters stood up, their faces darkening menacingly. Chairs clattered to the ground, the dull thud echoing through the hall. "Questions? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Do you even know where you are? This is under the protection of Brother Feng and Brother Fei. You dare to act up here? Leave now, or we'll break your legs." The menacing glares of the gangsters suggested they were ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Seeing someone randomly enter the dance hall to ask questions, they instantly categorized him as a troublemaker. If they didn't teach him a lesson, how would they maintain their reputation on this street? Chen Zhifei remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm. Twirling the police baton in his hand, he smiled lightly. "Then why don't you give it a try and break my legs?" Having absorbed the memories and sentiments of his predecessor, he felt a burgeoning inclination towards bravado. In a previous life, he would have fled at the first sign of trouble. Yet now, as he twirled the baton, he found himself rather eager to engage. "Let us take him down." The gangsters exchanged glances and picked up their chairs, preparing to strike. As they strained to discern the figure before them in the dim light, their gaze fell upon the uniform of a constable, causing them to momentarily freeze in disbelief. To confront a constable was a risk they had not dared to take. Yet, when the faint glow illuminated a face rife with bravado, their expressions shifted dramatically. The ferocity that once adorned their features evaporated, replaced by an unmistakable blend of panic and reverence as they stammered, "Brother Fei." In that instant, the henchmen felt a wave of regret wash over them. Encountering a constable might warrant a grudging retreat, but to provoke the ruthless and infamous Chen Zhifei was to court disaster. Brother Fei's fearsome reputation was forged at the docks, and he was said to possess an erratic temperament, earning him the moniker of Viper. Offending such a figure could lead to dire consequences, if not death. Then at the very least, grievous repercussions. Only moments ago, they had boasted with bravado, yet now, the very embodiment of their fears stood before them. The atmosphere was palpably tense. In an instant, the henchmen lowered their heads, appearing as meek as quails, their eyes now devoid of their earlier bravado. Chapter 22. Interrogation. Fire Brigade Chen Zhifei, with an expression of unruffled calm, placed his police baton upon the bar counter. Without even a flicker of his eyelids, he leaned back into his chair. A quick-witted subordinate hastily shifted a chair and sat upon it with perfect poise. A sound of acknowledgement escaped Chen's nostrils, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the fellow's astuteness. His gaze swept across the room, and with a tone laced with intrigue, he remarked, "Did someone just say they wished to break my legs?" The atmosphere froze momentarily, faces paling in a mixture of terror and panic. Chen Zhifei was notorious for his unpredictable temperament and propensity for vengeance. The last individual who had offended him had met with a grievous fate, having suffered a severe head injury. It was fortunate for this person that they were a member of the same gang. Otherwise, they might have lost a limb in addition to their dignity. In that instant, the group regretted their earlier bravado, wishing they had remained silent. They lined up obediently, silent as the grave, not daring to exhale a breath. Their palms were slick with perspiration, as though they awaited a grim verdict. However, retreat was no longer an option. Even if they did not confess, others would undoubtedly point fingers at them. It would be wiser to admit fault, perhaps even earning a measure of leniency. As long as they only faced a head injury, they could count themselves fortunate, with no further loss of limb required. Gulping nervously, one of the shorter men stepped forward, trembling. "Brother Fei, it was my folly not to recognize you. I beseech you, please spare me this once." His face was a mask of fear, his voice quaking. Out of the corner of his eye, he covertly assessed the empty liquor bottles on the bar, contemplating which one might serve as a makeshift weapon should the need arise. Just as he was about to act, a calm voice interjected, "Enough. You did not intend to offend. I shall not pursue this matter further." The relief was palpable for the short man, who immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Fay. Thank you." In less than 3 minutes, his back was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had danced on the precipice of life and death. He hastily produced a cigarette and offered it to Chin. Ingratiatingly smiling, "Brother Fay, please, have a smoke." Chen Jifei cast a sidelong glance at the cigarette, recognizing it as the cheap brand favored by dockworkers and security personnel. Its flavor was slightly bitter, emphasizing its affordability and volume. Since rising to prominence in the underworld, Chen had long since forsaken such inferior tobacco. Furthermore, having recently received a bounty of 300 yuan, he felt no need to settle for less. Shaking his head, he retrieved a pack of Haidman cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one to place between his lips. The short man, quick to understand, produced a match to light it. With a slow exhale, Chen released a cloud of smoke. Narrowing his eyes in a display of satisfaction, he observed the reactions of his subordinates, recognizing that such seemingly casual gestures held them firmly in his grasp. Only by dominating the atmosphere could he compel them to speak truthfully. Sensing the tension begin to dissipate, he allowed a warm smile to grace his features. "Relax. There's no need to be so tense," he said, raising the cigarette pack as a gesture of camaraderie. The short man momentarily paused, then, realizing the implication, took the pack and began distributing cigarettes to the others. Then he pinched a cigarette between his fingers and respectfully returned it with both hands. Chen Jifei waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Keep it, Brother Xie." The crew-cut man beamed with delight, swiftly tucking the cigarette into his pocket. After lighting it, he eagerly asked, "Brother Fei mentioned he had something to inquire about?" "You can ask anything. We brothers will certainly speak candidly." The others nodded resolutely, their chests thumping in anticipation. "Good." Chen Jifei nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their response. He began, "There was a gunfight outside the Golden Phoenix apartment last night. Do you know what transpired?" The crew-cut man wore a confident smile and boasted, "Brother Fei, you've truly come to the right person. We were right at the entrance during the shootout." "Oh." Chen Jifei's eyes lit up, surprised to discover they were witnesses. This was excellent news. Leaning slightly forward, he inquired, "Please elaborate." "Certainly." The crew-cut man replied respectfully, taking a drag from his cigarette. He reminisced, "Last night, we were smoking at the entrance when we saw a stunning woman emerging from the Golden Phoenix apartment. Her figure and looks were simply extraordinary. She must be a mistress of some wealthy individual or high-ranking official. Brother Fei, you should have seen her legs. They could entertain for a year." As they spoke of the woman, their eyes gleamed with a lewd light. "Ahem." Chen Jifei cleared his throat. "Let us refrain from the superfluous. Get straight to the point." It wasn't that Brother Fei was overly serious. He had already heard this part from the tavern yesterday. The crew-cut man scratched the back of his head awkwardly, chuckling. "Yes, yes." The woman stood under the streetlight, seemingly waiting for someone. Then a black sedan pulled up beside her. At that moment, several individuals crossed the street. Without hesitation, they unleashed a hail of bullets, killing the driver instantly. The woman attempted to flee, but was shot from behind and taken away. You should have seen it. Those individuals coordinated perfectly, clearly trained professionals. They were likely military. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes and pressed, "Is that all?" The crew-cut man paused, then nodded, "That's all." Afterward, the fire brigade and the police arrived. Once the fire was extinguished, they towed the vehicle away. As for what happened next, I have no knowledge. Such a blatant military-style assassination and kidnapping was beyond the reach of these petty thugs. They could only watch from a distance, too fearful to approach. Do you have any further insights? Chen Jifei scanned the group, seeing them all shake their heads. A flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. At the tea house, Shani, as a participant, had already recounted these events. Even the espionage details had been relayed. The information provided by the crew-cut man was of no use. Chen Jifei furrowed his brow, momentarily caught in a stalemate. It was imperative to unearth this group from the special high command lurking in the French concession. Although this group did not directly partake in the assassination, their provision of intelligence and logistical support poses an equally significant threat. It is imperative to eliminate this menace. The challenge, however, lies in tracing their whereabouts. It appears I must return to the precinct to seek any potential leads. Chen Jifei's mind raced as he weighed his options and resolved to start with the precinct. This is the advantage of holding a police officer's position. One can acquire information through official channels. Even conducting interviews falls within the scope of his duties, thus avoiding undue attention. As he reached for his baton, preparing to depart, the old door creaked ominously, emitting a sharp, grating sound as a beam of blinding light flooded the room. A group of individuals clad in uniforms, adorned with fire brigade insignia on their shoulders, entered. The leading middle-aged man inquired loudly, "Fire inspection. Who is in charge here?" Chapter 23. The disheartened old Jiang confronted. I am the person in charge, Lu Hong. The short-haired man hastily raised his arm, a flattering smile adorning his face. Please hold on for a moment. Everything is ready. He then leaned over the bar, rummaging through a drawer. The members of the fire brigade stood nearby, unhurried, waiting patiently. Chen Zhifei scanned the faces of those present, his mind delving into the memories left by his former self. After 3 breaths, a warm smile blossomed on his face. Old Jiang, you're personally leading the collection today. To conduct business profitably in the French concession, one must pay various fees. The police station collects money regularly, gangs demand protection fees, and even the fire brigade requires payment. Failing to pay would result in all manner of difficulties, making it nearly impossible to conduct business. However, the merchants were well acquainted with this process and typically prepared the fees in advance. Although parting with money was painful, purchasing safety was a necessity they accepted. The Shasha dance hall was part of the organization's business, thus exempt from protection fees. Nevertheless, they could not neglect payments to other law enforcement agencies in the concession. Lu Hong, as the small leader overseeing the venue, handled these matters. When someone collected money, he would present the prepared envelope. Once the payment was received, the complications would cease. Upon hearing the greeting, old Jiang finally noticed another officer in the dim light. He responded with a smile. Zhifei, you're here to collect money too. The two belonged to different departments, having met during the collection of fees. Their encounters had become frequent, leading to casual conversations. Over time, they had grown familiar with one another. While they were not deeply connected, they could be considered friends. Encountering each other again in the dance hall evoked no surprise. They exchanged casual greetings, a situation that had occurred countless times before. Chen Zhifei wore a subtle smile. Their relationship did not necessitate elaborate explanations about no longer personally collecting fees. With a friendly tone, he inquired, last night, a car caught fire in front of the Jean Feng apartment. Your fire brigade must have profited from extinguishing it, right? While it seemed like playful banter, he was subtly probing for information, hoping to glean some leads about the car owner from the fire brigade. Based on his understanding of the fire brigade, they would surely extract a hefty sum from the car owner afterwards. Sighing, old Jiang could not help but display a look of dismay upon hearing the question. He shook his head and lamented, I thought the same initially, but we didn't earn a single penny. Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow, his expression puzzled. Were the fees too steep, and they refused to pay? No, old Jiang replied, shaking his head in frustration. I personally led the team last night. When we arrived, I saw a black sedan engulfed in flames. I took charge, and together with my brothers, we began to extinguish the fire. We toiled until midnight, finally managing to put it out. Had we not arrived in time, even this dance hall could have been affected. I had expected that after such an arduous effort, the car owner might offer us some compensation. The owner of the vehicle was not found, rendering our efforts futile. Initially, I contemplated selling the charred remains of the car as scrap metal if the owner remained elusive. To my astonishment, a charred corpse was discovered within, subsequently whisked away by your precinct under the guise of a homicide investigation. My companions toiled throughout the night without even earning a modest sum for tea, which is quite infuriating. Chen Zhifei nodded, his expression revealing empathy. The concessions adhered to Western customs, which do not entertain the notion of gratuity. Even in the 21st century, fire extinguishing services in Europe and America demand payment. The French concession, upholding this tradition, naturally insists on remuneration. With the owner still at large, our efforts amounted to nothing, and it is no wonder that discontent is palpable. After a moment's contemplation, I reminded him, what about the license plate? Surely it must have survived the flames? If we could ascertain the registered license plate number, we could locate the owner. No license plate. Lao Jiang shook his head, visibly exasperated. He then lowered his voice. I had someone inquire at the precinct today, and it appears that over a dozen bullets were recovered from the corpse in the vehicle. The license plate was deliberately removed, indicating some nefarious dealings. The assailants acted swiftly. They were clearly professionals. What do you suppose the connection could be? Raising an eyebrow, he hinted at an implication. Unfortunately, we cannot afford to cross either party involved, so we can only resign ourselves to our misfortune. It is a pity about the Dodge sedan. The others behind him also wore long faces, evidently disheartened. Everyone has families to support, and without earnings, hunger is inevitable. Though we typically collect substantial inspection fees from merchants, the majority is remitted to the foreigners. What remains is but a pittance. Only after extinguishing fires can we extract greater benefits. After an entire night of fruitless efforts, how could one possibly feel elated? Chen Zhifei's expression faltered, and his eyes narrowed. An inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him. Had he encountered this before? An idea sparked, and he summoned the intelligence prompt panel. Indeed, a familiar piece of information materialized before him. 10. A Dodge sedan registered under the name of Lia Trading Company exploded. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Instantly, excitement flickered in his eyes. He hastily inquired, how many cars caught fire on the bun last night? Lao Jiang scoffed. Luxury vehicles are rare. How many could there be? There are 17,000 cars on the bund, but only one caught fire last night. His tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. The bund is vast, with several firefighting associations established across its districts. However, major incidents tend to circulate swiftly within their circles. A Dodge sedan, valued at $3,000 to $4,000 silver dollars, is not within everyone's means. Reduced to mere scrap, it surely constitutes significant news. That very night, the information spread across all firefighting associations on the bund. Hence, they could confidently assert that only one vehicle ignited last night. Yet, knowing the make without the license plate proves futile, with nearly 20,000 cars on the bund. Tracing them is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, when combined with the intelligence provided by the system, it seems to align perfectly. We're getting closer to the truth. Chen Zhifei raised his eyebrows, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. The intelligence had been provided last night, and the automobile had also been set ablaze that very evening. Furthermore, it was the sole vehicle incinerated on the entire bund. Who would believe there was no connection? The mere fact that information regarding the car had been disclosed rendered the intelligence exceedingly valuable. One could assert that understanding the model and its owner was already sufficient for a report. With the capabilities of the Intelligence Bureau, could they not extract further revelations? However, for the police precinct, it seemed they would soon be facing a few more missing persons cases. Yet, given the circumstances, the reward for such efforts would likely be modest. Rather than $100, it was probable that it would amount to no more than 50. Thus, Chen Zhifei was in no haste to report. Certain matters required personal verification. The more information he could procure, the greater the reward would naturally be, although there were risks involved. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Chapter 24. Lu Meng's curiosity. Lu Hong retrieved an envelope from the drawer beneath the bar, marked with the words Fire Brigade. This envelope contained funds allocated for the Fire Brigade, meticulously labeled for each department, creating a veritable industry chain. Such practices would be strictly prohibited in any sovereign nation. However, in the concession, they were brazenly displayed. With the endorsement of the French consulate and the Public Affairs Bureau, everything had become legitimized. The substantial profits were entirely divided among these foreigners, who emerged as the primary beneficiaries, fervently amassing wealth in preparation for enjoying life upon their return home. Old Jiang accepted the envelope, glanced inside, confirming the amount was correct. Nodding, he placed the envelope into his satchel, which already harbored dozens of similar envelopes alongside scattered coins. He turned and remarked, "I must visit the next establishment. We shall continue this conversation later." Chen Zhifei nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with the clues provided by old Jiang. With a smile, he responded, "Let us meet at Kaixyangju another day. It's on me." "Certainly." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two men, accompanied by several members of the Fire Brigade, exited the ballroom. There were still dozens of businesses on the street awaiting payment, and their workload was substantial. Lu Hong observed as the members of the Fire Brigade departed, then rubbed his hands together, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Brother Fei, we just received a new shipment of foreign liquor. Shall I open a bottle for you?" Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, his expression stern as he declared, "As a constable, it is my solemn duty to uphold public order and safeguard the citizens of the concession. Thus, I must always maintain my finest condition. Drinking during work hours is an irresponsibility towards the populace and a desecration of this sacred profession." With his chin held high at a 45-degree angle and his voice fervent, he seemed to transcend his very essence. Although he had absorbed the memories of his predecessor, the notion of perpetually embodying another identity was utterly unattainable. At critical moments, it could even provoke unnecessary suspicion. Hence, it was wiser to obfuscate matters and adopt an abstract demeanor, rendering him inscrutable. The several lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. How could a mere foot patrolman elevate his station to that of a sacred vocation? What kind of stimulus could provoke such nonsensical utterances? Fortunately, there were no outsiders nearby. Had there been, they might have asked, "If you are being threatened, blink once." Lu Hong blinked, then sniffed the air. The black uniform of the constable still bore the lingering scent of white liquor. "Ah," Lu Hong mused, his expression shifting to one of realization. So Brother Fei had been intoxicated at noon, and he had yet to sober up. The lackeys exchanged knowing looks, their faces reflecting understanding. If these were the ramblings of a drunken man, it all made sense. Chen Zhifei picked up his baton and turned to cast a deep glance at the lackeys. In a low voice, he admonished, "The ballroom is a service industry that requires attentiveness. You all should be more mindful, lest you frighten the customers and jeopardize our business." He then strode briskly out of the ballroom, leaving the lackeys wide-eyed and in a state of utter disarray. How could Brother Fei be speaking such nonsense? Indeed, had he not previously dealt with unruly customers? Rumor had it that Brother Fei had been struck with a black club the day before. Could it have damaged his mind? A once promising rogue has now become a fool. What a pity. I had considered associating with him, but thankfully I refrained. From now on, I must tread lightly in his presence, for I cannot provoke him. Understood. A few henchmen whispered amongst themselves, their faces betraying disappointment. Chen Jifei, known for his ruthless nature, had forged a notorious reputation from the docks, earning the favor of the gang leader, who had specially arranged for him to join the police force. There was even a chance he could become the next Ma Pai Jin Rong, a formidable figure emerging from the precinct. Alas, a blow to the head has rendered him foolish, such a waste. Unaware of the gossip surrounding him, Chen Jifei hastened onto the street. Glancing around, he spotted an empty rickshaw approaching and promptly raised his hand to signal. The destination lay several streets away, and having indulged in alcohol at noon, he had no desire to walk. With money now in his pocket, he intended to enjoy the comforts of life. Officer Chen? The rickshaw came to a halt, and the young driver appeared surprised. Upon hearing the call, Chen Jifei's gaze fell upon the driver. Lu Ming, what a coincidence. Take me to Liya Trading Company. Very well, please hold on tight. With a shout, the driver propelled the rickshaw forward at a swift pace. Lu Ming's physical prowess was commendable. His muscular build allowed him to run quickly and steadily, all while engaging in conversation. Officer Chen, are you investigating the shooting explosion at Jin Feng apartment that occurred last night? Chen Jifei, resting his forehead against his hand, squinted as he replied with a playful smile. What is this? Do you have any leads to share? If you do, I assure you, you will be well rewarded. Lu Ming focused ahead for a moment before turning his head and lowering his voice. Yesterday afternoon, you asked me about a woman. Later that night, a gunfight erupted on Ado Lear Road, and they say a woman was abducted. I've heard that both sides were professionally trained, likely members of the Blue Shirt Society and the Special High Command in a fierce clash. Was that woman from the Blue Shirt Society or the Special High Command? Such a beautiful woman. What a shame if she were to perish. Unconsciously, the rickshaw's pace slowed slightly, and his tone conveyed a sense of regret regarding the abduction of the attractive woman. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, a flicker of caution glinting within, affecting a nonchalant tone. He teased, "Oh, so you're familiar with the Blue Shirt Society and the Special High Command?" Lu Ming chuckled. A fellow named Zhang, who usually waits for business with me, once provided information to the Blue Shirt Society and received a reward. Just a few days ago, Zhang Motzi from the neighboring street was drunk at a banquet and boasted about the Special High Command giving him leads for a reward. Those who roam the streets are often the most informed. It's no secret that they serve as informants. Even the police consult them when seeking information. Moreover, these rickshaw drivers, being from the lower strata and lacking education, tend to boast after a few drinks. If even trained professionals can slip up when intoxicated, how much more so the rickshaw drivers? Chen Jifei would naturally not acknowledge the true purpose of yesterday's events. He chuckled and remarked, "The woman you brought yesterday has no connection to either side. She merely offended a powerful figure in Huajia and came seeking refuge. Just now, someone from the local gang arrived and has taken her back. Even if you speculate that it was a clash between two factions last night, it was merely coincidental and has nothing to do with us. As a mere rickshaw puller, you should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you." Lu Ming hastily nodded in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Indeed, Captain Chun, your admonition is duly noted." Chen Jifei gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figure. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "However, if your conjecture holds true, and it was indeed a confrontation between the Blue Shirt Society and the Special High Police, then if the latter were involved, their retreat would logically lead them into the public concession of Hongkou. Yet, eyewitnesses claim to have seen that group heading towards Huajia, indicating that the apprehended woman must be Japanese." "Oh, so she is a Japanese woman," Lu Ming murmured softly, his previously tense muscles seemingly relaxing. Chapter 25, Recruitment. The manager of Liya Firm arrives. Lu Ming halted outside a Western-style office building. A sign reading Liya Firm hung outside the window on the second floor. Chen Jifei alighted from the rickshaw, producing $6 silver and weighing them thoughtfully in his palm. The sound of the coins clinking together resonated crisply in the air. Lu Ming gazed at the alluring silver coins, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. He was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend the sudden display of such wealth. Was it merely for show? Certainly, it could not be for the fare. The cost of living in the French concession was markedly higher than in the Chinese quarters. The starting fare for a rickshaw was merely a dime, with an additional dime for every half mile. The journey from Adariyang Road would only require 2 dimes. Thus, producing $6 silver was clearly not intended for the fare. With 2 fingers, Chen Jifei picked up $1 silver and gently placed it in Lu Ming's hand, smiling as he said, "This silver is for the rickshaw fare. Wait for me here, and later, take me back to the police station." The coins clinked again. He then weighed the remaining $5 silver in his palm, whispering, "Yesterday, I promised you that once we confirm it is that woman, there would be a bonus. The esteemed gentleman from the Chinese quarter provided a reward for information, and this is rightly yours. I heard your mother is unwell. Use this to buy a hen and make her some nourishing soup." His tone was sincere, accompanied by a warm smile. Lu Ming was taken aback by the unexpected kindness, his mind buzzing in confusion, feeling somewhat at a loss. Especially striking was the stark contrast between Chen's gentle demeanor now and his former reputation as a notorious thug. He stared intently at the silver dollars, reluctant to take them, yet equally hesitant to part with them. For a rickshaw puller, $5 represented a substantial sum, typically braving the elements. One would earn merely $30 a month, from which 18 would be paid as rent to the rickshaw company. After accounting for wear and tear and various expenses, one might only take home $10. This was in the best of times. In less favorable conditions, $8 a month was considered fortunate. Therefore, $5. When factoring in their premium, could equate to an entire month's earnings. Naturally, it was not an easy decision to make. However, Chen's notorious reputation made Lu Ming wary of his true intentions. In an era where life was as expendable as grass, some money could cost one their life. Seeing Lu Ming hesitating, Chen Zhifei grasped his calloused right hand and placed the $5 firmly within it. Yet, as their fingers met at the junction of thumb and forefinger, a flicker of doubt crossed Chen's brow. With a significant tone, he remarked, "We are all out here on the streets. Occasionally, we do some information brokering to earn a little extra. Beyond that, it is none of our concern. We focus solely on making money and do not inquire into other matters. If you wish to live long, keep your lips sealed. Do you understand?" Throughout, Chen Zhifei maintained his guise as merely an information broker, resolutely denying any ties to other organizations. He recognized Lu Ming's cleverness and potential as his informant. But the necessity of discretion was paramount. He must not speak carelessly. Although the presence of informants is ubiquitous along the Bund in Shanghai, whether they be rickshaw pullers, dock workers, or policemen, one can easily procure information for a price. This includes inquiries regarding Japanese women, and under the full force of the intelligence department. News has spread throughout the French concession, prompting all manner of individuals to seek information. Thus, there is little concern about attracting trouble. However, being discreet ensures one's longevity. This is merely the beginning. Following Brother Fei will undoubtedly lead to unending riches. Chen Zhifei gently patted Lu Ming's broad shoulder, affectionately addressing him as Brother Fei instead of Officer Chen. This signified acceptance into his inner circle. Lu Ming cautiously tucked the money into his inner pocket, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, Brother Fei. I won't divulge this to a third party," he added thoughtfully, "while I'm pulling the rickshaw. I'll also keep an eye out for any valuable news and inform you at the earliest opportunity." It must be said that this seemingly rugged youth possessed a surprisingly meticulous mind. He quickly assumed his role, fully aware of his responsibilities. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "I will head upstairs. You keep watch below. If anyone enters the foreign firm, make a note of it. This is a lucrative task, and you will certainly receive your share later. Work diligently with me, and in 3 to 5 years, while I may not promise a foreign mansion, you will assuredly reside in a high-end apartment." It was evident that this self-made businessman was adept at painting grand visions. Upon hearing that he could provide a better life for his mother, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with aspiration. He nodded emphatically, his resolve strengthening. Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smile, having accepted this young subordinate. Whether he would become a trusted confidant in the future would depend on his character. After offering a few words of advice, he turned and ascended the staircase leading to the foreign firm, his police baton slung casually behind him, presenting the appearance of a rogue. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though he was seeking trouble to extort money. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Zhifei scanned the surroundings with vigilance, committing the environment to memory in case of an unexpected situation necessitating a swift escape. Upon entering the spacious hall, he noticed shelves brimming with an array of goods, all adorned with unfamiliar French inscriptions. It must be French, perhaps. "Hello, may I inquire?" A voice emerged from behind the shelves. A slightly portly Chinese man in a suit appeared, but upon noticing Chen Zhifei's attire, his warm smile faltered, quickly replaced by a frosty demeanor. "If you have come to extort money for protection, you are in the wrong place." The disdain in his voice was unmistakable, nearly conveying a message to leave immediately. Typically, such foreign firms are backed by foreigners, and neither the police nor gangs would dare to provoke them. Should matters escalate to the public council, it could result in reprimands even for the chief of police. Moreover, the portly man understood that these policemen had no means to afford the high-end goods imported from France. Thus, it is no wonder that he subconsciously exuded an air of superiority, brusquely dismissing others. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the rotund figure before him. The man's hair, slicked with pomade, gleamed under the lights. His suit appeared to be of considerable quality, with a price likely exceeding $10. However, being of Asian descent, he was clearly not the proprietor. With a calm demeanor, Chen inquired, "Are you the owner?" The portly man was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such an unpretentious yet assertive attitude, which stood in stark contrast to the sycophantic demeanor of the constables he had previously encountered. Unlike those officers who sought to ingratiate themselves, driven by ulterior motives, This young constable seemed disinterested in forging connections with the Frenchman behind him. He lifted his chin with an air of arrogance and declared, "I am the manager of the foreign firm, Wang Xianping." Chapter 26. The teacher's promotion and linguistic provocation. As Wang Xianping introduced himself, he raised his hand to adjust his tie, his chin instantly lifted in an air of arrogance. His expression was replete with disdain and contempt. To him, a mere foot patrolman earning a meager monthly salary could hardly afford to indulge in the luxuries of a foreign trading house. He even believed that the Chinese had no right to enter. Only those donned in suits and top hats, wielding canes of civility, were deemed worthy of entry. Impatiently waving his hand, he declared, "This trading house does not entertain walk-in guests. If you have no business, be on your way and do not delay my work." His thick fingers gestured dismissively, akin to swatting away flies. Chen Zhifei was unfazed by the disdain exhibited by the trading house manager. These flamboyant, self-proclaimed elite, who fawned over genuine foreigners, displayed nothing but contempt towards their compatriots. This hypocrisy, often referred to as the traitorous colonial mentality, had persisted throughout the ages. Chen had long grown accustomed to the double standards of such individuals, choosing to disregard the manager's condescending demeanor. Calmly, he stated, "The police station has received reports of a recent spate of thefts. Last night, someone was seen attempting to scale a wall for the purpose of theft. I am here to inquire whether your trading house has been burglarized or if any thieves have been spotted. Rest assured, we at the police station are committed to safeguarding your business interests. This is merely a routine inquiry. So please speak freely to avoid any accusations of inaction that might lead to complaints to the Public Affairs Bureau." Chen Zhifei rolled his eyes, impatience etched across his face. He turned to the oily-faced manager and pressed, "Have you experienced any theft? Answer promptly. I have no time to dawdle, as there are several more establishments to question." Upon hearing that it was a routine inquiry, the disdain on Wang Xianping's face vanished. A flicker of relief passed through his eyes as he smiled and shook his head. "Our trading house does not entertain walk-in guests. We have established partners, so there have been no thefts." A smile emerged on his proud visage, and his demeanor had markedly improved. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. The manager's transformation was striking. Ordinarily, even upon realizing that the inquiry posed no threat, one would expect an air of haughtiness and perfunctory responses. Yet, Wang Xianping's reaction was telling. He shifted from tension to relaxation upon understanding the purpose of the visit, seemingly eager to expedite the inquiry and usher the officer out. Recalling previous encounters, Chen noted that such trading houses typically exuded an air of arrogance. Even when dismissing visitors, they were notoriously impatient, not suddenly becoming affable. As Chen Zhifei strolled around the shelves, hands clasped behind his back, his baton rhythmically swayed. He clicked his tongue, feigning interest in the array of goods. Approaching a shelf lined with red wine, he curiously reached out to grasp a bottle. His fingers pinched the neck of the bottle, precariously close to dropping it. Seeing this, Wang Xianping hurried forward to intercept him. Just as their hands were about to meet, the patrolman suddenly exclaimed, "Yamit." Wang Xianping was momentarily taken aback. His outstretched hands froze in midair. His wide eyes reflected a profound astonishment. Chen Zhifei let out a startled exclamation, hurriedly retreating a few steps, his face a mask of panic. He lamented, "My hands are particularly sensitive to being touched, especially by men. After a few days, it becomes utterly unbearable, and I even break out in rashes." He then returned the bottle of red wine to the shelf, casting a disdainful glance over his shoulder. Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Xianping furrowed his brow, a pronounced look of distaste evident on his face. He instinctively increased the distance between them, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "I still have documents to attend to in my office. Please leave after our conversation." Though it was a dismissal, he still employed the word please, marking a distinct contrast to his previous manner of shooing someone away like a bothersome fly. Chen Zhifei nodded, strolling leisurely towards the exit with his hands behind his back. "As if anyone would want to be here anyway. I have a lunch appointment with Xiaohong at the salsa club. Time is of the essence. And I cannot afford to dawdle here." His voice dripped with disdain, exuding an air of reluctance to fulfill his obligation. As he walked, his shoulders slouched, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a rogue. Passing by the cigarette rack, he picked up a pack of foreign cigarettes. He rummaged through his pockets, muttering, "Where's my money? Where's my money?" Anyone observing would perceive this as a blatant act. Wang Xianping clearly grasped the underlying implication. Chen Zhifei was attempting to acquire something for free. With an impatient wave of his hand, he declared, "Consider it a gift, no payment necessary." "Huh, how could I accept that?" Chen Zhifei replied with feigned politeness. Yet his hands were unceremoniously stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket. As he turned to exit the foreign trading house, a smirk crept onto his lips. It was almost certain that this establishment, masquerading under a French banner, had undeniable ties to the Japanese. To corroborate this hypothesis, he had deliberately showcased a limited vocabulary from the island nation. In later times, the language of the islands would be regarded as one of the most widely spoken languages globally, thanks to the flourishing entertainment industry and numerous teachers who propagated their culture. However, at present, there were no specific cultural educators available. Thus, despite having returned from studying in France, he was largely ignorant of the Japanese language. When encountering common phrases used by teachers, bewilderment and confusion were the expected reactions. At the very least, one would inquire, "What are you saying?" Yet, when the manager of the trading house heard the term yamid, his expression was distinctly one of shock. There was an unmistakable glimmer of unarticulated emotion in his eyes, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. This was clearly not the reaction of someone who was merely unable to comprehend. It is noteworthy that Japan had been strategically positioning itself for invasion of China for quite some time. Many individuals, under the guise of conducting business, had settled in the Republic of China early on. They masqueraded as merchants while engaging in espionage activities such as land surveying. Their offspring were raised learning Chinese, and with their yellow skin, they resembled Chinese children almost identically. Even their accents bore no discernible flaws, and in fact, they pronounced words more accurately than children from remote areas. With a high degree of certainty, one could assert that even if Wang Xianping were not an undercover agent of the highest order, he was undoubtedly a frequent collaborator with the traders. Only through frequent exposure can one become familiar with commonly used colloquialisms. Chen Zhifei glanced at the sign of Lia Trading Company, a cold smile gracing his lips. After conducting covert investigations, it has become evident that this trading company serves as a stronghold for the Special High Unit. Even if it does not directly engage in destructive activities, it nonetheless provides financial support for them. The charred remains of the Dodge sedan stand as a testament to this. In fact, the trading company has exercised considerable caution, having removed the license plates. The vehicle identification number inside has undoubtedly been scraped away as well. Even if the Dodge sedan were to be seized, no pertinent clues could be uncovered. It is only with the assistance of systematic intelligence that Chen Zhifei discovered the ownership of the incinerated Dodge sedan was registered under the trading company's name. After exiting the trading company, he leisurely turned right and entered another shop next door. Meanwhile, a figure stood by the window on the second floor of the trading company. Wang Xianping gently lifted the curtain to peek at the situation below. Upon seeing the officer enter the adjacent shop, his wariness dissipated. He lowered the curtain with a disdainful curse, muttering, "Filthy foot patrol." Chapter 27. Casting a long line to catch big fish, Lu Ming had just sent away a passenger seeking a ride when he spotted his new leader, Lao Zhang, emerging from another shop. He promptly rose to greet him and inquired, "Where shall we head next?" "This afternoon's carriage has already been booked." Chen Zhifei settled into the rickshaw and replied, "Let us return to the McLeane Bureau. It's nearly time to clock out, and we should still check in." The matters he wished to confirm were nearly settled, and there was no need to linger any longer. "Understood, please hold tight." Lu Ming pulled the rickshaw and turned towards Jinling Road. The rickshaw swiftly vanished from the street corner, seemingly no longer concerned with the foreign trading house. After all, if he were indeed a Japanese spy, he would have undergone rigorous training, making his vigilance exceedingly acute. Even the slightest glance could arouse suspicion. Should a Japanese spy become wary, they would promptly erase all traces and vanish from the French concession. Finding them again would prove challenging. Utilizing his identity as a constable for cover, Chen Zhifei discreetly conducted his inquiries. Even so, he dared not ask too many questions. He merely observed the foreign trading house under the pretense of maintaining public order. Before departing, he even extorted a few foreign-brand cigarettes, showcasing the constable's propensity for corruption. Such actions only served to reinforce his assumed identity. Were he to leave empty-handed after a mere inspection, it would instead raise suspicion. Seated in the rickshaw, with his hand propped against his chin, Chen Zhifei surveyed the scenery along the streets, squinting as he pondered rapidly. He murmured to himself, "Should I inform him or gamble on waiting until dawn?" The him he referred to was naturally Shen. It was now almost certain that Wang Xianping had connections with the Japanese. And it was that very Dodge sedan, reduced to a charred frame, that had provided the personnel. Even the safe house where Dechuan and Reiko stayed in the French concession was arranged through the trading house. Funding, subsequent arrangements, and intelligence retrieval from dead letter boxes were tasks far too complex for a single individual to accomplish. The driver who met his demise in a hail of bullets was likely just one member of this team. There were certainly at least two more operatives involved. It was even conceivable that Wang Xianping was not the leader of this group. Following the failed rendezvous last night, which resulted in the death of one member and the destruction of a sedan, such a significant incident would necessitate an explanation to their superiors. As the individual responsible for the operation, Wang Xianping would need to report directly to his higher-ups or the team leader. If fortune favored them, they might convene a temporary meeting to strategize their next steps. Of course, for the sake of confidentiality and security, horizontal communication may not occur. However, it was inevitable that the team leader would meet with other members individually, regardless of Wang Xianping's role within the group. Capturing both individuals during their exchange would certainly yield one who was the leader. Once the head of the group was apprehended, The interrogation methods employed by the Intelligence Bureau would surely elicit confessions. The greater the damage inflicted upon the Japanese spy organization, the higher the bounty from the higher-ups. Although such actions carried risks, including the potential for exposure and fatality at the hands of the spies, there are no rewards without effort in this world. To attain greater benefits, one must be willing to exert more effort. It is no wonder that the more tumultuous the waves, the pricier the fish. With 3 days at hand, if tonight does not yield a gamble, there is always tomorrow to inform the authorities. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhifei resolved to disclose his findings to Shun Yi the following day. This would also serve as an exploration of the intelligence system, testing whether it aligned with his conjectures. The crisp chime of a rickshaw bell resonated through the streets, urging pedestrians to clear the way. Soon, after traversing several blocks, the prominent 10-story building of the Milan police station came into view. In the spacious square outside, a crowd of men and women had gathered. Along the roadside, an array of food stalls was set up. Freshly baked Dingshin cakes, large and fragrant Shengjian buns, newly crafted insoles available for just 2 dimes. Charcoal for merely a dime. Feather dusters. The bustling street was alive with pedestrians, while vendors shouted boisterously, creating a lively tableau. Stop! Chen Zhifei commanded as his gaze swept over the scene. Suddenly halting the rickshaw, the wheels screeched against the ground. Lu Meng, steadying himself, turned in curiosity and inquired. Brother Fei, the police station entrance is merely 20 meters ahead. Why have we stopped? Despite his confusion, he relinquished the handlebars upon seeing the stop signal. Chen Zhifei disembarked and turned to observe the candied chestnut stall 10 meters behind. Narrowing his eyes, he pursed his lips. Lu Meng's heart raced, and he whispered urgently, Brother Fei, have you noticed something unusual? The vendor of the roasted chestnuts, Li Huamin, had once worked as a dock laborer until a mishap led to the crushing of his left leg, prompting him to set up a small stall selling candied chestnuts. His chestnuts were renowned, attracting many patrons. Just days ago, someone had come all the way from the French concession to purchase his delicacies. Returning to Hongkou in Lu Meng's rickshaw, it is undeniable that rickshaw pullers possess a wealth of information. They are acquainted with numerous individuals on the streets. Even knowing the backstories of vendors like Li Huamin, it is no surprise that both spies and police often seek rickshaw pullers for intelligence. Even members of gangs would consult rickshaw drivers for information. At times, multiple factions would even recruit the same driver as an informant. Many matters remain unspoken yet understood. With a serious demeanor, Chen Zhifei gently shook his head, narrowing his eyes and sniffing the air. He remarked, It has been ages since I last had candied chestnuts. I find myself craving them. Lu Meng opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Earlier, he had easily earned $5 silver and was fully immersed in his role. Now, he found himself associating everything with potential information and whether it could be converted into currency. Ultimately, it was merely a craving. Wait for me, Chen Zhifei signaled. Sauntering back to the stall 10 meters away, 2 bags of candied chestnuts, he cheerfully declared, then proceeded to the adjacent tobacco stall. Old Zhang, a pack of Hardiman, please. The tobacco vendor was a man in his 40s, clad in a long gown. Upon encountering a cigarette purchaser, the constable swiftly removed a pack of Hardman and tucked it into his pocket. Oh, Brother Fei, how could I possibly accept your money? Consider it a token of respect. His movements were deft, clearly indicative of frequent acts of pilfering from his predecessor. Nevertheless, this location was advantageous, despite the occasional freebie from the constable. It also afforded a semblance of protection, allowing for steady business and profit. With a resounding thud, Chen Zhifei slapped 2 jiao onto the wooden stand, proclaiming with righteous fervor, Remember, Constable Chen pays for his purchases. He then proceeded to the adjacent stall, much to the astonishment of the tobacco vendor, Lao Zhang, and settled the bill with the roasted chestnut seller. Taking 2 bags of candied chestnuts, he cracked one open and savored its contents, chewing thoughtfully. The texture was soft and sweet, leaving a lingering, rich aroma of chestnut long after consumption. Delightful. Chen Zhifei held the discarded shell in his hand, initially intending to dispose of it in a trash bin. However, a moment of realization struck him, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What decorum could one expect from a ruffian of a gang? Nonchalantly, he tossed the chestnut shell at the feet of a passerby. Chapter 28. Anger and helplessness. The chestnuts had a delightful taste. He decided to take a bag home to share with his aunt. Chen Zhifei casually tossed another bag of chestnuts aside, a gentle smile gracing his features. For he treated his own with genuine kindness. It was his principle that as long as there was food to share, he would never let his followers go hungry. After all, he had risen from nothing in his previous life and, at a young age, had already driven a Maybach. He possessed a certain knack for winning people's hearts. Lu Meng deftly caught the paper bag filled with candied chestnuts, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Thank you, Brother Fei. Since moving from northeast China to Shanghai, it was the first time someone had shown him such concern. Regardless of the other's motives, his perception of this once notorious figure had significantly changed. With a crisp snap, Chen Jifei cracked open a chestnut and popped it into his mouth, grinning. We should head back quickly. Chestnuts are best enjoyed warm. And don't forget to buy some meat on the way home. Consider it a well-deserved half-day off. Following me won't be a bad investment for this little sum. He had spent $6 silver today, equivalent to a month's wages for a rickshaw puller. If he could manage 2 or 3 deals each month, his quality of life would undoubtedly improve. No longer would he have to scrimp to buy 5-cent bone soup. He could indulge in the luxury of 10-cent pork head meat. All right, I'll head back now. If you need anything, you can find me in the shanty town of the West District. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude, leaving behind a contact address. Noted, Chen Jifei nodded, turning towards the building of the McLeane police station. As he passed through the iron gate, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only the remnants of the devoured chestnut shells. Lu Ming watched as his newfound benefactor departed, carefully placing the candied chestnuts beneath his seat and wrapping them in a towel to retain their warmth. He was about to turn the rickshaw around and head home when suddenly an angry voice erupted nearby. Bakayaro, a man, approximately 5 feet tall, dressed in a suit and clutching a briefcase, glared with fury, his distinct mustache accentuating his rage. He was vociferously berating Lu Ming in a mix of Chinese and Japanese. You wretched creature, you've sullied my clothing. Do you have any idea how precious it is? Even if I were to kill you, it wouldn't suffice to compensate for my attire. In his fit of rage, he kicked at the chestnut stall. With a loud crash, the baskets of chestnuts toppled, scattering freshly roasted chestnuts across the ground. My chestnuts! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Li Huaming exclaimed, his face pale as he hurriedly limped out, desperate to salvage the scattered chestnuts. In his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he frantically reached out to gather the chestnuts, treating them as if they were precious treasures, carefully placing them back into the bamboo basket. For a man with a disability in his left leg, these chestnuts represented his livelihood, his very existence. He continuously apologized, pleading for forgiveness, even though it was the other man who had collided with the edge of the stall, causing the mishap. At this moment, he dared not utter a single word of protest, merely hoping that his adversary would show him mercy. His eyes were filled with terror, devoid of the courage even to meet the other's gaze. This was solely due to the fact that his opponent was Japanese, bolstered by a formidable nation behind him, while he was but a Chinese man, living on land that no longer belonged to him. Deep within, he harbored a profound respect for foreigners. This sentiment was not unique to Li Huaming. It was a true reflection of the countless ordinary Chinese people residing in the concession. Particularly poignant was the sign erected in the Bund Park that read, "No entry for dogs," which shattered the last vestiges of dignity for the Chinese living in the concession. Even the status of the Indians and Vietnamese seemed elevated above that of the Chinese. It was no wonder that Li Huaming and those gathered around felt a rage they dared not express. Even in the face of injustice, they could only endure bullying and humiliation. The impeccably dressed Japanese man stomped upon the scattered chestnuts on the ground, one joyfully crushing them, while another desperately scrambled to collect them. Each time a chestnut was crushed, it elicited raucous laughter, transforming the act into a twisted game. Suddenly, as Li Huaming bent to pick up a chestnut, a polished shoe came crashing down. The shoe landed heavily, crushing 2 of his fingers beneath it. Li Huaming felt a piercing pain and let out a cry of anguish. Ha ha ha. The man with the little mustache threw back his head in mocking laughter. Surrounding Chinese clenched their fists, their faces etched with fury, yet none dared to intervene. Just then, 2 constables, blowing their whistles, rushed over. Stop this. What is happening here? The constables raised their clubs, their authoritative voices compelling the shoe to lift away from Li Huaming's fingers. Old Jean followed closely behind the constables, rushing to assist Li Huaming to his feet, concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right?" It was evident that the constables had arrived so promptly because he had summoned them from the police station. Li Huaming tightly grasped his throbbing fingers, gritting his teeth and shaking his head in denial. "It's nothing." His voice was low, yet suffused with humiliation and helplessness. The man with the little mustache puffed out his neck, shouting something unintelligible in Japanese. The 2 constables, taken aback by the realization that their opponent was a foreigner, immediately lost their bravado. Given the formidable power of the Japanese military in Shanghai, even the public authorities showed them deference. As low-ranking constables earning a meager monthly salary of 14 yuan, they certainly could not afford to provoke trouble. Yet, with so many onlookers present, they could not afford to lose face. With rare impartiality, they swung their clubs and ordered, "Disperse! Disperse! Everyone, clear out." The man with the little mustache seemed satisfied, muttering a few more vitriolic words before boarding a rickshaw and departing with an air of disdain. As he left, he spat contemptuously on the ground. The mocking laughter incited anger in the hearts of those nearby, yet they remained silent. Lu Ming stood 10 meters away, having witnessed the entire incident. His grip on the rickshaw handle tightened, knuckles cracking, his veins throbbed at his temples. His jaw clenched, his face a mask of rage. To the triangular vegetable market, called a woman dressed like a socialite, preparing to board. "Not going." Lu Ming coldly declined, not returning home but rather pursuing the rickshaw. The elegantly dressed woman was momentarily taken aback, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet in anger. After uttering a few curses, she could only summon another rickshaw. Meanwhile, Chen Jifei leisurely swung his baton as he strolled back to the office, oblivious to the events unfolding on the street. Upon entering, he found his colleagues present. Some were sipping tea, while others engaged in idle chatter. Surprisingly, Xiao Kuanggu was busy crafting a wooden rocking horse in the office. It seemed everyone was merely passing the time, surviving day by day. Gu Qingli had his feet propped up on the desk, leisurely reading the newspaper. Supervisor. Care for a smoke? Chen Jifei offered, tearing open a cigarette box and handing over a stick. French brand, 1 yuan per pack. Give it a try. Chapter 29. An unaccustomed flavor, shadows in the night with a filter tip, indulging in imported fine cigarettes after receiving a bonus. Gu Qingli accepted the cigarette, chuckling with playful mockery. In days gone by, their relationship was merely one of superior and subordinate, limited to the collection of funds with little interaction. Even within the confines of the same office, their paths seldom crossed. The members of Xiao Kuanggu's team were legitimate recruits of the police force, his subordinates, while Chen Jifei and Guo Xiaoan merely served as a bridge between the police and the underworld. As long as the money flowed in, they typically remained unconcerned with their affairs. Perhaps a subtle barrier existed in both parties' minds, suggesting they were not of the same circle. Yet, after achieving a significant feat that brought honor to the entire team, their demeanor began to shift, and perceptions improved considerably. Coupled with the convivial atmosphere following a lavish feast costing nearly a month's salary, how could their relationship not progress? After a hearty meal, discussing which dancer was the spiciest, camaraderie blossomed, and they became akin to brothers. Such is the simplicity of male friendship. Even the others in the office gravitated towards them, eager to partake in the cigarette. They typically smoked the inexpensive Caifeng brand and had never before tasted foreign imports. Although Haidmin could be classified as foreign tobacco, it was produced domestically. In an instant, the office was enveloped in a haze of smoke, seasoned smokers savoring each puff with squinted eyes. Yet soon after, their brows furrowed, revealing their distaste. Pa. Wu Xiao spat disdainfully, smacking his lips in complaint. What a rancid flavor. It's worse than old knife brand. The others nodded in agreement, evidently unaccustomed to this taste. Nevertheless, the high price of imported cigarettes rendered them a luxurious indulgence for the police officers. Even if the experience was unenjoyable, they could not bear to discard them, grimacing as they endured the unpleasant pleasure. Chen Jifei, however, found the peculiar rancid flavor acceptable, reminiscent of the Marlboro cigarettes he had smoked in a previous life. Upon first encounter, it bore a hint of that unpleasant taste, yet after several puffs, a certain aftertaste emerged. Guo Xiaoan scrutinized the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and curiously inquired, Brother Fei, how much does this imported cigarette cost? With a puff of smoke, Chen Jifei flashed a grin. I don't know. I just picked it up casually. At once, the office erupted in astonishment. What? You simply took it? Imported cigarettes are only sold through foreign trading companies, and behind those companies are foreigners. If this were reported to the public bureau, claiming the police engaged in extortion, it would escalate dramatically. That is the domain of foreign interests. Brother Fei, you dare to extort foreigners. You truly possess courage. Shock painted every face, eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing a miraculous event. In the French concession, foreigners epitomized privilege, belonging to the upper echelons of society. Neither gangs nor the police would provoke them lightly. In times of conflict resulting in fatalities, the foreign populace scarcely raises an eyebrow. In their hearts, they do not regard the Chinese as equals. Otherwise, such an exceedingly derogatory sign would not have materialized. As long as there are no large-scale deaths or riots, they choose to turn a blind eye. However, if one were to extort a foreign firm, the situation would be markedly different. Accountability, apologies, and dismissals would be merely the beginning. Thus, the objectives of gangs and constables are solely financial. They would not engage in ventures that yield more loss than gain. Extorting from foreign firms is likely a first for the concession. It is no wonder that everyone gazed in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Guo Xiaoan, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Fei Gu, could this lead to trouble? Others stared intently, their eyes reflecting genuine concern. They had just forged friendships, and a dismissal would be a lamentable outcome. Chen Jifei pressed his lips together, discarding the cigarette butt, and confidently replied, Rest assured, I am not devoid of intellect. I merely utilized the guise of patrolling to maintain public order. At no point did I mention a demand. It was the manager of the foreign firm who offered the gift. What business is that of mine? Upon reflection, it indeed appeared so. Hearing of petty theft nearby and inquiring was simply a matter of due diligence, deserving of commendation. The foreign firm cannot engage in extortion. Yet there are no prohibitions against constables conducting business. When it came time to pay, it was the manager who insisted there was no need for payment. It was a gift. There was no connection to a demand, nor any evidence to substantiate such a claim. The foreign firm would not lodge a complaint over such trivialities. Doing so would only serve to undermine their own credibility. Chen Zhifei had calculated all of this from the outset. The reason he accepted the pack of cigarettes was not to gain an unfair advantage, but to lay the groundwork, allowing everyone to believe he was merely seeking favors from the foreign firm. Even if inquiries arise in the future, it would not seem out of place. They would readily recall that he sought benefits under the pretense of inquiry, and the imported cigarettes were shared among the group. Naturally, this would raise no suspicions. Chen Zhifei approached matters with caution, ensuring no incriminating evidence remained. Otherwise, he would not have feigned inquiry while ascending the stairs, uttering not a single unnecessary word. Had it not been for the need to verify the system's triggering mechanism, he would not have ascended at all. Upon hearing the explanation, the tension on their faces dissipated, and they began to jest, commenting on how they were increasingly embodying the role of constables with a sense of responsibility. A group of them lounged in the office, leisurely sipping tea, smoking, and passing the time as they awaited the end of their shift. Since the beginning of their tenure under the patrol chief, this team had adopted a laid-back approach. Those able to take it easy would certainly avoid patrolling. As for investigating cases, that was even less likely. Only when presented with leads and opportunities would they seize them. As the seasoned officer Xiao Kuanggu often remarked, with a monthly salary of 18 yuan, what is the point of risking one's life? This was particularly fortunate given his seniority as a first-class constable. In contrast, someone like Wu Xiao, who had recently joined as a third-class constable, earned merely 14 yuan a month. Naturally, he would be even less inclined to take risks. After all, in this dark era, what significance does a sense of justice hold? With one foot, they apprehend individuals, and with the other, they release them. One must remain vigilant against potential retribution afterward. Naturally, the diligent constables become fewer. It is not until the end of the workday that everyone disperses. Chen Zhifei and Guo Xiaoan walk together, leisurely purchasing a jar of huadia wine, a roast chicken, and some pig's head meat before returning to their dormitory to indulge in revelry. With money in their pockets, there is no need to nibble on steamed buns in a bid to save. After all the toil of earning, is it not rightful to savor the fruits of their labor? In the deep of night, the once bustling and vibrant Yuyuan Road has turned desolate. Apart from the occasional passing vehicle, pedestrians are nearly non-existent. Within a luxurious apartment, a Japanese man sporting a small mustache emerges from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. He pours himself a glass of fine red wine from the table, relishing a sip of its refreshing taste. A record plays softly in the background. Unbeknownst to him, outside in the dark of night, a live figure climbs up to the fourth-floor window via the pipes, a triangular dagger clenched between his teeth. Chapter 30. Punishing the wicked and eradicating evil. The window of the kitchen was gently pulled open, emitting a faint sound of friction. The noise was so subtle that even in the tranquil depths of the night, it was scarcely audible. Moreover, the Japanese-style music playing in the living room was quite loud, completely overshadowing all other sounds. Even speaking loudly in the living room made it difficult to be heard clearly. Yoshida Waida held a wine glass, his feet shuffling in an odd rhythm, as if he were dancing. A broad smile adorned his face, reveling in the success of sealing a lucrative deal that day. If only his clothes had not been stained by a Chinese vendor selling roasted chestnuts, the evening would have been perfect. With his eyes closed, he savored the fine wine while swaying his slightly portly body, blissfully unaware that another presence had entered the kitchen. A shadow cautiously emerged from the inky darkness of the kitchen, leaning against the door and observing carefully. The light from the living room illuminated a youthful visage, perhaps 25 or 26 years of age, exuding a certain novet. It was Lu Ming, the rickshaw puller. Beneath his innocent facade, however, his eyes glimmered with a deadly intent. Grasping a sharpened triangular dagger, he meticulously surveyed the living room. Once he confirmed that only his target was present, he slightly bent his body, channeling all his strength into his legs. Squinting his eyes, he quietly watched Yoshida Waita twirl and dance in place, akin to a hunter poised for the perfect moment to strike. Soon, Yoshida Waita turned to face the opposite direction, inadvertently positioning himself with his back to the kitchen door. In that instant, a spark of determination flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he dashed forward, closing the distance in mere moments. With an elbow bent, he prepared to thrust the dagger with force. Just then, Yoshida Waita happened to turn around. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of movement, prompting him to pivot swiftly. This instinctual reaction, born of the sudden threat, exposed his vulnerable chest. He opened his mouth, about to call out, but a large hand clamped over his mouth, stifling any cries for help. With a swift motion, the sharp dagger pierced through flesh, plunging deep into his chest cavity. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone had stealthily approached him. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the young man before him, gripping the hilt of the dagger, its blade fully embedded in his torso. Staring blankly at the sudden assailant, it took him 2 agonizing seconds to register the searing pain radiating from his chest. His eyes, now bloodshot and filled with terror, reflected his agony. With a swift yank, the dagger was withdrawn, accompanied by a gushing flow of crimson. Although the blade had been twisted upon extraction, Blood splattered across his clothing, staining it a deep red. Thud. The slightly corpulent body crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack, blood pouring forth from his chest in a rapid stream. Yoshida Waita's wide. Terror-filled eyes struggled to reach out with his right hand, his mouth agape as if to cry for help. However, the lungs had been pierced by a triangular blade, rendering any cries for help utterly inaudible. Blood gushed forth from the open mouth, a vivid crimson. Desperately, he extended his arm, his face contorted in a plea for mercy. His lips moved in a futile attempt to grasp at a sliver of hope. At that moment, the sight of his blood-soaked desperation starkly contrasted with the arrogance and bravado he had exhibited earlier that afternoon. The more audacious he had been in the daylight, the more excruciating his suffering became now. His body convulsed, and he could only helplessly raise his right hand in a silent call for assistance. Lu Meng narrowed his eyes, coldly observing the rotund figure struggling for life on the ground. His gaze was frigid, imbued with deep-seated hatred. Bang! He lifted his right foot and brought it down forcefully upon the outstretched hand. Crack! The immense force instantly crushed 2 fingers into fragments. The fat man howled in agony, his mouth agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yet, with his lungs shredded, no sound escaped him. His eyes widened in terror, and after several convulsions, his body lay still. Lu Meng crouched down, pressing his hand against the round neck to test for a pulse. Confirming there was none, he rose to his feet. Cautiously, he stepped back a few meters to avoid leaving footprints in the pool of blood. His gaze swept across the room, swiftly rummaging through every drawer and cabinet. Clothes were strewn across the floor, and the drawers lay in disarray. Despite the commotion, the deafening music from the record player drowned out the noise. Within mere minutes, the apartment resembled a scene of chaos, as if it had been ransacked. Phew. Lu Meng cleaned up the remnants of his presence, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just as he prepared to leave, a loud banging echoed from the front door. Bang, 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 accompanied by shouts in French. Listening to records at such volume in the dead of night had surely provoked the neighbors. If they were Chinese, he might have endured it. But this was an upscale apartment, and the neighbor was French. In the French concession, privileges were upheld, and he would not tolerate any disrespect. The door was pounded with such force that it was akin to a battering ram. Fortunately, the door was sturdy. Had it been an old wooden door from a slum, it would have been shattered by now. Seeing that there was no response from within, the knocking grew increasingly insistent. The voices outside became a cacophony, suggesting that several individuals were conversing. It seemed they were on the verge of forcing their way inside. Lu Meng dared not linger. He quickly snatched the black handbag from the sofa and hurried into the kitchen. He slid down the pipe outside the window and swiftly descended to the ground floor. Crouching low, he moved quickly to the corner, concealed by the garden's greenery. With agility, he vaulted over the 3-meter wall, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, the apartment's manager had been drawn upstairs by the commotion. 5 or 6 foreigners gathered at the door of apartment 403, their faces etched with anger. Among them, a burly man with golden hair was furiously kicking the door. Bang, bang. Despite the door's sturdiness, it was forcefully kicked open after 3 strikes. A throng of angry individuals surged inside, intent on confronting the late-night disturbance. However, upon witnessing the disarray in the living room, they stood astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. As his gaze swept across the scene, it fell upon a figure sprawled on the ground, the floor beneath stained by a copious flow of blood, eliciting gasps of shock and horror. The piercing screams of a woman filled the air, causing the onlookers to abandon their inquiries and rush outside in a frenzy. After all, an incident had unfolded in a prestigious French apartment, and within a mere hour, a dozen officers had cordoned off the premises. A man in his 40s, clad in a trench coat, crouched down to scrutinize the lifeless body. Upon noticing the penetrating wound in the chest, his brow furrowed with concern. He inquired, "Has the identity of the deceased been confirmed?" An officer, hearing the question, hastily presented a pass. "Inspector Fong, the deceased is a Japanese national, the president of a corporation, who had just crossed over from the international settlement today." The pass, marked with the name, nationality, and the date of issuance, today, served as the most compelling evidence. Inspector Fong furrowed his brow in contemplation, muttering, "A Japanese. This is troublesome." Chapter 31. A hot potato. The time has come. In the bustling Shanghai Bund, countless brawls, killings, robberies, and murders transpire daily. The sheer volume of cases is overwhelming, rendering the authorities incapable of addressing them all. Numerous unresolved cases lead to unjust consequences, and only a few can be properly handled. After all, the deceased are merely ordinary citizens. The absence of resolution is of little consequence to the police precinct. These are merely minor inconveniences. However, the nature of incidents changes dramatically when foreign nationals are involved. Of course, if the victims are of lesser status, such as the red-headed Indians or Vietnamese, they hardly raise an eyebrow, while their standing is slightly elevated compared to that of the Chinese. It pales in comparison to that of Westerners. Moreover, if the victim happens to be Japanese, the matter escalates considerably. Despite the presence of only the international settlement and the French concession in Shanghai, the The Japanese community differs significantly from others. Japanese expatriates reside predominantly in the international settlement, particularly concentrated in Honko and Jabe districts. More crucially, a substantial military presence firmly establishes control over these areas. Although technically part of the international settlement, it is effectively dominated by the Japanese military. With the evolving tides of war, their audacity has only grown. Personnel from the military police headquarters frequently assert their authority in the French concession, exhibiting an air of arrogance. Currently, they must maintain a faade of compliance with international norms, adhering to the regulations of the French concession. Even when entering the concession, military police personnel do not bear weapons. In public, they refrain from carrying rifles or submachine guns. Whether they carry sidearms remains a matter of debate. As long as they outwardly comply with the rules, the French concession tends to turn a blind eye. However, should a president of a corporation perish, the military police headquarters will undoubtedly take swift and severe action. Their power and domineering style far exceed that of the Tokubetsuke Kisatsu, special hire police. Initially, the Tokubetsuke Kisatsu operated as a high-level police organization engaged in intelligence gathering, infiltration, assassination, and other espionage activities, generally maintaining a low profile within the international settlement. In stark contrast, the military police headquarters functions as a military entity, complete with ranks, and operates with a much higher degree of visibility and intimidation. Within the international settlement controlled by British and American forces, they have been known to march through with weapons, compelling even the municipal council to yield. In the French concession, they exhibit a degree of restraint, yet they are not easily dismissed. Feng Yichuan can foresee the immense trouble that will ensue once the news of this corporation president's death reaches the military police headquarters. This predicament exceeds the capacity of a mere detective from the Milon police station. A subordinate nearby quietly inquires, "Detective, this is quite a hot potato." Feng Yichuan rises, his brow furrowed. He is well aware of the gravity of the situation. Last year, a wealthy Japanese businessman was drinking at the largest nightclub in the French concession. As he stepped outside to enter his vehicle, two thugs suddenly emerged, brandishing knives and attempting to rob him. However, that wealthy Japanese businessman seemed to value money over his own life, or perhaps he believed that two petty thugs would not dare to act decisively. Not only did he refuse to cooperate, but under the influence of alcohol, he became exceedingly brazen. As a result, he was stabbed 17 times and succumbed before reaching the hospital. At the time, everyone assumed it was merely a simple robbery gone awry, with the victim's identity being the only unusual aspect. Little did they expect that a military vehicle from the garrison would block the entrance of the police station. Although the Japanese military police were unarmed, their presence at the police station created a profoundly negative impact, bringing disgrace to the Public Security Bureau. If they could solve the case and apprehend the murderer, it would provide some explanation to the military police. However, the two thugs seemed to have vanished without a trace, eluding all searches across the Bund. There were even suspicions that the gang might have disposed of them in the Huangpu River to avoid offending the Japanese. The situation was further complicated by the fact that the businessman's driver had seen the two thugs, rendering any attempt to pin the blame on someone else futile. Ultimately, they had to deal with the responsible inspector, and the Public Security Bureau provided compensation to quell the matter. Thinking of his former colleague's plight, Feng Yichuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that although he was still alive, his life was far from satisfactory. The thought of potentially sharing the same fate sent a wave of cold sweat down his back. Instead of addressing the true culprit, they were merely dealing with this unfortunate scapegoat, which would suffice as an explanation for the Japanese. Therefore, this case, no matter who handled it, was a hot potato. Feng Yichuan massaged his temples, consumed by regret. Had he known he would receive such a case tonight, he would have gladly accepted the invitation to drink and play cards, allowing the troublesome case to fall into another inspector's hands, where he could merely observe the drama unfold. Yet now, he found himself in the spotlight, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. No trace remained at the crime scene. Aside from the absence of any valuables indicating a robbery, there were no other leads. How could this case be resolved? In Shanghai, there were hundreds of gangs, with more than 300 documented, and their membership exceeded 500,000. Coupled with the turbulent times and the influx of people into the concessions daily, robberies were rampant, creating an unmanageable chaos beneath the facade of prosperity. Seeking a home invasion murderer in such circumstances was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Feng Yichuan pondered deeply but could not conceive of a viable approach. Finally, he resigned himself to the inevitable, proceed according to protocol. The body must be sent to the forensic lab for an overnight autopsy, and by morning, I shall present the report to Chief Xiao. For now, following the established procedures was the only option. The body was dispatched to the forensic lab, and by tomorrow morning, he needed to obtain the results to report back to the Central Police Office. Even if he could not pass this hot potato to Chief Hua, at least following protocol would ensure that should any issues arise, someone would look out for him. Approximately half an hour later, An ambulance arrived downstairs to transport the body to the forensic lab. After some contemplation, Feng Yichuan decided to accompany the ambulance. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt he could not find peace without being present at the lab for the report. Even returning home would not provide him with restful sleep. The demise of this Japanese individual transcends a mere case of home invasion and homicide. It intertwines with his very existence, fortune, and future. How could one remain indifferent? Meanwhile, Chen Zhifei reclined against his bed's headboard, indulging in a moment of tranquility. As time inexorably ticked away, the clock struck midnight. Beep. Today's intelligence has been updated. Would you like to access it? Suddenly, a mechanical notification reverberated within his mind. It has arrived. Chen Zhifei opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight dancing in his gaze. He relished the punctuality of the system, which unfailingly updated at the stroke of midnight, eliminating the anxiety of uncertainty regarding its arrival. Leaning against the headboard, he had awaited this moment. He murmured softly, "Access." Instantaneously, a translucent notification panel materialized in the void before him. 1. Jiang Runin has penned an article about your clever apprehension of a thief, set to be published in the official media tomorrow. 2. Today, the premium for silver yuan has surged by 17. 3. Lu Ming concealed a bloodied triangular bayonet and clothing beneath the bottom of a pickle jar. 4. A cockroach was discovered in a takeout order from Kai Dingxiang, prompting a compensation request from a dissatisfied customer. 5. Xiao Kuanghua injured his thumb while carving a wooden horse, requiring 5 stitches. 6. Old Zhang collected a delivery slip just before the post office closed for the day. 7. A brawl erupted at the salsa dance hall due to jealousy, resulting in a shattered table and 2 broken chairs. 8. The price of bone-in meat has risen to 5 cents per pound. 9. Wang Xianping transmitted a message via a dead letterbox, arranging to meet tomorrow evening at room 205, 68, Fukaisen Road. 10. The electrical wires on Maiyang Road have deteriorated, resulting in a 6-hour power outage. The 10 updated pieces of intelligence unfolded before his eyes. Chen Zhifei narrowed his gaze, meticulously reading and comprehending each word. Gradually, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. My efforts at the Liang Trading Company were not in vain. Indeed, any matter connected to me seems to yield a higher probability of generating intelligence. The opportune moment for tomorrow evening's meeting has finally arrived. However, what could Lu Ming's information possibly signify? Chapter 32. A mission for Guoxiaoan. With a deep breath, Chen Zhifei ignited a cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. His lips pursed and brow furrowed. He was enveloped in perplexity. Based on his current understanding of Lu Ming, he appeared to be a devoted son, someone who would immediately think of his mother upon encountering something delightful. Such an individual, even if not entirely virtuous, must possess a set of principles guiding his conduct. Even the act of taking a life would surely be rooted in some rationale, rather than stemming from psychological turmoil or a mere penchant for sadistic pleasure. Nevertheless, a sense of caution and vigilance surged within him. Who had Lu Ming killed? What could have incited such murderous intent? The triple-edged dagger, what connection did it bear to the military? It seemed that this seemingly simple-minded young man harbored numerous secrets. As Chen Zhifei smoked, he swiftly organized the scant information available in his mind. Curiosity regarding Lu Ming's past began to stir within him. It appeared that his escape from the northeast was not a straightforward affair. Regrettably, the intelligence he had received was merely fragmented snippets, akin to a summary prompt. To unearth more detailed circumstances, a personal investigation would be indispensable. However, for intelligence work, the information at hand was already astonishingly valuable. Sleep beckoned. Any pressing matters could be addressed tomorrow as circumstances dictated. Chen Zhifei indulged in a final cigarette before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. With the weight of the day's fatigue and a few drinks in his system, he succumbed to slumber within mere minutes of darkness enveloping the room. The following day, Guoxiaoan stood at the public restroom's sink, washing up with a basin and towel in hand. Suddenly, a metal basin was placed beside him. He turned in surprise, exclaiming, "Brother Fei, this early?" According to their usual practice, he would first attend to his own grooming before rousing their leader. Unexpectedly, today, Chen Zhifei had awakened without a knock and was already dressed and ready to wash up. Just having risen, Chen's mind was still clouded with sleep. He merely nodded in acknowledgement of the greeting and accepted a glass of water to begin brushing his teeth. After splashing cold water on his face, he gradually shook off the remnants of sleepiness. He took a towel to gently pat away the moisture, then surveyed the surroundings. Ensuring they were alone, he spoke softly. "You need not report to the precinct this morning. Go directly to the dock to find a Feng." "Find Brother Feng?" Guoxiaoan's expression shifted to one of surprise. The name Feng referred to Ling Feng, a brother from their faction, who had entered the sect alongside Chen Zhifei. Both had earned their master's favor through their tenacious and courageous demeanor, yet their paths had diverged significantly. Chen Zhifei, being astute, had been assigned to the Milan precinct as a constable, serving as a vital link between the faction and the law enforcement. In contrast, Ling Feng operated as a formidable enforcer, overseeing dock activities and navigating the underworld. By day, he safeguarded the dock, while by night, he managed the gambling business, establishing himself as a pivotal figure within the organization. The two shared a close camaraderie, frequently indulging in bowls of tofu pudding after brawls. Although they have taken different paths in life, their relationship remained strong, often sharing moments over drinks and conversations. Chen Jifei nodded and spoke in a low voice. Ask him for a handgun. Just say I need it for protection. In this era dominated by gangs, firearms that are unattainable for ordinary people are exceedingly accessible to these organizations. Previously, the two had facilitated connections for arms smugglers, which led them to acquire several Browning 1911 pistols, now stored with Ling Feng. However, while they frequently engaged in brawls at the docks, they typically resorted to sticks for combat. Wielding a knife was already considered remarkable. Only in life and death situations would they resort to firearms, and even then, they would not use them unless absolutely necessary. Thus, aside from a day spent practicing shooting in the countryside where they expended 100 rounds, they had never employed their weapons in violence. Nonetheless, given the unusual circumstances of today, carrying a handgun for safety seemed prudent, even if it remained unused. It served as a safeguard. When the critical moment arrived, it could be life-saving. Chen Jifei, meticulous in thought, refused to entrust his life to others. Only with the truth in hand could he genuinely ensure his own safety. Oh, I shall go now, Guo Shaoan hastily replied, picking up a basin and returning to the dormitory. He quickly changed into his patrol uniform, donned his hat, and descended the stairs with purpose. Exiting the dormitory, he headed straight for Tianqiang Dock. Chen Jifei smiled as he observed Guo's disappearing figure at the doorway, pleased with his clever little brother who understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Upon hearing about retrieving the gun, Guo was evidently taken aback but displayed discretion by refraining from further questions, choosing instead to comply silently. For those in positions of authority, such understanding is the hallmark of an ideal subordinate. Time to work. Chen Jifei placed the basin back on the rack and leisurely stepped outside, donning his hat. As he emerged onto the bustling street, the air was filled with the clamorous calls of vendors. Each merchant had set up their stalls, diligently conducting business. Chen Jifei approached one stall, gazing at the bubbling oil in the fryer. Boss, I would like an order of the 4 Great Kings, please. The 4 Great Kings comprise deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, pancakes, and sticky rice rolls. Before long, the proprietor delivered several plates to his table with a warm smile, saying, enjoy your meal. Just a few days prior, the sight of this gentleman dining without payment would have been met with disdain, but recently, Chun, the patrol officer, had surprisingly paid for his meals, making him a welcome patron. Chen Jifei savored a sip of soy milk, finding its sweetness perfectly balanced, before taking a hearty bite of the dough stick. The delightful combination of the crispy stick and the creamy soy milk was a treat beyond words. After satisfying his hunger, he ambled towards the police station. Strolling with a relaxed demeanor, his shoulders slouched in a nonchalant manner. Passers-by hurriedly made way for him as he sauntered leisurely into the square of the McLeane police station, reaching into his coat pocket to feel around. Upon reaching the roadside tobacco stall, I said, Old Zhang, could you please give me a pack of Hardeman? I then rummaged through my pocket to retrieve 2 dimes and cast a glance at the newspapers displayed on the shelf. I spoke again. No need for change. Just hand me another copy of the newspaper. Certainly. Old Zhang, a man in his 50s, bore the lines of experience etched around his eyes. He greeted me with a warm smile. Officer Chun, I can't believe you managed to take a photograph with Chief Zhao. That's quite impressive. Prominently featured on the front page was a large photograph depicting the moment Chief Zhao presented an award to Chen Jifei. It was this very image that piqued my curiosity to purchase a newspaper and see how my story was reported. With this publicity, I had become somewhat of a celebrity within the precinct of the French concession. I imagined that the French police commissioner, upon perusing today's issue, would also come to recognize my name. Even if it didn't stick, at the very least, it would leave an impression, wouldn't it? Under identical conditions for promotion, those with resources naturally find it easier to prevail. With this article and the photograph alongside Chief Zhao, I had certainly adorned my reputation. Just a few petty thieves. Nothing of consequence, nothing at all, ha ha ha. I waved my hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, my humble smile could not disguise the pride I felt. I lit a Hardeman and leaned against the tobacco stall, perusing the newspaper. I must admit, the article was exceptionally well written. It not only extolled Chief Zhao's leadership but also paid tribute to the diligence and perseverance of the investigative team. I glanced at the byline, Jiang Runan. I nodded slightly, appreciating the fine prose. As I finished my cigarette and prepared to ascend the stairs, the distant roar of a car engine caught my attention. A sleek black sedan sped towards me. Chapter 33, Defiance and Confrontation. The Japanese? Observing the armband emblazoned with military police in white letters against a red background, it is evident that they hail from the military police command. How dare they enforce laws in the French concession? Has the French concession fallen? A group of individuals clad in Japanese military attire alighted from their vehicle, immediately capturing the attention of passers-by in the square. Many halted in their tracks, curiosity piqued as they paused to observe. Whispers and pointed fingers filled the air, their expressions betraying a palpable anxiety. Although the concession was under French control, the Chinese residents endured humiliation and a sense of inferiority. Yet, at least there was no warfare, and they were spared the constant dread of being caught in the crossfire of conflict. Each day, as long as they toiled diligently to earn their daily bread, they found contentment. In comparison to the tumultuous regions beyond the concession, life here was significantly more stable. Even within Shanghai, the Chinese quarters lacked the safety of the French concession. Thus, an increasing number of individuals sought refuge within its borders. Those without means congregated in makeshift shantytowns, fashioning crude shelters from tattered mats, merely seeking to shield themselves from the wind. Life was arduous, yet there was a semblance of security. However, should the Japanese forces launch an assault on the French concession, they would inevitably be engulfed in conflict once more, forcing them to flee. It is no wonder that tension hung in the air. Chen Jifei held a newspaper in hand, his gaze scrutinizing the Japanese men who had descended from the sedan. There were 4 in total, clad in military garb, with one serving as the driver and remaining in the vehicle. 2 appeared to be soldiers, while the leader, as indicated by his insignia, was a major. He surveyed his surroundings with an air of arrogance. Yet, despite their aggressive demeanor, none were armed. Only the major bore a ceremonial sword at his waist. This was the French concession. They had neither the authority nor the right to bear firearms. The local police had previously established a clear mandate. No one was permitted to enter the concession armed, and violators would face severe penalties. This rule applied even to nations like Britain, America, and Japan. Should these 4, clad in military uniforms, brandish weapons, the situation would escalate into an act of invasion, provoking international outrage. Hence, while it was possible to discreetly carry sidearms when dressed in civilian attire, arriving in full regalia with firearms would be overt provocation. The possession of a military sword was already a substantial privilege. The major's gaze swept over the street vendors, ultimately landing on a chestnut stall. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the stall, issuing a command in an incomprehensible tongue. 2 Japanese soldiers promptly obeyed, advancing with swift steps, flanking the vendor. Li Huoming, holding a shovel, stood frozen in confusion, his curiosity evident as he unwittingly became an onlooker to the unfolding drama. Little did he expect that the 2 soldiers would approach him, seizing his hands without a word and twisting them behind his back. "Ah, it hurts. What have I done to deserve this? Let me go, let me go." Li Huoming cried out in agony, his arms ablaze with pain as he was unceremoniously ushered away, limping and bewildered, his face a canvas of terror and confusion. Utterly unaware of the events transpiring around him, the major's expression was stern, and he was disinclined to offer any explanation. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take him away." 2 soldiers attempted to force Li Huoming into the rear seat. However, due to his limp and his vigorous struggle, the 2 Japanese soldiers found it challenging to subdue him momentarily. The onlooking Chinese crowd whispered among themselves, pointing fingers, yet none dared to intervene. Old Zhang stood beside a cigarette stall, his brow furrowed, his fists clenched within his sleeves. His eyes, marked by a hint of weariness, were filled with fury. At that moment, a resounding shout pierced the air. "Stop." The command startled everyone present, including the 2 Japanese soldiers, who halted their actions and turned to face the source of the voice. A youth in his 20s, clad in a police uniform, swaggered over, exuding a bit of a rogue charm. He wielded a baton, swinging it up and down while scrutinizing the scene with a cocked neck. Rather than resembling an officer, he appeared more akin to a street thug. "What are you doing? In broad daylight, binding someone right in front of the police station? Is there no law left?" His voice, filled with indignation, conveyed both outrage and a semblance of menace. Yet, to the surrounding Chinese onlookers, he suddenly transformed into a towering figure, a potential savior for their compatriot. In that moment, their hopes rested on the very officer they usually despised. Chen Jifei, with an air of bravado, approached the black sedan, surveying it with a hint of admiration. After a brief appraisal, he moved to the rear seat and forcefully pulled the hands of the 2 Japanese soldiers away. With a swift tug, he brought Li Huoming behind him. Li stumbled, limping and nearly falling, yet he uttered no complaints. Instead, his eyes brimmed with gratitude as he quickly sought refuge behind Chun. In a voice tinged with fear, he implored, "Officer Chun, save me. I beg you." Chen Jifei did not turn back, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the situation. Meanwhile, the major scrutinized the sudden appearance of the officer, his chin raised defiantly, his eyes revealing unmistakable disdain. In broken Chinese, he declared, "This is none of your business. Get lost. If you dare to obstruct the Imperial Japanese Army, do not blame me for being rude." Although his accent was peculiar, his command of the language was relatively fluent. His knowledge of Chinese had led him to be dispatched to the French concession for apprehensions, ensuring effective communication even amid obstacles. His gaze was fixed intensely on the officer, his jaw clenched, exuding a menacing aura. Chen Zhifei tilted his head, locking eyes with the major. His expression remained calm, devoid of any fear. He spoke in a low, resolute tone. This is the French concession. The Japanese military police have no jurisdiction here. Even if he has committed an offense, it is the responsibility of the police to interrogate him. Despite his casual posture, his demeanor was serious, and his voice carried an undeniable conviction that commanded respect. Old Zhang stood at a distance, quietly observing the unfolding events. Upon receiving an indisputable reply, a flicker of astonishment flashed across his face. Narrowing his eyes, he began to regard the constable he once scorned with newfound respect. Even the familiar merchants nearby displayed expressions of surprise and reverence. It was inconceivable that this ordinarily self-serving constable would stand up for the common people. The lieutenant's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the audacity of a mere district constable daring to oppose the gendarmerie headquarters. With a metallic sound, he unsheathed his sword and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "If you dare to obstruct the enforcement of the Imperial Japanese Army, I shall cleave you in two. Take him away." Following the command, two gendarmes stepped forward, intent on apprehending the individual once more. Li Huaming trembled in fear, his face a mask of terror. Chen Zhifei brandished his baton, pointing it directly at the lieutenant, and with a low, resolute voice declared, "Who dares?" Chapter 34. Fuji Keiichi is in the news again. Chen Zhifei glared with fierce intensity, as if anyone daring to step forward would face dire consequences. His demeanor conveyed a resolute and menacing aura, embodying a readiness to fight to the death over a mere disagreement. Even the two Japanese military policemen hesitated, their faces betraying uncertainty as they glanced at their superior. The major furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This operation, merely to apprehend a Chinese vendor selling chestnuts, was not deemed significant. If there was any resistance, they could simply break the offender's limbs and take them away. Their only concern stemmed from the proximity to the police station, which posed the risk of encountering Western officers intervening. Indeed, their apprehension was directed towards the foreign police rather than the Chinese ones. Given that this was the French concession, the Japanese military police had no authority to enforce the law. They were obligated to adhere to the regulations of the concession, even prohibited from carrying firearms. Thus, they opted for a swift resolution. Upon confirming their target, they would ask no questions and simply apprehend the individual. Once within the concession, their worries would dissipate. As for the Chinese officers within the French concession, they were regarded with disdain, perceived merely as a group of ineffectual individuals. They lacked the audacity to confront the military police over the fate of an ordinary citizen. Yet, now, a Chinese officer whom they deeply underestimated dared to stand alone in front of them, obstructing their operation. This was an unexpected turn of events, something unimaginable within the confines of the concession. After all, the facade of diplomacy had yet to be shattered. Maintaining international image and strategic interests necessitated deference to the French. However, with the British and Americans, there were fewer reservations. Otherwise, how could Japan, lacking a concession in Shanghai, have audaciously transformed Hongkou and Jiabei into the so-called Japanese concession? Nevertheless, the task of apprehending the individual remained paramount. They were compelled to proceed despite any obstruction, as failure would render their return to headquarters untenable. Moreover, with so many onlookers, allowing a mere officer to intimidate them would be a disgrace to the Imperial Army. It was likely that the major would face severe repercussions upon returning. The major spoke in a low voice. "Chinese man, you possess great courage. I, Fuji Keiichi, admire you. However, today, anyone who dares to obstruct will face death." As he spoke, he raised his command knife, assuming a posture prepared for combat. Chen Zhifei squinted, his gaze fixed intently on the Japanese officer wielding the knife. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first genuine confrontation with life and death. Strangely, his face remained remarkably calm, devoid of any trace of fear. In fact, the prospect of dueling with the Japanese stirred a sense of anticipation within him. A man must know when to stand firm and when to yield. The historical grievances of his past lives presented an opportunity for retribution at last. Not far away, old Zhang observed the resolute figure standing before his compatriots, a flicker of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Regardless of past indiscretions, this moment evoked a sense of respect. He had not anticipated that the same scoundrel, who had previously lived off others and extorted them, would reveal such valor. Even the onlookers displayed expressions of admiration, with 2 young individuals eager to assist, though they were restrained by their families. Chen Zhifei gripped his baton, channeling his strength through both hands. The opponent wielded a razor-sharp command knife, making the head the optimal target for an assault. Should he take the life of a gendarmerie officer, he would gladly flee the scene. Fuji Keiichi seemed to sense the relentless momentum of his adversary, his expression betraying a heightened vigilance. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike first. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent honking emerged from the crowd to the right, startling the onlookers, who quickly parted to clear a path. A black sedan approached, halting abruptly as the rear door swung open. A young woman in her 20s, adorned in a floral dress, exited the vehicle, raising her camera to capture several photographs. Following her, a middle-aged man in uniform emerged. It was Chief Zhao. He bellowed, "What are you doing? Put down your weapons at once. This is the French concession, not a place for your gendarmerie to act recklessly." Upon hearing the reprimand, a flicker of anger flashed in Fuji Kaichi's eyes. His expression shifted, and he ultimately sheathed his blade, acknowledging the authority of Chief Zhao. Observing this, Chen Zhifei gradually lowered his baton, casting a glance at the major opposite him. A twinge of disappointment flickering within him, Chief Zhao hastened forward, demanding, "What is happening?" His furrowed brow indicated his ire. Today was supposed to be a good day, as he had finally arranged for Jiang Runan to conduct a personal interview, showcasing a day in the life of the chief. The Shanghai French Public Bureau Gazette was an official publication of considerable prestige, not one that just anyone could be interviewed by. Securing an exclusive with Jiang Runan was a feat, particularly following the recent resolution of a heinous theft case by the Milan police station. Yet, he had barely arrived from the chief's office, eager to display his diligent oversight, when this incident occurred. Moreover, judging by the uniforms and armbands of the three men, they belonged to the gendarmerie headquarters. The situation was becoming rather delicate. If handled poorly, it could tarnish the reputation of the police station and lead to unfavorable publicity. Zhao swallowed hard, unable to envision the potential consequences, which explained his grim demeanor. Upon seeing his superior approach, Chen Zhifei quickly reported, "Report, Chief Zhao. They attempted to apprehend this vendor selling roasted chestnuts, and I intervened." Chief Zhao glanced at the pale-faced man who appeared terrified and frowned, inquiring, "What crime has he committed?" "Report, Chief Zhao. I do not know." Chen Zhifei replied with unwavering resolve, standing his ground. Immediately, Chief Zhao's frown deepened. Had it not been for the presence of journalist Jiang Runan, he might have been unable to restrain his exasperation. To engage in conflict with the Japanese gendarmerie without even knowing the reasons behind it was utterly absurd. His complexion darkened as he prepared to chastise them. However, Chen Zhifei interjected, "While I may not know what crime he has committed, I do know that this is the French concession, and any offenses should fall under the jurisdiction of the police station. The Japanese gendarmerie has no enforcement authority here. They have overstepped their bounds. I shall always bear in mind the guidance of Director Zhao. As members of the concession police, we bear the responsibility of safeguarding the rights and dignity of the French concession." My voice resonated with strength, embodying a steadfast commitment to serve the French concession with unwavering devotion until my last breath. Indeed, I have imparted such teachings to them, and to my surprise, they have embraced their duties with such fervor, commendable. Director Zhao's expression momentarily faltered, the fury on his face dissipating, replaced by a warm smile. Adopting a confident stance, he captured a photograph. He then patted Chen Zhifei's shoulder, offering a smile of approval, saying, "Well done, young man." This simple praise belied a deep-seated acknowledgement. What was once a challenging task has now transformed into a matter of upholding the rights of the French concession and preserving the dignity of the French elite. The nature of the situation has fundamentally changed. Just imagine if tomorrow's official media headlines depicted my resolute stand against the Japanese military police in defense of the concession's interests, and how those French directors would react upon seeing it. Such a thought ignites excitement. Suddenly, a group of officers rushed out from the main entrance. Leading them, clad in a trench coat, was none other than Inspector Feng Yichuan. Chapter 35, The Cunning Old Fox. A decisive stroke last night, he murdered our compatriot, Xiao Tianong. I was merely escorting him back for interrogation. Upon seeing the chief inspector from the general police and a group of officers rushing over, Fujisuk realized that forcibly taking the suspect away would now prove exceedingly difficult. The notorious Japanese gendarmerie, typically relentless in their pursuits, seemed to have adopted a more reasoned approach. A gendarmerie major, facing those low-ranking officers, regarded them with disdain. However, when confronted by the chief inspector, he was compelled to acknowledge the facts and engage in rational discourse. Failing to do so could potentially escalate into a scandal that would attract the attention of the public assembly, leading to accountability and leaving an impression of inefficacy on higher authorities. Indeed, upon witnessing the Japanese officer's lowered demeanor, Chief Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He cast an appreciative glance at the young officer nearby. The Japanese response validated the earlier assertions of this junior officer. Crimes committed in the French concession should be addressed by the local police. A hasty concession could raise suspicions regarding whether one stood with the interests of the French or the Japanese. Such matters of allegiance were pivotal and could not be taken lightly. However, experience is often more astute than youth. Seasoned individuals navigate discussions with a subtlety that the young lack. Those who attain the rank of chief inspector are invariably shrewd and discerning. Instead of directly responding to the gendarmerie major, he turned to inquire whether the suspect's claims held any truth. His tone was measured, yet he exuded the authority befitting his position. Li Huoming, in a state of panic, frantically protested, No, "I did not kill anyone. This is a grave injustice." His terror and fear were palpable, nearly bringing him to tears, portraying an image of wrongful accusation. If he were not genuinely aggrieved, then his acting skills were remarkable. Yet, based on his evident fright and the limp in his gait, those present found it hard to believe that he was capable of murder. At that moment, Feng Yichuan raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Last night, a robbery and murder occurred on Guyuan Road. The deceased, Xiao Tianyang, had just crossed over from the public concession. Due to the loud music from a record player, the surrounding neighbors did not hear any sounds of struggle or see any suspicious individuals. It was only because of the noise that neighbors approached to inquire. When no one answered the door, they enlisted the help of the building manager to force entry, only to discover Xiao Tianyang's lifeless body. Upon investigation, it was determined that the assailant had entered through the kitchen window, murdered the victim, ransacked the premises, and escaped through the same window. As he reported, he handed over a document. This is the forensic report prepared overnight. The victim was killed by a triangular bayonet. The assailant acted with remarkable precision, suggesting possible professional training or extensive martial arts experience." Feng Yichuan recounted the entirety of the case and the findings from their investigation. He then glanced at the nearby Chen Zhifei, offering a warm and friendly smile. Originally, this was a rather intricate case, leaving one in a quandary about how to report it and shift the blame. However, early in the morning, a minor constable exacerbated the situation, drawing the attention of the chief inspector. The essence of the case had become inconsequential. After all, robbery and murder in the concession were not extraordinary occurrences. Even British and American nationals had fallen victim. As long as espionage was not involved, ordinary criminal cases could be resolved with relative ease. Now, a mere constable had escalated the matter directly to higher authorities, alleviating concerns about international issues or blame from superiors, rendering all matters straightforward. Based on his understanding of the upper echelons, the investigation would proceed where possible. If not, someone would be found to take the fall, ensuring that both sides could maintain their dignity. Even if any repercussions arose, it would be this audacious constable who dared to stand against the Japanese, bearing the brunt of the blame. It was as if he had taken on the burden of the situation, naturally fostering goodwill. Even if his motives stemmed from a desire for justice or dissatisfaction with the Japanese, regardless of the origin, he had effectively alleviated his own considerable troubles. Even if he ultimately could not escape accountability from the public bureau, the repercussions would not be as severe. Thus, it could be said that he owed someone a favor. Zhao, the chief, received the report and scrutinized it thoroughly. His brow furrowed, seemingly deep in thought and hesitation. Jiang Runan, holding up a camera, inquired, "Chief Zhao, what is your perspective on this case? Could a person with a leg disability truly be the perpetrator?" Zhao squinted, meticulously assessing Li Huoming's uneven legs. After weighing the options for some time, he abandoned the notion of letting Li Huoming take the blame. After all, there were journalists present, capturing photographs. The death of a foreigner in the French concession would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. If it were revealed that a disabled individual had scaled the pipes to commit robbery and murder on the 4th floor, it would easily invite skepticism. Therefore, as a competent leader, he chose his words carefully, stating, "Can someone who limps even when walking possibly ascend through the pipes to the 4th floor?" Moreover, the report indicates that a footprint of the left foot was found on the windowsill. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Li Huoming committed murder in retaliation and then disguised it as a burglary to mislead the investigation. Thus, a formal announcement of the results would have to await further investigation. His remarks seemed to convey a message while simultaneously saying nothing definitive. Tung Jingjia nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to suggest, precisely, which is why we wish to take him back for questioning. If it turns out he is not the culprit, we will certainly not press him. Only by apprehending the true perpetrator can we avoid straining diplomatic relations between our two nations, correct? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose, intentionally emphasizing the pressure of bilateral relations. Indeed, Zhao's brow furrowed deeper, lost in contemplation. The dilemma of whether to surrender the individual or not clashed within his mind. Chen Zhifei observed Zhao's indecisiveness, his own brow knitted in concern. However, the current developments were beyond the influence of a mere constable. With the chief inspector present, it would be foolish to take the lead in decision-making, demonstrating a lack of understanding of the situation. The previous conflict can be attributed to a momentary surge of passion. However, to persist in such a stubborn manner now would not align with the demeanor of someone hailing from the ranks of a gang member. Moreover, in the current circumstances, seeking to stand out not only risks offending one's superior but also renders one powerless to effect any real change. At this juncture, Jiang Runan inquired, "Mr. Zhao, do you believe that the murder case occurring in the French concession should be handled by the police, or should it be under the jurisdiction of the Japanese?" While her question appeared innocuous, the pivotal aspect lay in her reference to jurisdiction. Allowing the Japanese gendarmerie to enforce the law in the French concession would surely jeopardize his position as the chief of the Chinese police. Furthermore, as a journalist for the official media outlet of the French concession, her words carried significant weight. Otherwise, if her statements were taken out of context in the newspaper, the narrative could easily flip to extremes. Mr. Zhao, being a seasoned veteran, was well aware of the gravity of the situation. When it came to delineating the boundaries of legal authority, there could be no concessions. He raised his chin and declared firmly, "A case occurring within the French concession must undoubtedly be handled by the police." Observing the gendarmerie's inclination to dispute this, he decisively affirmed, "This matter will be entrusted to Detective Chen Zhifei. The perpetrator must be apprehended within 7 days." Feng Yichuan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Internally, he mused, "Just as I suspected, what a cunning old fox." Chapter 36. Each with their own thoughts, a test, and an opportunity. Me? A divine detective? Responsible for investigating the case? Chen Zhifei exclaimed in bewilderment, pointing at his own nose. How had he suddenly acquired such an illustrious title? Beside him, Feng Yichuan, still merely an inspector, had solved numerous cases, yet had never been dubbed a divine detective. Being adorned with such a lofty label certainly implied something extraordinary. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is invariably something amiss. The old fellow must harbor ulterior motives. Chen Zhifei silently scoffed, his mind racing. Within mere moments, he discerned the underlying implications. This Chief Hua appeared affable, yet had silently thrust him into the limelight. Whether it be the Public Affairs Bureau or the Gendarmerie headquarters, all eyes were now fixed upon him. If he failed to apprehend the perpetrator or the outcome did not satisfy the gendarmerie, he would inevitably bear the brunt of their ire, becoming the scapegoat for their frustrations. To ensure both parties could arrive at a resolution, a capable individual was imperative. After all, this homicide could be perceived in varying magnitudes. Viewed narrowly, it was merely a case of burglary and murder, nothing particularly novel in the French concession. However, when considered broadly, it could escalate into a dire diplomatic incident. Thus, someone must take responsibility. Yet, this individual could not occupy a position of too much authority. Those in higher echelons typically wield considerable influence and connections. In the French concession's police precinct, promotions were not solely based on merit but significantly influenced by one's background. To pin the blame on someone with connections would surely provoke discontent among their allies, leading to unnecessary strife and enmity. However, the victim was a foreigner, and the common folk could hardly shoulder such a burden. Chen Zhifei had only recently graced the headlines of major newspapers, now considered somewhat of a celebrity. Holding him accountable for inadequate investigation would not be tantamount to scapegoating a mere nameless figure. Pursuing accountability from a public figure would also serve to placate the gendarmerie. In the end, if all parties emerged unscathed, the matter would simply fade away. As for the unfortunate individual thrust into the spotlight, who would truly care? Moreover, Chen Zhifei was merely a lowly constable, lacking any formidable backing. The gangs would not jeopardize their standing over a single apprentice by antagonizing the Public Affairs Bureau. Who could be more suitable to bear the blame than someone who was both well-known and devoid of significant connections? Chen Zhifei squinted, his fists clenched. He loathed the feeling of being at the mercy of others, like meat upon the chopping block. Expanding one's network was paramount. He resolved that after this incident, he would no longer be a disposable pawn. With a robust web of connections, who would dare to treat him as a mere scapegoat? Yet, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he understood that elaborating on his predicament at this moment would serve no purpose. It would only serve to irritate Chief Hua, yielding no meaningful outcome. Presently, he faced 2 choices: either acquiesce cheerfully, securing a measure of goodwill by alleviating his superiors' burdens. One must either argue their case forcefully, risking the ire of superiors and ultimately succumbing to authority, or readily acquiesce. Given the inevitability of the outcome, why not agree with alacrity? Rest assured, General Zhao, the case will be resolved within 7 days. As long as it remains unsolved, I shall have no face to present to you. The voice rang out with conviction, and the resolute expression reflected unwavering determination, simultaneously conveying loyalty. Yet, inwardly, he mused, should the case remain unresolved, I could always flee, if I do not find refuge here. There are surely other places to seek solace. With the system at my back, I could thrive in the international settlement. It is merely a small constable. If I escape to the settlement, the public council would scarcely care about such a trivial figure. Very well, as long as the case is solved. The rewards will be plentiful. Zhao nodded with satisfaction, generously painting a promising picture. Feng Yichuan quietly remarked, you have my gratitude, should the need arise. Our investigation team will provide unwavering support. After all, this case is a hot potato for the investigation team. Having been scapegoated by others, a show of solidarity is essential. Chen Zhifei nodded, smiling politely, not at all a burden. I thank you, Detective Feng. Although mere pleasantries, they reflected genuine sentiment. To take on this case so readily also stemmed from self-interest. Not only did he wish to spare the innocent Li Huaming from becoming a scapegoat, But he was also eager to discern the extent of Lu Ming's involvement in the matter. This would afford him a more intuitive understanding of Lu Ming's character and integrity, especially considering the latter's formidable skills in crime. Should his character prove commendable, he might serve as a valuable ally. Strictly speaking, this was not a crisis, but rather an opportunity to enhance one's reputation and status. The cost-benefit ratio was favorable, making it well worth the endeavor. Fuji Keiichi furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He realized that extracting Li Huaming would be impossible, with reporters present. Any extreme actions would jeopardize Japan's international image. Forcing the chief constable of the French concession to promise a resolution within 7 days would suffice for his return. Even if the case remained unsolved after that period, he could assertively demand the individual be handed over. He nodded, saying, "Very well. If the perpetrator is not identified within 7 days, this individual must be turned over to the military police command for our interrogation." No objections. Zhao readily acquiesced. He waved his hand, issuing the order, "Detain him at the Myran police station until Detective Chen clarifies the situation." Keeping the individual in the police station would mitigate the risk of escape. If the case remained unresolved after 7 days, transferring him to the military police command would silence any dissent. Fuji Keiichi nodded in satisfaction, approving of this arrangement. Detaining the individual alleviated concerns regarding flight. Even if he were to escape, it would fall under the police's jurisdiction, leaving him blameless. "I did not commit murder. I am innocent. This is a grave injustice. Detective Chen, you must believe me. I truly did not kill anyone. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. How could I take a life? I have a large family to support. I cannot afford to be imprisoned. I implore you to release me. I am wronged. Oh, the injustice." Li Huaming cried out, held by 2 constables, desperately pleading his case. Yet, the decision-makers on both sides have reached a consensus. Who truly cares for the sentiments of an insignificant individual? Many onlookers displayed expressions of discomfort, yet felt utterly powerless. Jiang Runen's crimson lips moved slightly, revealing her reluctance. She seized her camera and swiftly captured several photographs, perhaps in hopes that they might evoke empathy among the public when published, striving to secure a glimmer of hope. Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to intervene, stating, "He has not yet been convicted. Being at the precinct, there is no need for the handcuffs." Feng Yichuan nodded in agreement, signaling the 2 officers to stow away the cuffs. He further instructed in a hushed tone, "Notify those overseeing the detention room, ensuring he is not mistreated." Qin Zhifei stepped closer, retrieving 10 silver dollars from his pocket. "Take this money and entrust it to a reliable person to send home. It should suffice for your family as sustenance for half a month. Rest assured, I will diligently investigate the case, ensuring that no innocent person is wronged, nor will any wrongdoer escape justice." Chapter 37. The agreement is reached. The gun is drawn. "Thank you." Li Huaming extended his trembling hands, carefully accepting the silver dollar. Gratitude filled his eyes for the constable he once despised. Simultaneously, a glimmer of hope arose within him. If this constable were indeed a good man, perhaps he could help clear his name. Cradling the silver dollar, Li Huaming scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on old Zhang, who was selling cigarettes. With earnestness, he implored, "Brother Zhang, could you possibly deliver this money to my wife?" "Certainly." Old Zhang nodded solemnly, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I will return the money to you shortly. And I will also bring back your chestnut stall so that you can continue selling once you are out." "Thank you." Li Huaming's expression softened, tears welling in his eyes. He then silently retreated, positioning himself beside the 2 constables. This time, he bit his lip, refraining from crying out injustice, adopting an air of resignation. He understood that, apart from the constable he had once loathed, no one else would heed his pleas, nor did they care about his plight. Casting a deep glance at the only constable who had spoken up for him, he nodded and said, "Thank you," with a broken leg dragging behind him. He was led into the detention room of the constabulary, limping under the escort of the 2 constables. His frail silhouette exuded a sense of despair. Tang Jingjie fixed his gaze on Li Huaming as he was taken into the constabulary, then turned to the audacious young constable, coldly stating, "Remember, you have 7 days. If you can apprehend the murderer within that time frame, today's incident will be forgotten. If not, you will join him at the military command for judgment." Qin Zhifei shrugged, sneering, "We shall see." "Indeed, we shall see," Tang Jingjie solemnly echoed, turning to leave in his vehicle. With the time constraint set by the chief constable, Qin Zhifei felt a sense of relief as he could now report back. Narrowing his eyes, he watched the black sedan disappear from view. Secretly wary, the events of last night had reached the military command at a remarkable speed, who had come to make arrests at dawn. The Japanese intelligence network within the French concession was indeed formidable. He couldn't help but marvel at the robust intelligence network developed by the Joint Special High Command, proposed and led by the military command within the French concession. This was not a favorable development for either the nationalists or the communists. At that moment, Zhao, surrounded by his entourage, approached with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Do you have confidence in solving the case within 7 days?" Qin Zhifei's expression hardened, standing tall and saluting. "I will not disappoint you, Chief Xiao." Regardless of his actual confidence, it was imperative to appear resolute before his superiors. Admitting uncertainty would only invite disdain from the leadership. As expected, upon hearing his firm response, Zhao's face broke into a smile, encouraging him. "If you encounter any issues, seek assistance from Detective Feng. Additionally, be sure to report the case's progress to me daily before you finish your shift." As he uttered the last sentence, he turned slightly towards Jiang Runan, the implication unmistakable. If the case is solved as scheduled, it will be under one's own leadership. At that time, a few dashing photographs can be taken and widely publicized in the newspapers. It would not only enhance the prestige of the French concession but also serve as political capital. Who knows? Perhaps one could eventually join the board of directors and become a director. Life, after all, necessitates aspirations, does it not? For General Zhao, the pinnacle of ambition naturally lies in power. To become a Chinese director is his lifelong dream. Of course, if the case remains unsolved, the plan would simply be to cast aside this unconnected yet somewhat renowned officer to take the blame. Old Fox has long since strategized an escape route. General Zhao offered a few encouraging words, citing the need to inspect Puxi Road, and opportunistically altered his itinerary. It is certain that he would not return to the police station before the case is resolved. Qin Jifei watched his superior depart and turned to the detective with a warm smile. "Detective Feng, may I take a look at the case files?" "Of course." Feng Yichuan readily agreed, eager to pass on the hot potato. Once the files and reports were sent out, the subsequent matters would no longer concern him. With an enthusiastic smile, he suggested, "Shall we discuss this in my office, Brother Qin?" Although the young man before him was merely a low-ranking officer, he had gained a degree of notoriety within the precinct. Now thrust into the spotlight, even the chief inspector had to lend support. If the case were indeed solved, he would surely catch General Zhao's eye, and his future would be limitless. In a few years, he might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the detectives. It was wise to cultivate a good relationship now, laying down a solid foundation for the future. "Then I must trouble you, Brother Feng," Qin Jifei responded amiably, promptly adjusting his tone to align with the goodwill extended. Others had already shown kindness. To remain overly serious would be to lack worldly understanding. The two walked side by side, conversing softly as they returned to the precinct. Old Zhang clutched 10 silver dollars, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure entering the station. Even though he walked with a swagger, exuding a certain swaggering attitude, he still conveyed an unmistakable presence. Especially notable was his audacity in confronting the Japanese military police, which earned him newfound respect. He was a young man whose exterior might suggest bravado, yet his heart burned with passion. After stowing the silver dollars into his pocket, he began to tidy up the snack stall, then signaled to two acquaintances to help return the roasted chestnut stand to the slums. Qin Jifei and Feng Yichuan ascended to the detective's office on the third floor, shutting the door behind them to engage in their discussion. Every piece of material relevant to the case was laid out meticulously. As Qin Jifei perused the files, he recounted the events he knew in detail. Particularly when mentioning the footprints on the window, he asserted with clarity that the assailant's legs were intact. It was certainly beyond the capabilities of the limping Li Huaming. Qin Jifei concurred with this assessment. Li Huaming had been humiliated the previous day. Harboring resentment towards Xiutian Yang was to be expected. However, to suggest that he possessed the audacity to kill a Japanese individual, especially a wealthy merchant, was utterly implausible. Furthermore, based on the intelligence provided by the system, Qin Jifei had already identified the true perpetrator. The earnest discussion regarding the case was merely a faade to convey a serious understanding of the situation. Given the cunning nature of General Zhao, it was inevitable that inquiries would be made. To perform convincingly, one must commit to the entire act. After an hour of deliberation, during which they consumed half a pack of cigarettes, the two finally departed. Upon returning to the office, they perused the case files intently. Meanwhile, the other colleagues continued to idle away their time, engrossed in their own pursuits. Upon seeing Qin Jifei enter, everyone stood up in unison. "Brother Fei, we've heard you've clashed with the Japanese gendarmerie? The Japanese are quite brazen on the bund. Even the Public Affairs Bureau concedes to them. Do you think they will retaliate against you for this? Is it true that you confronted the gendarmerie on behalf of the chestnut vendor? I heard General Zhao has assigned you to this case. Is that accurate?" The office buzzed with curiosity, each person expressing their incredulity. Had someone told them yesterday that Qin Jifei, a former gang member, would dare to stand up to a major from the Japanese gendarmerie to assist a mere street vendor, they would have dismissed such claims as either madness or fabrication. Yet today, under the watchful eyes of all, even General Zhao had intervened. Though none had witnessed the events firsthand, the truth was undeniable. In that moment, the gazes directed at Qin Jifei were filled with a mixture of complexity and bewilderment. Gu Qingli set aside his newspaper, gesturing for everyone to return to their respective tasks. He approached Qin Jifei, firmly placing his right hand on his shoulder, and with a smile, remarked, "Good lad, you've got guts. Rest assured, pursue your investigation. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The brothers in our team will fully support you." Thank you, Captain, and thank you all. Chen Zhifei nodded, clasping his fist in gratitude. At that moment, the camaraderie among them deepened, fostering a spirit of mutual aid among colleagues. It was not until the afternoon that Gu Shaoan returned from outside, producing a Browning pistol from his waist. Brother Fei, here is the gun you requested, fully loaded. Chen Zhifei accepted the Browning, weighing it in his hand. Although it was his first encounter with a firearm, he skillfully removed the magazine and pulled back the slide for a thorough inspection. Guided by the memories of his previous life, in a hushed tone, Gu Shaoan inquired, Brother Fei, what has transpired? I will accompany you. No need. Chen Zhifei secured the safety, holstered the weapon at his waist, and swiftly exited the office. Chapter 38. A Change of Attitude. The astonished Chen Zhifei stepped out of the police station, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. At this moment, Li Huaming's chestnut stall had vanished, and the old Zhang cigarette stall had also closed down. Clearly, they had departed early to assist in sending money home. He walked straight to the bun stall across the street, requesting 6 buns, avoiding those with purely meat fillings. Chen Zhifei found that with plain meat fillings, he would quickly tire after just 2. However, when filled with a mixture of cabbage or scallions, he could indulge in 2 full baskets without hesitation. Here you go. Officer Chen, your scallion meat buns. The vendor handed him a brown paper bag filled with steaming buns. Chen Zhifei squinted, not reaching out to take it. With a puzzled expression, he remarked, You packed 7, didn't you? I distinctly counted while you were filling them. In his previous life, Chen Zhifei would never have scrutinized the vendor's hands so closely while purchasing food from a roadside stall. But ever since receiving intel about a wonton vendor spitting into the bowls, he had become acutely aware of how despised his former self was. Since that revelation, he had grown cautious even while dining. Each time he bought something, he felt compelled to watch closely to ensure it was safe for consumption. Otherwise, even if the food was not poisonous, the mere knowledge could leave him feeling nauseous for days. Having just witnessed an extra bun being added, the vendor, cradling the buns, smiled sincerely. Today, you stood up for Li Huaming against the Japanese, and the neighbors have all taken notice. They are truly grateful. You are a good person. But I am merely a bun seller, unable to express my gratitude in any significant way. So, I've included an extra bun as a token of my appreciation. The vendor's earnest demeanor and the gratitude evident in his eyes struck Chen Zhifei. A good person, he murmured softly, his expression somewhat peculiar. The last time he had heard such words was back in college during a breakup. You are a good person. I believe you will find someone who loves you more than I do. What a grandiloquent glitch. Little did he expect that upon arriving in the Republic era, he would receive a good person card from a man. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he felt a warmth rising within him, acknowledging the vendor's kindness. He said nothing further, nodding as he accepted the paper bag and placed the money on the table. The vendor picked up the banknotes, astonished. You've given too much. You only need to pay for 6 buns. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Chen Zhifei turned and walked away, raising his right hand in a casual wave. Officer Chen pays for his meals. I won't take advantage of the common folk. The bun vendor, clutching the banknotes, revealed a touched expression on his weathered face. Officer Chen is a good person. We had misunderstood him before. As Chen Zhifei strode away with an air of nonchalance, unaware that he had just been given another good person card, he savored his buns while leisurely strolling through the square. The gazes of the nearby vendors seemed to have transformed. Previously marked by suspicion and disdain, now they were filled with warmth, their eyes sparkling with kindness, accompanied by smiles and nods of acknowledgement. Chen Zhifei was acutely aware that the transformation he observed stemmed from their collective support of Li Huaming against the military police. In such tumultuous times, it was only natural for them to empathize with Li Huaming's plight. Who could be certain they would not be next? The demands of these vendors were quite simple. All they sought was a stable life, content as long as someone would advocate for them in times of trouble. This shift in attitude was thus a genuine reflection of their sentiments. Feeling the benevolent gazes from those around him, Chen Zhifei suddenly grasped the significance of his constable's uniform. A saying from a future era echoed in his mind. If a government official does not act in the interest of the people, they might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. Although a mere foot patrol was not an official in the grand sense, even a lowly clerk could shine and make a difference. It reminded him of his elementary school days when he stumbled upon a broken toy sword by the roadside one morning, igniting a sense of purpose within him, a realization that the world needed him. He picked up the toy sword and found his calling, only to skip class. As Chen Zhifei savored his steamed buns, he leisurely returned to his dormitory. He changed into a casual outfit, donned a high-collared trench coat, and, with a felt hat perched upon his head, swiftly vanished into the crowd. Crossing 2 main streets, he arrived at a wonton stall at the alley's mouth. 1 bowl of 3-flavor wonton, and a pound of pig's head meat to go. He ordered. The nearby roasted meat stall responded promptly, delivering a pound of neatly sliced pig's head meat shortly thereafter. Chen Zhifei placed the packaged meat beside him and confidently declared, he will pay. Shun Yi set down his spoon, producing a few small bills to settle the bill. Throughout their interaction, he had not uttered a single unnecessary word, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. From their encounters, Chen Jifei had discerned that this young constable exuded a certain roguish charm. Yet, he was never aimless. He only met with Chan when he had pertinent information to share. Moreover, each time they arranged takeout, he would provide relevant intelligence. Confidence stemmed from having a solid foundation. As Shun Yi delicately chewed a wonton, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze fixed on the bowl before him. Let's hear it. What have you discovered? He inquired softly. Chen Jifei popped a steaming wonton into his mouth, exhaling a warm breath. Perhaps due to his robust constitution, his appetite was particularly hearty, having devoured 6 large buns. He was still ready for wontons. He scooped up a wonton, gently blowing on it, and whispered, I found out that the Dodge sedan belongs to Liang Trading Company. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening in surprise. That vehicle had no license plate, and even the chassis number had been deliberately erased. Our technical experts could not uncover any leads. Was this information accurate? The Dodge sedan has been reduced to a charred frame, leaving no useful clues behind. The intelligence department employed every possible method and still came up empty-handed. I can't believe that within just 2 days, a constable could ascertain the vehicle's ownership. It was understandable that he would harbor doubts, fearing an error. I know this area well. I won't be mistaken. Chen Jifei's lips curled into a confident smile, his roguish visage radiating assurance. With a sense of triumph, he declared, I even personally visited the trading firm and confirmed that manager Wang Xianping, if not a high-ranking spy, is undoubtedly a traitor. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually went to the trading firm? Indeed, Chen Jifei nodded casually. Rest assured. I am well aware and will not raise any suspicions. Panting heavily, Shun Yi felt the veins on his forehead pulsating. He was torn between admiration and frustration towards this individual. The joy stemmed from the unexpected acquisition of intelligence, while the irritation arose from his reckless initiative. He felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. Spies are cunning, and should he inadvertently alert them, they could easily escape. It would be even more challenging to track them down afterward. Resigned, he cautioned, you lack professional training. In the future, focus solely on gathering information and avoid perilous situations. His words were delicately phrased, almost implying that an amateur should refrain from complicating matters. Chen Jifei, maintaining a calm demeanor, finished his last wonton and reached out to grasp the other's left hand, revealing the watch on his wrist. Chapter 39. Your time is running out. Change of venue Cartier, quite impressive, Chen Jifei remarked, his brow arching at the sight of the watch peeking from beneath the sleeve. A watch from the 26th year of the Republic was indeed a luxury, unattainable for the average family. Owning such a timepiece undoubtedly elevated one's status. Oh, I didn't realize you were from a wealthy background. Chen Yi paused, unfamiliar with the term wealthy second generation. However, she gathered its meaning to imply affluence. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she replied, my family fell into decline during my childhood, and I nearly starved on the streets. This watch was a gift from a mentor at my graduation. She gently caressed the watch's cover, her expression revealing a sense of fondness and gratitude. Assuming that Chen Jifei had revealed his watch to check the time, she extended her hand and said, it is currently 6:08 p.m. Are you in a hurry? Chen Jifei pursed his lips, a playful smile gracing his face. I am not in a rush. Rather, it is your time that is limited. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Yi, her heart racing. The first thought that struck her was, he has betrayed me to the Special High Commission. Her right hand instinctively grasped the gun at her waist, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The fluidity of her movements indicated professional training. Once she confirmed the absence of immediate danger, she spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? Though she had not detected any threats, her grip on the gun remained firm. Her eyes fixed on the young man across from her with a wariness that suggested she was ready to act at a moment's notice. For those engaged in intelligence work, every day was a precarious dance with danger. One could never know when an ambush might occur, even from a colleague. Thus, maintaining constant vigilance against unexpected attacks and surveillance was essential. Don't be alarmed, Chen Jifei said calmly, his expression devoid of any deception. Though I am affiliated with a gang, I am Chinese and have no intention of selling you out to the Special High Commission. Shun Yi furrowed her brow, her voice steady as she pressed. Then what do you mean by saying my time is running out? Oh, Chen Jifei exclaimed, feigning a look of sudden realization. My apologies for not being clearer. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice. I have received information that Wang Xianping has sent a message via dead drop, arranging to meet someone tonight at 8 p.m. in room 205 at 68, Fokai Road. While I am uncertain who he is meeting, I suspect it is someone from the same group. After all, the support operation failed, and the agents sent were killed by you. Such a significant occurrence necessitates either a report to superiors or a plan for subsequent assignments. If we can apprehend both individuals, how could we not dismantle this infiltrating group of the Special High Commission? However, he continued, a glint of amusement in his eyes. With less than 2 hours remaining until 8 o'clock, you still need to report and assemble your team for action. Wouldn't you say that your time is indeed running out? In accordance with the customary practices of our previous operations, it is indeed possible that we may have delayed the optimal time for apprehension. During the last capture of Daichuan Early Reiko, it was precisely this delay that led to an unexpected encounter with the extraction team, resulting in a hasty confrontation that escalated into a gunfight, culminating in the explosion of vehicles. Although the public directorate was aware that the blue shirts and the special high police were in conflict, posing a significant threat to the security of the French concession, they found themselves powerless without evidence, forced to swallow their grievances. Should another incident arise, it is likely that the public directorate would direct their ire towards the police precinct. Suddenly, a glint of excitement flashed in Shun Yi's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Have you uncovered such a wealth of information in just 2 days? Is the intelligence reliable?" "Rest assured, the intelligence is absolutely authentic," Qin Zhifei replied with unwavering confidence, fully assured of its validity. This information was sourced from the system, and theoretically, it could not be erroneous. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "When we captured Daichuan Early Reiko the day before yesterday, was there any misinformation?" Shun Yi nodded slightly, his faith bolstered to a considerable degree. The previous intelligence had been equally swift and precise, thus affirming Qin Zhifei's capabilities. With doubts dispelled, an expression of exhilaration graced his face. If the intelligence holds true and they could indeed apprehend the 2 special high police agents during their rendezvous, it would be a monumental achievement. Yet, as he had queried earlier, time was not on their side. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a notepad and pinned down a series of numbers. "Should you need to reach me, you may call this number. If I am unavailable, my colleagues will relay your message. We shall rendezvous here tomorrow at noon. This is my contact number in the Chinese district. Memorize it at once." Providing his contact information significantly elevated his standing in Qin Zhifei's eyes. Qin Zhifei meticulously committed the string of digits to memory, nodding in affirmation. He then produced a match, igniting a Haidman cigarette. With the smoke curling around him, he reduced the slip of paper with the phone number to ashes. With a pair of sunglasses, he could very well resemble a certain charismatic figure. "I must report immediately. I shall take my leave." Shun Yi's face bore an anxious expression as he prepared to depart. "Wait," Qin Zhifei suddenly interjected, halting him. "What is it?" Shun Yi asked, narrowing his eyes at his companion. "In our next meeting, let us choose a different location," Qin Zhifei said in a low voice. Shun Yi regarded this with neutrality, recognizing the risks of frequenting the same spot. However, curiosity compelled him to question, "Why the sudden change of venue? Are you being followed?" Qin Zhifei shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Eating wontons every time. Aren't you tired of it? Let's try the restaurant across the street for a change of flavor." Shun Yi blinked, momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a serious issue, only to find it was merely this. Upon further reflection, however, Qin Zhifei's reasoning seemed quite sound, leaving him at a loss for words. Eating wontons daily indeed warranted a change. Moreover, meeting consistently at a fixed location was not the safest option. Although Qin Zhifei was merely an informant and not a member of the intelligence department, the development of informants was a common occurrence within intelligence circles. Prioritizing safety was never a misguided principle. Time is of the essence, and the weight of the task leaves no room for deliberation on what to eat next. With a few small bills hastily cast aside, I rushed to locate a public telephone. This is a personal directive from the boss, a mission of retribution. If I can unearth a covert special task force lurking in the French concession, my name will surely reach the boss's ears. Gaining recognition could pave the way for my promotion. With swift steps, I finally arrive at the public telephone booth, only to find a man engaged in a call. In a moment of desperation, I fling open the glass door and pull him out. Before he can express his indignation, I thrust 5 telephone tokens into his hand. Upon seeing the tokens, he opens his mouth to protest, but chooses to forgive me instead. I insert a token into the phone and dial the office of the concession. "Team leader, I have received credible intelligence. A special task force is operating in the French concession, providing financial and logistical support. They are scheduled to meet tonight at 8 p.m. in room 205, 68, Faucazin Road." Chapter 40. Shun Yi's meticulous work and the arrival of leadership. An hour later, 3 black sedans passed through the checkpoint and entered the French concession. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, they halted at a corner on Faucazin Road. The sound of car doors slamming echoed as a dozen robust men clad in black suits disembarked, their vigilance palpable as they scanned the area. Their movements suggested they were not soldiers, yet had undergone military training. The first 2 vehicles had discharged members of the operational team tasked with capturing suspects. The third car revealed a man in a Zhongshan suit emerging from the passenger seat, joining 4 others who appeared to form 2 distinct groups. The man in the Zhongshan suit was Jiang Hongtao, the leader of the intelligence unit. With the discovery of a suspected espionage den within the French concession, personnel from the intelligence group had been dispatched to assist. Their dual purpose was to provide intelligence support and to ascertain any additional findings. In hushed tones, the intelligence leader and the operational team captain exchanged a few words, nodding in agreement to a unified strategy. Such collaborative endeavors were not uncommon, having established clear divisions of labor and a shared understanding over time. Suddenly, a man in a long gown, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and clutching a briefcase, approached briskly. The encroaching darkness necessitated their concealment, rendering it difficult to discern his features from a distance. However, his trajectory indicated he was heading directly toward them. The vigilant operatives immediately heightened their alertness, resting their right hands on the grips of their firearms. Only when the man drew within 10 meters did the dim light allow them to make out his face. Several alert operatives squinted, lowering their hands from their weapons as recognition dawned. "Captain." Shani hastened forward, respectfully greeting him. He then turned a nod in acknowledgement toward the operational team leader. Having collaborated on several occasions, they had developed a sense of familiarity. Upon seeing his colleagues arrive, Shun-Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without delay, he began to brief the captain. "I have surveyed the surrounding area and sketched a rough layout of the apartment." As he spoke, he retrieved a simplistic floor plan from his briefcase. After confirming that the higher-ups had dispatched the operational team for this mission, Shun-Yi had not rested idly. He had personally traversed the vicinity, centering his observations around number 68 Faucazin Road, marking the buildings and streets in detail, including the back entrance of the apartment. Providing on-site information was also a crucial duty of the intelligence unit. Jiang Hongtao listened intently to his subordinate's report, nodding in satisfaction. He was pleased with the performance of this recent graduate from Huangpu Military Academy. In just 2 months, Shun-Yi had already delivered 2 significant pieces of intelligence, both of which had garnered the personal attention of Dai Chunfeng, who had issued directives concerning them. Shun-Yi's performance not only showcased his capabilities, but also brought prestige to the intelligence unit. More importantly, he maintained connections within the Baoding faction, possessing a background that surpassed even that of his superior. He generously praised, "The intelligence is quite detailed. Once we apprehend the 2 Japanese spies, I shall commend you." The action team leader nodded slightly, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. After several collaborations, he had developed a favorable impression of this warrant officer, a graduate of Huangpu Military Academy. Moreover, the intelligence regarding the spies' rendezvous that evening had indeed been uncovered by others and warranted substantial rewards. As for their action team, they would receive separate accolades upon the successful completion of their mission. The collaboration between both parties was sincere and harmonious, devoid of any conflict. The action team leader, having grasped the situation, organized his 10 subordinates. Key intersections outside the apartment were monitored to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The leader himself, accompanied by 4 team members, prepared for immediate apprehension. As time ticked away, the rendezvous hour of 8 o'clock approached swiftly. The light in room 205 had been on since dusk, indicating that at least one person was inside. "You must act swiftly," he cautioned. "If we alert the person upstairs, he may escape." This position was not visible from above. As long as they acted deftly, they would remain undetected. Shun-Yi leaned against the wall, quietly briefing the team on the intelligence. According to his investigation, room 205 was occupied, making a forced entry necessary, which would present a considerable challenge. However, when Wang Xianping arrived for the meeting, an arrest could be executed downstairs. At that point, there would be only one person left inside the room, and even if resistance occurred, it would likely be less fierce. Should there be severe resistance leading to a fatality, they could still capture one alive. Shun-Yi's gaze remained fixed on the intersection leading to the apartment as he occasionally glanced at his watch. When the hands indicated 3 minutes until 8, a rickshaw came to a stop at the curb. A man clad in a suit, his hair impeccably slicked back, alighted from the rickshaw. He retrieved his wallet and paid the fare. While rummaging through his wallet, his peripheral vision remained alert to his surroundings. Satisfied that he was not being followed, he smiled and handed over the money. Turning to glance at room 205, he noted the light and a checkered shirt hanging from the window before he proceeded toward the entrance of the apartment hallway. Shani concealed himself in the shadows, observing the approaching man in the suit. Under the glow of the street lamp, he clearly identified the individual. To ensure accuracy, Shun-Yi had previously visited the Liang Trading Company, posing as a prospective distributor to engage in brief conversation with Wang Xianping. After being rebuffed, he left without pressing further and promptly moved on to the next establishment. Wang Xianping's appearance and voice were etched firmly in his memory. Confirming his identity, he whispered, "Captain Li, this is Wang Xianping, the manager of Liang Trading Company, who also provided the vehicles and funding." Captain Li nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with 2 subordinates behind him. The 2 men, dressed in plumbing work uniforms and wearing felt hats, swiftly moved forward. Upon seeing the 2 men emerge from around the corner, Wang Xianping's expression shifted to one of caution. Only after recognizing their work attire did his taut nerves begin to ease. "After a long day, let's go for a drink," he suggested. "Indeed. Let us head to the old tavern." The 2 discussed their plans for a drink, seemingly oblivious to the approaching figures. As they approached within a meter of one another, the 2 individuals halted, only to realize the presence of another. They hastily exchanged apologies, stepping aside to clear the path. Wang Xianping, unsuspecting of any ulterior motives, proceeded to walk between them. Just as he brushed past, he keenly sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Before he could react, a powerful strike landed on the back of his neck, causing him to see stars and stagger momentarily. Before he could regain his balance, large hands clamped down on his shoulders, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Knees pressed against his back, his arms were bound behind him, rendering him powerless to struggle. Alarm surged through him. He realized he had been compromised. In that fleeting instant, Wang Xianping understood that he had fallen into an ambush orchestrated by the agents. He turned his head, intending to bite into the poison concealed in his collar. Suddenly, a fist, as heavy as a sandbag, struck his temple, plunging him into darkness and rendering him completely unconscious. Chapter 41. Significant gains. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Captain Li waved his hand, and two operatives swiftly lifted Wang Xianping. Darting towards the corner, they placed him in a concealed position and, while one remained to guard him, the other returned to assist in apprehending suspects upstairs. Temporarily sequestering Wang Xianping in that corner would not draw the attention of the residents coming and going, even if the accomplices above were on high alert. Standing by the window to observe, the angle of vision prevented them from seeing what transpired at the stairwell. Their movements were clean and efficient, a testament to their elite training from Huangpu. Upstairs, Captain Li ordered in a hushed tone, and the five of them pressed against the wall as they ascended. Shun Yi and the intelligence personnel remained hidden in the corner, showing no intention of intervening. Their role was to provide intelligence, leaving the execution of operations to the action team. Each had their designated duties, working in concert. To speak more pragmatically, the intelligence team had already earned their merit by supplying information. If they rushed in to apprehend suspects, what accolades would be left for the action team? Thus, Jiang Hongtao refrained from acting impulsively, trailing quietly after the action team had ascended. They would only intervene should an unexpected situation arise, allowing the enemy to escape the encirclement. At that moment, a man in his 40s, sporting a neat mustache, stood by the window. He gently parted the curtains, peering outside intermittently. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease tonight. Ever since the failed extraction operation a few days prior, which resulted in the death of a team member, Nakamura Ichiro had been restless. 2 years earlier, under the auspices of the Taco, a 5-member team had infiltrated the French concession, establishing a trading firm to import daily necessities from France. This commercial front not only provided a veneer of legitimacy, but also mitigated scrutiny regarding their ties to Japan. Furthermore, since they sourced goods directly from France, the various departments in the French concession turned a blind eye, hesitant to create trouble. Who could have known whether this trading firm had the backing of influential French elites? Over the past 2 years, under the guise of this firm, they had facilitated the Taco's operations within the concession, providing both intelligence and financial support. Even the safe house where Okawa Seiko was sheltered was arranged by this team. They had leased or purchased several similar properties, which meant that the Taco had thrived in the French concession, gaining access to a wealth of information, thanks to their support. As the team leader, Nakamura Ichiro orchestrated all operations, having achieved numerous successes without a single misstep. Little did he expect that the recent extraction would coincide with an encounter with the blue shirts. When he received the news, he could scarcely believe how the blue shirts had discovered the location of their safe house. After finishing a pack of cigarettes, he still could not fathom where the lapse had occurred. He held absolute confidence in the other 4 members of his team, trusting they would not falter or disclose details of that night's operation. After all, those selected for the infiltration team had undergone rigorous vetting regarding their family backgrounds and life experiences, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the empire. Over the course of 2 years, numerous significant tasks have been accomplished, and the individual aiding the important figure surpassing Takagawa Haruko remains unknown in number. Yet, each endeavor has been executed flawlessly, devoid of any errors. Naturally, there would be no betrayal for the sake of a single Takagawa Haruko, even under the most severe torture inflicted by the Blue Attire Society. Yielding would not be achieved in just a day or two. If a team member were to truly vanish for several days, it would be impossible not to notice. Thus, trust remains in the remaining 3 individuals. This evening, a member operating under the alias Wang Xianping was summoned specifically to inquire about the situation in person. However, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in the heart. A glance at the handgun resting on the coffee table provided a semblance of reassurance. Meanwhile, Captain Li and his team ascended to the 2nd floor, peering cautiously for any signs of activity. Observing the corridor was devoid of presence, he gestured subtly with his hand. Several tactical team members promptly advanced, weapons in hand, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Their footsteps were light, producing no sound. Upon locating the door marked 205, they positioned themselves on either side. Captain Li leaned against the wall, signaling to one of the team members with a nod. The individual, clad in maintenance work attire, acknowledged with a nod and proceeded to knock rhythmically on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I am from the water company. Is anyone home? Hearing the knock, Nakamura Aikir dashed to the coffee table, gripping his firearm tightly. Pressing against the wall, a look of vigilance adorned his face. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. I am from the water company. Is anyone home? The inquiry resonated again from outside. Peering cautiously through the peephole, Nakamura Aikir noticed a man in work attire standing outside and inquired through the door, "What is it?" The team member swiftly responded with a smile. "The ceiling downstairs is leaking, and I am here to inspect if your drainage pipe is the cause." After a moment of contemplation, Nakamura Aikir concealed the gun behind him and slowly opened the door, stating, "Come in." No sooner had he spoken than the maintenance worker lunged forward. Despite his precautions, the short distance closed in an instant. In one swift motion, Nakamura Aikir was tackled to the ground. His expression shifted dramatically as his back slammed against the floor. Ignoring the pain, he raised his firearm, poised to pull the trigger. In a flash, two tactical team members pounced, firmly restraining him. With a skilled twist, they disarmed him, wrenching the gun from his grip. 5 individuals converged, some applying handcuffs, others removing the gun, while a few stripped him of his outer garments to prevent suicide by poison. Even his mouth was gagged with a rag. In a mere 10 seconds, he was subdued. "Take him away," Captain Lee commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. As 2 team members dragged Nakamura Aikir out, the successful capture of both targets brought smiles of exhilaration to their faces. The reprisal plan issued by Dai Chunfeng extended beyond mere assassination, demanding a life for a life. Their success in apprehending an intelligence team was a significant accolade. Before they could inspect the premises, personnel from the intelligence department rushed in. The 5 members, each with clearly defined roles, commenced searching the apartment. Upon opening the safe, the sight of numerous small yellow fish and bundles of US dollars awaited, prompting a skilled packing of the items. Yet, they dared not keep any for themselves. Everything was meant for submission. Moments later, Shen Yi discovered a hidden compartment beneath the wardrobe and cautiously retrieved a box. Upon lifting the lid, she exclaimed with excitement, "I found the radio! I found the radio!" Jiang Hongtao rushed over and, upon seeing the radio, grinned widely, nearly stretching his mouth to his ears. He eagerly proclaimed, "The codebook! We must extract the codebook, even if it means prying up the floorboards." The members of the intelligence team closed the door and fervently searched for the codebook. Meanwhile, Chen Jifei, carrying a pig's head and a bottle of liquor, traversed the impoverished district by the riverside. The area was cluttered with makeshift shanties, and rubbish was strewn everywhere, the air thick with a foul odor. The shanties were crammed closely together, making it a challenge to locate anyone. Spotting a woman stepping out to dispose of water, he hurriedly approached her and inquired, "Excuse me, madam, could you please tell me where Lu Meng resides?" Chapter 42. A ramshackle abode, a test of resolve. The elder sister clutched a worn basin in her hands, meandering through the adjacent slum area. She gestured towards 2 makeshift shanties ahead, declaring, "This is Lu Meng's home." Chen Jifei followed her through the dimly lit enclave, nearly losing his way amid the squalor. His feet occasionally encountered a myriad of refuse, and one misstep could lead to a slip. The conditions here were indeed deplorable. Yet, in comparison to another shanty town, this place was markedly better. Despite the dirt and disorder underfoot, at least the structures were constructed of wood. The roofs were thatched with straw and cowhide, providing some semblance of shelter from the elements. In contrast, another area was teeming with refugees who had no proper housing. They could only fashion rudimentary tents from mats, arching them in a bridge-like formation and hanging cloth at both ends for cover. In the face of a strong wind, those flimsy barriers would be easily uprooted. During torrential rains, even the meager protection they offered would prove inadequate. Nevertheless, for these displaced souls, any chance at survival, however harsh the conditions, was a blessing, far better than facing the horrors of war and the brutality of oppressors. Merely managing to endure was a feat. How could they dare to dream of thatched cottages? "Thank you, elder sister." Chen Jifei expressed his gratitude politely, surveying the 2 adjoining shanties. Though rudimentary, they were sufficient to shield against wind and rain. Moreover, the surrounding neighbors were families huddled together in mere square meters of space. Lu Meng's ability to erect 2 shanties indicated a relative prosperity. It was likely his fierce determination that had preserved these thatched homes from being seized by others. Chen Jifei scrutinized the 2 huts. One was shrouded in darkness, while a glimmer of light emanated from the cracks of the wooden door of the other. Approaching the illuminated entrance, he raised his hand and gently knocked. The sound echoed with a decaying softness, as if a mere increase in force could have breached the door. "Who is it?" came Lu Meng's puzzled voice from within the thatched abode. Moments later, the worn wooden door creaked open amidst a harsh scraping sound, revealing a robust figure in the light. Chen Jifei raised the pig's head and liquor in his hands, grinning as he jested, "I've come to drink with you. What is this? Not welcomed?" Lu Meng's expression momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected invitation for an evening drink. The mention of liquor stirred a long-forgotten sense of nostalgia within him. The last time he had indulged was back in his hometown in the Northeast. Since arriving in Shanghai, he had abstained from alcohol. After laboring for a month, he barely earned enough for a few coins. And even the scraps of bone and meat could only be relished once a month. To save money, he could hardly justify spending on liquor. The cost of a bottle could instead provide 2 eggs for his mother's nourishment. Upon hearing the word liquor, a craving ignited within him, prompting him to instinctively lick his lips. He quickly moved aside, allowing the imposing figure blocking the doorway to pass. "It is my honor to have you, Brother Fei. How could I not welcome you? Please, come in." Qin Zhifei nodded with a smile and stepped over the threshold into the humble dwelling. The thatched hut measures approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a small wooden table missing a leg, and a cabinet. A kerosene lamp rests upon the table, casting a warm glow within the confines of this modest dwelling. Lu Meng, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and hurriedly retrieved a small stool from beneath the bed. After wiping it clean with his sleeve, he placed it beside the table. "Please excuse the simplicity of my abode. Do take a seat," he invited. Qin Zhifei placed his belongings on the table and attempted to sit down. The stool creaked under his weight but held firm, avoiding collapse. Qin Zhifei looked up and smiled. "No need for formality. Sit down and enjoy a drink." "Of course." Lu Meng replied with a grin as he fetched 2 clay rice bowls from the cabinet, which bore several chips along the edges. Qin Zhifei unwrapped his package, revealing tantalizingly bright and succulent pig's head meat. Instantly, the room was filled with an enticing aroma of meat. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman in her 50s entered. Upon seeing guests in the house, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. It was the first time she had encountered someone visiting her son at such an hour. "Mother!" Lu Meng exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting his mother to be awake. Qin Zhifei also rose and politely greeted, "Good evening, Annie." He then gestured, "Shouldn't you fetch some bowls and chopsticks for Auntie?" Lu's mother quickly waved her hand. "I want to interrupt your drinking. I'll just head back to my room to rest." With that, she turned and returned to her quarters, reassured upon realizing it was merely a friend visiting her son for a drink. Qin Zhifei filled half a bowl with pig's head meat and raised his hand, indicating, "It wouldn't be fair for just the 2 of us to indulge. You should hurry and bring some to Annie." "Thank you, Brother Fei," Lu Meng exclaimed, gratefully accepting the meat-filled bowl. As a devoted son, how could he neglect to share a good meal with his mother? Yet, since the food and drink were brought by others, he felt hesitant to ask. Now, with someone else offering to treat his mother, a warm sense of gratitude and emotion welled within him. Carefully cradling the bowl, he made his way next door. The thick thatch and cowhide between the 2 rooms provided decent sound insulation, rendering the sounds from the other side nearly inaudible. After a few minutes, Lu Meng returned, his face glowing with happiness. He poured half a bowl of liquor and gratefully announced, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Fei. I shall drink this in your honor." With that, he tilted the bowl back and drained it in one go. Qin Zhifei followed suit, emptying his half bowl of liquor with ease. The strong spirits ignited a burning sensation in his throat. Wiping his mouth, he picked up several slices of pig's head meat, savoring each bite with deliberation. The combination of half a bowl of strong liquor followed by the delectable meat was nothing short of divine indulgence. With a contented sigh, he exclaimed, "Delightful." Lu Meng, seizing his chopsticks, followed suit and picked up a slice of pig's head meat, savoring the rich flavor that burst in his mouth, his face reflecting sheer bliss. It had been nearly half a year since he had tasted such a delightful blend of fat and lean meat. Impatiently, he took a few more slices, filling his mouth to achieve a sense of fulfillment. Qin Zhifei smiled faintly and poured wine into the bowls of the 2 men. As they sipped their drinks, they engaged in casual conversation. After a few rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, he set down his chopsticks, leaned slightly forward, and in a hushed tone inquired, "Have you heard that Li Huoming has been arrested?" Lu Meng's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with confusion. Li Huoming, the one selling roasted chestnuts at the police station's entrance? Why was he arrested? His bewilderment was evident. He could not fathom why a chestnut vendor would be apprehended. Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes, his expression laden with significance. "Yes, that's the same Li Huoming whose candied chestnuts you praised yesterday. However, last night, he murdered a Japanese man in a high-end apartment on Guiyuan Road and has already been taken into custody by the police." A jolt coursed through Lu Meng's body as he stiffened, his chopsticks clattering against the table. His expression transformed in an instant, eyes wide with shock. Qin Zhifei scrutinized Lu Meng's face, subtly slipping his right hand into his pocket. With a gentle press of his thumb, he disengaged the safety on his Browning handgun. Chapter 43. Conduct, a token of merit for you. How could this be? How could he be regarded as the murderer? It shouldn't be. He is a straightforward and honest person. How could he possibly commit murder? Brother Fei, you must be mistaken. The police must have made an error. Li Huoming's entire family relies on him to make a living by selling roasted chestnuts. If he is imprisoned, how will they survive? This is a grave injustice. He has been wronged. Lu Meng's face flushed crimson, already somewhat inebriated. Now, shaken to his core, he muttered incessantly in disbelief, clearly flustered. Chen Zhifei observed him with a detached gaze, scrutinizing every change in Lu Meng's expression. It is often said that the truth spills forth when one is intoxicated, for it is in such a state that one's defenses are most lowered, making it easier to utter truths or slip up. It is also a moment to assess one's character. However, Chen Zhifei dared not let his guard down, remaining ever vigilant in case Lu Meng, in a fit of desperation, resorted to violence. His right hand gripped his pistol tightly, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Zhifei had inherited the combat prowess of his past as a renowned enforcer. Yet, that was merely the brawling of street thugs, not worthy of the grand stage. Nevertheless, through his observations and understanding of Lu Meng, he was aware that the latter had once trained in martial arts. If a confrontation were to arise, it would not be an equal match against a burly opponent with combat skills. Chen Zhifei always kept a contingency plan, adhering to his personal code of conduct. As long as the other party refrained from dangerous actions, he would not pull the trigger. Noticing Lu Meng's evident shock regarding Li Huaming's situation, he discerned a sense of guilt etched upon the rugged features of Lu Meng's face. The crime he committed had unjustly imprisoned an innocent man, stirring a sense of remorse within him, which at least proved he was not devoid of empathy. Chen Zhifei spoke solemnly, but he had grievances with the murdered Japanese man. Many witnesses saw it. He possesses a motive for the crime, and if no other evidence points to someone else, he is indeed the murderer. Lu Meng's fists clenched tightly, and as he lifted his gaze, his eyes were bloodshot. With concern, he asked, "Brother Fei, what will happen if it is proven that he is the murderer?" Chen Zhifei lifted a bowl and took a sip of liquor, squinting as he replied, "The Public Affairs Bureau will hand him over to the Japanese gendarmerie to appease their wrath. His family will be expelled from the French concession. Li Huaming himself will suffer torture, being interrogated to ascertain whether he is a spy for the Blue Shirt Society. If no further information is extracted, he will be taken out and executed, buried alongside other executed individuals, leaving his family unaware of the location of his remains." His voice was low, tinged with sorrow. "If no additional evidence indicates his innocence, this will be the final outcome." Crack. Lu Meng's fists tightened, the knuckles creaking like frying beans. Gritting his teeth, he murmured in anguish, "He is innocent. You must have made a mistake. How could a cripple possibly climb to the 4th floor and murder someone?" His eyes glistened with tears, and his rugged face was filled with guilt. The thought of Li Huaming facing execution, along with his family being expelled from the French concession, gnawed at his conscience like a blade. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, leaning slightly forward as he articulated each word with precision. "I never claimed it was the 4th floor or that the murder was committed through a window." Lu Meng, taken aback, felt a chill run through him. The haze of inebriation dissipated instantly. Stammering, he managed to say, I was just guessing." His face betrayed a palpable panic, revealing that his excuse was hastily concocted. Chen Zhifei leaned back, a cold smile gracing his features. Armed with intelligence provided by the system and Lu Meng's demeanor, it was clear he was the perpetrator. Now, in a moment of inner turmoil, Lu was recounting the details of the case, a fact even an outsider could discern. With a playful smirk, Chen Zhifei remarked, "Had I not perused the case files, I would have remained oblivious to the victim's floor, or whether entry was gained through a window or a door. If you merely guessed a single detail correctly, it could be attributed to sheer luck. However, your precision in stating that entry was made through the window is rather uncanny. Do not attempt to convince me it's mere coincidence. In our line of work, we never trust coincidences. All such occurrences are meticulously orchestrated." "Mengzi, are you still reluctant to speak the truth?" Chen Zhifei's tone was calm, yet bore an edge of interrogation, his posture exuding the authority of a superior. Lu Meng trembled, his expression growing increasingly frantic. I was only..." He opened his mouth to defend himself, but found no suitable justification. His thoughts in disarray. In that moment, he was utterly unsettled, his gaze conflicted, torn between the urge to justify himself and the shame of allowing Li Huaming to be wrongfully imprisoned. Observing the turmoil on Lu Meng's face, Chen Zhifei made a rough assessment. Squinting, he prepared for the final strike. Nonchalantly, he said, "Did you truly believe that hiding the triangular dagger and the blood-stained clothing beneath the jar would keep them hidden from prying eyes?" Lu Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reverberating with shock. The dagger and the bloodied garment were secrets known only to him. Not even his elderly neighbor residing next door was aware of their existence. These were his most profound secrets. Yet now, a newcomer to his home was privy to the murder and the location of the concealed items. A wave of vulnerability washed over him, as though all his secrets had been laid bare for scrutiny. His voice trembled. "How did you know? Huh? Do you not consider what I do for a living?" Chen Zhifei lifted his chin with an air of pride. He then adopted a concerned demeanor and continued, "It's understandable to keep the dagger for self-defense, but why do you still possess the blood-stained clothing? Are you intending to retain it as evidence of your crime?" As he spoke, his chin elevated, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. Lu Meng's expression faltered, his features turning bitter. His gaze gradually regained composure. as if he had resigned himself to fate. With the location of the murder weapon now revealed, any further denial held no significance. Reflecting on the late-night visit for drinks, it became abundantly clear what the other party's intentions were. They were unequivocally aware that I was the true perpetrator. Raising the bottle of liquor from the table, I downed it in one go. In a low voice, I declared, "Indeed, it was I who killed that Japanese man." Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, surprised at how readily I admitted it. He inquired, "What are your plans now?" Lu Ming replied with a grave tone, "A man must take responsibility for his own actions. I shall not implicate others. If I confess, will Li Huoming be exonerated?" Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, affirming his response. Lu Ming broke into a grin, relief washing over his face. "That is excellent news. Brother Fei, I am willing to accompany you to the police station. However, I have one condition." Chapter 44, Lu Ming's past money? Conditions? Chen Zhifei was taken aback, not anticipating such an unguarded admission. He had not even resorted to the tricks and tactics he had meticulously prepared. The individual he had killed was Japanese, once transferred to the military police headquarters. His fate would be sealed. Moreover, before facing execution, he would endure unspeakable torment. Therefore, it was only logical to deny the charges. After all, the instinct to survive is inherent in all beings. Who would willingly leap into the inferno when the possibility of life remains? Typically, unless there is irrefutable evidence, one would not easily confess. Even trained spies do not demand punishment upon capture. They often feign innocence, portraying themselves as wronged. Even when faced with damning proof, they would vehemently insist on their innocence. If fortune smiles upon them, they might just escape unscathed. Thus, Chen Zhifei had devised a strategy, preparing to employ various threats and bluffs to test Lu Ming's endurance. However, after preparing for a decisive strike, he felt as if he had merely punched a pillow. He nodded and remarked, "You are indeed a man of grit, but what leverage do you possess to negotiate with me?" Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he replied solemnly, "I am my own best asset. If you agree to my terms, I will willingly confess and ensure that you achieve great merit." "Did you not say that the journalist will feature this incident on the front page tomorrow, with even the chief inspector being implicated? If you solve this case and personally apprehend me, securing my full confession, would you not be hailed as a hero? Surely, the chief inspector would recognize your efforts. Within 3 years, you could be promoted to inspector. Is it unreasonable to exchange your advancement for a dying man's final wish?" With that, he took a piece of pig's head meat and stuffed it into his mouth, adopting an air of noble sacrifice. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a playful smile gracing his face. "Go on, enlighten me." After swallowing the meat, Lu Ming wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his expression turning grave. "As I understand it, there is usually a reward for solving cases at the police station, correct?" "Yes, there is a reward, but it is modest, around $10 or $8. This case will be in the news tomorrow, implicating even the chief inspector. The ramifications are significant, thus the reward must be greater, no?" "Indeed. It should amount to $100 silver." Lu Ming's eyes gleamed at the affirmative response. He spoke earnestly, "I take full responsibility for the life I took. I will not implicate anyone else, nor have I ever wished to harm another. My actions have led to the ruin of Li Huoming's family, and my conscience is troubled. Therefore, I implore you, upon my surrender, to release Li Huoming and spare the innocent from unjust punishment. Furthermore, my greatest concern lies with my mother. She toils daily, washing clothes to earn a living. But what will become of her in her old age? I ask that your reward of $100 be given to her as her retirement fund. While I cannot remain by her side to fulfill my filial duties, I must ensure that she has some means for her future. As one ages and finds oneself unable to assist others with menial tasks, the hope remains for sustenance." Lu Ming's eyes glistened with crimson hues, tears streaming down his cheeks. From the sorrowful depths of his gaze, it was evident that he was a man of fortitude, unafraid of death. Yet, as a dutiful son, he could not bear the thought of his mother, now advancing in years, facing solitude. Chen Zhifei pressed his lips together, offering no assurances. With a sigh, he lamented, "Had I known it would come to this, why did you resort to the heinous act of murder?" Suddenly, Lu Ming lifted his head, his reddened eyes ablaze with fervent hatred. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Because they deserved to perish. They invaded our cherished homeland and slaughtered our kin. They all deserve death. Do you know why I journeyed from the northeast to this unfamiliar Shanghai?" It seemed that in the face of impending doom, memories of the past surged forth. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "If you are willing to share, I am all ears." This moment was one of true understanding, a time to listen intently. Secrets that had long been buried in the recesses of one's heart often emerge when confronted with the specter of imprisonment and execution. It is indeed the moment when one comprehends the essence of another's character. Lu Ming wiped away his tears, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In a hushed tone, he began to reminisce. "I hail from the north, more precisely from Heilongjiang in the 3 eastern provinces. From a young age, I was stronger than my peers, and I later learned martial arts from a neighbor who had once served as a palace guard in his youth. By the time I turned 10, I could best even adults in combat. However, this strength came at a cost. My ability to consume the rations of 3 children placed a significant burden on my family. Yet, my parents never uttered a word of complaint. Instead, they toiled tirelessly to ensure I had enough to eat. Though our lives were fraught with hardship, we found solace in our togetherness. Tragedy struck when, at the age of 12, my father went to work and never returned. After much inquiry, I learned that he and his fellow workers had been brutally slain by the Japanese. Thoughts of avenging my father by killing the enemy crossed my mind. But the realization that my mother would be left utterly alone if I were to perish quelled that urge. I resolved to earn more money, so that when the time came to confront the enemy, I would have resources to flee. Thus, I balanced the pursuit of wealth with the rigorous practice of martial arts and lethal skills. Last year, my mother's health declined, prompting me to seek rice porridge for her nourishment. You see, in that land, Chinese people were deemed unworthy of rice. It was a privilege reserved for the Japanese. I once witnessed a woman from afar, who, ignorant of the customs, was beaten to death for eating white flour. On my way home with rice, I encountered 2 Japanese soldiers conducting an inspection. When they discovered the rice on my person, they attempted to apprehend me. I knew that capture would lead only to death. In desperation, I seized one of their bayonets and killed them both. Aware that I had committed an egregious act and would be hunted down, I fled with my mother under the cover of night, navigating a treacherous journey until we arrived in Shanghai. The triangular dagger used in last night's murder was seized from a Japanese soldier. I witnessed that Japanese man humiliatingly humming, which ignited a murderous intent within me. I never anticipated that you would uncover it so swiftly. I accept responsibility for my actions without regret. However, I never intended to implicate any innocent individuals. All I wished for was to secure some funds to ensure my mother would have food to eat. Brother Fei, could you grant me this final request? Lu Ming's gaze was piercing, his expression earnest, as if articulating a last wish. Chen Zhifei pressed his lips together and gently shook his head. Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, why? Based on our previous encounters, this officer did not appear to be devoid of compassion. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, your mother will, of course, be cared for by you in the future. Furthermore, where would I procure 100 silver dollars for you? Chapter 45. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Zhifei shrugged, a smile gracing his face as he uttered 2 words, no money. His nonchalant demeanor left Lu Ming momentarily stunned, eyes wide and mind racing to comprehend. Despite the heartfelt narrative just shared, this mercenary officer remained unmoved. Lu Ming questioned himself, realizing that his request was not unreasonable. After all, that 100 silver dollars was a price paid with his very life. Gaining recognition from the esteemed chief of police through cooperation was far more valuable than a mere 100 silver dollars. Without connections, even possessing that sum would not elevate his status in the eyes of others. To his dismay, the officer appeared insatiably greedy, intent on hoarding the entire bounty for himself. Lu Ming inhaled deeply, stifling the anger bubbling within. $50. Just $50 for my mother will suffice. Brother Fei, don't you provide relocation fees when your gang accomplishes significant tasks? I'm offering you an immense service, and you can't even spare $50 for relocation? His gritted teeth suggested he was making a considerable concession. If this reward truly stemmed from his sacrifice, retaining only half seemed exceedingly meager. It was evident that he had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he had resolved to surrender and exonerate Li Huoming from wrongful accusations. Simultaneously, he understood that even if he escaped the foreign concession, there would be nowhere to go. Refugees flooded towards Shanghai, and his chances of survival outside the city amidst chaos were slim. Alone, he struggled, and with a frail mother in tow, enduring would be even more challenging. Rather than perish on the run in a few months, he sought to secure a glimmer of hope for his mother. Retaining some funds could provide her a stable refuge from the storm. This encapsulated the innermost thoughts of a dutiful son. Therefore, he never contemplated resistance. His sole desire was to procure as much benefit for his mother as possible before capture. Yet, he was taken aback by the officer's insatiable greed, even attempting to claim the relocation fee entirely for himself. Frustrated and helpless, he was engulfed by despair, not considering the implications of the earlier response. His mind was fixated on the notion that since the officer had come to him, it could only mean capture was imminent. Just as he pondered uttering a few more conciliatory words, a sudden epiphany struck him, leaving his mouth agape in astonishment. Are you implying that you will not pursue the matter of my killing? In his earlier agitation, he had been solely focused on securing relocation funds, momentarily failing to grasp the broader picture. Now enlightened, shock registered on his face. Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smirk as he playfully remarked, if you were to kill innocents, I would certainly not show you mercy. However, you have eliminated invaders. Defending your homeland, an act of patriotism that every Chinese person should embrace. In fact, I believe your actions were remarkably swift and decisive. He met his end far too quickly. With a dismissive pout, Chen Zhifei expressed a surprising approval of the act of killing. Lu Meng, left bewildered, could only stare in disbelief. The abrupt contrast before and after left him somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, he had prepared himself for death, even contemplating his aftermath. Yet, to his astonishment, the officer before him not only refrained from arresting him, but also offered commendations, clearly stating that he would not enforce the law. Lu Meng found himself teetering between life and death, engulfed in an unreal sensation. He furrowed his brow and hesitantly asked, if you do not apprehend the true culprit, what will become of Li Huoming? He is innocent. He must not suffer due to my misfortune, leading to his family's ruin. Huh. You indeed possess a semblance of conscience. Chen Zhifei replied with a smile, shaking his head. You need not concern yourself with his affairs. I shall handle them. Since I intend to save you, I will ensure that the innocent do not meet an untimely demise. Oh, Lu Meng gasped, momentarily rendered speechless. Assisting a suspect in evading justice could lead to being considered an accomplice if discovered. His widened eyes reflected not only surprise, but also profound gratitude. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, displaying a warm smile, and spoke earnestly. Mengzi, I am aware of your filial piety and your aspirations, which is why I chose to assist you. You are not a mindless killer. I believe in you and have faith in your character. Brother Fei. Lu Meng's lips trembled, overwhelmed with emotion as tears cascaded down his cheeks. He declared resolutely, from this day forth, my life belongs to Brother Fei, even if you demand my life. I shall not flinch. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a look of gratification gracing his face. With a gentle press of his thumb, he disengaged the safety on his Browning, his cautious nature evident. After confirming their safety, he withdrew his right hand from his pocket, patting Lu Meng on the shoulder with a smile. I do not seek your life. However, from this point onward, you are forbidden to take matters into your own hands against the Japanese without my consent, understood? I will provide you with the opportunity for vengeance, but you must adhere to my plans. Lu Meng wiped his tears and nodded earnestly. Yes, I shall heed your guidance. I trust you. Chen Zhifei patted his broad shoulder, offering an approving smile. The wine has been consumed, the necessary words exchanged. It is time for me to return. After straightening his attire, he turned to push open the dilapidated door. Having indulged in alcohol and feeling the chill of the night wind, he couldn't help but shiver. He glanced back, saying, do not see me off, return home. However, Lu Meng shook his head vigorously, intent on accompanying him for a stretch. This man before him was his savior, akin to an elder brother. Had he not been slightly dizzy from drink, he would have insisted on personally escorting him back to the dormitory. Seeing Lu Meng's resolve, Chen Zhifei did not object, recognizing the potential for disorientation in the dimly lit, labyrinthine shantytown at night. Lu Meng accompanied him until they reached a well-lit main road, where he hailed a rickshaw. He watched until the vehicle vanished from sight, then withdrew his gaze, murmuring, Brother Fei, I shall not let you down. His fist clenched tightly, his resolve unwavering, as a sense of noble camaraderie surged within him. Meanwhile, Chen Zhifei sat in the rickshaw, feeling the coolness of the night breeze by the riverside. As he reached into his pocket and unexpectedly touched the cold grip of his handgun, he was momentarily taken aback. It was quite imprudent to carry such an item on his person at all times. Leaving it in the dormitory was equally unsettling. The residents of the dormitory were a mixed bag, particularly concerning the red-headed rascals and the Vietnamese miscreants. Incidents of theft were far from rare. It was almost ironic how frequently thefts occurred in the dormitory of the constabulary. If the gun were to be stolen and subsequently used to assassinate a prominent figure, a thorough investigation could very well lead to his own entanglement and trouble. A few years prior, the technology for ballistics testing had been introduced to the rental precinct's constabulary. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to return the firearm. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if it were to be stolen, wouldn't it? He declared. Let us forego the constabulary dormitory for now, and instead head to the Hongyun gambling house. Chapter 46. The Prosperous Gambling House. The prosperous gambling house, established by the Tong, serves as a significant source of revenue. How could one who runs such an establishment refrain from engaging in shadowy enterprises? Nevertheless, the Tong adheres to a strict set of principles. They may monopolize the docks, operate gambling houses and dance halls, but they must not dabble in narcotics. Anyone daring enough to engage in the illicit trade of drugs will face the severest of punishments. There was once an individual who, unable to resist the allure of immense profits, covertly sold drugs in collusion with others from different Tong. Upon discovery, he was subjected to the harshest discipline and expelled from the Tong. Chen Zhifei held a more favorable impression of the master who had submitted a letter of apprenticeship. Perhaps he had committed many illegal acts during his rise to power, not being a paragon of virtue, yet he was a person of principles and boundaries. The rickshaw navigated through the streets, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a two-story building. Above the structure, a neon sign flickered, emblazoned with the words Prosperous Gambling House in bold characters. Operating a gambling house in the French concession was a blatant act of defiance against the law. Many similar establishments existed, each contributing a substantial sum to the public bureau annually. Consequently, the police turned a blind eye, often indulging in a few games while collecting their dues. Last year, the major gambling houses even hosted a grand competition for the title of Gambling King. Chen Zhifei gazed up at the dazzling neon lights and strode forward. At the entrance stood two young men clad in black jackets, who immediately scrutinized any approaching individuals. Their role was to intimidate and guard against any disturbances. Should anyone from rival tongs attempt to cause trouble, they would be the first to alert others. Upon recognizing Chen Zhifei, the two men quickly bowed in respect, greeting him. Brother Fei. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, graciously acknowledging their salute. Having once been a prominent enforcer within the tong, if he had not chosen a different path, he would now be a leading figure overseeing the docks and gambling houses. With a creak, the two subordinates hastily opened the grand door. As Chen Zhifei crossed the threshold, he was enveloped by a cacophony of voices. Roll, roll, 4, 5, 6 big. Oh no, lost again. Single, I'll cover it. Double, bet on double. Supreme, double heaven. Within the spacious gambling house, several tables were arranged, featuring games of dice, pai gow, and betting on aquatic creatures. Each table was surrounded by eager patrons, their eyes fixed intently on the shifting fortunes before them. When fortune favored them, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Conversely, those who lost wore expressions of despair, as though mourning a great loss. Some, having exhausted their funds, sought to borrow from the house in the corners. Joy and sorrow played out vividly on every face. While Chen Zhifei had little interest in gambling, he found the vibrant atmosphere of Shanghai's gambling houses to be quite a novelty. Brother Fei. A few attendants rushed to greet him with respect. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, his warm smile prompting them to pause in surprise as he inquired amiably, "Is A Feng here?" The scent of alcohol wafted from his own body, and it suddenly dawned on him. Brother Fei was intoxicated. One of the underlings hurriedly raised his hand to point to the second floor. Brother Fei, Brother Feng is in the office. Mm. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly and descended directly to the second floor. The henchman stationed at the stairway, upon witnessing this, promptly greeted him with deference and cleared the way. Brother Fei and Brother Feng were indeed close brothers, freely traversing the gambling den. As Chen Zhifei reached the office door on the second floor, he gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, the door was pulled open from within. A man in his 20s, with sharp features and a crew cut exuding an air of intensity, stood at the threshold. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, momentarily leaving him stunned. At that moment, a voice inquired from within the office, "Xiao Dao, who is it?" Xiao Dao quickly regained his composure, sidestepping while smiling as he reported, "It's Brother Fei." "Ah, Fei?" The occupants of the office were evidently taken aback as well. A man clad in a black jacket rose from behind the desk, approaching with a smile. A scar on his jawline appeared somewhat menacing as he smiled, a reminder of the injury sustained during a previous altercation. Due to this scar affecting his appearance, when selecting someone to serve as a liaison at the police station, they chose the unscarred and more presentable Chen Zhifei. Ling Feng jested, "Ah, Fei, when did you learn to knock?" Chen Zhifei paused, having forgotten that his predecessor never knocked upon entering. He fabricated a reason. "I've been exposed to broader circles lately and have learned to be more courteous. Otherwise, next time I visit the Tunghua police station, I might forget to knock out of habit and end up in trouble." As he spoke, his gaze swept the room, noting another man present. However, that man was kneeling before the desk, disheveled, with a bruised face and a nosebleed, hastily wiping his nose with his sleeve, fearful of staining the floor and incurring further punishment. Upon seeing the newcomer, the kneeling man quickly offered a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Brother Fei." Once inside, Chen Zhifei glanced around, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. After a moment, he recalled relevant memories and teased, "This fellow's nickname seems to be Mouse Chong. Last time at the Triangular Market, I caught him pickpocketing and locked him up for 7 days. What? Did he dare to come to your turf to steal again?" "He dares." Ling Feng's gaze hardened, an imposing aura flashing across his face. He picked up a couple of cigarettes from the table and glanced at the kneeling Mouse Chong, saying, "This scoundrel is a gambler, owing a considerable sum to the gambling den and has failed to repay it on time." Terrified, Mouse Chong trembled all over, urgently exclaiming, "I will pay it back. Brother Feng, give me 1 day, and I promise to at least return the interest." In his panic, he was on the brink of tears. Nearby, Xiao Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He had heard such words far too often, yet few ever managed to convert those promises into actual currency. Moreover, the debts incurred in the gambling den are not easily repaid. The daily interest alone can be suffocating. Even if one unexpectedly comes into a fortune, the first course of action is to settle a portion of the debt, while the remainder is repaid gradually. Without any property to leverage against the debt, from the moment one borrows money, the possibility of repayment becomes non-existent. This is the inevitable fate of a gambler. Xiao Dao curled his lip and scoffed. "Just a few days ago, you said the same thing. Where's the money? Knowing we are searching for you. Do you dare to hide? Are you seeking death?" With a sharp slap, he struck the face of Lao Shu Chong during his interrogation. Ling Feng cast a glance and remarked coolly, "Since you are avoiding repayment, let us proceed according to the rules." "Indeed," Xiao Dao replied respectfully, slowly drawing a dagger from his waist. Chapter 47. Left hand or right hand. Secret intelligence. According to the rules, the first offense results in the amputation of a hand. The blade, gripped firmly by the knife wielder, crouched with an icy demeanor. With an indifferent tone, he inquired, "Left hand or right hand? Choose one." The mere act of offering a choice was already a sign of benevolence. In other gambling dens, those who evaded their debts would be swiftly dealt with, captured, and summarily punished without hesitation. Whether it be the left or right hand depended solely on the ease of the execution. The figure known as Mouse Chong trembled uncontrollably, his entire body shaking like a leaf, his teeth chattering violently. His eyes, wide with terror, pleaded for mercy as he desperately shook his head, leaning slightly back. He displayed a demeanor of wanting to escape, yet paralyzed by fear. He understood that if he complied and endured a single cut, once the venting of frustration was complete, he would likely be released. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to lethal measures. However, should he provoke them with vigorous resistance, he risked losing 2 fingers instead. The objective of the gambling house was to reclaim money, not to take lives. Hence, the threat to his life was minimal, and his urge to resist was correspondingly muted. Nevertheless, the thought of losing a finger sent shivers down his spine. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he stammered, "Brother Feng, spare me. I promise to repay you tomorrow." Ling Feng shook his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Last time, you said the same thing. This time, you must learn your lesson." His resolve was unwavering, clearly intent on teaching Mouse Chong a lesson and sending a warning to others who borrowed money. The operation of a gambling house relied heavily on reputation and ruthlessness. Whether teaching a lesson for the sake of compliance or establishing authority, something had to be done today. Otherwise, if everyone claimed poverty and refused to pay, who would honor their debts? Without authority, who would comply with repayment? Today, Mouse Chong had to either repay a portion of the interest or lose a finger. There was no way he could leave that room without relinquishing something. Chen Zhifei observed with a detached gaze, leisurely smoking as he watched the unfolding drama. He was not one to display compassion for those he deemed unworthy. He held no sympathy for gamblers. If losing a finger could lead to Mouse Chong's complete withdrawal from gambling, it would be a favorable outcome. Moreover, Ling Feng's demeanor made it abundantly clear that he was determined to reclaim something today to assert his dominance. Why would he then undermine his own standing to assist an unfamiliar individual at the expense of his friends? Pale and trembling, Mouse Chong sank to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. His lips quivered as he muttered, "Spare me, grant me another chance. I won't dare to escape again. Please, don't sever my finger. I have money, I truly do. Just give me 1 day, and I can gather 100 yuan. In his panic, his words became increasingly disjointed. The knife wielder smirked coldly. 100 yuan by tomorrow? Even if you were to steal for 3 days, you wouldn't manage to acquire that amount. 100 yuan is no trifling sum. For a laborer, it represents a substantial portion of half a year's wages. Who would carry such a hefty amount without reason? Even if the pickpocket, known as Mouse Chong, possesses remarkable skills, managing to pilfer 1 yuan and 50 cents each time would be a considerable feat on a stroke of bad luck. Stealing a wallet might yield mere pennies. In this day and age, it is utterly implausible to extract 100 yuan from a lowly worker within a single day. As for the affluent, if fortune smiles upon them, a few successful thefts might suffice. However, their wealth is closely guarded and easily traceable through connections, making them unwise targets for theft. Thus, it is no wonder that Xiao Dao scoffed at the promise of accumulating 100 yuan by tomorrow. To him, it seemed merely an excuse to preserve his fingers. What appears possible to an ordinary person is a commonplace occurrence for those who dwell in the underworld of loan sharks. Having encountered such scenarios repeatedly, skepticism naturally ensues. With a piercing gaze, Xiao Dao swiftly seized Mouse Chong's right hand. Applying pressure, he pinned all 5 fingers to the ground. Coldly, he warned, "Still wish to deceive me with lies? I shall sever 2 of your fingers." As he spoke, he placed his dagger upon the outstretched palm, slowly maneuvering it until it rested ominously on the little finger. The blade's icy coldness sent a shiver down one's spine. In a state of terror, Mouse Chong cried out, "I am not deceiving you. I truly am not. Tomorrow, I will sell information to the Special High Command and have money. Trust me, believe me." His voice quivered with fear, yet his hand remained motionless, paralyzed by the threat of the blade. "Humph." Xiao Dao snorted dismissively, uninterested in his ramblings. Gripping the hilt of his knife, he prepared to apply pressure downwards. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait." It was Chen Zhifei, stepping in to halt Xiao Dao's actions. Curious, Xiao Dao turned and asked, "Brother Fei, do you truly believe his words? A person like him speaks not a single truth. He is utterly untrustworthy." Chen Zhifei smiled faintly and replied, "It does no harm to listen. What if there is a kernel of truth? I possess a soft heart, and cannot bear to witness someone begging in anguish. I shall grant him this opportunity. You, soft-hearted? Ling Feng blinked in disbelief, taken aback. They had known each other for many years, having fought their way up from the streets together. When it came to ruthlessness, even he felt inferior. The notion of soft-heartedness seemed entirely incongruous with Qin Jifei's character. Oh. Do not mind such trivialities, Qin Jifei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze back to the prostrate Mouse Chong, his expression suddenly sharpening. He spoke in a low voice. If he deceives me, we shall gag him and take him out to sever his entire hand. The soft-hearted brother Fei had just escalated the punishment from severing fingers to amputating the whole hand. Ling Feng took a puff of his cigarette, a smile creeping across his face. Now that is more like it. This is the Qin Jifei I know. Mouse Chong hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, fervently assuring, rest assured. I would never dare deceive you. If I utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. His fervent oath was as hollow as it was extravagant, rendering his credibility unmistakably dubious. No one took his vows seriously, yet anyone who dares to lie again will undoubtedly pay the price of a hand. Qin Jifei raised his chin and spoke. Do tell, what information could be worth 100 yuan to the taco? The corners of the mouse's mouth twitched, as if he wished to keep the intelligence to himself, hoping to fetch a good price later. Revealing it now might cost him that 100 yuan. However, feeling the coldness of the dagger, he mysteriously stated, I know that the Kuomintang's Lixing Society has an intelligence unit hidden in the French concession. If I were to share this news with the Japanese taco, could I possibly receive a reward of 100 yuan? The knife scoffed, realizing he was lying again. I've never heard of any intelligence unit from the Blue Shirts Lixing Society. Chapter 48. A losing business, bearing debt. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. We have indeed had contact with members of the Blue Shirt Society and the Loyal and Righteous Society in the past 2 years. Ah Fei, do you recall that individual named Old Zhou? He claimed to be part of the Loyal and Righteous Society, and after a few meetings, he sought to recruit us as informants, even offering us 20 yuan in legal currency. However, after handing over the money, he vanished without a trace. You mentioned it was a windfall of 20 yuan, but I wish there were more individuals like him. As for the Lixing Society, I have not heard of it until now. He reminisced with a smile, recalling the joy of having earned 20 yuan without effort for several days. Qin Jifei squinted his eyes, though his expression remained grave. It was understandable that Ling Feng and Xiao Dao were unaware of the Lixing Society, as the official designation of the Blue Shirt Society is the Chinese National Revival Society. The Loyal and Righteous Society is merely an external organization. Upon reflection, that so-called Old Zhou was likely just a recruiter. Otherwise, why would he reveal his affiliations after only a few interactions to entice them into joining? Such carelessness suggests that his identity may have been compromised, leading to his capture or demise. After all, how could he have disappeared after receiving the money? Conversely, the Lixing Society constitutes the inner circle of the Revival Society, with core members being graduates of the Whampoa Military Academy. Shen Yi is one such graduate. Having undergone specialized training, he merely presents himself as an intelligence broker, trading information for profit. Were it not for Qin Jifei's systematic intelligence alerts, he would remain oblivious to Shen Yi's true identity. Intelligence brokers abound along the Shanghai Bund. Even Qin Jifei himself could be considered a broker profiting from the sale of information. Those recruited as informants would similarly expend funds to acquire and resell intelligence. Hence, intelligence brokers are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Without voluntarily disclosing their identities, others cannot authenticate their claims. If one were to assume that anyone seen trading information was part of the Blue Shirt Society, it would lead to the extinction of both brokers and informants. Who would dare risk their lives for a mere intelligence fee, when those caught trading information are tortured or killed under the guise of the Blue Shirt Society? Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Ling Feng, as a member of a gang, to be unaware of the Lixing Society. However, for the pickpocket, Mouse Chong, to mention the intelligence department of the Lixing Society is indeed unusual. Furthermore, it seems he may not have recalled the name in its entirety. It should be the intelligence section of the Lixing Society's Special Affairs Office. Nevertheless, the fact that he was able to utter the words Lixing Society indicates that his information is not fabricated merely to save his skin. He must have genuinely acquired knowledge of the Special Affairs Office's intelligence section, located within the French concession. Qin Jifei pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment, then remarked with a playful smile, Mouse Chong, do you harbor disdain for me? Mouse Chong's expression froze, and he quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. How could I ever disrespect you, Brother Fei? Qin Jifei's lips curled upwards as he responded. You possess information regarding the Lixing Society's stronghold, yet fail to share it with me. Is that not a sign of contempt? Surely, you are aware of the French concession police's stance towards the Blue Shirt Society? Over the past few years, they have intermittently apprehended individuals from the Chinese community, and the numbers are not insignificant. You possess intelligence that could grant me a presence before the French authorities. Yet you choose to sell it to the Japanese Special High Police. Is this not a blatant disregard for my worth? Air. The character known as Rat Chong momentarily faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the situation. A singular thought flashed through his mind. This ruffian, masquerading as a constable, dares to pursue spies? Am I mishearing? The notorious reputation of Brother Fei on the streets is well known. He engages in nothing but mischief. Clad merely in a constable's guise, he has never performed the duties of a true officer. How could one even entertain such a notion? Furthermore, Rat Chong harbored a thought he dared not voice. If he were to divulge the intelligence to him, given Brother Fei's penchant for reaping the benefits, even if the police precinct offered a reward, it would hardly suffice. A few packs of cigarettes would be a fortunate return. However, selling it to the special high police in the foreign concession tomorrow could yield at least 100 yuan. Previously, a partner in crime had sold information about the Red Party to the special high police and captured an individual, earning a reward of 100 yuan. The envy had consumed him. Now, with an opportunity for wealth at hand, how could he readily divulge it to others? Were it not for being dragged to the gambling den by Xiao Dao, he would already be reveling in the reward within the foreign concession. Chen Zhifei stepped forward, gently waving his hand. Xiao Dao, understanding the cue, withdrew the dagger pressed against Rat Chong's finger, casting a fierce glare that brimmed with warning. A warm smile graced Chen Zhifei's face as he personally assisted Rat Chong to his feet. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between Rat Chong's lips. With the utmost amiability, he urged, "Smoke this, take your time, and share with me all that you know regarding the hideouts and any information you've gathered." Rat Chong, trembling as he held the cigarette, hesitated to ignite it. Cautiously, he inquired, "Brother Fei, if I provide you with intelligence, how much of a reward might I receive?" Brother Feng is still waiting for me to repay him. This individual was astute, adept at negotiating for his interests in such precarious circumstances, rather than remaining silent and waiting for a favorable offer. For if he chose silence, the other party had ample means to torment and coerce him. Ultimately, he would reveal the intelligence and gain naught in return. Now, he merely hoped the other party would indulge themselves, leaving him a morsel. And if he could preserve his fingers today, he would count himself fortunate. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a smile gracing his visage. Was it not merely a matter of money? A trivial issue. He turned to inquire, "Of Feng, how much does he owe?" Ling Feng opened the ledger before him and replied, "He borrowed 20 yuan, including interest. He now has a total of 258. 5 yuan. Chen Zhifei responded, "Did you hear that? Even if you sell the intelligence to the special high police, it will not suffice to settle your debts. However, if you sell the intelligence to me, I shall clear your debts." Really? Rat Chong's eyes widened with excitement, his expression transforming into one of sheer joy. He eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, "I am willing. I will provide you with the intelligence." Originally, selling to the special high police would only cover the interest, merely ensuring his temporary survival. Now, selling to another could absolve him of all his debts. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Chen Zhifei turned away, saying, "A phone. Let's set the interest at 258 yuan. I shall repay the amount within 3 days. What say you?" Upon noticing the other party's intent to speak, his expression turned grave as he remarked, "This money belongs to the Xiang Hall's accounts. We cannot disrupt the established order. If you were to forgive the debt, it would signify that you no longer regard me as a brother. Even among true brothers, accounts must be settled clearly, let alone when the funds are the property of the Xiang Hall, which must be repaid. Should Ling Feng exploit his authority to waive it, it would inevitably lead to gossip within the hall, potentially inciting rumors of embezzlement. Securing the amount at 258 yuan, without further interest accruing, would be a considerable assistance. Otherwise, in 2 days, I might not even be able to repay it myself." Ling Feng, his demeanor serious, inquired, "Are you being sincere?" "Sincere." Upon receiving a definitive response, he ceased further inquiries and nodded in agreement. Subtly, he had already surmised the intentions of his steadfast comrade. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Xiao Dao, accompany me for a stroll around the venue." Chapter 49, The Unexpected Discovery of Rat Chong. "Brother Feng, shall we not listen to the intelligence from Rat Chong's lips?" Xiao Dao inquired, his curiosity evident as he descended the stairs, frequently glancing back at the tightly shut office door. He was genuinely intrigued by the Lixing Society. As a local power, he had always believed there was nothing he did not know within this territory. Yet, it was only now that he learned of the existence of the Lixing Society, alongside the Lan Yi Society and CC faction. He couldn't help but lament. Fei Gu has gone to the police station and knows far more than what is known on the streets. Ling Feng, leaning against the stair railing, scanned the bustling gambling den with a shake of his head. Knowing too much about certain matters may not be beneficial. We are merely members of a gang. Managing our own territory is commendable enough. Whether it be the Lan Yi Society, the CC faction, or the clandestine skirmishes of the Taco, these are not matters for us to involve ourselves in. We should focus on our own affairs and refrain from prying into others. Furthermore, from my understanding of you, Fei Gu, Though his temper may be somewhat unruly, he is a man of loyalty. Whenever there was an opportunity for profit, he would never indulge alone. This time, I chose to step back, and he did not insist on my presence. To bear the burden of a 258 yuan debt while offering only 100 yuan in information, isn't that a losing proposition? There must be his reasons for doing so. Let us consider tonight's events as if we have not heard them. Xiao Dao, remember, though we may be of the lower echelon at the docks, we must always prioritize loyalty. Xiao Dao's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly, I shall remember your teachings. Ling Feng stood on the stairs, casting a final glance at the closed office door. His words carried both guidance for his subordinate and concern for his brother. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Chen Zhifei struck a match and lit a cigarette for himself before extending the burning match to Rat Chong. Eagerly, Rat Chong stretched his neck to ignite his cigarette, his face displaying a mix of surprise and apprehension. A puff of smoke brought a look of ecstasy to his face. For someone like him, Hardiman was a rare luxury. Once this cigarette was finished, he did not know when he might receive another. Chen Zhifei smiled, placing the cigarette pack directly into Rat Chong's pocket. In a gentle tone, he said, do not be nervous. Consider this a casual conversation and share what you know. Rest assured, I will shoulder that debt without any regrets. I, Chen Zhifei, have a reputation on the streets. Those in the gang world value loyalty and credibility. Even if one is not virtuous, their word is still binding. Of course, there are also many treacherous individuals who go back on their word. However, such people are secretly ridiculed in the underworld, and their actions lack trust. Individuals like Qin Zhifei and Ling Feng, who hold significant weight in their words, are respected due to their integrity. This is also attributed to having a mentor who emphasizes promises and upholds reputations. Having committed to bearing the burden of that debt, there would be no subsequent regrets. The rat took a few puffs of his cigarette, and upon noticing the other party's amiable demeanor, his inner trepidation subsided considerably. Rolling his eyes in recollection, he mused. Let me think. It must have been about 6 months ago when I was idly wandering at the station in search of a target to pickpocket. I spotted a person who had just arrived from the Huajia, dressed like a shopkeeper, and decided to follow him. I initially thought it would be a routine snatch, but I ended up failing miserably. Just as I was about to extract his wallet, he seized my wrist. At that moment, it felt as if my wrist were being clamped in a vice. That fellow was evidently skilled. I initially feared he would drag me off to the police station, and I had already prepared myself for a few days in confinement. To my surprise, however, he did not report me. Instead, he treated me to wontons. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhifei inwardly scoffed. Do all those from Huangpu enjoy treating others to wontons? The rat, lost in his own thoughts, lit another cigarette and continued after the wontons. He asked if I was interested in making some money. Who among us on the streets doesn't yearn for wealth? Without a moment's hesitation, I agreed. He then instructed me to keep an eye on the happenings in the French concession, particularly regarding the Japanese there. For any valuable information I could provide, I would receive a corresponding monetary reward. Wasn't that merely acting as an informant? I had done such work for the police before, and naturally, I would not refuse an opportunity to earn. In the subsequent 6 months, I relayed several pieces of information to him, one of which concerned the Red Party and reportedly led to the dismantling of a transportation station, resulting in numerous arrests. As a reward, I received 100 yuan, which elated me. However, my luck was poor, and I lost it all in one night. Had I known, I would have preferred to enjoy myself at the dance hall. The rat sighed, lamenting the loss of a substantial sum in just one evening. However, upon noticing Chen Zhifei's furrowed brow, he quickly realized that he had recently accrued a debt to Brother Feng and was eager for a significant score. After careful consideration, he selected Li's fabric shop on Myurxi Road as his target. After casing the place, he stealthily entered the premises 2 nights prior. To his astonishment, he overheard several individuals conversing on the second floor. Though I dared not approach too closely, I distinctly caught mentions of the Lixing Society, the intelligence section, and the Japanese Special Hire Police. While I was unfamiliar with the Lixing Society, I surmised it must be similar to the Blue Shirts. Moreover, I spotted the individual who paid for information among them. Thus, I deduced he was not merely a broker selling intelligence, but rather a spy from Huajia. That fabric shop served as their stronghold. Discovering a spy's lair was an opportunity for wealth presenting itself before me. I contemplated selling the information to the Japanese at the Hongkou Military Command in exchange for money. Alas, I was apprehended by Brother Dao before I could act. Otherwise, I would have already secured the funds to repay my debt. However, rest assured, Brother Fei, based on my observations, there are at least 4 individuals at that stronghold. As long as you can apprehend them all, perhaps the police department might reward you with a sum of 300 yuan, even if you do not take direct action. You could negotiate and sell the information to the Japanese. Surely, you would not incur any losses. The character known as Rat Chong displayed a sycophantic smile, seemingly fearful that the other party might deem the information worthless and withdraw from their agreement. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Was he not simply afraid of revealing the information and then being denied payment? However, judging from the earlier account, it did not appear to be fabricated. In a solemn tone, he inquired, "To whom else have you disclosed this information? If others are aware, then it holds no value." Rat Chan's expression turned anxious as he raised his hand in oath, declaring, "I swear by the heavens, I have not divulged this to a third party, other than you." Chapter 50. Temporary Shelter. Dialing the phone, Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, his mind racing through the possibilities. According to the words of Rat Chang, the exposure of the hideout was merely an accident. It just so happened that a thief overheard their conversation and, when preparing to report for a reward, was fortuitously intercepted by a debt collector. The cloth shop had become a fish on the chopping block, unaware of its predicament. Leaving Chen Zhifei to ponder whether the hideout's fortune was good or ill, he could ascertain that this was simply an unforeseen incident. Given the current circumstances, the cloth shop still appeared safe. His gaze shifted to Rat Chang opposite him, contemplating how to handle the situation. Should he release him? It was inevitable that Rat Chang would sneak off to Hongkou to claim his bounty. The Lixing Society was keen on capturing personnel from the Special High Command, and conversely, the Special High Command was equally interested in the intelligence agents of the Lixing Society. If they discovered a hideout in the French concession, they would undoubtedly act swiftly to dismantle it, aiming to strike a blow to the Lixing Society's presence there. Moreover, they could seize prisoners to extract further secrets and operational plans regarding the Lixing Society. Chen Zhifei was certain that if Rat Chang were to sell the information, it would not be a mere 100 yuan in French currency. He could easily fetch 300 silver dollars. Moreover, he harbored profound distrust towards Rat Chang's character. A person willing to betray an anti-Japanese stronghold to the invaders possessed no credibility or moral compass. It was exceedingly difficult to guarantee that once he was released, he would immediately rush to the Joint Special High Command at the Gendarmerie headquarters in Hongkou. There was no question of letting him go at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "The debt you owe is something I have shouldered after hearing your claims firsthand. However, whether your information is genuine remains uncertain. If you concocted a fabrication to save your own skin, I would suffer a significant loss. Do not speak or explain just yet." Rat Chang, ask yourself, does someone like you truly possess any integrity? Do not blame me for my skepticism. I am risking a considerable sum. Moreover, if I report to the police tomorrow to apprehend individuals based on your deceit, what will that leave me in the station? Does that not make sense? Rat Chang blinked, nodding blankly. There was indeed no refuting the doubts voiced by others. If he were to spend a large sum of money on intelligence from a dubious source, he too would be skeptical. Without thorough verification, he would never part with his money. Cautiously, he replied, "Brother Fei, what do you suggest we do? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth and have no fear of your verification." His demeanor was resolute, exuding sincerity. The cloth shop was indeed a hideout. He had heard it firsthand and confirmed the personnel visually, possessing absolute confidence. With a firm neck and an open demeanor, Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes and pondered, "I think it would be best for you to remain temporarily at the gambling house until I can ascertain the accuracy of your information before allowing you to leave. There is a storage room at the back of the gambling house. You may have to endure a few days there. Rest assured, once everything is verified, I will release you, and your debts with the gambling house will be settled." It must be said, this was a judicious approach. Remain here as a hostage until we ascertain the truth, and should the intelligence prove erroneous, we shall hold you accountable. The mention of this proposal caused a furrow to form on the brow of Mouse Chang, who felt a visceral resistance to the notion. After all, no one relishes the idea of being held captive with one's very life at the mercy of another. Furthermore, after enduring a brutal beating, he was genuinely frightened of the gambling den. Each passing minute heightened his anxiety. He yearned to escape as soon as possible. Observing his hesitation, Chen Zhifei spoke in a grave tone. "Should I venture to the cloth shop tomorrow with my men and find nothing, I shall conclude that you have deceived me, and you will undoubtedly pay the price. Everyone at the docks knows that I, Chen Zhifei, am notorious for my vengeful nature. Even if I were to release you today, the moment you flee to the international settlement or the Chinese concession, do you think it would be difficult for me, with my influence, to track you down? If you remain in the gambling den, I may merely return to exact a punishment upon you. However, if I am compelled to suppress my rage and pursue you, the consequences will be dire." With a piercing gaze and an unmistakable aura of menace, Chen Zhifei toyed with a Browning pistol, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Should he truly be deceived, the repercussions would be severe. Terrified, Mouse Chang instinctively recoiled, his countenance betraying his fear. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall abide by Brother Fei's arrangements." A wise decision. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Having control over the situation provided him with a sense of security. As Mouse Chang watched Chen Zhifei's retreating figure, an internal monologue ensued. He speaks of a choice. Yet do I truly possess the power to choose? If the option were to be released, with Brother Fei's ruthless demeanor, I would surely face a severe beating. Though it appears he seeks my opinion, in reality, there is no choice at all. Cunningly astute, Mouse Chong understood the implications. Rather than endure a vicious thrashing, it was far more prudent to accept the arrangement and avoid bodily harm. The prospect of a place to stay without cost seemed rather appealing. Chen Jifei swung open the door and gestured lightly. Ling Feng extinguished his cigarette and returned to the office, smiling as he inquired, "Have you reached an agreement?" "An agreement has been established," Chen Jifei affirmed, adding, "However, the veracity of this fellow's claims must be validated. Therefore, for the next few days, confine him in the back shed and enlist a brother to ensure he does not escape." "Not an issue. This fellow still owes the gambling den 258 yuan. Ling Feng agreed without hesitation. If the information turned out to be false, he would naturally seek repayment from Mouse Chong. These pickpockets were as slippery as eels. Once released, locating them again would require considerable effort. He turned and instructed, "Xiao Dao, lock him in the shed and find someone to guard outside. If he dares to flee, break his legs." "Understood." Xiao Dao grinned, entering the office. Grasping Mouse Chong by the collar as one would a chick, he escorted him to the shed. "Thank you for your trouble." Chen Jifei expressed his gratitude courteously. With a resounding thud, Ling Feng pounded his fist against his chest, jesting, "Are we really being so formal, brother?" Chen Jifei chuckled lightly and handed over the handgun. "I carried a certain inconvenience. Perhaps you should keep it." Ling Feng nodded and accepted the firearm. Having a gun while overseeing the premises provided a greater sense of security. Chen Jifei exchanged a few pleasantries before expressing his farewell. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us share a drink another day." Ling Feng understood the purpose of his departure and refrained from further conversation, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. He cautioned, "Stay safe." "Understood. I shall take my leave." Chen Jifei nodded, then turned and exited the gambling den. A sigh escaped him as a gust of night breeze swept by, bringing with it a hint of chill. He tightened his collar and proceeded towards the adjacent street. After traversing 2 blocks away from the gambling den, he finally located a public telephone. Inserting a token, he dialed the number from his memory. Moments later, the call was answered. "Hello, may I please speak with Shani?" Chapter 51. Bargaining. Everyone feels they've gained. "Wait." An elderly voice responded from the telephone, followed by the sound of the receiver being placed on the table. After a few minutes, a familiar voice of Shun Yi came through the line. "Hello." Chen Jifei squinted, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. He hadn't anticipated the phone number to be genuine, nor that he could reach him at this hour. As an intelligence officer, the ability to divulge a landline number stemmed from profound trust. Chen Jifei surmised that 2 precise pieces of intelligence had earned Shun Yi commendation, thus elevating his own significance. If even the undercover group of Dechuan and Ray Ko could be traced in the French concession, uncovering Shun Yi's whereabouts would indeed be a simple feat. Hence, he decided to take a gamble, proactively sharing contact information to foster mutual trust, lest they miss any crucial intelligence. For Shun Yi, while resisting invaders was undeniably vital, gaining accolades and promotions held equal importance. In a world devoid of absolute safety, one must be prepared to confront peril in the pursuit of greater achievements. Moreover, this number belonged to the Chinese sector, a territory of the Special Agents Bureau. Based on his understanding of Shun Yi, revealing a genuine landline number implied that he had a contingency plan. However, the nature of that backup remained a mystery. Such measures were essential for self-preservation, naturally warranting discretion. Clearing his throat, Chen Jifei spoke. "It's me." The familiar voice on the other end hesitated for a few seconds, then tentatively inquired, "Is it really you?" The tone was hushed, as if wary of eavesdroppers. "Yes, it's me," Chen Jifei readily affirmed, jesting. "I hope I'm not interrupting your romantic evening." Initially, he had approached this call with a spirit of experimentation, considering it was already past 9 in the evening. Even spies ought to have concluded their day. Furthermore, intelligence personnel frequently engaged in fieldwork, procuring information from informants. Thus, he had merely intended to leave a message and meet as scheduled the following day. A resigned chuckle emanated from the other side. "In our line of work, when do we find time for girlfriends?" Chen Jifei laughed heartily. "Then wait until my bonus arrives. I'll take you to the Grand World Dance Hall in the French concession for a night out." "I guessed you were calling about this matter." Shani replied with a knowing tone. They had successfully captured 2 Japanese spies that evening, who were presently undergoing interrogation. During this process, the intelligence department's involvement was unnecessary. Nevertheless, Chen Jifei's intelligence had played a pivotal role in the successful apprehension of the spy group. Even the department head had expressed admiration for the accuracy of the information provided on 2 occasions. However, due to protocol, no further inquiries were made. Yet, to show his support, the department had advanced a bonus of 300 yuan. After all, these 2 missions had been directly ordered by the director. Failing to deliver effective intelligence on time would reflect poorly on the department head. The exemplary performance of his subordinates had alleviated his burden significantly. Advancing a bonus can be seen as a gesture of reciprocity, demonstrating the importance placed on this particular staff member. Rest assured, your assistance has been invaluable this time. A bonus of 300 yuan has already been approved and will be disbursed to you tomorrow. Shenyi smiled confidently, as if everything had been anticipated. Providing information tonight. Inquiring whether the intelligence was valid and if the bonus could be claimed was entirely reasonable. However, before he could bask in his triumph, the voice on the other end of the line turned grave. The call was not regarding the bonus. Shenyi paused, perplexed. Not about the bonus? Then what could it be? Shen Zhifei lowered his voice and asked, "How much do you think this piece of intelligence about an exposed stronghold of the Special Affairs Office in the French concession is worth?" Bang! Shenyi felt his mind whirl, his triumphant expression frozen in place, his eyes widening in shock at this revelation. He was aware of the Special Affairs Office. The stronghold in the French concession had been compromised? Which stronghold was it? In that fleeting moment, a barrage of questions surged through his mind. Yet, even if he pondered them endlessly, answers would remain elusive. The Special Affairs Office indeed had strongholds in the French concession, and more than one at that. A single compromised stronghold could not definitively confirm the truth of the information. The specifics of these strongholds were known only to a select few high-ranking officials in the Shanghai district, apart from the personnel involved. Suppressing his astonishment, Shun Yi spoke with gravity. "Is the intelligence reliable?" Shun Zhifei's lips curled into a smirk as he playfully replied, "Are you doubting my capabilities?" Shen Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Within just a few days, he had provided 2 pieces of intelligence that the entire intelligence unit had failed to uncover. And they were remarkably accurate. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice was a testament to his prowess. As he grappled with uncertainty, the voice on the line continued, "If I tell you the name of the stronghold, wouldn't that confirm its authenticity? However, this intelligence cost me a pretty penny. If you catch my drift." Shen Yi, gripping the phone, wore a wry smile. He understood the implication all too well. In essence, it meant that a higher price was required to procure this information. Tentatively, he inquired, "How much do you wish to sell it for?" 1,000 francs. Shen Zhifei blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Shen Yi nearly stumbled, his voice rising in agitation. No. Even if you sold me off, I couldn't possibly raise that amount." Yet, being a professional, he quickly tempered his excitement. This intelligence, regardless of the circumstances, had to be secured. If it were indeed true and fell into the hands of the Special High Commission, the individuals at that stronghold would be in grave peril. However, exorbitant demands necessitated negotiation. "Brother, we are currently in a national crisis. The funds in our hands are stretched thin, truly not enough to meet such a lofty sum." When the Special Affairs Office was established in the Shanghai district, funding had indeed been scarce. With only 200 yuan allocated each month for expenses such as rent and meeting fees, the budget was quickly consumed. The remaining funds must sustain dozens of individuals. During that period, expenses necessitated seeking financial support from 3 magnates for circulation. Although the budget has increased, the scope has expanded significantly, leading to substantial expenditures. Securing 1,000 yuan for intelligence fees has proven to be quite challenging. How about 100 yuan? Shun Yi brandished the dragon-slaying sword, decisively slashing the price to an astonishing low. Shen Zhifei's voice escalated with excitement. "The minimum is 900 yuan. I can offer a maximum of 200. 800 yuan. It cannot go any lower. Too exorbitant, 300 yuan. 700 yuan is my bottom line. I will apply once more, 400 yuan. 500 yuan, or I shall cast the intelligence into the Huangpu River." "Deal." Shen Zhifei chuckled. Having acquired the intelligence for 258 yuan and now poised to double his investment, Shen Yi also smiled, although he could only apply for 300 yuan. The remaining 200 would come from his own pocket. Yet, once verified, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, a bold stroke added to his merit badge. Truly worth every penny. The two shared a tacit smile over the phone, both feeling like winners. Chapter 52. Confirming Truth and Falsehood. Fellow disciple now. May I be informed of the specific circumstances? After negotiating the price, Shen Yi eagerly inquired about the details. The exposure of a stronghold was indeed a significant matter. Should the interrogation prove unbearable, it might unveil other hidden outposts within the concession. Although Shen Yi belonged to the intelligence department, he had also engaged in the study of interrogations. He had witnessed numerous Japanese spies initially resolute, proclaiming their willingness to perish rather than divulge any secrets. Yet, under the torment of various tortures, they ultimately revealed everything they knew, even disclosing unrelated information. Among them were many operatives who had no prior connections, only learning of each other's identities by happenstance. In their desperation to escape suffering, they betrayed one another. If someone at this stronghold had encountered other infiltrators, there was a considerable likelihood they would also be sold out to avoid further punishment. Thus, this issue transcended a singular stronghold. It pertained to the security of the intelligence network within the French concession. Myers Road, Lee's fabric store. Shen Zhifei did not hesitate, promptly revealing the precise location and name of the stronghold. Having collaborated several times, a foundation of trust had been established. Shen Yi was not the type to sever ties after obtaining information. He was driven by a fervent patriotism and a desire for advancement. Hence, he would not resort to dishonesty over the intelligence fees. A steady and mutual cooperation would yield greater rewards. Moreover, should he decide to renege on the agreement later, it would merely amount to a lesson learned at the cost of 258 yuan, akin to discarding purchased intelligence into the Huangpu River, and they could cease collaboration thereafter. All right, I have noted that. It appeared Shen Yi was jotting down notes, and then stated, I will verify this now, regardless of the truthfulness of the intelligence. We shall meet at the agreed location tomorrow. Absolutely. Chen Zhifei readily acquiesced, a smile illuminating his face. It was evident this was a prelude to a promised reward. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. Without it, even speech lacks conviction. Currently, he possessed merely over 200 yuan in French currency, which left him feeling quite insecure. This sum, though seemingly substantial, equivalent to a year's salary, was insufficient considering Chen Zhifei's intention to relocate. Living in the dormitory had been a trial. The poor sound insulation meant he was often roused from deep slumber by disturbances. The wretched wails of women from next door disrupted his rest, leaving him unable to sleep soundly. One night it was noise from the left, the next from the right, making it impossible to be prepared. The red-headed neighbor above also seemed afflicted, pacing back and forth at night, the wooden floorboards creaking ominously. Whenever someone traversed the wooden corridor outside, the very floor trembled in response. Chen Zhifei had long contemplated moving out, but his meager finances had compelled him to endure for a few more days. The cost of living in Shanghai was inherently higher than in surrounding cities, with prices in the French concession exceeding those in the public concession and Chinese district. A standalone Shikumen house demanded 5,000 silver yuan, a sum far beyond what he could hope to earn on a constable's modest salary throughout his lifetime. Luxurious apartments offered comfort, yet their rental prices were exorbitant. To rent a modest booth equipped with electricity and a flushing toilet, one must part with 18 yuan each month. This amounts to nearly the salary of a patrol officer for an entire month. Even with some illicit income, the quality of life remains significantly diminished. A visit to the dance hall has become a distant dream, and even the cigarettes once enjoyed must now be exchanged for the cheaper brands. However, with the prospect of additional income, the possibility of relocating has emerged. Cheerfully, it was suggested, all right, I shall wait for your invitation to dine tomorrow at noon. Shen Yi, in high spirits, responded, as long as the intelligence is accurate, I shall throw in an extra portion of braised pork. It was settled with jovial banter, and their rapport blossomed. Just as they were about to end the call, a voice interjected, wait. Chen Zhifei, momentarily taken aback, returned the receiver to his ear. Is there something else? After a brief silence, a somewhat serious tone emerged from the other end. You have a patriotic heart, not bad. And then the call was abruptly disconnected. Shen Yi pressed his hand against the phone, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. The earlier negotiation had granted him deeper insight into Chen Zhifei's character. Typically, in bargaining situations, one tends to nitpick or even threaten to sell the information to others. Shen Yi had developed numerous informants, many of whom resorted to extortion, threatening to sell information to the Japanese if not compensated. Yet, during their negotiation, even when Chen Zhifei was visibly enraged, he merely uttered words of frustration, suggesting he would discard the intelligence into the Huangpu River as if it were worthless. Throughout the exchange, he never mentioned collaborating with the Japanese or offered to turn in information for personal gain. This indicated that beneath his seemingly roguish demeanor lay a fervent heart, genuinely resistant to the invaders. Shen Yi immediately discerned that such a person was worth cultivating for further development. If he could be utilized by the party, his intelligence capabilities would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the Special High Command. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yi's expression grew serious as he dialed his superior. Chief, this is Shen Yi. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Yes, I have critical information to report and verify. Is the Leaf Fabric Store on Myurxi Road one of our outposts? This was conveyed to me by an informant within the concession, and the news has yet to leak. Understood. I shall not disturb your rest any further. After hanging up, Shen Yi adjusted his coat draped over his shoulders and headed back to the dormitory. From his earlier report to the chief, who was also a fellow disciple, it was evident that the information was likely credible. That fabric store could indeed be a base for the intelligence department. Of course, had it not been for their brotherhood, he would not have dared to bypass the chain of command. Meanwhile, Chen Zhifei, holding the phone, wore a look of astonishment. His wide eyes filled with confusion. What does he mean? Is he trying to manipulate me without payment? The sudden display of goodwill caught him off guard. Exiting the phone booth, he glanced around before hailing a rickshaw and heading straight back to his dormitory. Concurrently, at the Leaf Fabric Store on Myurxi Road, the main door was tightly shut, and a candle flickered in a room on the second floor. For men were gathered together, engaged in hushed conversation. Some were dressed as shopkeepers, while others assumed the guise of ordinary workers. This quartet formed an intelligence group, using a fabric store as their cover to gather information. The bespectacled shopkeeper attentively listened to the reports of his subordinates. Suddenly, a piercing ring from the telephone downstairs interrupted the atmosphere. The shopkeeper paused, raising his hand to signal for silence. He approached the counter on the first floor and picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Lee's fabric store." A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Your uncle at home is ill. Return immediately." The tone was grave, devoid of unnecessary words, delivering an urgent evacuation order. The shopkeeper's expression shifted abruptly, his demeanor growing serious. As a professional in the field of intelligence, he refrained from asking questions and simply responded, "Understood." He then hung up the phone and swiftly ascended the stairs. The deep voice continued urgently, "We have been compromised. Pack your belongings and evacuate at once." Chapter 53. The Value of Intelligence and the Notion of Relocation. With a self-satisfied smile, Chen Zhifei ambled toward the dormitory, humming a cheerful tune. This evening, he had unexpectedly acquired intelligence regarding a stronghold of the intelligence department, successfully obstructing its handover to the Special High Police. Given the operational protocols of the intelligence department, if the stronghold were indeed valid, they would verify it without delay. Whether the Japanese or the French concessions police were privy to this information, they would surely evacuate and abandon the stronghold at the first opportunity. Thus, today, he had not only salvaged a stronghold but also bolstered the resistance against Japanese aggression. In this covert battle, he had contributed to the cause. Moreover, the intelligence he purchased for 258 yuan had doubled in value upon resale. Adding to this was the previous bonus of 200 yuan and the remaining 50 silver dollars from the police reward. His total assets had now surpassed 500 yuan. While this sum may not be substantial, it was certainly sufficient to secure a decent lodging for a year. Presently, although the French concession was bustling with people, rental prices had slightly increased. However, with the impending influx of refugees from the Chinese territories in a few months, rent would inevitably soar. Families of 7 or 8 often crowded into a single lodging, with multiple families residing within one stone gate house becoming the norm. If only he had more funds. Purchasing 2 houses to rent out in a few months could yield considerable profits. Nevertheless, renting a better lodging was now a feasible prospect, as many were available for lease. In a few months, with the fall of the Chinese territories, securing a quality lodging would become exceedingly difficult. Chen Zhifei contemplated his future plans, silently calculating the time. The concession could remain stable for a few more years. Thus, it was prudent to secure a better lodging. Even if the concession were to fall, establishing connections in advance would allow him to retain his position. With this uniform, he would at least be less susceptible to bullying in these tumultuous times. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhifei took a cold shower to dispel the remnants of his slight intoxication. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he sat on the edge of his bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. As time ticked away, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence has been updated. Would you like to read it? Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. It truly had arrived punctually. He chose to read it. Instantly, a semi-ethereal prompt panel appeared before him in the void. Today's intelligence. 1. At 8 p.m., a wonton stall was dined and dashed. 2. Jiang Renan reported on the Japanese president's murder case, raising 8 points of inquiry. 3. Room 22 in Qingshun, Li is available for rent at 25 yuan per month. 4. The price of skin-on minced meat has been adjusted, increasing by 1 cent per pound. 5. A lodging at 63 Mai Erxiai Road is available for rent at 16 yuan per month. 6. Chief Zhao of the General Chinese Police hosted a gathering at the Great World Dance Hall, consuming 3 bottles of foreign liquor. 7. A batch of sulfanilamide is stored at Tianxiang Dock, with the invoice number ending in 127, yet to be collected. 8. Fujihara Kai returned to the military police headquarters to report, receiving a 7-day deadline. 9. The Liji Fabric Shop, a stronghold of the intelligence department, has vacated Mai Erxiai Road. In the midst of the interrogation, the spy Wang Xianping met his demise due to an administered drug. 10 intelligence reports unfolded before Chen Zhifei's eyes, each requiring meticulous scrutiny. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing his dissatisfaction with the information presented. At first glance, today's reports bore little significance. Though the intelligence was precise, it lacked relevance to the Japanese espionage matter. The sole piece of information pertaining to Japanese spies involved Wang Xianping, who had been masquerading as a foreign firm manager. However, he had already fallen into the clutches of the Special Operations Department, and during the interrogation, it appeared that some form of drug was employed to extract a confession, ultimately resulting in his death. This rendered the information utterly valueless. The report by the French concession media journalist Jiang Renan was anticipated. This courageous female reporter posed questions during her interview that compelled the police to refrain from reckless actions. Her inquiries brought the issue to light. particularly regarding the Japanese gendarmerie's demand for personnel from the police station, which was a matter of prestige for the concession. The report had already been typeset and printed, and once released the following day, the members of the Public Affairs Bureau would also take notice. To maintain the dignity and reputation of the French concession, the Japanese could not be allowed to act with impunity. The attention from the Public Affairs Bureau would serve as a constraint on the gendarmerie. Moreover, it was foreseeable that as the appointed head of this special case by the chief of police, Chen Zhifei would be thrust into a precarious position. Capturing a suspect whom both parties could deem credible would be a significant achievement. Conversely, failing to apprehend the perpetrator would leave him bearing the blame. The most exasperating aspect was the knowledge that the true culprit was none other than Lu Meng, with whom he had just shared drinks. Yet, he was expected to protect him. Following the customary practice of finding a scapegoat would inevitably lead to exposure under the Japanese's brutal interrogation methods. Even if a body were produced, Fujihara Kaichi would remain unconvinced, and years would pass without resolution. Ultimately, everyone might conclude that he had failed to identify the true murderer, resorting instead to presenting a corpse as a mere faade, thus earning a reputation for indiscriminate slaughter. The dilemma remained: where to find a genuine culprit who would not be merely a scapegoat but one recognized by the gendarmerie. Sighing, Chen Zhifei rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of how to convince Fujihara Kaichi and exonerate Lu Meng. Suddenly, the sound of feet running and jumping echoed from the floor above, causing a heavy thud and dislodging dust from the ceiling. He worried that a little more force might cause the decaying floorboards to give way. Chen Zhifei waved his hand to brush away the dust settling on his head, rolling his eyes in irritation. At that moment, he realized that the only useful information he had pertained to 2 rental listings. Perhaps he could check them out tomorrow. An early move would allow him a peaceful night's rest. With that thought, he decided to leave his worries behind and sleep on it. The next day, Chen Zhifei rose early, washed up, donned his clothes, and sauntered out the door. Just as he exited the dormitory, he spotted a rickshaw parked at the entrance, with a robust young man seated beside it. At this moment, a gentleman clad in a suit approached to hail a vehicle, only to be turned away. "Mengzi, why would you refuse business that comes your way?" Chen Zhifei inquired with a curious smile as he stepped closer. Lu Meng rose, a simple yet sincere smile illuminating his face. "Brother, I was deliberately waiting to take you to the police station." Chen Zhifei, gazing into Lu Meng's earnest and unpretentious smile, perceived a genuine gratitude emanating from his eyes. With a gentle shake of his head, he replied, "There's no need for such formality. You are my brother, and as an elder sibling, I cannot neglect you." As he spoke, he patted Lu Meng's sturdy shoulder. In his previous life, he had employed this gesture to foster camaraderie within his team, and it had proven effective time and again. Indeed, Lu Meng's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for words due to the emotional impact. "Since you're here, let us share breakfast before you depart," Chen Zhifei remarked with a serene smile, striding towards the street vendor. "For big buns, 2 orders." Chapter 54, An Unforgivable Flaw. Chen Zhifei approached a table, observing 2 individuals indulging in fried dough sticks and soy milk. With an arrogant tilt of his chin, he proclaimed, "You 2, move to the adjacent table." The 2 men, dressed as laborers, glanced up hastily and quickly gathered their bowls and plates to relocate. 5 individuals occupied a square table, which was not overly cramped. "What are you dawdling for? Sit down." Chen Zhifei nonchalantly took a seat on the bench, turning to beckon a bewildered associate who stood nearby, completely indifferent to the furtive glances of those around them. With a gulp, Lu Meng swallowed hard, appearing quite awkward. Coming from a background of poverty and having endured oppression in the puppet state of Manchukuo, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for such bullying behavior. He had once covertly followed and struck a blow against a corrupt police officer who was harassing someone. Little did he anticipate that he would find himself in a similar situation, being an accomplice to a domineering officer. In the past, he would never have dared to even contemplate such a scenario. Given his fiery temperament, he would have spat in contempt and muttered curses under his breath. Yet here he was, participating in the expulsion of diners from their tables. The individual before him was none other than Fei Guo, a man known for his rough exterior, yet possessing a sense of justice within. Lu Meng felt a genuine respect for him, especially after witnessing him stand up for Li Huoming. If anyone else dared to act so brazenly, they would surely be met with scorn. Casting a cautious glance at the passers-by, Lu Meng hesitantly remarked, "Fei Guo, isn't this inappropriate?" Initially seated, Chen Zhifei placed one foot firmly on the bench, exuding an air of audacity akin to an invading force, and retorted, "Everyone knows that I, Chen Zhifei, hail from a gang background. Even dressed as I am still a rogue. Why pretend to be something I am not?" As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room, noting the heads bowed in reverence at the adjacent table, their expressions betraying their trepidation, even their necks unwilling to move. With a self-satisfied smirk, Chen Zhifei continued, Though lacking formal training in espionage, he understood the art of disguise, maintaining an appearance that blended seamlessly with his notorious reputation. His demeanor had to align with his established persona. Otherwise, an abrupt shift from a notorious rogue to a model of politeness would only invite scrutiny. Some matters could be addressed with righteous indignation, while others required a more delicate approach. Change must be gradual, as a swift transformation would only breed suspicion. Impatiently waving for Lu Ming to sit down, Chen Zhifei urged him to eat and converse, declaring, "I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming set aside his reluctance and hurriedly took a seat on the opposite bench. "Your 4 great warriors have arrived." The vendor, fastening his apron, placed 2 servings of fried dough sticks, soy milk, pancakes, and rice balls upon the table. Chen Zhifei produced several small bills and handed them to the proprietor. Lu Ming, witnessing the exchange, wore a look of surprise upon his innocent visage. Chen Zhifei shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware of the unspoken implications. "Remember, my lad, the constable pays for his meal." After saying this, he took a large bite of the fried dough stick and followed it with a hearty sip of steaming soy milk. With a contented squint, he exclaimed, "This is the flavor, delightful." Lu Ming, observing him, licked his lips in longing. Although he had already eaten at home, he hadn't satisfied his hunger, seeking to save money. Now, with a spread of delectable food before him, he could no longer resist the temptation and eagerly grabbed a rice ball to devour. Chen Zhifei savored a fried dough stick, followed by a generous gulp of soy milk. He reached for a rice ball on the plate and casually inquired, "Where's the Japanese man's bag?" Lu Ming, engrossed in his pancake, had grease smeared at the corners of his mouth. At the sudden question, he jolted, momentarily forgetting to chew. According to the innkeeper's recollection, the Japanese man had entered with a black handbag in hand. The constabulary had scoured the entire room for evidence, but found no trace of that black handbag. "If you claim it was not taken, I shall be displeased," said Chen Zhifei, taking another sip of soy milk, his demeanor casual, as if discussing trivial matters. Lu Ming stared blankly at the leisurely Chen, then glanced around before leaning forward slightly, whispering, "Indeed, I took it, but not for financial gain. Merely to mislead the constabulary into believing it was a robbery gone wrong. The handbag is beneath my car seat cushion, and I plan to dispose of it in the outskirts shortly." His voice was low, and he felt compelled to clarify his motive for taking the bag to avoid being misconstrued as a money-driven murderer. Chen Zhifei chewed on his rice ball, gently shaking his head. He was here in the French concession for business. It is normal to attract attention. However, if one intended to steal a bag, numerous opportunities abound. Such a crime is merely for profit. There is no need for murder. Killing a Japanese merchant within the concession is no trivial matter. A common thief would not possess such audacity. Most critically, you employed an inappropriate weapon. Do you truly believe a petty thief would wield an unwieldy triangular bayonet for robbery? If the intention was indeed theft, a dagger would suffice. Why resort to using a bayonet to end a life? Do you think Inspector Feng would be convinced by a ruse disguised as a robbery? Do you believe the Japanese gendarmerie would be fooled? Chen Zhifei's expression turned grave. His voice low, yet each word struck with the precision of a dagger. With casual remarks, he had unveiled the most significant doubts surrounding the incident. Above all else, employing a triangular bayonet was a grave misstep. Lu Ming's eyes widened as a flicker of panic crossed his gaze. Previously, he had believed his charade as a robbery scene was flawless, yet he had inadvertently left such a glaring flaw. He had to concede that had he been a true thief driven by greed, he could have easily concealed a dagger at his waist or in his shoe. The triangular bayonet was cumbersome, making it impractical for transport. Ultimately, it stemmed from his dire financial situation. Lacking funds for a dagger, he had hesitated to part with the bayonet, resulting in a fatal oversight that now could not be remedied. In his flustered state, the pancake in his hand suddenly lost its allure. His expression shifted, and gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fei Gu, if it comes to that, I shall surrender myself. One must take responsibility for their own actions and not implicate the innocent. As I have stated, I would be infinitely grateful if I could receive a portion of the bounty to support my mother in her old age." His gaze was resolute, clearly still clinging to the notion of exchanging his life for the reward. With a sharp slap, Chen Zhifei struck Lu Ming on the forehead. The sudden pain made Lu Ming grimace, his hands instinctively covering his head. "Fei Gu, why did you hit me?" Chen Zhifei's eyes narrowed, filled with exasperation, as he admonished, "If you ever utter the word give up again, I shall strike you." He gestured emphatically, causing Lu Ming to instinctively retract his neck in fear. Yet, the gentle reprimand stirred a flicker of warmth within the heart of this rugged man. Taking a bite of his rice ball, Chen Zhifei reassured him, "Do not worry. Your Fei Gu has a plan." Chapter 55. Conflict. Decisive and resolute, Lu Ming shrank his neck slightly, quietly nibbling on a large pancake, refraining from mentioning the matter of confession. Although he was prepared to step forward at any moment, savoring the delicious food, he could not help but acknowledge the simple joy of being alive. After finishing breakfast, he had initially intended to accompany his elder brother to work. However, Chen Jifei had just indulged in a hearty meal and was still feeling quite full. He merely instructed him to conduct his business as usual and to remain vigilant for any useful information. Then, he planned to wait outside the How You Lie restaurant at noon. Having specifically reminded him not to provide a meal, Chen Jifei patted his belly and leisurely strolled towards the police station, treating it as a means of digestion. Upon arrival at the station, he was well past the designated reporting time. Yet, as a bridge between the gang and the police, no one truly cared whether he was late. Furthermore, with the assignment from the chief investigator, there was even less inclination to interfere. One must admit that the weather in April is notoriously fickle. Just as he stepped through the doors of the McLeane police station, a torrential downpour commenced. Chen Jifei ambled up to the second floor, where he encountered 5 or 6 officers strolling towards him. They were engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly discussing something quite amusing, punctuated by hearty laughter. However, the laughter carried a hint of mockery. As Chen Jifei noticed them approaching, he intended to sidestep slightly to allow them to pass. Just as he was about to shift his stance, a voice rang out with a sarcastic taunt. "Oh, look who is back, the great hero. Make way. Don't obstruct his path." The leader of the group, a gaunt man in his 30s, possessed a cold and piercing gaze. The officers chuckled, yet they remained rooted to their spots, blocking the corridor. With a furrowed brow, Chen Jifei halted his polite attempt to yield. He examined the man with a thin mustache. Searching his memory, this was Song Lianqing, a first-class officer from the adjacent team. In terms of rank, they were equal. However, their relationship was anything but harmonious. Recalling past events, Chen Jifei remembered that Song Lianqing had once joined the gang, but had ultimately embraced the role of a true officer. They had previously clashed, even coming to blows, and their encounters had since devolved into a series of veiled insults and barbed remarks. Despite the police station's inherent decorum, where mutual disdain was often tempered, the teasing and provocation had become a routine occurrence. Moreover, the proximity of their respective offices, facing each other, fostered a competitive atmosphere regarding performance evaluations. Yet, their team leader, Gu Qingli, was rather lackadaisical, primarily focused on managing his territory and the funds collected, showing little interest in outshining others. Consequently, members of other teams regarded them with disdain. Given the friction between the teams and the personal grievances between the two men, it was no surprise that they often clashed. Who is the great hero seeking justice for today? No, it should be the detective indeed. TSK. Daring to offend even the Japanese military command just to defend a vendor of roasted chestnuts. It remains to be seen whether one can maintain such arrogance after being delivered to the military police to take the blame in 7 days. The more ostentatious one is now, the more dreadful the consequences will be in a week's time. I wonder, will Officer Chun, bound to the military police's torture rack, be pleading for mercy in tears? Haha. Song Lianqing mockingly derided, unable to restrain his laughter, which echoed in the air. The other officers joined in the raucous laughter. To them, being an officer was merely a means to make a living. Indulging in free meals and drinks, and engaging in unscrupulous practices was commonplace. The street vendors were but lambs at their mercy, mere tools for monetary gain. Should they provoke their ire, they would resort to violence without hesitation. These officers held no regard for the vendors, viewing them as anything but equals. In their eyes, confronting the Japanese military police to uphold justice for a roasted chestnut vendor was not only unwise but profoundly foolish. For a paltry monthly salary of just a few coins, why risk one's life? Thus, Chen Jifei's defiance against the military police headquarters had become a source of amusement, circulating as a joke among the officers in the concession. They summarized it succinctly, a classic case of overestimating oneself. How could Song Lianqing allow such an opportunity for mockery to slip by? He relished in the scornful banter, reveling in the sight of his adversary being unable to retort. His initial intention to head to the restroom was forgotten as he turned to his companions, exclaiming, "Let us take a good look at the righteous Officer Chen. Every glance is a treasure, ha ha ha." Their boisterous laughter echoed through the corridor, attracting the attention of many. Sensing the gazes upon him, Song Lianqing felt a swell of pride. He turned, ready to unleash more taunts, when suddenly, a shadow darted towards him. A fist, as heavy as a sandbag, loomed closer. Bang! Ouch! Song Lianqing let out a cry, stumbling backwards to the ground. Clutching his bruised eye with his left hand, he raised his trembling right hand in accusation. "How dare you strike me within the precincts of the station?" Chen Jifei looked down at the seated Song Lianqing with a cold smirk. "You are too noisy. My principle is simple. If I can take action, I shall not waste words." He flexed his wrist as if discussing a trivial matter. Song Lianqing, clutching his searing left eye, trembled with rage. He was not one to easily forgive a slight, nor would he have engaged in mutual provocation with Chen Jifei otherwise. Now, publicly humiliated with a bruised eye, he could hardly swallow his pride. He sprang to his feet, charging forward to retaliate. The others quickly intervened, forming a barrier between them, some clutching their waists, others their arms, working together to restrain him. "Calm down, don't act rashly. There are rules in the precinct. Fighting will lead to punishment. It is not worth losing your temper over a man on the brink of demise. Do you wish to forfeit your bonus this month? Several individuals began to speak in an attempt to mediate the situation, separating the two men to prevent a physical altercation. It was uncertain whether it was the words of the man on the brink of death or the prospect of a fine for fighting that prompted this reaction. Song Lianqing gradually lowered his aggressive stance, his expression becoming more composed. However, the commotion in the corridor had already attracted the attention of others. Doors to numerous offices swung open, with curious heads peeking out. Passers-by halted in their tracks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With a bruise forming under his left eye, Song Lianqing bellowed in fury. "Chun, you have assaulted a colleague without provocation. This matter is far from over." Chen Zhifei smirked, a mocking expression gracing his features. He retorted coldly, "You claim I am a dying man. Do you believe that before I meet my end, I won't take you down with me?" Stunned into silence, Song Lianqing's demeanor faltered, a flicker of panic passing through his eyes. Faced with such an unabashed threat, he found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd, chastising, "What are you all doing gathered here during work hours? Do you even want to keep your jobs?" Chapter 56. Personal Vendetta. This fellow is quite capable. Upon hearing the scolding, the crowd swiftly parted to clear a path. Captain Lin, a middle-aged man approached. His gaze sharp and formidable, clearly not someone to be trifled with. It was no wonder the onlookers seemed fearful, scattering at the sound of reprimand. "Captain, Chen hit me." Upon seeing his superior arrive, Song Lianqing seized the moment to lodge a complaint, conveniently omitting any mention of his own provocation. His bloodshot eye, swollen and dark, lamented the sudden violence he had suffered, as if he had endured the gravest injustice. Captain Lin cast a glance at his subordinate's battered visage, his brows knitting together in disapproval. "Chen Zhifei, as a constable, you have violated the law by assaulting a colleague without cause. According to regulations, you are subject to immediate dismissal." His voice was sharp, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. It is customary for a captain to support their subordinates, but to threaten dismissal so readily indicated a personal grudge. Lin had never thought much of Chen Zhifei, who had been recommended by the gang and was tasked with collecting money. He regarded him with disdain. Their relationship had been one of mutual indifference, with no animosity to speak of, merely passing each other like strangers. However, the recent spate of thefts had drawn the attention of both the police commissioner and the chief constable, who had even proclaimed that the first to solve the case would be favored for promotion to chief constable. For the captains, this was a matter of great significance, as they all had their own backers and were essentially equals. With the current chief constable nearing retirement and yet to decide on a successor, the promise of priority from superiors was a considerable advantage. Thus, Captain Lin rallied his team and set out to comb through the French concession. Encouraged by reports of a gang of habitual offenders who had recently arrived and were already engaged in theft and trafficking, his confidence surged. He believed that with thorough investigation, they would apprehend the culprits within 3 days. In that moment, it felt as though the ticket to promotion was beckoning to him. The prospect of advancing to chief constable and potentially achieving legendary status was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, just as he was envisioning this bright future and preparing to convene with his team to assign new investigative directions, he was suddenly informed that another unit had already solved the case and apprehended the gang on site, even holding a press conference to announce it. In an instant, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck him, the once attainable priority for promotion now soaring beyond reach. It felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into an abyss, leaving him sleepless for 2 nights in a row. His resentment towards Chen Zhifei, who had directly resolved the case, burned fiercely. It was not merely a matter of solving a crime, but an audacious theft of his future. How could he not be enraged? Upon the opening of his mouth, he escalated the conflict among colleagues to the level of violating the law. Song Lianqing stood at the back, a smug smirk evident in his unscathed eye. Chen Zhifei, having lived 2 lives, had never endured such indignity. In his previous life, he had fiercely confronted all manner of adversaries online, even turning his ire upon himself when provoked. He had never shied away from a verbal battle. Just as he was preparing to retaliate, a familiar voice echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. "My people are not for others to dictate." Gu Qingli approached, flanked by several team members, striding with an air of undeniable authority. He even winked reassuringly. Directly confronting Captain Lin, he sneered, "If there's an issue, come at me directly. Are you so afraid of being ridiculed for bullying the weak?" Captain Lin's eyes widened, indignantly demanding, "How am I bullying the weak?" Gu Qingli curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "Chen Zhifei solved a theft case, and you are nursing a grudge. Picking a quarrel now, is that not an act of retaliation? We are all seasoned foxes. Who does not know the other's true nature? Let me be clear, if anyone troubles my people, I, Gu, will ensure they face my wrath." His words resonated with power, seemingly directed at Captain Lin, yet echoing for all to hear. His gaze was sharp, shedding any semblance of the former petty character he once embodied. At that moment, He truly resembled a leader of the team. If there were genuine issues to address, this man could handle them. Chen Zhifei observed his superior's display of authority and could not help but silently commend him. It was this fierce protectiveness that warranted admiration. No wonder he usually appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, yet others still held him in high regard. With such a capable leader who could bear the burdens, everyone found themselves in agreement. At this moment, Gu Qingli masterfully applied the principle of you fight your battles, and I shall fight mine. He made no mention of the previous conflict between the two, nor of Chen Zhifei's act of violence. He firmly asserted it was a case of personal vengeance and bullying the weak. Captain Lin's face flushed crimson with fury, momentarily rendered speechless. Given the circumstances, there was indeed an implication of bullying the weak. Originally, the quarrel was between two equals, making it difficult to discern right from wrong. Yet here was a captain intervening, immediately attempting to expel one party. Was this not bullying? If word of this spread, the reputation of the McLeane Bureau would become a laughingstock. Captain Lin, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and declared, "Your person assaulted a colleague. How do you propose to handle this?" Chen Zhifei quickly responded, "I was walking when he inexplicably blocked my path and mocked me. Several witnesses heard him." He then cast a pointed look at the others, his voice low and menacing. Lying invites divine retribution, and those who deceive will find themselves struck down by a flower pot. A blatant threat, unabashedly delivered. The others exchanged glances, choosing silence. Yet, their silence spoke volumes of acquiescence. Go Chengli's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Old Lin, since it was your people who instigated the provocation, it is only reasonable that my people retaliated in anger. Should this escalate further, you, as the patrol chief, would also bear some responsibility. However, let us each take a step back and bring our respective individuals back to teach them a lesson behind closed doors, thus sparing ourselves the embarrassment before others. What do you think?" This proposal was quite sensible and could effectively diffuse the situation. Patrol Chief Lin turned to glance at the onlookers gathered at a distance. Realizing that he would not gain any advantage today, the other two patrol chiefs were likely enjoying the spectacle, secretly amused by the unfolding drama. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. Very well. He then cast a stern look at several subordinates, commanding, "Shameful fools, return with me." Song Lianqing wore an expression of reluctance, glaring resentfully. Just as he was about to head back to the office, a faint voice called out from behind, "Wait." Chapter 57. This is personal revenge. Captain Lin halted his steps, turning around with a look of confusion. Song Lianqing, with an arched neck, inquired, "You, Chen, are you looking for trouble?" Even Gu Qingli wore an expression of astonishment, silently pondering. This fellow is notorious for his vendettas, yet after being struck, he still seems unappeased. However, as a leader, he could only intervene on behalf of his subordinates at this juncture. Xiao Kuanghua and a few others stood in a line, ready to face whatever came next. Captain Lin furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. "Old Gu, your men are a bit ungrateful. If this escalates, both sides will suffer equally, and neither will emerge unscathed." This statement was directed squarely at Gu Qingli. In his view, with two captains present, there was no room for subordinates to interject. The agreement reached between their leaders should put an end to the matter. Having already made a concession, he was taken aback that a mere patrol officer would still provoke further conflict. Even clay figures have their dignity. If a brawl were to ensue, they would each face consequences, but the insolent one must be reprimanded. Even if not confined, his allowances and illicit bonuses would surely be withheld. The wages of a patrol officer are already meager, relying heavily on these allowances for sustenance. A deduction from this income would mean struggling to pay rent, let alone afford meals. Thus, for lower-ranking officers, financial penalties are a severe punishment. Gu Qingli narrowed his eyes, glancing at the subordinate beside him. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "If you have something to say, speak up. You won't starve this month." His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a sense of support. Even the outspoken Wu Xiao clenched his fists in excitement, declaring, "Now do you see why the captain is my idol?" The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting approval. Gu Qingli typically appeared laid back, showing little ambition regarding the patrol office's affairs, his focus solely on financial gain. Yet, when faced with a situation, he was resolute and unyielding. This was precisely why the younger officers respected him. Song Lianqing's brows furrowed with ire, and he retorted through gritted teeth, "Chen, let us see what you've got. If I frown, I might as well have been born of a harlot." His face twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. With so many witnesses present, he could not afford to back down. The animosity between them was already palpable, and after today's blow, he felt an urgent need to reclaim his dignity. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, whispering among themselves, "Do you think a fight will break out?" It's hard to say. With punishments disregarded, a brawl is inevitable. Old Song won't let this go after taking a punch. Yes, if they don't fight today, it would be unacceptable. Who do you think would win if it comes to blows? Surely Chen Zhifei, as he is the top enforcer in the gang, capable of taking on three at once. I've heard Old Song was once in a gang himself, though it disbanded later, and he practiced martial arts. This is getting more intriguing. I wager that Qin Jifei will triumph. Who dares to take me on? I shall accept, betting 1 yuan. Look at your frugal demeanor. I shall wager 5 yuan with you. The onlookers whispered among themselves, with some even establishing odds. Gu Qingli glanced at the crowd, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the two instigators and admonished, when colleagues are at odds, how can you merely stand by and stir the pot? Must you not keep your voices down? Indeed, we shall be more mindful. The two ringleaders hastily apologized. Gu Qingli narrowed his eyes, implying significantly, how could my people not support one another? I'll place a 5 yuan bet on Qin Jifei's victory. Xiao Kuanghua and several others gathered around, eager to place their bets. Although their prior interactions with Qin Jifei had been scant, they had witnessed his prowess firsthand. No 3 adults could match him in a scuffle. With the prospect of profit at hand, they were keen to join the fray. Qin Jifei, observing the commotion stirred by the patrol captain and his colleagues, felt somewhat speechless. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble." Instantly, the corridor on the second floor fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping palpable. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces a canvas of confusion. If he was not seeking trouble, then why had he summoned others? Song Lianqing's brows knitted tightly, his voice laced with ire. "Qin, what trickery are you up to? Speak plainly. I, Song, will oblige." His tone was resolute, his expression fierce. Qin Jifei nodded slightly and turned to smile, asking, "Captain, did General Zhao not promise yesterday that as long as I could solve the case, I could enlist any assistance from the McLeane police?" Gu Qingli confirmed with a nod, "Indeed." The general emphasized cooperation to resolve the case promptly and alleviate the challenges in the French concession. A chill ran through Lin Chieftain's heart, an ominous premonition taking root. As expected, Qin Jifei stepped closer, a mischievous smile gracing his features. "Chieftain Lin, you previously suggested I should resort to violence and that you'd have me dismissed? Well, I would welcome that. If you dismiss me now, I shall be relieved of this burdensome mess. Do proceed, dismiss me." The surrounding crowd stared, dumbfounded. It was the first encounter with someone so brazenly requesting dismissal, seemingly finding solace in it. Lin Chieftain's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his teeth nearly grinding to blood. Qin Jifei now bore the weight of a monumental blame. His dismissal would equate to liberation. The one who dared to dismiss him would become the new scapegoat. In the past, should a low-ranking officer have dared to provoke, they would have pursued this desire by reporting it to their superiors. But now not only did he lack the authority, but even if he did, he would not dare to act. Previously, it was merely a display of authority to intimidate. A few soft words from Qin Jifei would suffice to vent their frustrations. But genuine dismissal was out of the question. Otherwise, Gu Qingli's mere words would not have easily resolved the matter. Now, with the other party actively provoking, he had inadvertently placed himself at a disadvantage. Director Lin's lips moved as he coldly stated, "Director Gu has already mentioned that each of us should take our people back for a lesson. You are not under my jurisdiction, so I am not responsible for you. If you wish to resign, go to Director Gu." What a deft kick of the political football, and how audacious. "Oh." Qin Jifei elongated his tone. "So, we move past this. In the future, shall we remain good colleagues, working in sincere cooperation?" Director Lin nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Although he was acutely aware that the other party likely harbored ulterior motives, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Qin Jifei's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "I believe there are still numerous questions and clues regarding the chestnut stall that require investigation. However, our team is also tasked with other responsibilities, and we are short-staffed. Might I trouble Officer Song to remain stationed at the chestnut stall, observing for any suspicious individuals passing by?" Song Lianqing's forehead throbbed with tension, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was pouring rain outside, and yet he was ordered to stand guard now. This was nothing short of a personal vendetta. Chapter 58. The report has emerged at this moment. A torrential downpour was unleashing its fury outside, rendering even umbrellas ineffective. Those who had hurried back from the rain, clutching their umbrellas, immediately shook off the water upon entering. Even those clad in raincoats were drenched. Those without umbrellas resembled individuals who had just emerged from a watery abyss, utterly disheveled. Standing guard in such relentless rain, exposed to the elements, was nothing short of torment. This sentiment was shared by all present, including Song Lianqing, who felt it was a clear case of personal vendetta. Qin Jifei, with his chin held high, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, his face practically broadcasting his intent to deliberately make things difficult. Turning to his colleague, he chuckled, as the saying goes, "If one does not receive a beating for 3 days, they may forget their place. Some people, if not chastised for a single day, remain oblivious to the heights of the heavens and depths of the earth, clearly in need of correction." His tone dripped with mockery, as he glanced over with a sardonic smirk, leaving no doubt about his intentions to exploit the situation for revenge, his style of retribution on full display. Though he refrained from naming names, Each word pointed unmistakably in Song Lianqing's direction. Fuming, Song Lianqing's face turned an ashen shade, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seethed. "Chun, do not push me too far." If not for the colleagues restraining him, he would have charged forward in a fit of rage. Chen Zhifei remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. "Since Officer Song is unwilling to cooperate, I shall not force the issue. However, everyone here has witnessed and heard what transpired today. Should Officer Song's arrogance and refusal to cooperate result in the destruction of crucial evidence and prevent us from solving this case, I, Chun, will not shoulder that blame. Inspector Lin, your officer has defied the Chief Inspector's orders for support and cooperation. When accountability is sought, you must speak justly." Inspector Lin's pupils contracted as he cursed inwardly. What a cunning fellow. If the case remained unsolved, Chen could easily shift the blame onto him, claiming that vital evidence had been compromised, although it was Song Lianqing's noncompliance. As his direct supervisor, Lin bore an undeniable responsibility. Moreover, the chief inspector had convened a meeting just yesterday, urging collaboration. To refuse in such a public setting would be a slap in the face to authority. The higher-ups already resented Chun for his small stature. Feeling he lacked the capacity for blame, adding a patrol officer to the mix would be just perfect. As for what evidence might be deemed compromised, if Chen was in a good mood, he could assert that a suspect's footprint lay upon the ground. When accountability was demanded later, who would care whether such evidence truly existed? Faced with Chen's inquiry, Lin could no longer remain neutral. Otherwise, he would not need to wait a week. News could reach the chief inspector by afternoon, resulting in repercussions for him. Choosing between safeguarding his subordinate or preserving his own interests, he opted for the latter. Turning to Song Lianqing with a stern demeanor, he commanded, "Officer Song, you are to immediately take your post at the original chestnut stall. Should you abandon your post, you know the consequences." The final words nearly erupted from his teeth. Song Lianqing, being a seasoned veteran, was all too aware of what those consequences entailed. Disobeying orders will inevitably lead to accountability in the future, and one may find themselves accompanying the fallen. Though resentment brews within, the distinction between pride and survival is unmistakable. Indeed, a resounding shout seems to echo the inner turmoil of bitterness and fury. With a fierce glare, one turns to retrieve a raincoat to stand guard. Chen Zhifei, under the gaze of resentful eyes, exhibits no fear. Instead, he grins and remarks, "You must stand at the chestnut stall. I shall conduct unannounced inspections." The mere mention of surprise inspections nearly sends Song Lianqing tumbling to the ground in exasperation. Both are first-class patrol officers, neither superior to the other. Yet now one assumes an authoritative demeanor, demanding oversight. How could this not incite anger? Taking a deep breath, Song Lianqing suppresses his rising ire, repeatedly reassuring himself. What does it matter to quarrel with a man destined for demise? When he is apprehended by the Japanese military police, let us see his tears. The more he revels now, the more tragic his fate shall be. I shall await his downfall. With a contemptuous huff, he strides out of the patrol house, donning his raincoat amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. Lin Xuanzhang's expression darkens as he admonishes, "Why linger idly? If you do not wish to work, then be gone." When his subordinates are belittled, he too feels the sting of humiliation as their leader. Du Qingli squints, observing the indignant departure, a smile creeping upon his face. He slaps the shoulder of a nearby youth with vigor, exclaiming, "Well done, lad. You have upheld our team's honor." Xiao Kuanggu and others also raise their thumbs in approval, voicing their long-held grievances against the departing officers, feeling a sense of vindication. The teams exist in a competitive dynamic, subtly vying against one another. Lin Xuanzhang and his patrol officers often exchange barbed remarks, their relationship marked by outward civility but underlying discord, often subjected to ridicule and scorn. Today's public humiliation of Song Lianqing standing guard in the pouring rain is as refreshing as a chilled beer on a summer's day. To them, Chen Zhifei's vendetta appears as a triumph for the team, and unbeknownst to him, he gradually becomes an accepted member of their ranks. A group returns to the office amidst camaraderie, each engrossed in their own pursuits, some knitting, others perusing newspapers, indulging in snacks, boasting and chatting, or napping, yet none are engaged in casework. Even Chen Zhifei, seemingly under scrutiny, neglects the case files. Instead, he lights a cigarette and engrosses himself in the official gazette delivered that morning. The front-page headlines report the murder of a Japanese businessman in the French concession, detailing how the Japanese military police are at the patrol house demanding accountability. Strictly speaking, this constitutes a diplomatic incident between the two nations and poses a challenge to the authority of the French concession. Such a grave matter is no wonder it graces the front page. Moreover, the article insinuates that the military police have branded a disabled, ordinary man as a window-scaling murderer, raising doubts about their claims. Accompanying the text is a photograph capturing Chen Zhifei, clad in his patrol uniform, standing resolutely with a baton in hand, confronting the military police. The angle of the shot is remarkably clever, vividly portraying the spirit of one standing firm against three soldiers without yielding in the slightest. Should the Public Affairs Bureau catch sight of this photograph, they would undoubtedly commend him for his fearless dedication to upholding the authority of the concession, regardless of personal peril. Although he finds himself once again at the center of controversy, this situation also serves as a form of protection. To threaten someone under the scrutiny of the Bureau requires careful consideration. My prose is rather commendable. One might mistakenly believe I have truly become an embodiment of justice. Chun Jifei reclined with his legs resting on the desk, a cigarette perched between his lips, leisurely engrossed in the report. Despite the tumult that has erupted outside due to this very article, he appeared utterly indifferent. Sipping tea while perusing the newspaper, he seemed to have slipped into the leisurely pace of retirement. As noon approached, the torrential rain outside finally subsided. Time to clock out. Chun Jifei stretched languidly, exchanged pleasantries, and sauntered out the door. Upon stepping outside the precinct, he spotted Lu Ming sitting by the roadside, munching on a sesame flatbread. Chapter 59, A Backup Plan Celebration? Lu Ming bit into a large flatbread, his gaze sweeping over the passers-by. His eyes scrutinized each individual, as though he were endeavoring to imprint their features into his memory. This was a newly acquired skill unlocked after savoring the sweetness of intelligence. Who knows when this keen observation might prove unexpectedly advantageous. Occasionally, someone would seek a ride, only to be met with impatient refusals. Currently, operating the rickshaw was merely a side venture, a laborious endeavor yielding only a few coins after an entire month of toil. How could it compare to the comfort of trading intelligence alongside his elder brother, earning $5 silver in one go? Brother Fei. Spotting a familiar figure emerging from the McLeane police station, he promptly rose to greet him, his mouth agape as he quickly devoured the remaining flatbread. He then seized the bamboo tube hanging from the rickshaw and took a hearty gulp of water. Brother Fei, where are we headed? Chun Jifei approached, unceremoniously settling onto the plush cushion. He did not answer Lu Ming's question. Instead, he inquired, have you secured the Japanese man's package? Lu Ming paused, then quickly nodded. It's concealed beneath the cushion, wrapped in a burlap sack. Chun Jifei inclined his head slightly, softly instructing, when we arrive, wait for me at the entrance. After I meet with him, he will take your rickshaw to leave. At that moment, hand him the package. If he asks who you are, simply say you are the rickshaw puller and that you received $1 silver from me to pass it on. The message you convey is that you are acquainted with me, albeit not well. This transaction is merely a service for payment. Do you understand? With a serious demeanor, he reiterated the key points that required attention. Chun Jifei preferred to keep their relationship discreet for now, as it might serve an unforeseen purpose in the future, merely a precautionary measure. After all, hiring someone to deliver items was entirely commonplace and would not raise suspicion. Lu Ming solemnly nodded in agreement, understood. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a keen intellect. Otherwise, after eliminating Xiu Tian Yatai, he would not have gone to the lengths of staging a robbery murder scene. Had he not been too impoverished to afford a dagger, he would not have left any trace. Even if he were to leave a flaw now, surrendering voluntarily would ensure no one linked it back to him. If he lacked wit, how could he have escorted his mother all the way from northeast China to Shanghai? Years spent navigating the streets had made him adept at handling various inquiries effortlessly. Chun Jifei leaned back slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable posture. Let us proceed to the Du Yiwei restaurant. Certainly, Lu Ming replied, pulling the rickshaw and gradually picking up speed. As they passed Li Huoming's candied chestnut stall, he instinctively glanced over. Chun Jifei, seated in the rickshaw, observed the familiar chestnut vendor as well. Upon seeing Song Lianqing still at his post, a smile graced his face. Presently, Song Lianqing was drenched. No longer the imposing figure he had been at the police station. Even clad in a raincoat, he appeared utterly disheveled. However, lacking orders, he remained stationed there. Determined in his resolve, he intended to remain steadfast until the end of his shift, provided no new orders came. Any subsequent complications could not be laid at his feet. However, Song Lianqing, seasoned as he was, exhibited a cunning that belied the naivety of newcomers. He perched upon a small stool, savoring a bowl of wontons with hearty bites. As long as he remained stationed there, he could consider his duty fulfilled. Chun Jifei, with a playful smirk, called out loudly, Officer Song, keep it up. You can do it. His voice resonated, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by, who raised their fists in encouragement. Suddenly, Song Lianqing, previously unnoticed, became the center of attention. Subjected to a barrage of peculiar gazes that made his face flush with embarrassment. This was hardly encouragement. It felt more akin to a public humiliation. The once formidable Officer Song now appeared as disheveled as a beggar. What of his dignity? With a fierce glare, he found even the wontons in his bowl unappetizing. Lu Ming flashed a grin and gradually quickened the pace of his rickshaw, gaining speed without veering off course. In mere moments, they vanished around the street corner. His swift and steady driving had earned the favor of regular patrons. After traversing several streets, the rickshaw came to a halt at the entrance of the Du Yiwei restaurant. Chun Jifei alighted and produced some cash to pay. Lu Ming paused momentarily, then quickly gathered his wits, accepting the money and adeptly producing 2 copper coins and change. He then settled beneath a large tree beside the restaurant, reclining on a soft cushion, feigning slumber to deter any inquiries. As Chen Zhifei stepped through the restaurant's grand entrance, his gaze swept across the bustling lobby. The proprietor, upon noticing him, hurried over with exaggerated warmth. "Ah, Brother Fei, it's been several days since we last met, and you seem even more radiant." The words dripped with flattery and servility, yet the proprietor's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, reflecting an underlying reluctance. The term Brother Fei indicated a history of exploitation. Establishments like this one were accustomed to catering to individuals of his ilk. The monthly fees they paid were substantial, and those in the guise of officers would occasionally indulge in meals and drinks, often at a steep discount. Yet, to conduct business in the French concession meant not offending these figures. To survive, one must endure. The proprietor swiftly approached, extending a hand with feigned enthusiasm. "Mr. Shen has been awaiting you in the private room on the 2nd floor." Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, following the proprietor up to the designated area. Upon opening the door, he found Chen Yi leisurely sipping tea by the window, observing the bustling street below, indicating he had seen Chen's arrival from the floor below. The table was already adorned with a lavish spread, prominently featuring a sweet and sour carp at its center. Chen Yi rose with a welcoming smile, exclaiming, "The dishes have just been served. Your timing is impeccable." He then seated himself, pouring 2 cups of wine, his expression radiating delight. Accepting the cup, Chen Zhifei teased, "You seem positively jubilant. Are you about to get married?" Chen Yi drained the wine from his cup and, with a wry smile, remarked, "In our profession, who dares to marry?" Chen Zhifei, seated on a stool, nonchalantly seized a chicken leg and began to devour it. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "Then what are you so happy about? You've ordered an entire feast, as if it's a celebration." Seemingly dissatisfied with his seating posture, he propped one leg atop the adjacent stool, indulging in food and drink with the swagger of a seasoned rogue. Shen Yi's demeanor was far more refined. He picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of Kung Pao chicken. Smiling, he replied, "Isn't this a celebration for you, confirming the intelligence you provided last night?" Chen Zhifei raised his glass in a clink, looking perplexed. "I'm not one of your intelligence operatives, so what is there to celebrate?" Shen Yi glanced around before whispering, "Your recent exceptional performances have garnered praise even from our section chief. It is indeed a disservice to confine you to the role of a mere patrol officer." Chapter 60. Demonstrating value. Chen Zhifei took a sip of his drink, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Upon closer examination, he immediately discerned the underlying significance. Coupled with the lavish spread before him, it was evident that his counterpart was attempting to win him over. However, upon reflection, given his recent intelligence contributions, it was entirely reasonable for the Special Operations Department to seek his allegiance. After all, a talent for intelligence of such caliber would naturally attract interest. As he savored a piece of marinated meat, he chewed thoughtfully, remarking, "I was wondering why such a grand feast was laid out today. It seems I was expected." Chen Yi paused, his grip on the chopsticks faltering, a smile breaking across his face. "You are indeed a clever man, and you see right through it." Chen Zhifei downed the contents of his cup, a nonchalant expression adorning his features. Selling intelligence at this juncture was advantageous, with minimal risk involved. After all, both the Red Party and the Special Operations Department, as well as the police and the Special High Command, were in dire need of information. Those entrenched in the local scene often possessed the most timely news. Moreover, his motivations were purely financial, without allegiance to any faction. As long as he steered clear of highly classified matters, he typically encountered little danger. Even the most ruthless Special High Command had to cultivate relationships with local figures or procure information through the black market. Should they resort to indiscriminate violence? Who would dare conduct business with them in the future? Thus, it appeared that pure monetary transactions were the safest route available. Of course, in these tumultuous times, no one could remain unscathed. Chen Zhifei understood this principle and harbored a desire to contribute to his country. Nevertheless, while he contemplated his actions, the manner of execution was crucial. From the moment he learned of Shen Yi's affiliation with the Special Operations Department, he anticipated the day he might be courted. Joining the department, while heightening the risk, would also provide the support of a formidable team, making certain tasks significantly more manageable. For instance, a particular scheme he had in mind would necessitate the assistance of personnel from the Special Operations Department. Hence, he had internally reconciled his eventual acceptance, albeit with the understanding that he would not be easily swayed. The adage that what comes too easily is often undervalued held true in all circumstances. Even Liu Bei had to make 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's humble abode to secure his service. Should Chen Zhifei consent, he would not acquiesce to their wishes without due consideration. After all, formal engagement had only just begun a few days prior, and further evaluations were still needed. Maintaining a certain level of reserve could yield a more favorable arrangement, could it not? Furthermore, this initial encounter seemed to serve as a probe. Adhering to the principle of gauging the situation before making a commitment, Joining would be ideal, but they would not press him if you chose not to. Thus, now was not the opportune moment for him to align himself with them. With a smirk, he quipped, "Are you, your section chief, aiming to recruit me to shoulder your burdens for free? A noble thought, but alas, I am not so easily swayed." His teasing tone effectively dismissed the other's intentions. Shen was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle as he shook his head in amusement. "You certainly have a way with words, unabashed as ever. Yet, this roguish demeanor aligns quite well with the background of a gang enforcer." He shook his head and said, "You misunderstand. Our section chief never intended to have you work for free. It is merely admiration. In all of Shanghai, the individuals who can earn the section chief's esteem are exceedingly few. It is under his guidance that we have repeatedly dealt significant blows to the special high command. Therefore, to receive his admiration is indeed a privilege." As Shen held his wine glass, his eyes seemed to sparkle while expressing his admiration for the section chief. It was evident that he held him in high regard. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. Was this not the perfect opportunity to showcase his own worth? He inquired with a grin, "You greatly admire the section chief, do you not?" "Of course. He is the person I respect the most." "Surely the section chief you speak of is not your superior in the intelligence department?" "Huh, what do you mean?" "If my guess is correct, the section chief you refer to must be Dai Chunfeng." "You, how do you know?" Shen Yi's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. In his astonishment, he failed to notice the wine spilling onto his hand. Chen Jifei, observing the other's astonished expression, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was merely the beginning. He picked up a peanut and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Dai Chunfeng is the director of the intelligence department, but since your principal Jiang always refers to him as Section Chief Dai, he rather enjoys that title. Even you core members do not refer to him as director, but rather indulge him by calling him Section Chief. Am I not correct?" After finishing his statement, he popped the peanut into his mouth, savoring its crunch. The room fell silent, save for the crisp sound of the peanut being chewed. How do you?" Shen Yi's eyes were wide with incredulity. He had not anticipated that the other party would be so well informed, knowing everything. If it were merely the knowledge that the director of the intelligence department was Dai Chunfeng, perhaps he would have been surprised, but not shocked. After all, the intelligence department had been established for many years and had been in constant conflict with the Special High Command. Gaining insight into upper-level information was not particularly difficult. However, to have a mere street tough, a lowly patrol officer, be aware of this was astonishing. Even more alarming was that he knew they, the core members, did not address the director as such, but rather as section chief. This was truly unsettling. Gulp. Shen Yi swallowed hard, a perplexing thought emerging in his mind. What else could he possibly know? Such a person is inherently suited for intelligence work. With his full cooperation, the tasks of the intelligence department in the Shanghai region would undoubtedly become much less arduous. Yet, there was no rush. Conveying the intent was sufficient for now, and further observation was warranted. The current core members of the intelligence department were all graduates of Huangpu or exceptional talents from the military. Not just anyone could be recruited. Shen Yi suppressed the shock rising within him and refilled his glass, drinking it in one go. It seemed that only after consuming a glass of strong liquor could he quell his astonishment. However, matters regarding leadership were not ones to be discussed lightly. Shifting the topic, he remarked, "Now you have become quite the celebrity. The entire French concession is aware of a certain Chen Jifei, a constable who boldly confronted the Japanese gendarmerie. You even vowed to uncover the truth for an ordinary chestnut vendor within 7 days. From this day forth, the common folk of the French concession will likely revise their perception of you. How impressive that you dared to stand firm against the Japanese gendarmerie. It certainly commands respect." The final compliment was sincere. At that moment, he had not contemplated much. Upon witnessing the Japanese bully his compatriots, he simply stepped forward. Chen Jifei shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor one of indifference. There were no grandiloquent declarations or profound philosophies. Just this simple truth elevated Shen Yi's regard for him. It conveyed a disdain for the invaders and a sense of patriotism. Chen Jifei took a sip of his drink, leaning slightly forward, and lowered his voice, saying, "Old Shen, would you care for a token of my gratitude?" Chapter 61, Honor or Scapegoat. Honor. Shen Yi rested her arm on the table, leaning forward with an air of keen interest. After taking a sip of her drink, a look of intrigue crossed her face. In the realm of bureaucracy, who wouldn't aspire to achieve merit, receive accolades, and ascend the ranks? On a grander scale, it is only from a higher vantage point that one can exert a more substantial influence. Moreover, for someone like Shen Yi, freshly graduated from military academy, she was fervently eager to establish her legacy. Even beyond the ambition for promotion, she yearned to validate herself through accomplishments. To hear of accolades arriving unbidden surely made her eyes sparkle with excitement. If such claims were made by another, one might suspect a mere charade. Yet, Chen Jifei had already demonstrated his astonishing intelligence-gathering capabilities, making his assertions impossible to dismiss. His first revelation of the precise location of Dechuan Xiaolingzi could be attributed to mere luck. However, his second provision of a secret stronghold belonging to the High Department in the French concession showcased his genuine prowess. Last night, he even offered a third piece of intelligence, alerting their team to an imminent exposure of their base, allowing for a timely evacuation and the destruction of all sensitive documents. The successful extrication of several individuals prevented significant losses for the intelligence agency. With 3 consecutive instances of precise intelligence, who would dare to claim it was mere coincidence? It was no wonder that even Director Dai expressed high praise for these operations, hinting at a recruitment opportunity. Now, with such merit at stake, it was evident that through multiple interactions, this was no baseless endeavor. Shen Yi blinked, waiting in vain for further elaboration, her expression betraying her confusion. Observing her counterpart, who merely sipped his drink with a serene demeanor, she felt a growing suspicion. Clearly, he was awaiting something. Shen Yi paused momentarily before recalling his notorious penchant for financial gain. She retrieved a brown paper envelope from her long coat and slid it across the table. With a smile, she remarked, "This envelope contains a reward of 300 yuan for providing the location of the High Department stronghold, along with a 500 yuan intelligence fee for last night's tip-off. Feel free to count it." As she mentioned the 500 yuan fee, her eyes twitched, her heart aching at the thought. The department's budget was strained, only allowing for a 300 yuan reward. Had she waited a bit longer, a report to the higher-ups could have secured the full amount. Yet, with layers of bureaucracy to navigate, patience was a luxury she could not afford. Shen Yi was resolute in her desire to make her mark. She lacked the fortitude to endure lengthy approvals. Thus, she opted to cover the shortfall herself. To be precise, the additional 200 yuan was indeed benefiting from Chen Zhifei's efforts, stemming from the capture of Dechuan Xiaolingzi. Chen Zhifei's eyes remained fixated on the envelope, and he grinned broadly. "Haha, you're too kind. Do you think our friendship isn't trustworthy?" While uttering these pleasantries, he picked up the envelope and opened it slightly. Upon seeing the neatly arranged 8 large denomination banknotes within, his smile grew ever brighter. With this sum, he could finally rent a new place. Shen Yi, witnessing his elation, smiled back as he tucked the envelope into his pocket. With a meaningful tone, she assured him, "Rest assured, my dear brother, if this information proves valuable, your share of the reward will be more than assured. During our time of interaction, I have already grasped the essence of their relentless pursuit of money. For these ruffians in the docks, no amount of eloquent reasoning can rival the simplicity of a single phrase: add more money. Once the funds are secured, the information follows suit. Therefore, it is far better to be forthright. As long as the intelligence is authentic, I am more than willing to part with my riches." However, I did not expect that upon my proactive suggestion of adding more money, my counterpart would respond with an air of indifference, as if utterly unfazed. Chen Zhifei patted the pocket containing the envelope, laughing heartily. "What relationship do we share that we must remain so formal? Consider this accomplishment as a gift from a brother." His voice resonated with exuberance, fully embodying the valor of those who traverse the underworld. Yet, upon hearing such fervent words, Shen Yi felt an inexplicable sense of caution rise within her. She whispered, "What do you mean?" Chen Zhifei placed his hand upon the newspaper, speaking with profound significance. "You are aware that I am now in charge of this case, correct?" Shen Yi nodded, her expression non-committal. "Indeed, it has been published. The case must be solved within 7 days. Do you know who the deceased was?" he inquired. According to the newspaper, he was a Japanese expatriate, the president of a company in Hong Kong. Could it be possible that his identity as president was merely a facade, and in reality, he was a spy from the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu, just like Wang Xianping? That is difficult to ascertain, but it is not outside the realm of possibility. What if I were to assert that this case is not merely a robbery and murder, but a matter of espionage? As the person in charge, you can propose whatever narrative you wish, provided that others can accept it. Then I shall declare that this is indeed an espionage case. A Japanese spy utilizing his presidential identity to covertly exchange intelligence in the French concession, only to be discovered and subsequently killed by the Blue Shirt Society, who staged the scene to appear as a robbery gone awry. Shen Yi blinked in surprise, her face reflecting disbelief. Chen Zhifei lowered his voice. "This narrative should be credible enough for others to believe. Wouldn't you agree? The mutual assassinations between your Blue Shirt Society and the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu are hardly secrets. Moreover, Chief Dai recently issued a directive to retaliate against the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu. Now, eliminating a Japanese spy attempting to operate in the French concession could indeed fulfill the orders from above, right? Even if we fail to uncover any intelligence, the act of killing a spy would still align with the directives, wouldn't it? Would you not consider this a significant achievement?" Shen Yi pursed her lips, her mind racing through the implications. She could not deny that his reasoning held merit. Just days prior, the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu had lured and assassinated a financial officer, provoking outrage from above, who demanded a crackdown on their brazen actions. Chief Dai had personally commanded a response, insisting on an eye for an eye. Thus, the operation to dismantle the Leah Trading Company and capture Wang Xianping ensued. Ultimately, Chief Dai's orders did not specify the number of retaliatory strikes required. Therefore, eliminating another spy was merely part of fulfilling his directive, and it could indeed count as a meritorious deed. Shun Yi slightly nodded, her expression revealing a dawning realization. Leaning forward, she remarked with an undertone of irony, "So, after all this time, it turns out you were the one unable to find the culprit. And now you want us to take the blame for you." It is evident that those engaged in intelligence work immediately grasped the essence of the so-called merit. According to the operational style of the police precinct, when confronted with a case, they typically seek someone to take the blame. This not only resolves the case but also fulfills performance metrics. However, this time, the victim was a Japanese expatriate and the president of a corporation, which prompted the Japanese military police headquarters to intervene, rushing in at dawn to apprehend suspects. Given the current situation, it is patently impossible to obscure the truth by pinning the blame on a petty criminal. In this context, is there a better scapegoat than the Blue Shirt Society, which has consistently opposed the Tako? Whether or not deemed a Japanese spy, it would be entirely plausible to attribute the act to retaliation for the assassination plot orchestrated by the Tako just days prior. If they were to shoulder this burden and report back to their superiors, it would indeed be considered a commendable achievement. Chapter 62. Each with their own motives. Another kill. Shun Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling a flicker of temptation. For ordinary individuals, killing a Japanese person would spell disaster. However, for those in the intelligence department, eliminating Japanese spies was an act of patriotism, a means to establish military merit. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly entice many to step forward and claim the glory. Moreover, with the case handler's collaboration, solid evidence could be secured. Discovering a Japanese spy's clandestine meeting and executing a solo infiltration would surely earn him accolades. Even in the absence of proof that the target was a high-ranking Japanese spy, the stature of the corporate president would still carry significant weight. The importance of this act far outweighed that of taking down a mere soldier. Though he felt somewhat swayed, a nagging sense of moral conflict lingered. It could not be deemed outright treachery, yet the act bore a semblance of deceit. As a promising youth freshly emerged from military academy, he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the integrity of the situation. Chen Zhifei swirled his glass, meticulously observing the fluctuations in Shun Yi's expression. The glimmer of desire on his face did not escape Chen's keen perception. Yet, Chen Yi remained hesitant, caught in a dilemma about whether to accept the proposal. Chen Zhifei was determined not to let him slip away. Where else could one find such an apt scapegoat, if not within the intelligence department? Should he agree to take the fall, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. In a low, persuasive tone, he reassured, "Do not worry, as long as you remain silent, and I do not speak, no one will be the wiser. I shall ensure all evidence is solid and beyond reproach. We can engage journalists to amplify the impact. By then, your director Dai will likely approach Principal Jiang to take credit for the achievement. Once it reaches that point, no one would dare to question it. Should anyone be foolish enough to verify your involvement, I assure you, Director Dai would be the first to take action against them. This is not just about bestowing you with accolades. It also serves to enhance Director Dai's reputation." Chen Zhifei's eyes gleamed with temptation, as he analyzed the situation not only from a personal gain perspective, but also politically. According to his reasoning, assuming responsibility for this assassination would indeed be advantageous for many. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, swiftly weighing the implications. He could not deny the validity of the analysis presented. The assassination of a Japanese businessman would not only serve as a counterattack against high-ranking Japanese officials, but also showcase the accomplishments of the intelligence department, thereby providing Principal Jiang and the elders with a commendable report. If he were to step forward and take responsibility, it would undoubtedly benefit everyone involved. The only source of his discomfort stemmed from the realization that they were attempting to make him a scapegoat, knowing full well they could not apprehend the true culprit. Yet, the prospect of this opportunity was too enticing. Even with the awareness that it was a trap, he felt compelled to leap into it. Nevertheless, certain clarifications were necessary. Otherwise, he might end up bearing the blame and feeling indebted in return. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Is it that you cannot uncover any clues to the true murderer, prompting you to ask me to shoulder the burden? Is this your way of providing an explanation to the police and military? How amusing that even your vast network has led you to a mystery beyond your grasp." Though his words were laced with jest, they laid the matter bare for discussion. Acknowledging that this case might be deemed a merit, it simultaneously served to extricate Chen Zhifei from a significant predicament. Had the perpetrator remained unidentified, he too would have faced dire consequences. Chen Zhifei blinked and, with a confident smile, proclaimed, "Who says I cannot uncover the truth? Not only do I know the name of the murderer, but I am also fully aware of his residence. Then why not apprehend him?" Chen Yi inquired, her face etched with skepticism, evidently unconvinced and suspecting bravado for the sake of pride. Knowing the identity and whereabouts of the killer, yet refraining from action, while expecting others to bear the burden defied logic. Should things go awry, being implicated as an accomplice was not an impossibility. While failing to locate the culprit and seeking someone to take the fall could be justified, knowing the assailant yet choosing not to act raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Not surprisingly, doubts arose regarding the authenticity of his claims. Not convinced, Shun-Yi shook her head, her expression grave. I require a rationale. Shun Jifei took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly, because he was incensed upon witnessing a compatriot being humiliated, and since he targeted a Japanese individual. I intend to let him off. Is that reason sufficient? Lacking extensive elaboration, it was merely his genuine sentiment. Shun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. It was unexpected that a ruffian from the docks possessed such profound awareness. For the anti-Japanese espionage agency, individuals sharing similar ideals were certainly worthy of alliance. Not only was there merit to be gained, but assistance would also be rendered should the opportunity arise. Her perception of the patrol officer before her inevitably elevated. Very well, I concede, she affirmed with a nod. Shun Jifei grinned broadly, lifting his glass to a fruitful collaboration. Clink. Shun-Yi raised her cup and tapped it against his, draining the contents. She spoke calmly, while it is easy for me to concede. Convincing the Patrol Bureau and the Japanese garrison in Shanghai will not be so straightforward. Surely, the Patrol Bureau has brought the body back for examination? The absence of gunshot wounds, coupled with the mere presence of knife injuries, would hardly suffice to persuade anyone that the Blue Shirt Society was responsible. Even if we accepted the claim, without tangible evidence, the Japanese might remain unconvinced. The intelligence unit of the garrison is astute, not to be underestimated. These are pressing concerns that would prompt skepticism from others, even if the espionage agency acknowledged it. The lack of credible evidence would render it challenging to gain the Japanese's belief. Shun Jifei's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, I have prepared the evidence for you. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You have even fabricated evidence? Shun Jifei shrugged dismissively, clearly unimpressed. Did you truly believe I was jesting when I asserted I had information on the perpetrator? Although the criminal has yet to be captured, we have secured the murder weapon and the bag carried by the Japanese individual. With the possession of that bag, how could the Japanese possibly disbelieve us? Additionally, let me share another piece of information. The autopsy report indicates that the weapon was a triangular military dagger. Does this not further substantiate that this was no ordinary petty thief, but rather a skilled operative from the espionage agency? Rest assured, the items are undoubtedly authentic. Once the package is handed over to the military police, they will naturally be able to ascertain its genuineness. Shun-Yi's eyes brightened, and excitement illuminated her face. With the murder weapon and the deceased's belongings in hand, the situation would become considerably simpler. Presenting these two items would eliminate any doubt from the authorities. This achievement would be firmly established. Nodding, she said, All right, you will give me the items later, and I will submit them as evidence of the assassination. Shun Jifei shook his head, saying, The bag and the weapon serve another significant purpose. They cannot be submitted. Shun-Yi paused, perplexed, and asked, If we have evidence, why not report it to enhance credibility? Shun Jifei pressed his lips together and replied solemnly, Because you must kill another person and transfer his body along with the evidence to the Japanese. Chapter 63. Shun Jifei's plan murder? Weren't you supposed to save him? Why discuss silencing him instead? Shun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion etched on her face. Just moments ago, she had expressed admiration for the perpetrator, deeming him a valiant soldier in the resistance against the Japanese. Her own commitment to take on this case stemmed from a similar sentiment, after all. They were all fighting against a common foe, and she was willing to lend a hand when possible. How could one moment be about saving him, and the next be about eliminating him? Upon noticing her bewilderment, Shun Jifei hurriedly offered an explanation. It is not I who intends to silence him, but you who must. In an instant, Shun-Yi was left even more perplexed. To kill on his behalf had now morphed into a matter of her own self-preservation. However, after several days of interaction, she had come to realize that this young man, often brash and audacious, was, at his core, merely a rogue clad in a constable's uniform. Yet, when faced with serious matters, he never jested. Surely, there was a deeper significance behind his words. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, Then pray tell, how has this become a matter of me silencing him? Shun Jifei delicately picked up a piece of tender fish belly, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. His eyes closing in delight, he reached for another piece with his chopsticks and continued, regarding the information from last night at Lee's fabric shop. It was a pickpocket named Mouse Chung who informed me. He owed my brother a sum from gambling and was facing the prospect of losing a finger. In a desperate bid to save his digit, he claimed to have overheard conversations from the upper floor while attempting to pilfer from Lee's. He even revealed that the individuals involved were intelligence agents. He boasted that if he sold this information to the Japanese gendarmerie or the taco the following day, he could clear his debts with the reward. As luck would have it, I happened to be present at the scene. Thus, I purchased this information for 500 yuan. However, I suspect he will sneak back to Lee's fabric shop to observe the situation. Should he notice that the people inside have vanished without a trace, he will undoubtedly suspect that I have tipped them off. You know how gamblers can be. They would do anything for money. I am utterly confident that this scoundrel will head to Honko to sell the information to the Japanese. To him, whether I am associated with the intelligence agency is of little consequence. He only sees me as a means to profit. Though he may lack intelligence and be driven solely by greed, the gendarmerie and the taco are not easily deceived. It wouldn't take much for them to surmise that I was the one who alerted them in the dead of night. I tend to bend easily under pressure, so I am not particularly concerned about being captured and interrogated. However, if it were a case of seduction, I would surely capitulate. If the experience were pleasurable, I might even be tempted to continue the charade the following day. While his final remarks contained a playful tone, they underscored the gravity of the situation. Should Mouse Chang indeed rush to the gendarmerie with his information, regardless of whether he was an agent or not, he would be apprehended and subjected to brutal torture by the Japanese. Confronted with his own heart's truth, Chen Zhifei realized that he could not withstand the torment of such barbarity. Thus, adhering to the principle of if my companion must perish, let it not be I, Mouse Chang must be eliminated. Moreover, given his unscrupulous nature, he would undoubtedly betray them for a bounty. Shen Yi's expression grew grave. Realizing that the other party was not jesting, a fierce glint flashed in his narrowed eyes. For seasoned professionals like them, the threat posed by the informant was all too clear. Given the modus operandi of the Special Operations Department, this individual had to be silenced. He nodded, declaring, "This person cannot be left alive. Where is he? I shall eliminate him at once." As he spoke, his right hand rested on his waist, clearly indicating that he was armed. With his training from the Whampoa Military Academy, taking down a pickpocket would be a trivial task. Chen Zhifei smiled faintly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Rest assured, he is currently locked in the storage room behind the gambling den, and there is no chance of escape." These low-level ruffians in the underworld were adept at reading situations. If they had incurred debts to the gambling den and found themselves imprisoned in the storage room, they would undoubtedly fear being subjected to brutal beatings or even having their fingers chopped off. However, the debts had been settled, and remaining there was merely to assist Brother Fei in verifying information for profit. To flee now would mean losing any chance of surviving in the French concession. In the eyes of these petty criminals, offending Brother Fei and Brother Feng by escaping was the gravest danger. It was far wiser to wait patiently for a couple of days. Moreover, with the knife-wielding henchman guarding the door, even an attempt to escape would be futile. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's taut expression relaxed. As long as they had control over the individual, all was well. He squinted and said, "Then bring him out to a secluded place. I will take care of him." "No." Chen Zhifei shook his head, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. He coldly remarked, "Since he wishes to act as a traitor, he must die with purpose. Coincidentally, the case of the Japanese robbery and murder requires a scapegoat, and he fits the bill perfectly." At this point, Chen Zhifei leaned slightly forward, quietly divulging the plan he had contemplated throughout the day in the office. Upon reaching critical points in the plan, he couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. Shen Yi listened attentively, his demeanor serious as he absorbed the entire scheme. If executed successfully, they could indeed eliminate the informant while simultaneously solving the robbery and murder case. Occasionally, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous patrol officer possessed such meticulous insight. Utilizing every available resource, this individual was naturally suited for espionage. With his inclination to recruit Chen Zhifei into their ranks deepening, he nodded and stated, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will return to report to my superiors and await you across from the Milan police station at 6 this evening. Then I must thank you." Chen Zhifei replied with polite gratitude. This time, his appreciation was genuine, as he had managed to resolve his most significant dilemma. As a former law-abiding citizen, he felt a strong aversion to taking a life. Even in this chaotic era, he was reluctant to engage in murder directly, preferring to avoid bloodshed whenever possible. Without the cooperation of the Special Operations Department, the entire plan would be unfeasible. Additionally, as others had paid for information, this assistance had truly incurred a debt of gratitude. Chen Zhifei was not one to be overly sentimental, nor did he elaborate further. He simply committed the debt to memory. The two engaged in a thorough discussion of the specifics, ensuring that every detail was meticulously addressed before they stepped out of the private room together. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours before it came to an end. At this moment, Lu Ming lay on the rickshaw, a towel draped over his eyes, already lost in slumber. "Wake up, it's time to work." Chen Zhifei kicked the wheel and reached out to remove the towel that obscured Lu Ming's vision. As the sunlight poured in, Lu Ming hastily raised his hand to shield his eyes, his face contorted in irritation. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of complaints, he caught sight of the familiar visage before him and quickly swallowed his words. With a smile, he said, "Brother Fei, you're out." Chen Zhifei nodded and stated, "Take him to Huajie, and remember my previous instructions. This is your fare." As he spoke, He handed over a 5 yuan note. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, promptly accepting the money. Once Shun Yi had taken her seat, the rickshaw surged forward towards Huajia. Chapter 64. All are ingenious. Brothers ding ding ding. The bell suspended at the front of the rickshaw emitted a crisp sound, alerting passers-by. Shen Yi sat comfortably on the soft cushion, his gaze fixed upon the broad and powerful back ahead of him. He took the initiative to break the silence. Young brother, are you well acquainted with Chen Jifei? Lu Ming, pulling the rickshaw, glanced back upon hearing the question and chuckled. Who in the French concession does not know Officer Chun? He is quite a prominent figure at the docks. His voice remained steady, unaffected by the exertion of running. His physical strength was indeed commendable. Shen Yi pressed further. Not familiar, yet he still seeks your assistance? As an intelligence officer, he felt uneasy without clarity on certain matters, especially concerning this rickshaw driver who had been designated to wait right outside. Without understanding his identity and his connection to Chen Jifei, he could not quell his apprehension. Lu Ming, without turning his head, replied with a laugh. If he pays, is it not quite normal for me to assist him? He covers my fare to take you home. It is hardly unusual. You wouldn't believe the oddities we rickshaw pullers encounter. Just last month, someone hired Lusan's rickshaw yet didn't ride it. They merely had him shout out selling pancakes along the street. But I prefer delivering messages and running errands. It's easy and pays well. For rickshaw drivers, some individuals, facing inconvenient circumstances, would hire them for assistance. This response was reasonable and plausible. Lu Ming appeared rugged but was quite astute. After Chen Jifei's hint, he had already contemplated how to respond in a manner that seemed justifiable, while also clarifying their relationship as one of transactional nature, devoid of deeper entanglements. This also served to dispel any suspicions that he might be someone to be protected. Indeed, after hearing this explanation, Shen Yi nodded slightly, and the furrow in his brow eased. As the driver had stated, such occurrences were indeed commonplace. Even he had once spent money on the street to have a newsboy deliver a note. One could hardly claim that the boy who received payment for delivering a note was in any way affiliated with him. Lu Ming's clarification alleviated Shun Yi's lingering doubts. However, even if Lu Ming was not directly associated with Chen Jifei, their relationship was certainly closer than that of other drivers. Shen Yi took a deep look, committing the rickshaw driver's appearance and silhouette to memory. Before long, the rickshaw passed through the checkpoint and entered the Chinese concession. After traversing several streets, Shen Yi instructed, "You may stop at the bookstore ahead." Lu Ming halted the rickshaw by the roadside and quietly inquired, "Officer Chen mentioned that before he hands over the items, he needs to confirm with you whether anyone is following." Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such vigilance from the driver. He smiled and replied, "There is no one following." As a professional intelligence officer, he possessed a certain level of perceptiveness. Since boarding the rickshaw, he had been attentive to the situation behind him, particularly noting the features of those in line during their passage through the concession. After that, he had deliberately meandered through a couple of alleys, ensuring that no one could track them under such circumstances. Lu Ming turned his head to glance around before swiftly lifting the cushion of the rickshaw to retrieve an old burlap sack from the compartment beneath. The square shape suggested it contained a briefcase or something of the sort. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "This is what Inspector Chen asked me to deliver to you." Shen Yi accepted the sack, pinching it gently between his fingers. With his military background, he discerned that the rigid object within was a triangular military dagger, while the soft contents were likely belongings of the Japanese. Inside the bag, there were also documents inscribed in Japanese, which Lu Ming could not comprehend and chose not to examine further. With the Japanese's personal effects along with the murder weapon in hand, the act of assassination could be substantiated. "You've worked hard," Shun Yi said with a smile, taking the items and hastily entering the bookstore. Lu Ming did not cast a glance back. Instead, he placed the cushion down and smoothed it out, then leisurely pulled the rickshaw towards the French concession. Throughout this, he paid no heed to where the passenger had entered. He kept in mind Fei Ji's reminder, "Treat him as an ordinary customer. Do not stare or inquire too much." Shun Yi quickly stepped into the bookstore, and as he closed the door, he stole a glance at the rickshaw driver adjusting the cushion. Confirming that he exhibited no signs of abnormality, he hurriedly traversed the hall lined with bookshelves and exited through the back door. After navigating through several secluded alleys and ensuring he was not being followed, he entered a small white building, which served as the office for the intelligence department. The area was under the jurisdiction of the special agents, so there was no need for concealment. However, all personnel were dressed in civilian attire, and 2 guards stood at the entrance. The bell above the door chimed brightly as a middle-aged man in a white shirt and black vest approached with a smile, saying, "Welcome back." Shen Yi nodded and inquired, "Old He, is the chief in?" The man in the black vest looked up and replied, "In the office upstairs." Shen Yi nodded and quickly ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. "Come in," a voice called from the office upon his arrival. Shen Yi pushed the door open, his gaze habitually sweeping the room. Behind the desk sat a man in his 30s, with distinctly chiseled features and deep-set eyes that exuded a sense of composure. This man was Zhou Liming, the the head of the Shanghai Intelligence Department. Shen Yi promptly approached, stating, "Chief, I have matters to report." Zhou Liming glanced up, a warm smile gracing his face as he playfully chided, Everything is well, but your impatience is your flaw." As he spoke, he poured a cup of water from a kettle on the cabinet. "Have a sip. I also have something to discuss with you." Shen Yi accepted the cup, smiling. "Thank you, senior brother." The two were fellow disciples, and upon reporting to the Shanghai district, the teacher had specifically called to emphasize their mutual assistance and the importance of wielding greater influence. Shen Yi adeptly navigated their relationship, and their interactions were quite harmonious, especially following 3 consecutive instances of precise intelligence. Not only had he achieved merit, but the entire intelligence department had also benefited from the accolades. This morning, Zhou Liming had received a call from Dai Chunfeng, commending the accomplishments of the Shanghai Intelligence Department. With a smile, he remarked, "This morning, the section chief called and personally praised you, expressing high recognition for your performance. It is merely due to your limited experience, having recently joined the intelligence department, that a promotion has not yet been conferred upon you. However, rest assured that with just 1 or 2 more notable contributions, I shall undoubtedly advocate for your elevation to deputy team leader. With a senior brother like me, you shall not be at a loss." Naturally, he was immensely pleased with his junior's remarkable performance. Gradually empowering his junior would also serve to solidify their standing within the intelligence department. He then lowered his gaze to the old burlap sack in the other's hand and curiously inquired, "What is this? What brings you here?" Shen Yi steadied his emotions and replied solemnly, "Senior brother, I have eliminated a covert Japanese spy in the French concession." Chapter 65, Reporting Plans. The codename of the informant, "Did you assassinate a Japanese spy?" Zhou Liming's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting astonishment. Just moments ago, he had encouraged his junior to strive for further accomplishments to secure a well-deserved promotion. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he received news of yet another successful assassination. This junior truly had a knack for surprising him daily. The Shanghai District Intelligence Division had been established for several years, staffed by many seasoned veterans. However, Shen Yi's greatest shortcoming was that he had recently graduated from military academy and had been in the Special Operations Department for less than 3 months. Even with the support of a senior officer, he was hesitant to overtly influence personnel appointments, for fear of inciting dissent among the veterans. Zhou Liming understood that if the morale of the team crumbled, leading them would become increasingly difficult. Thus, even if he had personal ambitions, he needed to exercise restraint. Initially, he planned to endure for another year. Even without military achievements, he could find a reason to promote Shen Yi to the position of deputy leader in Intelligence Group 2. However, with such considerable accomplishments now under Shen Yi's belt, there were no longer any reservations. Even Chief Dai had called personally to commend him, making it reasonable to elevate such talent. And now, with yet another assassination of a Japanese spy, the justification for promotion was even more compelling. After all, some of the veterans had not achieved such significant merits in years. Moreover, these recent successes were all based on directives issued directly by Chief Dai. Dai Chunfeng was the undisputed authority within the Special Operations Department. The recent achievements aligned perfectly with his interests. Even this latest assassination was executed in fulfillment of a reprisal order given by Dai Chunfeng himself. Each of these accomplishments conveniently alleviated Chief Dai's concerns, making it difficult to overlook them. Once verified, they could be reported through the proper channels. Zhou Liming had arranged for his junior to join Intelligence Group 2 precisely because the group's leader was not one of his confidants, but rather someone appointed by other veterans. Therefore, he deliberately placed a trusted individual there to keep a watchful eye, and perhaps even one day replace the group leader, transforming Group 2 into his own domain. Now, it appeared that progress was exceeding his expectations. With a smile, he inquired, "How did you manage this? Hurry and tell me. I shall personally draft the report." After sitting back down, he took out a fountain pen, ready to record the details. Shen Yi, seated across from him, began recounting the events according to their agreed-upon narrative. A few days prior, the informant revealed that a Japanese individual named Xiaotian Yangtai frequently traversed the French concession. This led him to suspect that this person, posing as the president of a corporation, was in fact a Japanese spy. His informant further discovered that this individual maintained close ties with Japanese merchants in the concession. Shen Yi had even covertly followed him to Hongkou, witnessing him enter the gendarmerie headquarters. Consequently, he surmised that his true identity was that of an agent within the intelligence section of the gendarmerie headquarters. Fortuitously, Chief Dai had ordered a reprisal against the Special Hire Police for their assassination of finance officials. Thus, seizing the opportunity the previous night while awaiting the action team, Shen Yi stealthily entered through a window and eliminated him. Due to the necessity of handling 2 captured Japanese spies at that time, I refrained from reporting the matter hastily. Now that everything has been resolved and the news has been made public by the French concession, I am finally ready to report. Here. This is the article published by the French concession. Shen Yi placed a newspaper, brought from the concession, on the desk, featuring the case as the headline story. It seems that the chief investigator, in a gesture of goodwill, even shared the investigation report with Jiang Runan. Thus, the newspaper detailed how Xiu Tianyantai was killed by a triangular bayonet and how his possessions were stolen. At an opportune moment, Shenyi opened an old sack and retrieved a black bag adorned with cherry blossom motifs. Inside the bag were various documents inscribed in Japanese, as well as a triangular military bayonet stained with blood. With these two items, one could undoubtedly prove his guilt. Sighing, Shenyi expressed his disappointment. Regrettably, I scoured thoroughly, yet found no transmitted intelligence. Zhou Liming meticulously examined the newspaper and scrutinized the weapon and evidence once more. Smiling, he remarked, the Japanese spies are cunning. Perhaps the intelligence was not concealed on their person. The fact that you managed to single-handedly eliminate a Japanese spy is already a significant achievement. As he spoke, he carefully observed the triangular bayonet, narrowing his eyes as he said meaningfully, this is a standard-issue Japanese triangular bayonet. It must be. His tone was resolute, clearly determined to support his junior while ensuring the intelligence unit remained under control. Thus, in Zhou Liming's perspective, whether or not there was intelligence and the ability to prove the individual as a Japanese spy had become inconsequential. With the possession of this Japanese triangular bayonet and the documents filled with Japanese writing, he could not be anything else. I shall dispatch someone to deliver these items to headquarters and seek your commendation. Zhou Liming exclaimed with eagerness, eager to present the findings. Wait, Shen Yi quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Tentatively, he proposed, Senior brother, could we refrain from submitting the items? I have other uses for them. Additionally, the personnel from Li's fabric store have already been relocated. May I borrow that hideout for a while? Rest assured, all these items will ultimately be exposed as evidence. Zhou Liming narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of hesitation on his face. However, he trusted that his junior would not act frivolously and would not discard anything that could substantiate their military achievements. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, give me a reason. Setting down his cup, Shenyi replied softly, Senior brother, you know that my ability to achieve merit is due to the intelligence provided by the informant within the French concession. When this individual obtained information regarding Li's fabric store, others were present as well. If our people withdraw overnight, it would inevitably raise suspicions about a leak. You are aware that just a few months ago, we expended a considerable sum to extricate our captured brothers from the police station. To the police, those brothers represent real monetary value. If word reaches their ears, those who hear the news will be in trouble. Even the Japanese Special High Police would suspect that we have infiltrators among us. Given the ruthless nature of the Special High Police, they would either execute them or apprehend them all for interrogation. In order to safeguard the safety of my informant, I intend to orchestrate a scheme using the abandoned Li's fabric shop as a facade. We will lure the police station into making an arrest, and subsequently, we shall place a corpse at the scene to provide a cover story. This will create the illusion that someone had tipped off the police, and after a gunfight ensued, the base of operations was abandoned. Thus, even the Special High Command would harbor no suspicions, thereby ensuring the protection of my informant. Even Director Dai, during our telephone conversation, expressed a sense of appreciation for the idea. Shenyi articulated the previously discussed plan, demonstrating trust in her senior. She resolved to divulge a genuine secret to enhance the significance of this informant, persuading him to cooperate in the charade. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Senior, this informant possesses invaluable information. He is a hidden gem I discovered in the French concession. Hence, I have assigned him the codename, Value. Chapter 66, A Profound Significance. Consent to execute Jade, rare and precious, indeed carries a commendable connotation. Zhou Liming nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with this apt codename. Given the impressive intelligence capabilities demonstrated 3 times, it truly deserves the epithet of preciousness. My senior brother understands me well. Shun Yi smiled and nodded, yet inwardly could not suppress a bitter smile. After unearthing Chen Zhifei's remarkable intelligence skills, his significance had soared in Shun Yi's mind, distinguishing him fundamentally from those who merely cast a wide net. Furthermore, with even Chief Dai Chenfeng showing interest in recruiting him, Shun Yi had already regarded him as a future colleague. Even for the sake of achieving new accomplishments, it was imperative to safeguard this extraordinary informant. Referring to him solely by his codename would also mitigate the risk of exposure. However, Chen Zhifei's origins were from a gang, where he was typically known by monikers like Rat Chong or Big Mouth Lu, or Scarface, names that unmistakably marked him as a streetwise character. Such titles would easily lead to the identification of his true identity and were unbefitting of an intelligence officer's decorum. Thus, after careful consideration, Shen Yi designated the codename Jade. While it undoubtedly connoted preciousness, it also posed the question of who would expect a notorious hoodlum to adopt such an elegant name. Had it been anyone else, Shen Yi would have maintained strict confidentiality. However, with Zhou Liming, there was no need for concealment. His successive merits, including verifying the situation at Li Ji Cloth store last night, had already indicated that Shen-Yi possessed a formidable informant or spy. Such obvious matters could not escape the keen eye of the seasoned intelligence officer. Joe Liming himself had developed numerous informants. Yet he adhered to the rules and refrained from excessive inquiry. Shen-Yi was acutely aware that the true reason for requesting cooperation from the department could not be hidden from this intelligence chief. Naturally, he understood that the elaborate measures were taken to protect that informant. Thus, by simply assigning a code name, he could avoid exposing the real name. Once Chen Zhifei accomplished a few more feats, the confidentiality of his identity would be elevated. At that point, aside from Shen-Yi, no one would know his true name or appearance, not even the intelligence chief. Shen-Yi quietly recounted the plan and then awaited a response. After all, this involved utilizing the resources of the intelligence department to assist someone outside of it. If this were to become known, it would carry a hint of personal gain at the expense of public duty. Joe Liming set down his pen and took a sip of tea. His mind swiftly weighing the options. Out of camaraderie with his junior brother, assisting him was not a significant matter. Moreover, the primary intention of this operation was to protect someone of considerable value to the intelligence department. The merits of capturing Japanese spies based on the intelligence provided, dismantling a group, and issuing a warning that saved a stronghold in the concession were all justifications for utilizing resources in his favor. If one were to delve into emotional considerations, others found themselves in peril for the sake of saving their comrades, and thus both reason and sentiment warranted lending a hand. However, after Joe Liming meticulously reviewed the plan, what he truly valued was the prospect of it being publicized. Would this not serve as a splendid demonstration of the intelligence department's prowess, deftly outmaneuvering the Japanese and the police? Moreover, utilizing the constabulary to stir the waters may render the retreat more seamless. After all, the nature of the constabulary is well understood by all. Very well, Corey will lend his full support, and additionally, I will dispatch a few individuals from Lee's fabric shop to assist you. After weighing the options, Joe Liming acquiesced to this plan and allocated several personnel to aid in the endeavor. These individuals were well acquainted with the surroundings and could effectively collaborate to accomplish the task. Thank you, senior brother. Shen-Yi exclaimed with joy, promptly expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He then entrusted the package from Shoutian Yantai to a designated individual for meticulous inspection, even slicing open the seams to ensure no vital intelligence was concealed within. Unfortunately, after half an hour of scrutiny, they discovered nothing of value aside from a few receipts. The package was returned to Shen-Yi without any stitching repairs. Upon familiarizing himself with the quartet from Lee's fabric shop, Shen-Yi promptly made his way to the French concession. The group, led by old Lee, stealthily returned to the fabric shop. Although this hideout had not yet been exposed to the Special High Command, the act of returning under the watchful gaze of outsiders posed considerable risk. This further attests to Joe Liming's unwavering support for his junior brother. The four meticulously inspected the shop, confirming that no one had entered since their departure the previous night, which brought them relief. They began to tidy the disordered space and rearrange it. Meanwhile, Shen-Yi took a circuitous route, dialing the constabulary office. Hello, may I speak with Constable Chen Zhifei? The stage is set. We shall commence the performance at 8 o'clock upon your arrival. With that, he hung up the phone. Exiting the telephone booth, he scanned the surroundings cautiously before hastening toward Lee's fabric shop. All right, Chen Zhifei acknowledged, slowly placing the phone down. He then feigned nonchalance, continuing to idly pass the time in the office. It was not until 6 o'clock that he departed the constabulary, laughing and chatting with his colleagues, appearing utterly relaxed as though he bore no pressure regarding the deadline for solving the case. Strolling leisurely, he reached the street corner where Lu Ming typically awaited customers, just in time to witness him extracting a cold steamed bun from beneath a cushion, preparing to have it with some cool water for dinner. Chen Zhifei couldn't help but sigh. He had just given Lu Ming 5 yuan in French currency that afternoon, equivalent to a month's earnings. To his surprise, Lu Ming was still nibbling on a cold bun that evening. What a frugal lad he was. Chen Zhifei approached with a smile, saying, "Put down the bun. Let me treat you to a meal at a restaurant." Lu Ming, startled by the familiar voice, looked up in astonishment and asked, "Brother Fei, what brings you here?" Chen Zhifei chuckled, "We're going out to eat. After we're full, there's more work to be done tonight." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the implication. The more work undoubtedly referred to his own affairs. He set the bun aside, retrieved a lock, and secured the wheel of his cart before following Chen Zhifei to a nearby eatery specializing in stir-fried dishes. Nearby, several cab drivers clutched cold buns, enviously swallowing their saliva. They, too, longed for a taste of warm, cooked meals. Alas, for the cab drivers at the bottom rung, merely surviving was a triumph, and hot meals had become a luxury. As Chen Zhifei entered the restaurant, his gaze swept across the room. Although it is mealtime now, the 5 tables in the stir-fry restaurant are already occupied. However, when the heavy police baton was placed on the table, the diners hastily picked up their plates and moved to the side. Fei Ji's notorious reputation certainly has its advantages. "Hey, clean the table," Chen Zhifei shouted, then ordered 1 serving of braised pork, 1 serving of sweet and sour pork, a bowl of egg drop soup, and some stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Now that I have money, I must indulge myself. Soon, the fragrant dishes were served. Chen Jifei lifted his bowl and called out, I didn't bring you along for lunch, so this meal is to make it up to you. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Thank you, Fei Ge. Lu Ming licked his lips and eagerly began to feast. As Chen Jifei, with a toothpick in his mouth, stepped out of the restaurant, having eaten his fill, the sun was beginning to set. Lu Ming quietly asked, Fei Ge, where to next? Hongyun Gambling House. Chapter 67. On-site identification prepared and poised. Lu Ming rested on a rickshaw beneath the grand tree by the gambling den's rear entrance, exuding an air of ease. The evening, however, was plagued by an abundance of mosquitoes, incessantly buzzing around his ears. In a bid to dispel these nuisances, he had just delivered a sharp slap to his face, leaving behind a speck of blood and a red mark. Cursed mosquitoes. With a frustrated exclamation, Lu Ming struck again, this time on his arm. The relentless swarm was unbearable. Yet tonight's endeavor was a matter of life and death. Not even a bee sting could deter him from waiting here. Pull the rickshaw to 16 piers, he instructed. If not, take a break. He shooed away a gambler emerging from the establishment, engaging once more in his battle against the mosquitoes. A few henchmen loitering at the entrance stifled their laughter, though they dared not mock him openly, knowing that the rickshaw driver was brought by Fei Ge. Given Fei Ge's vengeful and capricious nature, they knew such jesting would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the firewood shed of the gambling den's back courtyard, Chen Jifei lounged on a stool, leisurely smoking a cigarette. With one leg crossed over the other, he engaged in a casual conversation with Xiao Dao. Was this fellow truly trustworthy? With food and drink provided, who would dare to defy? Moreover, with me watching over him, any attempt to flee would result in a broken leg. Here, take these 2 packs of cigarettes, he said. 2 packs of Haidman. Fei Ge is quite generous. Just then, the creaking of the dilapidated wooden door interrupted their idle chatter. Ling Feng approached, placing a promissory note on the table. Here's your IOU, he remarked, his surprise evident. Where did you acquire so much money? You've settled the debt in just one day. Chen Jifei chuckled. I sold information to Chief Zonghua, netting 300 yuan. After repaying the debt, I even profited by 42 yuan. To conceal the transaction with the Intelligence Bureau, he cleverly used the police station as a pretext. After all, the police captured not just the Red Party but also the Nationalist Party, albeit with different methods of handling the latter. A significant sum could be extorted in such dealings. A few months prior, they had apprehended an informant from the Blue Shirt Society, and after some haggling, the other party had paid a hefty sum to secure their release. If they were to uncover a stronghold, the financial gain would be even greater. Ling Feng nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Understanding that the same information held varying value in different hands, selling it to Chief Zonghua was a prudent use of resources. Future promotion seemed inevitable. And with a good brother rising to prominence, they could potentially become titans akin to the 3 tycoons. In the corner, the rat sat atop a pile of straw, his sly eyes darting about, his face betraying unadulterated envy and jealousy. Deep down, he believed that had Chen Jifei not interfered, that money would have rightfully been his. Thoughts of whether the debt would be repaid never crossed his mind. He was solely fixated on the pain of losing 300 yuan. A wound far more grievous than a piece of flesh being torn from his body. In the corner of his eye, a flicker of resentment passed through, etching the grievance of tonight's interrupted financial prospects deep within his heart. One day, he vowed, he would exact revenge. However, the cunning Rat Chong was a streetwise figure, adept at both submission and resilience. As his eyes darted around, he suppressed his hatred, forcing a smile onto his face. Brother Feng, Brother Fei, the accounts are settled now. May I take my leave? Although there was food and drink aplenty, the confinement was stifling, making sleep uneasy. He longed to escape this place, vowing never to return to the Hongyun Gambling House. There were countless gambling establishments in the French concession. He could easily find another to indulge in. Ling Feng ignored Rat Chong's inquiry, merely gesturing with his chin. With the accounts settled, they had no reason to detain him further. Yet, whether his good brothers would permit his departure remained uncertain. Chen Jifei turned his head, shaking it as he replied, "You cannot leave yet." Rat Chong's eyebrows shot up, a look of urgency crossing his face. He exclaimed, "We've settled everything. Why won't you let me go? Are you trying to pull a fast one?" It was common for people to collect money yet deny their debts, a practice he himself frequently employed. Thus, upon hearing he could not leave, he immediately projected his own experiences onto the situation. Chen Jifei frowned and admonished, "What are you shouting about?" It must be said, Brother Fei possessed a formidable presence. With a fierce glare, he made Rat Chong shrink back, crouching silently to the side. Once he saw Rat Chong subdued, he softened his tone. "Our accounts are indeed settled. We will not go back on our word. However, the police have paid a handsome sum for information. They must verify it, right? We have arranged for tonight's operation to apprehend everyone at this stronghold. However, We need you to be present to identify the suspects. This request is quite reasonable. Is it not? If others have spent 300 yuan on information, what if they mistakenly arrest the wrong person? That would be a waste of both money and effort, not to mention a disgrace. Thus, it was only logical for him to assist in the identification. Yet, it was unusual to identify suspects at the scene before their capture. He had never encountered such a situation before. Rat Chang, without further thought, eagerly nodded in agreement. The current circumstances left him little room for refusal. Qin Jifei smiled, saying, "Then I shall take my leave for now. I will treat you to a drink another day." Ling Feng nodded, not insisting on his stay. Drinks could be enjoyed at any time, but the matter at hand was of utmost importance. This was a crucial opportunity to establish connections with Chief Hua. They could not afford to falter. "Let us go," Qin Jifei said, pulling Rat Chang by his collar as they exited. However, instead of taking the bustling main entrance, they slipped through a small door beside the firewood shed. Just as they emerged, Lu Ming from the rickshaw hurried over, scrutinizing the situation while secretly muttering to himself. "Is this the scoundrel taking the fall for me? With those thieving eyes, he looks anything but trustworthy." Qin Jifei, still gripping Rat Chang's collar, climbed into the rickshaw alongside Lu Ming. With Chun by his side and the physically imposing Lu Ming in front, there was little concern about Rat Chang attempting to flee. "Let us move." Once Qin Jifei had settled himself, he issued the command to depart. Lu Ming grasped the handle of the rickshaw and sprinted forth with remarkable speed. As the evening unfolded, with fewer vehicles and pedestrians, his velocity increased significantly. Lu Ming's physical prowess was exceptional. Even while pulling two adult men, his speed remained utterly unchanged. He raced like the wind towards Li's cloth shop. Meanwhile, within the establishment, everything had been meticulously arranged. The bags and triangular blades lay upon the second-floor table, all prepared for the impending task. Turning to the four individuals, he instructed them to retreat to the back alley for support. The four, without a hint of hesitation, nodded and leaped from the second-floor window. When the time came, only Shani would be present for the entire operation. This arrangement was devised for safety, minimizing unnecessary interactions between Qin Jifei and the others. If the two of them, armed with firearms, could not handle a frail little ruffian, they might as well return home to tend to the fields. As time ticked away, when the clock struck 8, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the front door. Chapter 68. The soft-hearted Fei Gu and the fishing law enforcement outside the fabric shop. Two individuals stood at the entrance, one tall and the other short. The former was clad in a constable's uniform, while the latter appeared nervous and fidgety. Lu Ming lingered a few meters away at the corner, cautiously peeking out. As a safeguard, Qin Jifei preferred that Lu did not reveal himself to others. It was acceptable for people to know that a monetary transaction had taken place, but it was crucial that they remained unaware of Lu's affiliation. Hiding in the shadows, Lu observed intently, ready to act swiftly if the timid figure attempted to flee, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arose. Fortunately, it was not long before the fabric shop's door swung open. A man in a long gown stood at the threshold, stepping aside to grant passage. Upon entering, the nervous figure squinted against the flickering light of an oil lamp, surveying the quiet interior with a puzzled expression. In truth, his confusion had begun the moment he boarded the rickshaw. According to Qin Jifei, the fabric shop had already been compromised by the constabulary, with all undercover personnel apprehended. The purpose of his presence was ostensibly to identify individuals, yet the calmness at the entrance was perplexing. There were no signs of a security perimeter, nor even a constable stationed outside. Such a scenario was decidedly illogical. Resigned to his circumstances, held captive by the grip of his captor, he knew he had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, the notoriety of Qin Jifei was far more fearsome than that of Ling Feng. The brutal tales associated with him were enough to instill terror, making it evident that the fear of Fei Gu often eclipsed that of Feng Gu. Thus, while he harbored doubts, he dared not voice them, fearful of provoking the wrath of the volatile Fei Gu, which could result in an unmerited beating. However, as he surveyed the dimly lit shop, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Casting aside his trepidation, he hastily inquired, "Fei Gu, what is this?" Before he could finish, he felt a sudden shove at his waist. Stumbling forward, he was unceremoniously propelled into the shop. The sound of the door locking echoing ominously behind him. A surge of panic coursed through his veins. It dawned on him that he had been ensnared in a trap, one that could potentially lead to his demise. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. Qin Jifei was likely an operative of the Intelligence Bureau, orchestrating a scheme to eliminate him. Alarmed, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Yet, in that very instant, he felt a hard object pressing against his abdomen, a cold sensation that unmistakably indicated the presence of a firearm. With dread, he cautiously lowered his gaze, his hair standing on end at the sight of a dark barrel aimed squarely at him. A mocking voice pierced the tension. "Thinking of leaving so soon?" Before him stood a man in his 30s, with sharply defined features, brandishing the weapon that had instilled such terror within him. The gun was equipped with a silencer, a clear indication that its wielder was no ordinary thug, but rather someone with professional training. "Please spare me." Fei Gu, you promised. The quaking figure pleaded. His voice, trembling with desperation, merely held at gunpoint. He dared not even turn around. Chen Zhifei squinted, a playful smile gracing his lips. I, Chen Zhifei, am a man of my word. I have never deceived anyone, young or old. Previously, at the gambling den, I promised that once the intelligence was verified, you would be allowed to leave. So tell me, did I not allow you to leave the gambling den? Strictly speaking, although he had been confined in a different location, he had indeed been released from the gambling house. The rat Chong's lips quivered, momentarily rendering him speechless. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to plead for mercy. A firm jab from the gun at his waist accompanied by a low, commanding voice interrupted him. Stop the nonsense. Upstairs. The rat Chong, daunted by the gun, ascended to the second floor without protest. The bedroom on the second floor was now meticulously arranged, with a disassembled black bag and a triangular dagger laid out on the table. Chen Zhifei climbed the stairs, casting a glance at the dagger. He spoke. I am a soft-hearted person. Why don't you pick up the dagger? When the time comes to pull the trigger, it won't weigh so heavily on your conscience. Shini blinked, a strange expression crossing her face. Was this a form of entrapment? Besides, it was he who would fire the gun. What did his supposed softness have to do with it? Hearing the word gun, the rat Chong turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as though all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter despondency. In a panic, he begged, Brother Fei Fei, I saw nothing. I will say nothing. Please let me go this once. Will you? If you spare me, I will leave Shanghai tomorrow and never return. I swear by my word. I implore you, grant me this favor. Thud, thud, thud. As he pleaded, his head repeatedly struck the floor. Chen Zhifei's demeanor grew stern, shedding the casual bravado he typically bore. His expression turned unusually grave. In 2 lifetimes, having sworn enmity against gambling and drugs, he understood the nature of gamblers all too well. When blinded by loss, they would wager their very families. As an outsider, he bore no compunction about betrayal. Should he truly release the rat Chong, the latter might promptly scurry to the Japanese consulate in Shanghai to betray him. With the assistance of the Japanese, he could eliminate those who posed a threat. He would do the same in a similar position. In a deep, resolute tone, he stated, I never trust gamblers. His voice was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. I would never betray you. Believe me. You must believe me. The rat Chong, now drenched in tears and snot, prostrated himself repeatedly in desperation. Faced with the ominous barrel of a gun, he was thoroughly terrified. Leaning against the wooden railing of the staircase, Chen Zhifei displayed no flicker of emotion. If your only aim is survival, even if it entails thievery or deceit, I might turn a blind eye. However, to sell information to the Japanese is to betray one's own kind, to act as a traitor. In our world, we may be scoundrels or shameless, but we must never acknowledge the enemy as our own. The moment you sought to sell information to the Japanese and become a traitor, you sealed your fate. Although the outcome is now inevitable, it is too late to say anything. Nonetheless, I must express this to you. Betraying one's country will lead to a dire fate. The voice was low, yet each word resonated with a profound strength. The gaze was resolute, undoubtedly genuine. Upon hearing these words, Xin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. She did not expect that this infamous ruffian harbored such fervor. A sense of camaraderie began to blossom within her, elevating her regard for him. After speaking, she turned and said, Let us proceed. Very well. Xin nodded, a glint of lethal intent flashing in her eyes. The ruffian, trembling in fear, could barely utter a coherent sentence. Raising his hands in desperation, he pleaded, No. Please don't kill me. With a soft pop, the silenced pistol unleashed 2 bullets, which swiftly found their mark in the ruffian's chest. Chapter 69. A grand affair. The rat Chong widened his unyielding eyes, twitching a few times before finally succumbing to lifelessness. 2 bullets struck his chest, rendering any hope of survival utterly futile. Shen Yi, ever cautious in his endeavors, stepped forward to ascertain the pulse at Chong's neck. Only upon confirming the absence of life did he holster his handgun at his lower back. Turning with a smile, he remarked, I never imagined you to be such a spirited youth. Your earlier words were truly eye-opening. Chen Zhifei blinked, quickly returning to his customary roguish demeanor. Waving his hand with a chuckle, he replied, If one is to take a life, one ought to have a semblance of justification, don't you think? It wouldn't do to say, if you live, I cannot sleep. Moreover, you are well aware of the methods employed by the military police and the Special High Command. Regardless of whether one is part of the anti-Japanese forces, once reported, they will undoubtedly be apprehended and subjected to severe torture. Even if they survive, they may be left incapacitated. Should he betray me, my demise would be inevitable. If Chong were alive, he would be akin to a bomb poised to detonate at any moment, capable of obliterating me without warning. Thus, regardless of his potential for treachery, he must perish. Besides, have the Japanese ever displayed reason during their years of invasion? Chen Zhifei feigned nonchalance, yet as he spoke the final words, an involuntary flicker of anger and hatred glimmered in his eyes. Shen Yi astutely perceived this fleeting emotion, solidifying his conviction that this was an ally worth recruiting for the anti-Japanese cause. Upon returning, he would report this and strive to bring him into their fold. With a sigh, Chen Zhifei suppressed his tumultuous thoughts. He glanced at the clock and said, "Prepare yourself, they should be arriving soon. It would be prudent for you to don some makeup to avoid recognition." Shen Yi smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I am a professional." Chen Zhifei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He cast a final glance at the corpse on the floor before turning and descending the stairs. Creaking, he retreated outside, gently closing the door of the fabric shop behind him. Swiftly, he made his way to the street lamp 30 meters away, pulling out a cigarette and leisurely lighting it. As he inhaled and exhaled, the agitation and complex emotions within him seemed to dissipate like smoke into the air. Moments later, a flurry of footsteps approached. 7 or 8 individuals clad in constabulary uniforms hurried towards him, wielding nightsticks. At the forefront was Chief Gu Qingli, who appeared fatigued from his exertions. His brow furrowed tightly as he struggled to catch his breath. Gasping for air, he inquired, "What is the situation now?" Chen Zhifei extinguished his cigarette and replied in a hushed tone, "It's in the fabric shop just ahead." Huffing several times, Gu Qingli leaned against a utility pole and asked, "Are you certain that he is the murderer who killed Xiuti Yatai?" Chen Zhifei nodded firmly, asserting, "I dispatched the brothers from our gang to scour the area, and it was a painstaking endeavor to learn that someone was seen outside the leaf fabric shop. Although the individual's appearance was obscured, they were seen carrying a black bag adorned with a cherry blossom motif. That person was witnessed entering the leaf fabric shop. Regardless of whether the fabric shop was involved, it is undoubtedly connected to the matter. If we apprehend the owner of the shop for interrogation, we shall uncover the identity of that individual. Following the trail, we should be able to locate the person in question. Although it is uncertain if he is indeed the perpetrator, he certainly possesses considerable suspicion. Whether or not he is the culprit, it is imperative to clarify the situation. Don't you agree? I merely sought your assistance, believing that the two of us would suffice to apprehend the suspect, yet I did not expect you to summon everyone." Chen Zhifei glanced around, observing that most had arrived at the office. Apart from Guo Xiaoan, who was unreachable due to visiting his brother at school, the others had been summoned. Each individual held a baton, panting slightly from the exertion. Gu Qingli inhaled deeply, awkwardly stating, "Isn't it more prudent to have more people?" However, his anxious demeanor clearly indicated his apprehension of facing danger with a smaller group. Thus, he had summoned anyone he could at such a late hour. After hearing the analysis of the case, it became evident that merely retrieving the fabric shop owner for questioning would suffice for just 2 individuals. Business owners generally fear law enforcement, and there is no need for physical confrontation. A few casual threats would suffice to compel them to obediently don handcuffs and accompany us back to the precinct. Gu Qingli felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had perhaps overreacted. Yet, as the captain, how could he lose face before his subordinates? He raised his chin and declared boldly, "I have gathered everyone here to provide you with a learning opportunity. After all, our team rarely handles cases, and everyone is somewhat out of practice. Today will serve as a lesson for you all, demonstrating how to progress from opening the door to bringing someone back for interrogation. Keep your eyes wide open and observe how I operate." Gu Qingli exuded pride, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. After all, interrogating a person who might know the perpetrator was hardly a daunting task, and it was the perfect opportunity to enhance his reputation before his subordinates. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes, instantly comprehending his leader's intent. As a diligent subordinate, he recognized the necessity of providing support to his captain, thereby highlighting the latter's fearless spirit in the face of danger. He feigned urgency, exclaiming, "Captain, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Allow me to accompany you." Initially, he merely intended to foster a rapport and curry favor with his superior. To his surprise, Gu Qingli nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity for practice. You shall knock on the door while I provide backup." Chen Zhifei blinked in disbelief, rendered speechless. He reflected on how this exemplified the very reason others ascend to leadership positions. Nevertheless, he had originally intended to take the lead. Now, with the captain's directive, it was entirely appropriate for him to forge ahead. He nodded, stating, "There is no time to waste. Let us proceed at once." "Indeed," Gu Qingli affirmed, nodding seriously. And before taking action, he gestured for several subordinates to follow closely behind as they approached Li's fabric shop. As they neared the shop, Gu Qingli glanced back momentarily. As a few subordinates clustered nearby, I found myself in a position of advantage, my confidence radiating through a beaming smile. In a hushed tone, I commanded, "Knock on the door." Once it was opened, we could surge in and easily apprehend the individual. The numbers were in our favor, posing little risk. With a firm series of knocks, Chen Zhifei rapped upon the door. A voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" "The patrol is conducting a routine inspection. Open up," Chen Zhifei declared with an air of arrogance, intensifying his knocks. After a brief moment, the door creaked open to reveal a man clad in a long gown. his face adorned with a thick beard. Without hesitation, Chen Jifei raised his baton and proclaimed loudly, "You are suspected of murdering a Japanese national. You must come with us." However, before the final syllable escaped his lips, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The bearded man, without uttering a word, drew a silenced pistol from his possession. Chapter 70. The performance must be complete. Act swiftly. He's armed. Everyone flee. Chen Jifei's thunderous shouts startled those behind him, causing them to instinctively retract their necks. Then, with a collective outcry, they turned and fled. "Run, officer, run." Faced with the menacing muzzle of a gun, Chen Jifei chose not to flee. In that fleeting moment, he opted to preserve the hope of life for others. Disregarding his own safety, he discarded his baton and forcefully pushed the leader beside him aside. Gu Qingli staggered, tumbling to the ground. His mouth gaped wide, eyes glazed, evidently still reeling from shock. Perhaps, more astonishingly, he had not anticipated that the gangsters he once looked down upon would so selflessly risk their lives for another. The bearded assailant seemed momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the officer, his hand wavering with the gun. The pistol shifted through various angles, seemingly in search of a target, ultimately aiming at the officer standing before him. It was precisely this brief moment of confusion that created an opportunity for retaliation. Undaunted by the peril, Chen Jifei seized the bearded man's wrist, engaging in a fierce struggle. The two grappled closely, their hands colliding against the doorframe. With a resounding thud, the bearded man's wrist struck the frame, causing him to lose his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground. Without hesitation, Chen bent down to retrieve it. Seeing his firearm snatched away, the bearded thug, now terrified, fled upstairs. "Stop. Don't run." Chen Jifei, fueled by a surge of righteousness, disregarded his own safety and pursued him with the gun in hand. The thumping of footsteps reverberated through the floorboards, accompanied by sounds of urgency. Gu Qingli sat on the ground, eyes wide with panic, as if stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Xiao Quanhua cautiously glanced over, confirming that the assailant had ascended the stairs before rushing to assist, concern etched across his face. "Officer, are you all right? Ouch, I think I'm done for." Gu Qingli cried out in pain, one foot raised as though he had injured his hip severely. The others hurriedly approached to help him, anxiously checking for injuries. "Are you hurt?" One exclaimed. "That man had a gun. I was terrified. What should we do? Should we flee?" Yes, quickly call for backup." They clamored, their faces a mix of fear and confusion. Their training had spanned only a few days, with limited exposure to firearms, and their usual duties consisted of patrolling to intimidate rather than to confront criminals. They had never truly apprehended a thief, even when faced with illegal activities. The sight of their uniforms often sent wrongdoers scurrying away. They had never encountered a wealthy assailant before. Capturing such dangerous criminals was the responsibility of other units. Now, confronted with this unforeseen crisis, they were at a loss. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Gu Qingli had discreetly pocketed a small copper bead, about the size of a soybean, between his thumb and index finger, silently retracting it into his sleeve. Grimacing in pain, he commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pursue." However, after the command was issued, Xiao Quanhua and his companions remained motionless. They exchanged glances, their faces revealing hesitation. Xiao Quanhua, with a cautious demeanor, whispered, "Captain, he has a gun." Indeed, the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. While patrolling the streets and apprehending pickpockets was acceptable, the prospect of confronting a desperate criminal who would draw a weapon at the slightest provocation instilled genuine fear in them. As they voiced their agreement, they deliberately waved their batons, an unspoken indication that facing a gun with such tools was tantamount to courting death. Gu Qingli glared at them, admonishing, "Jifei has already taken the gun. What are you afraid of?" The group was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such audacity from that rogue. Wu Xiao blinked in confusion and asked, "Where's Jifei?" It was only then that the others realized Chen Jifei was conspicuously absent. Gu Qingli shot them a glare, filled with frustration, and declared, "He has gone after him." With that, he pressed against the wall, cautiously moving towards the entrance. Seeing their captain take action, the others, despite their trepidation, had no choice but to follow suit. However, in their hearts, they were fervently cursing that desperate criminal. Wasn't it merely an inquiry from the constables? Why draw a gun? They could have simply fled. After all, they wouldn't pursue. Meanwhile, Shen Yi stood by the table on the second floor, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Jifei approaching, she proactively handed him a gun. "The Rat Chang was killed with this gun. We can verify the ballistics later. I've placed a few useless documents in his pocket to substantiate his identity as a member of the Blue Shirt Society. Additionally, my people have gone to the crime scene to erase the original footprints on the window and replace them with the shoe size of Rat Chang. Once you return, make sure to modify the case file and submit it to the gendarmerie headquarters for verification," she urged. "Now hurry down." Chen Jifei accepted the silenced pistol, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Me? Go downstairs? Shouldn't I, as the heroic constable who successfully disarmed someone, be pursuing the criminal who is fleeing through the window?" Besides, I have a gun. Why should I retreat instead? His reasoning was sound. Having seized the weapon, he should be at an advantage. How could he possibly turn tail? It was only logical to play the part thoroughly. Shun-Yi flashed a grin and retrieved a grenade from her waist. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the pin and remarked playfully, "Aren't you going to run?" Upon seeing the grenade, Chen Zhifei's scalp tingled with dread. "To hell with you," he exclaimed, leaving behind a classic exclamation as he bolted downstairs. He truly found himself in a position of advantage yet fled in panic. Just as he reached the doorway, he spotted Gu Chengli and the others stealthily making their way inside like thieves. He quickly used all his strength to push them outside, exclaiming, "It's about to explode, run." This time, it was no act. He was genuinely terrified. The others, bewildered, were about to inquire about the situation when boom. A tremendous crash echoed from the second floor as the wooden window shattered, sending countless splinters cascading down. With a huff, Chen Zhifei rose from the ground, retrieved his hat, and brushed off the dust. Grinning, he remarked, "Now you understand the situation, don't you?" The others sat on the ground, gazing up in bewilderment at the smoke and debris billowing from the second floor window, momentarily lost in thought. First, the bearded man had suddenly drawn a gun, followed by an explosion. Even if their professional skills were lacking, they could sense that the situation was far from ordinary. It was evident that this had escalated beyond a mere robbery by desperate criminals. The individuals who had recklessly come here tonight were likely not mere informants, but rather trained intelligence operatives. Only such individuals would carry grenades on their person. Gripping his gun, Chen Zhifei strained his neck to peer inside for a moment before turning to his startled colleagues and shouting, "What are you all doing just sitting there in a daze? Hurry up and move." Chapter 71. Benefits for all. Case solved. What are we moving? Gu Chengli blinked in confusion, his face reflecting utter bewilderment. Alongside him, Xiao Kuanggu and the others were similarly perplexed expressions, clearly still reeling from the recent explosion. After all, they were merely a group of low-ranking, ordinary patrolmen whose daily duties consisted of patrolling the streets and occasionally apprehending a few petty thieves. Even in the event of gang altercations, a single blow of their whistle would send the brawlers scattering like frightened birds. Their most serious encounters involved merely striking a thief with a baton or receiving a punch in return. They had never faced a firearm. Typically, the skirmishes among the common street vendors or small-time ruffians would involve knives, seldom a gun. Now, confronted by an armed assailant, they were instantly struck with fear. Just as they gathered their courage, another explosion erupted, revealing that the adversary possessed grenades as well. Such a grand spectacle was beyond the capabilities of these minor patrolmen to manage. They hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw gradually, awaiting reinforcements. Suddenly, Chen Zhifei exclaimed, "Quick, move," leaving everyone bewildered. They were patrolmen, not firefighters. It was not their duty to transport items to extinguish flames, especially when there was no fire above. Chen Zhifei cast a frustrated glance at his companions, stamping his foot in exasperation. Pointing at the counter, he declared, "This fabric shop will undoubtedly be sealed. Everything inside will be confiscated. Rather than allowing it to be taken by others, we might as well claim it for ourselves. The proceeds could help support our families." At that moment, the eyes of Xiao Kuanggu and the others gleamed with excitement. According to protocol, with gunfire and grenades involved, this fabric shop was undoubtedly embroiled in significant trouble. Sealing it was a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, the bearded man who fled would certainly not dare to return, meaning the items within would become ownerless. The tendencies of the patrolmen were well known. They understood the behavior of their peers in black leather all too well. The goods in the fabric shop would likely be sold off clandestinely. If they were fortunate, they might even receive a small token of gratitude, perhaps a few coins in compensation. If they encountered unscrupulous individuals, they might end up with nothing at all, instead of allowing others to reap the rewards. It was far better to take it for themselves. Moreover, after the recent gunfire and explosions, it seemed only fitting to claim something as a form of remuneration. Everyone became patrolmen to earn a living. Even if they didn't take their share, others certainly would. To let good fortune slip away would be foolish. Though tempted, they hesitated to act without their superior's approval. Captain Zhifei's suggestion is sound. Xiao Kuanggu, the most senior among them, believed he should voice the group's sentiments. Gu Chengli scanned the eager faces of his subordinates, wavering as he pondered aloud. Is it really appropriate for us to take something? Disappointment flickered across Xiao Kuanggu's face at his words. Just as he prepared to persuade them, the patrol captain's deep voice broke through. Only silk and satin. Leave the coarse cloth for the brothers behind. Let us share the benefits equally. They all took it, which muddied the waters. Even if an investigation ensues, they would remain oblivious to the extent of what we acquired. Lao Xiao, Wu Xiao, fathead, you three. Be nimble and transport everything back to Lao Zhao's residence for safekeeping. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces lighting up with delight. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding regarding the patrol chief. It was not that they could not take anything, but rather that they should be discerning in their choices. Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Unbeknownst to the others, He was acutely aware of the situation. This fabric shop was a stronghold abandoned by the Special Affairs Bureau, and it would never be reclaimed. The materials within were merely for show, hence their scarcity. However, to maintain the vied, there were indeed several bolts of silk and dozens of coarse cloths available. Selling them all would yield a substantial profit. Chen Jifei, now astute and well-versed in the intricacies of the system, understood that the purpose behind this collective endeavor was to forge closer ties through shared secrets, thereby garnering the attention and favor of their superiors. Nonetheless, one must commend Gu Qingli, the cunning old fox, for his comprehensive considerations. He selected only the finest, leaving the others with some scraps. Given the nature of Liao, the patrol officer, it would be unthinkable for him to overlook anything of value lying before him. With everyone having taken their share, even if inquiries were made, it would amount to a tangled mess. Besides, who could possibly prove that silk had originally existed in the fabric shop? Quite clever indeed. Chen Jifei spoke up, stating, "The second floor is small. Had we not fled from the explosion, we would surely have perished." Thus, he conjectured that the bearded man had escaped through the window. However, to ensure safety, he decided to investigate first. With that, he brandished his firearm and cautiously peered inside, then ascended the staircase step by step. Although he was aware that Shun Yi had long since fled, he performed his cautious charade with utmost diligence. The second floor, having been devastated by the grenade, was in utter disarray, with even tables shattered in twain. Aside from one corpse, there was not a soul left alive. Chen Jifei approached the shattered window and declared, "He has fled. We are safe." Xiao Kuangwu dashed into the fabric shop, hastily placing all the silks from the shelves onto the counter. He beckoned, "Wu Xiao, fat head. Hurry." The three moved with alacrity, clutching the valuable silks as they dashed away, disappearing into the night within mere seconds. Gu Qingli ascended the staircase, and upon encountering the lifeless body on the floor, exclaimed in astonishment. He blew himself up. Chen Jifei shook his head, replying, "The bearded man escaped. This is his accomplice. Killed during the struggle." He raised his firearm deliberately as he spoke. Thanks to the installed silencer, gunfire from above would not be audible outside, a fact that was quite normal. In truth, Chen Jifei had only recently assumed his new identity and was still acclimating to the new rules. He felt considerable aversion toward killing. Otherwise, he would not have prematurely eliminated Lao Shuang and allowed Chen Yi to take action. By the time Gu Qingli and the others heard the gunfire, it would be more fitting. However, with a gap of merely a few minutes, even an autopsy would not reveal any discrepancies. Moreover, 2 shell casings lay within the confines of the room. Naturally, the police would not seek them out. These arrangements were intended for the gendarme's headquarters. Gu Qingli approached the lifeless body, extending his hand to examine it meticulously. Lacking facial hair and differing significantly in physique from the previous individual, it was likely a companion. His gaze swept across the second-floor room, his brow furrowing in concentration. He had formed a preliminary judgment. This place must be a stronghold for the Secret Service or the CC. However, as this conclusion crystallized in his mind, another doubt arose. If these were indeed operatives from the intelligence division, they would undoubtedly be highly trained elites. The earlier action of hesitating to aim their weapon seemed remarkably amateurish. Just as his thoughts lingered in uncertainty, an excited shout erupted from behind him. "Captain, we have found the Japanese man's bag. The triangular bayonet and the murder weapon are also here. The corpse on the ground must be the perpetrator. Captain, the case is solved." Chapter 72. Imagination Fu Yingchuan has arrived. Has the case truly been solved? Gu Qingli turned his head, his expression brimming with astonishment. He had never anticipated that a small-time hoodlum from a gang, who had only ever stirred trouble and created chaos, would genuinely uncover the identity of the murderer who took the life of a Japanese individual. Although he had not perused the case files, he had heard whispers of the circumstances. He was aware that the deceased Japanese man was named Shoutian Yangtai, a resident who had established a corporation in the international settlement, reputedly flourishing in business. Thus, his murder in the French concession had garnered the attention of the military police headquarters, which had dispatched a major to the area, intent on privately apprehending the suspects. This incident was undeniably significant, a major case indeed. Should it be resolved, it would be a notable achievement for both the police station and the military police headquarters. However, the clues left behind were exceedingly sparse. Hence, Detective Fu Yingchuan had unhesitatingly relinquished the case, transferring all related files without exception to Chen Jifei, appearing eager to divest himself of this proverbial hot potato. If the case were easily solvable, why would one pass on such a promising opportunity for both reputation and merit? Everyone understood that Chen Jifei had merely become a scapegoat due to a surge of righteous indignation at that moment. No one held any expectations that he could unearth anything substantial, let alone crack the case. Yet, against all odds, he accomplished just that. Remarkably, within a mere 2 days, he had unearthed pertinent leads regarding the perpetrator and even pinpointed locations previously frequented. Gu Qingli initially believed that the owner of the fabric shop, at best, might have merely known the assailant, perhaps not even being aware of the murderer's name. He assumed they had only gleaned a modicum of relevant information. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he was met with a considerable commotion, gunfire and grenades, an uproar that could not possibly be instigated by ordinary thieves. Observing the disassembled bag in Chun Jifei's possession, a sudden realization struck him. The bag had been meticulously opened, a process executed with a degree of professionalism that suggested ulterior motives. If the sole intention had been theft, the bag would not have been dismantled so thoroughly. Even the presence of compartments would have been readily apparent. It seemed that the pursuit of wealth was merely a superficial guise, while the true objective lay in uncovering something concealed within the bag. Furthermore, the military police headquarters' substantial reaction must undoubtedly correlate with Xiao Tianyangtai. It was conceivable that his true identity was that of a Japanese spy within the intelligence division of the military police, masquerading as a businessman to rendezvous in the French concession. Coupled with the fact that robberies typically involve daggers, the presence of a triangular bayonet unequivocally indicated a murderous intent. The identity of the corpse on the ground was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly a member of the espionage agency. With this in mind, everything fell into place. While there remained uncertainties regarding some minor details, they did not obstruct the overall characterization of the event. The presence of Xiao Tianyangtai's bag, along with a potential murder weapon in the form of a triangular bayonet, was sufficient evidence linking the deceased to the crime. Even if he had not directly committed the act, he was undoubtedly associated with the conspirators. This could certainly be deemed a resolution of the case. With a smile, he remarked, "I never imagined you would be so well informed. You truly managed to find him." This statement was a heartfelt exclamation. Even Detective Feng Yichuan found the case to be quite troublesome, yet he managed to identify the perpetrator within merely 2 days, showcasing an impressive ability to gather intelligence. There exists a wealth of information, unbeknownst to the authorities, that is well within the grasp of gang members. They can locate individuals whom the official channels cannot, which undoubtedly explains the tendency to rely on gangs for information. Chun Jifei grinned broadly, proudly declaring, "Of course, I am well acquainted with the French concession." However, he refrained from disclosing how he obtained this information or who assisted him. Such matters are regarded as personal secrets, and he would not divulge them, nor would others inquire. Indeed, Gu Qingli did not press further. Instead, he rose to his feet and began to inspect the disheveled room, moving towards the window in the back alley to observe closely in the light. The large, bearded man had escaped through this window. Gu Qingli narrowed his eyes, a judgment lingering unspoken in his mind. The escape was executed with precision and efficiency, leaving no extraneous footprints, evidence of military training. As the two men continued their examination, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the sharp, piercing blare of a police whistle echoed from outside. With the whistle's shrill call, a group of officers rushed onto the scene. The foremost among them, clad in a trench coat and riding a bicycle, was none other than Detective Feng Yichuan. Upon the arrival of the large contingent of officers, some began to restore order, pushing the curious onlookers a good 10 meters away. Fortunately, Xiao Kuanghua and his companions had made a swift getaway. Otherwise, they would have been trapped in the chaos. The silks they had taken were worth a considerable sum. Had these officers arrived sooner, they would surely have demanded a share of the spoils, and the news could have reached the ears of superiors. Even though Gu Qingli had good relations and strong connections that might exempt him from tribute, the layers of hierarchy would ultimately leave him with little. It must be said, this old fox possesses remarkable foresight when it comes to monetary gain. What is happening? I've heard there was gunfire and an explosion. Feng Yichuan hurried up the stairs to the second floor. Upon seeing the body on the ground, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Who is this fellow?" Another case of gang rivalry? In this seemingly prosperous, yet secretly rife with brawls and bloodshed concession, retaliatory shootings are hardly a novelty. Just this week alone, he had already dealt with 3 shooting incidents, all involving gang members, though the identities of their assailants remained subject to speculation. The nuances of whether to solve such cases or to pin the blame on someone else are numerous. Now confronted with yet another shooting, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Upon recognizing Gu Qingli inspecting the window, he exclaimed in surprise, "Old Gu, this is our case. What are you doing here?" Gu Qingli turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This is not your case. It belongs to him." Feng Yichuan initially thought there was an attempt to commandeer the case, his brow furrowing in discontent. However, upon seeing the youthful countenance before him, surprise flickered across his face. "Brother Chen, what brings you upstairs as well?" Initially, his impression of this officer, hailing from a gang background, had been quite unfavorable. Yet, after hearing of his courageous stand against a Japanese military officer for the sake of his compatriots, his opinion had drastically transformed. Although Feng Yichuan serves as a detective in the French concession, he is imbued with the blood of the Han people. Witnessing his fellow compatriots being bullied by invaders fills him with sorrow and indignation. Yet, in the face of overwhelming circumstances, a person of his modest stature feels powerless to voice his concerns, much less openly offend the Japanese garrison headquarters. He holds a deep admiration for Chen Shifei, who boldly confronts a major from the garrison. Hence, he is particularly cooperative in this case, even taking the liberty to ask Li Huoming to provide care. He is indeed the murderer of Xiutian Yangtai, having been shot dead by me on the spot. Do you think I could possibly be mistaken? Chen Zhifei's lips curled into a smirk, his face radiating triumph. Is he truly the culprit? Have you solved the case so swiftly? How can this be possible? Feng Yichuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. Chapter 73. All are masters of deception. Feng Yichuan stood in stunned silence, as if he had just heard the most fantastical of tales. His astonishment was indeed understandable. After Chen Zhifei stepped forward to take charge of the case, Feng had conducted a thorough background investigation. The man hailed from Suzhou, having survived in the French concession through sheer audacity and a ruthless approach that caught the attention of influential figures. Eventually, he secured his foothold in the French concession by submitting a formal request to a local gang leader for mentorship. His educational background was modest, limited to basic literacy, and his handwriting was abominably poor, yet it was sufficient to extricate him from the clutches of illiteracy. He had never attended a formal police academy, nor had he participated in any rapid training sessions at the precinct. His salute was even subpar. In essence, he was merely a thug clad in black leather, serving as a link between the precinct and the gang. It was a feat in itself for such a person to avoid trouble and refrain from instigating incidents. The notion of him solving a case was as absurd as praising a courtesan as a virtuous woman. A case with virtually no clues, widely regarded as unsolvable, was unexpectedly cracked by a scapegoat thug. The very idea seemed preposterous. Feng Yichuan blinked, casting his gaze upon the bullet-riddled corpse and the two pieces of evidence. He was compelled to accept the reality before him. The left side of his brain was riddled with doubt, while the right side begrudgingly acknowledged the truth, creating a peculiar sensation akin to being caught between fire and ice. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter two words. Are you certain? Chen Zhifei smirked slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, the Japanese man's bag is here, and the murder weapon is present. A simple comparison will reveal the truth. While speaking, he glanced at his superior. After a moment's contemplation, he continued with a smile. Although I located the perpetrator's whereabouts, it was under the command of Chief Gu and the cooperation of the entire team that we were able to eliminate the suspect. His words, spoken in the presence of his superior, conveyed an unmistakable message. While the resolution of the case was undoubtedly due to his own capabilities, it was equally a testament to his leader's guidance. Even the entire team shared in the accolades. Gu Qingli stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile of satisfaction and appreciation illuminating his features. He was pleased with Chun's display of humility and his willingness to share the credit. As their eyes met, he subtly lifted his chin, offering a silent gesture of acknowledgement. Chen Zhifei blinked, instantly grasping the underlying meaning. He produced a pack of Harbin cigarettes, distributing one to those present before lighting one for himself, indulging in the pleasure of smoking right at the scene. Ashes fell to the ground, causing Feng Yichuan to feel a vain throb on his forehead. Internally, he cursed, a thug is still a thug. He doesn't even know the basics of preserving a crime scene. Just as he prepared to voice a reminder, a meaningful voice reached his ears. We are merely patrolling officers, seldom involved in investigations and even less familiar with forensic examinations. Might we trouble Detective Feng to assist us in sending these two pieces of evidence for appraisal and comparison? There are further details we would like to consult with Detective Feng. With a raised eyebrow, Feng Yichuan detected a glimmer of cunning in the eyes of his interlocutor. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, he was well aware of the hidden implications behind their words. To put it eloquently, it is a request for mutual assistance. To state it plainly, it is a matter of sharing benefits fairly among all involved. When the time comes to participate in the assessment and evaluation work, one can consider oneself a contributor to the cause. Instantly, my impression of this rogue-turned-policeman improved significantly. Internally, I applauded, a person of principle. After all, the evaluation of evidence and murder weapons can be ascertained through inquiry alone. Moreover, with the presence of Gu Qingli, a seasoned veteran well acquainted with everyone, it is likely that he has a close rapport with those conducting the evaluations. He could directly take the items for appraisal without requiring assistance. Once the final evaluation is submitted, it would reflect considerable diligence. Although the contribution may be modest, it signifies a presence in this case involving foreign affairs disputes. Compared to the other two investigative teams, it is a matter of pride. To have even a slight opportunity to share the limelight is sufficient satisfaction. After all, this case was resolved by others, and the suspect was also brought down by others. With the crafty Gu Qingli around, no one else could dare to claim undue credit. The relationship between this old fox and the chief inspector is notably strong. Any attempts to usurp credit would surely lead to complaints reaching the chief inspector. Furthermore, given the attention this case has garnered from the top brass, who would dare to seize accolades? The fact that the other party has proactively proposed a fair distribution of recognition is already commendable. What more could one desire? Feng Yichuan, with a smile, picked up his lighter, and ignited the Haidman's cigarette in his hand. The protocols of the scene had become trivial. Enjoying the cigarette marked him as a true participant in the case. After all, the ground was already strewn with dust. A little more ash was inconsequential. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he directly inquired, "Chen Laudi, what is this person's identity, and how should we classify him?" His demeanor suggested a collaborative approach to addressing any issues that arose. In this era where lives are treated with such disregard, we, as police inspectors, navigate the gray zones with both righteousness and cunning, harboring little anxiety. As long as there is an explanation, that suffices. Indeed, many times, even when aware that someone is being wrongfully accused, one must turn a blind eye, having grown accustomed to such circumstances. By asking now, it also conveyed a willingness to prioritize the other party's perspective. Chen Jifei hesitated for a moment, then turned to the leader beside him. "Chief Inspector, what is your take?" Gu Qingli raised an eyebrow and, with a knowing expression, stated, "This case is not a mere robbery and murder. It is a conflict between the Blue Shirt Society and Japanese spies." With this succinct declaration, the nature of the case was established, and the focus of the conflict was deftly redirected. Even if the Japanese were to pursue the matter later, they would target the Blue Shirt Society, leaving the police department unscathed. Furthermore, the clandestine skirmishes between both parties violate the laws of the French concession, thus preserving the right to pursue accountability. Truly, this old fox's maneuvering, combining both deflection and offense, is exceptionally astute. Chen Jifei nodded with a smile, his expression noncommittal. The elaborate arrangements were designed precisely to ensure everyone believed the Blue Shirt Society was responsible. Transforming this case from a robbery and murder into a clash between spies would divert scrutiny entirely. At that point, should the Blue Shirt Society choose to leak information, the matter would be conclusively solidified. The garrison headquarters may unilaterally dismiss the matter, yet the acknowledgement from the Blue Shirt Society suffices. This case can be deemed conclusively resolved. As for the ensuing events, they pertain solely to the conflict between the Blue Shirt Society and Japanese spies, bearing no relevance to the French concession. Feng Yichuan, after a moment's contemplation, grasped the intricate details involved. This characterization is indeed the most fitting. With a smile, he remarked, "I shall dispatch the body and evidence for examination immediately, and you shall receive a report by tomorrow morning." "That would trouble you, Detective Feng." Chen Jifei expressed his gratitude politely. "It is but a courtesy, we are all brothers here." Feng Yichuan beamed, motioning for several subordinates to expedite the handling of the scene. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle arrived to transport the body and evidence to the police station. As the officers departed, the fabrics on the cart were also taken away as part of the evidence. Chapter 74. Aftermath. 996 Blessings Inspector, please take care. Chen Jifei stood at the intersection, bidding farewell to Gu Qingli and several colleagues. Although they had endured an unusual shift, encountering the perils of gunfire and explosions, the rewards were substantial. Not only would the police station undoubtedly grant commendations, along with a modest monetary reward, but the silk they had confiscated alone constituted a considerable profit. Currently, a roll of silk in the market ranges from 30 to 70 yuan. The ones they acquired were worth at least 50 yuan each at market price. Discounting the urgency to sell and the dubious origins, they could still fetch around 40 yuan per roll. With 8 or 9 rolls, they could earn 360 yuan. Even if the inspector took the lion's share, the others would still pocket 20 yuan. Earning 20 yuan for a single shift was a rare stroke of fortune. There was no need for reminders. Given Xiao Kuanggu's crafty nature, he would likely convert it into cash by nightfall. Tomorrow, they would share the spoils. Who wouldn't feel elated? As the bodies were removed and the suspicious items confiscated, the officers gradually departed. Chen Jifei, wielding his baton, strolled alone on the quiet road, humming a peculiar tune. His spirits evidently high. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, a rickshaw appeared from the darkness, rapidly approaching from behind. Lu Meng, striding with vigor, caught up and grinned. "Brother Fei, let me give you a ride." Chen Jifei, with an uncommitted expression, climbed aboard the rickshaw. The reason he had walked alone was to await Lu Meng. There were matters to discuss. "Mingzi, I've smoothed this situation over for you this time. You must not act recklessly again. Luck will not always be on your side. Should you act so impulsively again, innocent lives will pay the price with your own." His voice was low, tinged with stern reproach, though the incident had largely been concealed. It was imperative to rein in this hot-headed youth's reckless behavior. They had been fortunate this time, with a three-edged bayonet at their disposal to shift the blame onto the Blue Shirt Society. But what of the next time? Continuing down this reckless path could lead to the wrongful arrest of innocents, like Li Huoming, as had happened this time. Chen Jifei understood the Japanese modus operandi all too well. Suspicion alone warranted severe interrogation. When the Japanese resorted to murder, reason was a distant memory. Lu Meng hung his head, obediently responding, "Brother Fei, I realize my mistake. I will heed your advice from now on." Chen Jifei nodded, his tone softening. "It is not that I oppose you taking down the Japanese. Rather, we must adopt method and strategy, avoiding blind recklessness. You are correct to say you will listen to me from now on. Next time you contemplate such actions, come to me first. I will help you devise a sound plan before proceeding. In any case, you must communicate with me beforehand. Should any issues arise, I can handle the aftermath for you. Brother Fei, I will listen to you from now on. Lu Ming nodded eagerly, a simple smile gracing his face. Chen Zhifei returned the gesture with a slight nod, choosing not to reprimand further, and instructed, "Let us not return to the dormitory just yet. We shall head to the police station." Lu Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Fei, it is nearly 11 o'clock. Aren't you going to rest?" Chen Zhifei raised his hand, instinctively poised to give him a playful tap on the back of the head, only to realize the distance was too great for such a gesture. He shook his head with a chuckle, saying, "Someone will bear the blame. I must return to revise the case files to prevent the military police from tracing you through the footprints." Fortunately, the police station was adept at skimming off the top, particularly stingy when it came to case funds. The entirety of the Mile-on precinct lacked even a single camera. Thus, should footprints be discovered at the scene, they would merely be recorded in writing after measurement, allowing for a chance at revision. However, to be prudent, the modification could not focus solely on the footprints. The entire case file would need to be rewritten, altering only select sections. Subsequently, the original file would be destroyed, rendering the fabricated document the sole record of the case, directing any inquiries towards a different narrative. Chen Zhifei yawned languidly, stating, "It appears I shall be pulling an all-nighter. I will take a brief nap. Wake me when we arrive." "Understood," Lu Ming replied, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure a smoother ride in the rickshaw. He cast a glance at Chen Zhifei, who was resting with his head down, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. The fact that they had managed to navigate this perilous situation unscathed filled him with profound appreciation. For Lu Ming, it felt akin to having traversed the gates of death. In an instant, Chen Zhifei had the power to lead him to ruin, yet now, he was the one pulling him from the abyss of danger. One could say he had brushed with death, and the relief of survival imbued him with heartfelt admiration for this new elder brother, transforming their previous transactional relationship into one of genuine respect. Approximately 15 minutes later, the rickshaw halted at the square in front of the Mile-on precinct. Lu Ming softly announced, "Brother Fei, we have arrived at the police station." Chen Zhifei opened his eyes, leisurely disembarking and stretching, although he had only rested for a brief while. The nap had rejuvenated him significantly, alleviating the dryness in his eyes. He waved his hand and ambled through the entrance, ascending to the office on the second floor. This seemingly casual act left the doorman in stunned disbelief, as he rubbed his eyes repeatedly to confirm he was not imagining things. It was not uncommon to see members of Feng Yichuan's team working late, and occasionally, Gu Qingli and others would linger due to trivial matters. Yet, Chen Zhifei had always been known for his tardiness and early departures. Never had he voluntarily come to the police station in the dead of night. The fact that he was here past midnight was as astonishing as the sun rising in the west. With a gentle click, Chen Zhifei activated the wall switch, illuminating the office. The spacious room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, evoking a sense of emptiness. In the realm of the supernatural, such scenes typically unfold with flickering lights in the dead of night or inexplicable footsteps echoing through the corridors. However, for Chen Zhifei, the tranquil office served as the perfect backdrop for his illicit modifications of case files. With a decisive thud, he locked the door and approached his desk, retrieving a key to unlock a drawer from which he extracted a brown paper bag. Inside lay a collection of documents pertaining to the murder of Xiutian Yangtai. As the others took their rest, he resigned himself to working late, embracing the notion of a 996 work ethic as a form of karmic reward. Chen Zhifei placed the hefty case files on his desk, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Yet, he did not immediately delve into his work. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water and crossed his arms, seemingly awaiting something. Moments ticked by, and before long, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's information has been updated. Would you like to retrieve it? Chapter 75. Intelligence from the dog racing track. Chen Zhifei raised an eyebrow, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Upon entering the office, he retrieved what he needed but refrained from examining it immediately. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water, embracing a moment of stillness as he awaited the impending refresh of information just before midnight. To ensure uniformity in handwriting, he planned to meticulously transcribe the entire set of documents anew, a task that would demand considerable effort and time. Thus, he deemed it prudent to wait for the information to be updated, allowing his curiosity to be satisfied thereafter. For Chen Zhifei, the intelligence provided by the system served as his lifeline in these tumultuous times, gradually morphing into a peculiar fascination. Humanity is inherently drawn to the unknown, akin to the thrill experienced in the moments leading up to a lottery draw, where anticipation reaches its zenith. Once the results are revealed, regardless of winning or losing, that exhilaration dissipates. Presently, Chen Zhifei relished that sense of eager expectation, akin to unboxing a surprise, eager to discover the value of the intelligence the system would unveil. This anticipation renews daily, a continuous stream of potential insights. Even if the information holds little worth, it does not diminish the hope for tomorrow's offerings. A single valuable lead could yield substantial rewards. In just a few days, he had sifted through a plethora of information, extracting useful tidbits that netted him nearly 1,000 yuan, equivalent to a factory worker's grueling decade of labor. Among the previous intelligence, there lay a piece that could sustain him for not just 3 years, but even 30, a shipment of sulfanilamide destined for the docks. Such a commodity, as precious as gold, could instantly elevate his lifestyle, enabling him to indulge in luxuries beyond imagination. Yet, upon encountering this piece of information, he unhesitatingly dismissed it, not pausing for even a moment. He understood all too well that in this war-torn era, acquiring a box of sulfanilamide, valued at gold, was fraught with peril. The concept of a shipment implied a formidable backing and influence. As a mere patrol officer, albeit a prominent enforcer within his gang, he commanded a certain respect on the streets. However, to dare covet such a shipment would invite grave consequences. Some treasures come with a price far too steep. Possessing them would be meaningless if one could not enjoy them. Qin Zhifei was acutely aware of his own limitations and understood his place within the hierarchy. Thus, he cultivated an interest solely in smaller pieces of intelligence, perceiving larger transactions as ultimately unworthy. The greater the value, the higher the risk. The prospect of earning a few hundred yuan from selling information could lead to dire repercussions. One must possess the wisdom to discern what opportunities are worth pursuing and which are best left alone to ensure longevity. When the alert in his mind finally faded, he resolutely declared, "Extract." Instantly, a translucent, ethereal panel materialized before him. Today's intelligence. 1. British Kirk cigarettes, packaged in a tin of 50, priced at $1 silver. 2. 8 p.m. race at a Yuan dog racing track, number 6-foot Maserati, is favored to upset the odds. The current oil price stands at 4.8 dimes per gallon. Today, the price of japonica rice has risen by a cent. Last night at 10:08 p.m., a gunfight erupted in the international settlement, resulting in 3 fatalities and 1 injured person fleeing the scene. The chief of police received a report regarding the case and, in a fit of excitement, contacted reporters from various major newspapers to announce a press conference for tomorrow. Chief Xiao has decided to reward those involved, instructing his aides to prepare $200 silver as a commendation for all participants. Xiao Kuanghua has reached out to buyers, selling silk at a price of 50 yuan per bolt. Upon receiving notice, Fujihara will head to the Milan police station tomorrow morning. A female factory worker was murdered on her way home after her night shift on Maiyang Road, with 5 cents stolen from her bag. 10 pieces of intelligence lay before Qin Zhifei, who squinted his eyes and began to analyze them one by one. Imported British cigarettes may sound sophisticated, yet their taste is rather mundane. Having grown accustomed to the flavor of Haidman, he found little interest in the gimmick of tin can packaging. The fluctuations in oil and rice prices appeared to be commonplace in daily necessities. However, a meticulous analysis revealed a gradual rise in prices. Although the increments were minute, they indicated a daily change. This subtly demonstrated the current turbulent situation. As the conflict intensifies, resources in the market become scarcer and more expensive. Interestingly, the chief of police has exceptionally allocated $200 silver as a reward, a rare display of generosity. Yet, upon reflection, it becomes understandable. 200 yuan represents a year's salary for an ordinary first-class constable, a substantial income indeed, even for a high-ranking chief of police. Parting with such an amount for subordinates would be a painful decision. However, since this money is sourced from public funds, there is no need for personal expenditure. So why not be a bit more generous? Most importantly, this case, after media coverage, was personally overseen by him. The swift resolution of the case under his supervision and leadership attests to his capabilities. Politically, it also defused an international crisis for the Public Affairs Bureau. This is an achievement that cannot be bought, and it is what he values most. In this context, rewarding the patrol officers can be seen as providing them with a small boon. The remainder of the information, however, was unremarkable. Qin Zhifei's attention was particularly captured by the news regarding the dog racing venue. The dog racing track is a distinctive establishment in the settlement, akin to horse racing but involving trained hounds instead. Initially, the international settlement established 3 dog racing venues, Xinyuan, Mingyuan, and the French concession Ziyuan, to avoid fierce competition. The race times at the 3 venues are staggered, allowing avid gamblers to alternate their visits. Dog races are held at night, and as darkness falls, the venues illuminate, becoming a symbol of modern entertainment for the people of Shanghai. Ultimately, however, dog racing is simply another form of gambling. Under the collective protests of the public, the Shun Garden and Ming Garden located in the international settlement were compelled to shut their doors. The closure of these 2 dog racing tracks led an influx of patrons into the French concession, thereby enabling E Garden to monopolize the market. However, The tranquility of E-Garden can be attributed not only to its ownership by one of the three tycoons, but also to the substantial backing from the public board. According to statistics, over the past few years, E-Garden has remitted a staggering 16 million silver dollars in various fees to the public board, establishing itself as the premier casino in the Far East. The French, focused solely on profit, anticipate returning to their homeland to enjoy a life of leisure, entirely indifferent to the plight of the common people who may face ruin due to gambling. They show little concern for those who might lose their fortunes and end up destitute, or even resort to suicide. Ironically, their primary worry lies in the possibility that their subjects may abstain from gambling, which would deprive them of their financial gains. Chen Zhifei squinted thoughtfully and remarked, "This news is indeed more advantageous." Chapter 76. The sun rising from the west, everyone has arrived. The following day, with a soft click, the office door swung open. Xiao Kuanggu, Wu Xiao, and several others entered, their laughter and chatter revealing their delight. This was not mere frivolity. They were genuinely filled with joy due to newfound wealth. The silk they had moved the night before was swiftly sold on the black market. A total of 9 bolts of silk, each fetching 50 yuan, yielded an impressive 450 yuan. However, not all of this sum was theirs to keep, as certain obligations still needed to be met. After all, none of them were fools, easily oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Furthermore, those who came to serve as constables were not solely dedicated to maintaining peace and order. Their primary motivation was profit. With a fabric shop dismantled, many watchful eyes were undoubtedly trained on the situation. Naturally, the most valuable silks would attract the most scrutiny. Even if they had managed to take the silks in advance, those in this line of work often had their own informants, who among them lacked acquaintances in the black market. A few inquiries would quickly reveal if desirable materials were being discreetly sold. Should their actions be discovered by others, envy would surely breed sabotage or worse, lead to informing superiors. If the higher-ups learned that someone had profited under the guise of investigating a case, even without evidence, it would leave a lasting impression in their minds. Thus, a portion of this money was destined to be given to the chief constable. When the time came, should the chief also receive a share, any whispers of discontent would be rendered moot, as speculation would hold little weight. Gu Qingli, being a seasoned veteran, would not fall prey to such a basic blunder of greed. Although he intended to share half of the gains with the chief constable, the remainder would be divided privately among their team. Unlike the public distributions that required many to share a meager portion, this arrangement would allow each of them to retain a respectable sum, excluding the shares owed to the chief constable and the patrol captain. They could each expect to receive at least 7 or 8 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary. "Ah, is Brother Fei here so early?" Wu Xiao, leading the group, exclaimed in surprise. Due to their recent camaraderie, including the dinners and joint ventures, as well as last night's proposal to collectively prosper, he had already been accepted as one of their own. The shift from formal titles to calling each other brother was the best testament to this camaraderie. Xiao Kuanggu and the others followed his gaze, discovering Chen Zhifei reclining in a chair, his feet propped on the desk, soundly asleep. For a moment, they exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tapestry of disbelief. Chen Zhifei had been part of the Milan patrol for a considerable time, always known for his tardiness and frequent absences. Yet, he effortlessly collected his pay each time, prompting the patrol captain to overlook his shortcomings. In all their time together, they had only witnessed him arrive late. Never had they seen him arrive early. Today, however, it was astonishingly unprecedented to find him the first to arrive at the office, creating a surreal sense of disbelief. Wow, Brother Fei is actually the first one here. Is the sun truly rising from the west? Wu Xiao remarked, curiosity etched across his face. Xiao Kuanggu surveyed the scene, shaking his head in response. It's not an early arrival. He must have slept here last night. Suddenly, the others were left speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. To them, this was undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke of the year 1937. Their exclamations echoed throughout the office. Chen Zhifei was awakened by their commotion and irritably remarked, "Can't you speak a little more quietly? Are you going to let anyone sleep?" The others hurriedly covered their mouths, refraining from speaking out loud again. Despite the recent closeness in their relationships, they still held a healthy respect for the notorious Brother Fei, especially given his affiliation with the gang and his notoriously volatile temperament. In the blink of an eye, one could be sharing drinks as brothers, and the next, drawing blades against each other. This unpredictability was truly intimidating. Clearly, he was in a foul mood. Wu Xiao grinned widely, noting that his unabashed nature allowed him to say anything. Just then, Gu Xiaoan entered, spotting his dazed older brother slumped in a chair. He rushed over with concern and asked, "Brother Fei, why are you sleeping here? I thought you spent the night on a flower boat." Although not excessively lascivious, his older brother enjoyed visiting brothels whenever he had money. He was a frequent patron of the small dance halls lining the streets. Despite his considerable monthly salary and gray income, he often found himself broke by the end of the month, unable to even pay his rent. Knowing his brother's habits, Guo Xiaoan assumed that with a little cash in hand recently, it was the perfect time for debauchery. The fact that he had not returned last night led him to believe he was either on a flower boat or sleeping with one of the courtesans. Who would have thought he was actually napping on a bench in the office? It was both surprising and surreal. Chen Jifei rubbed his eyes, gradually awakening. Squinting at the group standing at the door, he greeted, "You've all arrived. Good morning." "Good morning." The others quickly responded, raising their hands in acknowledgement. Chen Jifei removed the coat draped over him and struggled to rise from the chair, stretching his stiff body. He spoke, "Xiaoan, help me buy a bowl of wontons. Something hot to warm me up. I'll treat you all to breakfast." As he spoke, he fished out some money from his pocket, preparing to buy breakfast for his colleagues. Xiao Kuanggu looked towards the door and whispered, "The silk was sold last night. Let us use this money to treat everyone to breakfast. You guys go buy wontons, one for each person in the office, plus 2 fried dough sticks. And remember, don't forget the captainess portion while issuing orders." He pulled out a 5 yuan bill and handed it over. This money was considered their little fund, so treating everyone to breakfast was no issue at all. All right. The two accepted the bill, happily departing to procure breakfast. Even those who had eaten at home did not decline. After all, if they couldn't finish it, they could always take some back for their children. Silk? Brother Fei, what are they talking about silk? Guo Xiaoan blinked in confusion. Chen Jifei yawned lazily and replied, "I'll wash my face to wake up, let Lao Xiao explain." With that, he donned his coat and unsteadily made his way to the restroom at the end of the corridor. Xiao Kuanhua, not one to keep secrets, smiled and said, "Xiaoan. The situation is as follows. Last night." Guo Xiaoan listened in astonishment, his mouth agape for an extended period, unable to close. A question swirled in his mind. Could the renowned detective who claimed to have apprehended the murderer within 2 days truly be Fei Ge? While the conversation in the office thrived with excitement, Gu Qingli arrived for work, briefcase in hand. Upon receiving the money from Xiao Kuanhua, he promptly divided it in half, placing one portion into an envelope before stowing it in his black briefcase. After swiftly consuming a few dumplings, he ascended the stairs with his briefcase. Approximately an hour later, he returned to the office in a hurry, speaking in an urgent tone. "President Zhao has arrived. Everyone, prepare to greet him. There are numerous reporters present. So tidy yourselves up for the photographs." Chapter 77. The invitation from Fujihara Keiichi. "They have arrived. They are truly here. Quickly, assist me in checking if my attire is wrinkled. Do you think there will be a reward? The police station is rather stingy. Receiving even a couple of silver dollars would be a stroke of luck. Money is significant, yet sharing a photograph with Chief Zhao is indeed a privilege. Indeed, it is astonishing to think that one day I could pose with Chief Zhao." Everyone hurriedly tidied themselves, for their guests were imminent. The atmosphere in the office transformed into a flurry of excitement as colleagues aided one another in ensuring their appearance was impeccable. The presence of Chief Zhao and the journalists arriving early at the police station elicited no surprise, given Chief Zhao's proclivity for flamboyance. How could he refrain from publicizing the recent resolution of a major case? As per customary protocol, Chief Zhao would first extend warm greetings, a mere formality, followed by his personal address, which would serve as the focal point of the invitation to the journalists. Although individuals like Xiao Kuanghua may have played supporting roles, the opportunity to photograph alongside Chief Zhao was a matter of great honor. "Xiaonan, does my hat sit correctly?" Chen Jifei adjusted his hat, meticulously seeking the perfect angle. Others merely played supporting roles, serving as the backdrop for this promotional event. The true protagonists, aside from Chief Zhao, included himself. After all, he had recently exhibited remarkable courage against the Japanese military police in front of a large audience, subsequently earning accolades from Jiang Runan, who praised him as the righteous little officer championing the people's cause in the French concession. This recent event stemmed from his unwavering integrity. In the forthcoming interview, he would undoubtedly be the focal point. As the news would be disseminated, it was essential to present oneself in pristine condition. Neglecting the minor details, such as zipping up one's jacket, could lead to embarrassment should one be photographed for publication. Thus, maintaining a polished appearance was paramount. As they busied themselves with preparations, a flurry of hurried footsteps resonated from the corridor. Moments later, Chief Zhao's figure graced the doorway, accompanied by Major Fujihara Keiichi of the Shanghai Garrison Military Police, clad in uniform. Following them were 7 or 8 journalists wielding cameras, with Jiang Runan, representing the official media of the French concession, among them. Click, click, click. The journalists surged into the office, snapping photographs of everyone without hesitation. Regardless of whether the images would be utilized, capturing as much material as possible was the priority. "Chief Zhao," Gu Qingli called out loudly, prompting everyone to salute in unison. Although they had not undergone extensive professional training, they had practiced saluting repeatedly during their training sessions. Chief Zhao inclined his head slightly, a warm smile gracing his features as he personally adjusted the attire of each individual. He then instructed someone to bring forth a tray, which bore 2 silver dollars and a commendation certificate. Chen Jifei, indifferent to the certificate, pragmatically remarked, "Is this how you gauge the officers? Which officer could withstand such scrutiny?" The monetary reward and the chance to cultivate a relationship with Chief Zhao are what truly matter. Nonetheless, in front of the journalists, one must still maintain a faade of propriety. Chen Zhifei represented his team in receiving a reward of $200 silver, along with a certificate of commendation. Although $200 silver may seem substantial, the amount each individual received was rather meager. As one of the principal contributors, he shared half of the reward with Gu Qinglei. The remaining $100 silver had to be divided not only among the other brothers in the team but also with Feng Yichuan's reconnaissance group. As they too had played a part in the endeavor, it was essential to share, as withholding any portion would surely cause offense. Moreover, considering the dozens of officers who had been dispatched the previous night, the share for each would be minuscule. It is no wonder that everyone appeared disinterested in the reward, opting instead to focus on the privately traded silk. Although the monetary reward was insignificant, when it came to posing for photographs with Chief Zhao, each face was adorned with a radiant smile. In an effort to amplify the occasion, Chief Zhao even summoned Li Huaming to the scene, where he publicly announced the release order. Li Huaming's attire was soiled, yet his hair and face were impeccably clean, indicating that he had been tidied up prior to his arrival. Upon hearing the verdict of not guilty, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. When reporters inquired if he had anything to say to Officer Chen, who had cleared his name, Li Huaming hesitated before humbly declaring, "From now on, Officer Chen can have roasted chestnuts for free." Although this elicited laughter, it conveyed the most heartfelt gratitude. Expressing thanks within one's capacity is far more sincere than delivering empty platitudes, is it not? Subsequently, the reporters were intentionally guided towards Chief Zhao for individual interviews. Lieutenant Fujiwara approached, clad in military uniform, unaccompanied by any subordinates. He regarded the young officer before him with admiration, nodding as he stated, "Mr. Chen, your investigative ability is remarkable. I will uphold my promise, and all previous unpleasant matters shall be forgotten." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, his demeanor exuding warmth. Chen Zhifei smiled modestly and grasped the offered hand, previously contemplating how to engage with the Japanese to lay the groundwork for future circumstances. He seized the opportunity as the other party extended goodwill. With a humble smile, he responded, "I was too impulsive before. I ask for your understanding, Lieutenant Fujiwara." The two exchanged smiles, embodying the spirit of reconciliation. One harbored admiration, while the other sought camaraderie, leading to a pleasant and harmonious conversation. "Mr. Chen, you solved the case in merely 3 days. It is truly astonishing. I have reviewed the reports from Captain Gu and Captain Feng and have gained a comprehensive understanding of the events. I never anticipated that Xiaotian Yatai had been murdered by the Blue Shirt Society. It seems this was an act of vengeance against the Empire of Japan. Fortunately, Mr. Chen uncovered the true culprit. Otherwise, we would have assumed it was merely an ordinary robbery and murder case." Lieutenant Fujiwara's tone was sincere, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, clearly incensed that an ordinary Japanese expatriate had been mistaken for a spy and killed. Upon examining the information found on the deceased rat, he realized that these individuals were not members of the Blue Shirt Society, but rather their genuine adversaries, the core of the intelligence agency. As for whether this is a retaliation for the previous ultra-high-profile operation or a mere misconception that Waita Hidetaka was an intelligence officer, it requires a gradual investigation. Major Fujiwara was courteous. "Uncovering the truth of the case and providing justice for the victim is indeed my duty." Chen Zhifei displayed a humble demeanor, a serene smile gracing his face, as if he were merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a patrol officer. Such modest words, if uttered by other officers or detectives, would have undoubtedly elicited a scoff from Fujiwara Keiji, who was well aware of the nature of the patrol office. However, the young officer before him had previously dared to stand firm against the military police command in defense of a common vendor selling roasted chestnuts. This indomitable spirit earned his respect. Fujiwara Keiji nodded slightly and extended an invitation. "The sushi and sashimi at the nearby Ningxing Road Chikage Japanese restaurant are quite excellent. I wonder if Chun-san has time to share a drink with me at noon?" Chapter 78. The Olive Branch. Passing the test, Chen Zhifei blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He had previously formulated countless contingency plans, including the possibility that the Special High Commission and the Intelligence Division of the Military Police Headquarters would extend an olive branch beneath the seemingly prosperous Shanghai Bund. However, dark currents surged, rife with espionage and assassination. The Japanese had long been laying their groundwork in this concession, where various foreign powers vied for dominance. Much like their incursion into northeast China, they had covertly utilized expatriates and merchants as advance teams to infiltrate and establish a presence, ensuring they could act in concert when war was ignited. Thus, even without demonstrating formidable intelligence capabilities, the mere identity of dockworkers and constables could be cultivated into informants. Within the Milan police station, it had already come to light that no fewer than 10 individuals were clandestinely working for the Japanese. It was only natural to develop more informants within the precinct to lay the groundwork for the impending conflict. This time, Chun had showcased remarkable prowess in gathering intelligence, undeniably making an impression on the Japanese. According to documents seized from the mouse, it was irrefutably proven that he was affiliated with the Nationalist Party's intelligence agency. Astonishingly, within a mere 2 days, they had pinpointed and eliminated one of their operatives, although there was an element of serendipity involved. The ability to locate the stronghold was a testament to genuine skill. This capacity for intelligence gathering was significant enough to merit attention. Thus, the development of informants became inevitable. It was only due to the demonstration of his value that Fujiwara Keiichi began to regard him with greater leniency. He hastily smiled and remarked, "I have long heard that sushi and sashimi are exquisite delicacies, yet I lack the means to indulge. Ha ha ha, speaking of gourmet food makes my mouth water. Please forgive my lack of manners, Major Fujiwara." As he spoke, he raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, portraying a character who had long been salivating at the thought of fine cuisine. His eyes crinkled in a way that vividly depicted an unsophisticated bumpkin who had never savored high-class delicacies before. On the surface, he feigned astonishment and eagerness, all the while internally scoffing. Isn't it merely a matter of pilfering and modifying seaweed-wrapped rice and Chinese sashimi, claiming it as a culinary creation? The previous shabby places I refused to visit now seemed to have an air of superiority. Such acting was undoubtedly of a professional caliber. Seeing the naivety on his counterpart's face, Fujiwara felt a sense of satisfaction. Such individuals, who possessed acute intelligence-gathering abilities yet were impoverished and inexperienced, could be easily manipulated with minimal expenditure. This scenario had played out countless times before. Each time he revealed his identity as a major of the Imperial Japanese Army stationed in Shanghai and engaged in amiable conversation. He could inspire profound admiration and loyalty in his interlocutors, who would feel honored to serve him. This maneuver had become second nature to him. Observing the unreserved admiration and longing etched across the young constable's face, he couldn't help but smirk with concealed triumph. For these constables, serving the French on their own soil was acceptable. Why not serve the Japanese? Fujiwara nodded in satisfaction and said, "By the way, there is one more matter that requires your cooperation, Chun." Chun Jifei raised an eyebrow and declared without hesitation, "If Major Fujiwara has matters to attend to, I shall comply without reservation, provided it is within my ability." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing in a manner that suggested he might have called out Taijun had there not been others around. Fujiwara Kei, with a stern expression, stated, "I have already communicated with the military police headquarters and the detective office on your behalf. The General Huapu has consented to the transfer of this case to the military police for further handling. The body of the Blue Shirt Society member, along with 2 related pieces of evidence, has been handed over, and we require the records from that evening as well. Inspector Feng mentioned that the case files are in your possession, so I wonder when it would be convenient for you, Chin-san, to provide them?" Although his tone was polite, there was an undeniable firmness in his words. Chun Jifei raised an eyebrow and responded with a smile, "It is convenient now. I shall retrieve them for you immediately." It was indeed a fortuitous moment, akin to a sleeper being offered a pillow. After toiling through the night to meticulously reprocess the files, he had even discreetly burned the original documents in the restroom. He had been contemplating how to present the amended files to the Japanese for their verification. The sudden eagerness for the documents left him no room for refusal. Returning to his desk, he picked up the neatly organized files and handed them over with both hands. "All the files are here, I assure you. None are missing." Upon receiving the documents, Fujiwara Kei inspected them closely, noting the careful binding and preservation, and nodded in satisfaction. "I will verify the situation at the crime scene now. Please expect me at the China Japanese restaurant on Ningxing Road at noon." After exchanging pleasantries, he glanced at the General Huapu, who was surrounded by reporters inquiring about the case, and descended the stairs without further acknowledgement. Upon reaching the square outside the detective office, a black sedan awaited him. This time, there was no military vehicle, as this was not a matter of punitive inquiry. Once seated, the driver headed towards the crime scene. Approximately 15 minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the Garden Apartments on Yuyuan Road. The apartment administrator merely glanced at the Japanese man in military uniform and then averted his gaze. Being an upscale residence frequented by numerous foreigners, it was common for foreign guests to come and go, and inquiries were seldom made. Instead, it was the Chinese in simple clothing that drew attention and questioning. With a click, Fujiwara Kei produced a key and opened the door sealed with a sticker. Upon entering, he was met with the lingering scent of blood and a chaotic scene, marked by signs of having been ransacked. Initially, Lu Ming had violently upturned the place in an attempt to stage a robbery. Subsequently, the detectives had arrived and searched the premises for clues. Even some of the remaining officers had taken the opportunity to rummage through the place when it was deserted, hoping to find something of value. Neighbors had also intruded, leaving a multitude of disordered footprints on the floor. Any potential evidence had been thoroughly obliterated. It could be said that the entire living room and bedroom now held no investigative worth whatsoever. The only evidence that can still be verified is the undisturbed footprints leading in through the kitchen window. Fujiwara Sakichi swiftly entered the kitchen, his gaze meticulously scanning the window for traces. Due to the accumulation of dust, clear footprints were easily discernible on both the window and the countertop. He hastily retrieved a ruler to measure and then took out the dossier for comparison. After repeated verifications, he confirmed that the dimensions left behind matched those in the dossier, unmistakably belonging to the perpetrator. Furthermore, according to the forensic report, the shoe size corresponded with that of the intelligence officer from the special service who had been shot dead on the second floor of the fabric store. With the three-way comparison, it was irrefutably established that the corpse was indeed that of the one who killed Hidetada Waita. Unfortunately, he never anticipated that the entire scenario was a setup, and even the dossier obtained from the constable had been tampered with. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined Shinjifei's intelligence would be so astute, able to locate even the intelligence agency's stronghold. This individual will be of great use in combating the Blue Shirt Society." Chapter 79. Japanese Cuisine Restaurant. As midday approached, the officers gradually concluded their shifts and returned home. Director Zhao elaborated on the case's resolution to the reporters, emphasizing his pivotal role in coordinating the operations before leading them to the prearranged dining venue. These journalists now served as a stepping stone for his advancement, thus it was essential to cultivate amiable relations with them. Their satisfaction would translate into more nuanced and favorable reports. At the entrance of the police station, a throng of approximately 20 emerged, each face adorned with smiles, radiating joy. Leading the group were Gu Qingli and Feng Yichuan, accompanied by their respective teams, prepared to indulge in a celebratory feast at a restaurant. The expenses would naturally be covered by the 200 silver dollars awarded by Chief Hua. Half of this sum rightfully belonged to Shinjifei, for he was the one who had bravely confronted the Japanese gendarmerie and had sworn an oath before Chief Hua to resolve the case. Failure to do so within the stipulated time frame would have dire consequences, a gamble that could cost him his life. Moreover, the subsequent investigations and tracking of the suspect's hideout were executed solely by others. Their contributions during the final apprehension were merely a fraction of the whole, and they were content with that. If anyone dared to voice dissent, they could simply retort, "If you have the skill, uncover the evidence yourself, and you too can claim half the reward," leaving them speechless. Thus, no one objected to Shinjifei claiming his half. The remaining 100 silver dollars would be allocated for a celebratory meal, with the distribution agreed upon as 70 to 30. After all, Gu Qingli and his team had risked their lives during the apprehension, making the 7 to 3 split both reasonable and just. The agreement left both parties satisfied with the equitable outcome. "Everyone, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not join you. Enjoy your meal and drinks." Shinjifei bid farewell at the door, opting not to partake in the festivities at the restaurant. "Brother Fei, you are the greatest contributor to this case. How can you not attend?" Guo Xiaojie expressed in surprise. "Indeed, you are the protagonist." Feng Yichuan concurred, nodding in agreement. Others chimed in, urging him to join. Shinjifei shook his head with a smile. "I have been invited to lunch by Fujihara, a member of the Japanese gendarmerie. He likely has other matters to discuss, and I must attend to that." Upon hearing this, the group recognized the importance of the business at hand and ceased their insistence. Gu Qingli approached Shinjifei and whispered, "Although the Japanese are audacious, this is the French concession. They do not hold sway here. Eat and drink without fear." Feng Yichuan nodded, his expression noncommittal. Both were unperturbed by the Japanese invitation, understanding that this was indeed the French concession where the Japanese military had to adhere to local laws, even prohibited from bearing arms. In reality, the officers held the upper hand over the Japanese gendarmerie within the confines of the concession. Shinjifei waved farewell to the group and meandered towards Ningxing Road. This area was lively, bustling with numerous unique restaurants and cafes lining the streets. As I arrived at the central section of Ningxing Road, I encountered a restaurant adorned in a distinctly Japanese style. It appeared incongruous amidst the neighboring cafes and clothing stores, evoking a peculiar sensation. Shinjifei approached the entrance and addressed a woman clad in a kimono. "Lieutenant Fujiwara has invited me." The kimono-clad woman, possessing striking beauty reminiscent of a teacher often seen in later years, smiled and replied, "Lieutenant Fujiwara has already informed me. Please, this way." Shinjifei nodded with a smile and followed her towards the reserved private room. Inquisitively, he asked, "What is your name? You must be Japanese. Yet your Mandarin is quite proficient." The woman, taken aback, covered her mouth and chuckled. "My name is Yoko Fukada, a Japanese expatriate. I was born and raised in Shanghai, which is why I speak Chinese so well. Many assume I am merely a Chinese student working to support myself." There was a hint of pride in her demeanor as she spoke. She revealed her name and association with the restaurant without reservation, a response she would not have given so freely to anyone else. However, recognizing the uniform of the officer, she understood the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship, given the monthly financial contributions expected of her establishment. Although their power was limited, they could resort to underhanded tactics that could threaten her business's survival. It was no wonder Yoko's command of Chinese was so adept. She was indeed a young proprietor, and Chen Jifei felt a sense of weight in his heart. These early expatriates had arrived in China years prior, mapping its vast landscapes and integrating into various sectors, thereby significantly aiding the invasion. After decades of growth, they had become nearly indistinguishable from the Chinese populace. Their Mandarin, now deemed the official language by the Republic, was often more refined than that of individuals from other provinces. Should these individuals choose to conceal their identities and infiltrate critical sectors, the potential for grave consequences loomed large. This reality prevailed then, and it would persist into the future. Lost in thought, Yoko curiously inquired, "Are you the officer at the center of today's uproar, seeking to uncover the murderer of Mr. Xiutian?" Chen Jifei's musings were interrupted as he replied with a smile, "Indeed, that is I. Are you aware of this matter?" His rhetorical response served as a facade to mask his inner contemplation. Ningxing Road lay merely 300 meters from the Milon police station. Stepping outside the door, one would have a clear view of the station's building. Given the recent commotion, it was improbable that local merchants were unaware of the happenings. As anticipated, Yoko beamed and said, "I witnessed your confrontation with the military police the other day from the crowd. I never expected to see an officer with such a strong sense of justice, willing to confront the military police on behalf of an ordinary chestnut vendor. I greatly admire you." Her words were sincere, and the respect in her eyes was unmistakably genuine. In truth, it was not just Yoko Fukada. All within the French concession were astonished. The reputation of the police was so sullied that no one believed they would advocate for the common people. Otherwise, he would not be referred to as the Stinky Feet Patrol. "Miss Fukada, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling the duties expected of an officer. For the sake of the community, I am indifferent to the hardships I endure and the tribulations I must face. This is the heartfelt sentiment of an ordinary constable." Chen Jifei raised his chin, his voice imbued with emotion, embodying the spirit of one willing to sacrifice for the maintenance of law and order. Yoko Fukada blinked in astonishment, suddenly sensing that this officer seemed to be different from the others. Suppressing her thoughts, she gently pushed open the shoji of the private room. Chapter 80, Deception and Trials. Your guest has arrived. Yoko Fukuda courteously gestured, "Officer Chen, please." She displayed a level of politeness towards the young officer that was noteworthy. After all, this area was unlike Hanko and Jabe. It was under Japanese military control, although it had not been officially designated as a Japanese concession. It was no different from the areas controlled by the Japanese. There, Japanese expatriates were regarded as the elite, and business dealings were rarely marred by intimidation. However, in the French concession, maintaining a stable business required cultivating relationships with the officers who were often entangled with gangs. "Thank you, Miss Fukuda," Chen Jifei acknowledged, casting a deep gaze and smiling in response. From the title Officer Chun, it was evident that this Japanese woman held a certain regard for him. Inside the private room, Keiichi Fujiwara was perusing documents when he heard the sliding door being pushed open. Upon seeing the young man appear, a warm smile instantly graced his face. He rose and gestured, "Mr. Chun, please take a seat." Chen Jifei removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, cradling his knees with his hands, his curious eyes darting around as he took in the surroundings. His mouth occasionally emitted exclamations of wonder and admiration, akin to a country bumpkin visiting a sushi restaurant for the first time, filled with intrigue. Particularly upon seeing the table laden with food, his eyes sparkled with delight. He embodied the image of an unsophisticated ruffian, perfectly aligning with his persona as a dockside troublemaker. If he had acted nonchalantly, presenting himself as if he were seasoned and worldly, it would have raised suspicion. Should others sense something amiss, they would not suspect the change in identity but would certainly question his background, which would be detrimental. Chen Jifei needed to maintain the facade of his predecessor's persona to ensure his survival. Fujiwara Keiichi, smiling, returned to his seat of authority and lifted his glass, declaring, "Thanks to you, Mr. Chin, we have apprehended the murderer of Mr. Hidetada. To express my gratitude, I offer you this toast." As he spoke, he raised his glass with both hands. His final words of thanks were not mere formalities, but genuinely heartfelt. After understanding the entire investigation process and the methods employed by the killer, Fujiwara was acutely aware that, on his own, he would have never been able to identify the perpetrator. Especially upon discovering that the assailant was associated with the Blue Shirt Society, he fully grasped the complexities involved. The Military Police Headquarters Intelligence Division and the Special High Command had been engaged in a covert struggle with the Nationalist Party's espionage department, constantly undermining each other through sabotage and assassination. Having been embroiled in this conflict for years, both sides had suffered losses and experienced victories. Yet, every time the espionage department's stronghold was dismantled, it was the result of meticulous, painstaking investigation and analysis, gradually piecing together clues. They often spent 10 days to half a month surveilling suspects due to their suspicions. Both parties operated with professionalism, and the challenges inherent in their operations were evident. This time, however, discovering a stronghold in just 2 days was unprecedented. Capturing the murderer with his own capabilities was certainly no simple feat. And the likelihood of expending significant resources only to come up empty-handed was far greater. From the report, it became evident that the actions were orchestrated by the Blue Shirt Society, further solidifying this notion in Chen Zhifei's mind. Consequently, he resolutely took on the case, inadvertently alleviating one of his own predicaments. This also ignited a desire for camaraderie, and his demeanor naturally turned warm and welcoming. With a feigned look of surprise, Chen Zhifei raised his glass, hastily smiling. "I am undeserving, please." The 2 glasses clinked gently, and he tilted his head back, downing the drink in one gulp. Setting the glass down, his eyes fixated on the delectable spread before him, drooling with anticipation. He appeared eager to pick up his chopsticks, yet was unsure of how to proceed. With an awkward chuckle, he inquired, "How does one eat this?" "Haha. Let me show you." Fujihara Keiichi's hearty laughter erupted, a swell of pride and superiority rising within him. It must be said that Chen Zhifei possessed an exceptional grasp of social niceties. He adeptly understood the vanity of those around him, merely feigning ignorance to evoke their sense of superiority and confidence. This also instantaneously elevated their impression of him by several notches. This tactic proved infallible at the dining table. Fujihara Keiichi picked up a small green item from the plate and mixed it with soy sauce. "This is wasabi. Mix it with the soy sauce." He then took a slice of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and savored it, his eyes squinting in delight as he displayed a look of rapture. With a thumbs up, he gestured, "Chen-san, you must try it. It's exquisite." "All right," Chen Zhifei exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks and following Fujihara Keiichi's instructions. He sampled a piece of sashimi, chewing it slowly, his eyes narrowing in enjoyment. "I have spent so long at the docks, yet this is the first time I have tasted such delectable sashimi. It is absolutely divine." Fujihara Keiichi basked in the compliment, throwing his head back in laughter. "Chen-san, don't be modest. Enjoy to your heart's content." "Then I shall indulge." Chen Zhifei eagerly seized another piece of sashimi, slathered it in wasabi sauce, and relished it, giving a thumbs up. "Yoshi." His expression radiated ecstasy, though internally he could not help but think, "Goodness, this pales in comparison to the fish I've had in Guangdong." However, today's objective was not merely to dine but to forge friendships. Thus, regardless of personal taste, he would make do with the meal. The 2 feasted heartily, and after consuming 3 cups of liquor, they began to engage in conversation. Yet, due to Chen Zhifei's deliberate cooperation, Fujihara Keiichi was in high spirits, forming an exceptionally favorable impression of this young constable. Although they did not become friends, they achieved the desired harmonious rapport, gradually organizing the documents on the table. Fujihara Keiichi remarked, "Chen-san, I am astounded by your keen insight. To uncover a lead from just a package is truly remarkable." Chen Zhifei set down his chopsticks, chuckling, "That is only natural. I am quite familiar with this area." His voice brimmed with confidence, as if boasting that he was aware of every posture the foreign director had adopted that evening. Fujihara Keiichi, gathering the materials, shook his head in regret. "Such talents as yours, Chen-san, are indeed squandered in the constabulary. In a different setting, you would surely shine." Chen Zhifei raised his glass and clinked it, his face adorned with confusion. "What does Major Fujiwara mean?" Without further ado, Fujiwara revealed the true purpose of the invitation. If Mr. Chen could provide intelligence for the Military Police Command's Intelligence Division, it would truly showcase your capabilities. Of course, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Each contribution will come with a generous remuneration. For every piece of information regarding the Special Operations Department, a reward of 200 yuan in French currency awaits. This was not only an opportunity to develop as an informant, but also a test. Upon hearing the mention of the reward, Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. However, this glimmer soon faded, and he appeared disinterested. Shaking his head, he remarked, "The Special Operations Department of the Lixing Society is the heart of the Revival Society. It is exceedingly secretive. Gleaning information about them is no easy task. It requires navigating through various brothers and special channels, which entails high risks and even greater expenses. While 200 yuan may sound substantial, it is hardly worth the trouble to investigate the Special Operations Department for such a sum." Moreover, Chapter 81, The Art of Perception. Chen Zhifei furrowed his brow, evidently apprehensive about the intelligence regarding the Lixing Society, perhaps fearing the potential entanglements of trouble. He appeared torn, momentarily tempted by the prospect of monetary gain, yet conflicted. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately uttered the words "not worth it," politely declining the offer. However, despite the refusal, Fujiwara Keiichi remained unperturbed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In fact, alongside extending an olive branch, he had also devised a subtle test. Fujiwara Keiichi held this young officer in high regard, for the abilities he had displayed not only indicated a keen intellect but also showcased remarkable access to information. The fact that he could locate a base of professional intelligence operatives in merely 2 days was no feat for an ordinary informant. In Fujiwara Keiichi's eyes, While other Chinese individuals were akin to mere ants, this young officer stood out as a larger specimen. The adage different races harbor different hearts applied universally, and thus, the occupied puppet state of Manchukuo would never regard the Chinese as equals, denying them even the basic right to rice and flour. Deep down, they did not perceive them as equals. To recruit him for his own purposes, all the benevolent gestures were merely superficial niceties. This strategy had previously been employed in Manchukuo, where it had successfully swayed personnel from the police department's intelligence unit, eliciting promises of loyalty to the Imperial Army. Now, it was simply a case of reusing an old tactic. When the situation called for it, one could be amiable, yet when the necessity arose to eliminate, one would not hesitate. Chen Zhifei's response, however, belied the hidden evaluation within the recruitment dialogue. By accurately identifying the Lixing Society's intelligence division, he demonstrated his substantial informational acumen. To the average informant, the Kuomintang's intelligence organization was synonymous with the infamous blue shirts. Thus, when providing information, it was always about the blue shirts operatives. Yet, the true core of the Lixing Society's intelligence division remained largely unknown. Had Chen Zhifei been oblivious to this essential truth, he would have failed the assessment, rendering him no different from other informants. Although he would continue to recruit him as an informant due to his status as a constable and dock worker, his value would significantly diminish, along with a corresponding reduction in his treatment. He would no longer be afforded the same level of respect as before. Fortunately, Chen Zhifei's response revealed his exceptional intelligence-gathering skills, confirming the existence of the Lixing Society's intelligence division. Thus, he had successfully passed the assessment, elevating his significance in Fujiwara Keiichi's eyes. The smile on Fujiwara Keiichi's face grew warmer as he quickly reassured Chen. Rest assured, Chen, you need only provide the required information, and I shall handle the rest. I assure you, your identity as the source of this intelligence will remain confidential. Moreover, should you ever feel endangered, you may cease your information gathering at any time, with the potential to earn 200 yuan each time, and the option to withdraw if you sense danger. What could be more enticing? His voice was laced with temptation, particularly as the prospect of 200 yuan was undeniably alluring to those on the lower rungs of society. Chen Zhifei gazed at the stack of banknotes on the table, swallowing hard, his expression reflecting a profound internal conflict. In his heart, he silently scoffed. If I truly provide clues that lead to the downfall of the Lixing Society, it would be akin to boarding a pirate ship. Could the Lixing Society let me off so easily? It is easy to speak bravely now, believing one can withdraw at any moment if danger arises. Yet, providing information even once would mean being grasped by the throat, leaving me vulnerable to the Lixing Society's relentless pursuit. When that time comes, even if I know I am leaping into a pit of fire, I would be compelled to jump, with no hope of retreat. What a delusion! I could be drained of every last ounce of value, only to perish in service of the Imperial Army. Who is ensnaring whom is yet to be determined. Chen Zhifei's expression was pained, yet internally he could not help but chuckle coldly. He had long anticipated Fujiwara Keiichi's overtures, which were indeed the primary reason he had agreed to the meeting. Though he often presented a casual demeanor, the deep-seated hatred for the Japanese invaders coursed through his veins. He harbored a fervent desire to expel the invaders and contribute his strength to the cause. However, his current lowly status limited his actions and the opportunities available to him. Only by ascending to a higher position could he wield greater influence. In the future, when the French withdrew and the Japanese occupied the French concession, they would undoubtedly require individuals like him. When that day arrived, it would be his moment to showcase his connections. Becoming the police chief would grant him far greater power than that of a mere patrolman. Moreover, only by engaging more with Fujiwara Keiichi could he gather intelligence on the Japanese to aid Shin-Yi in combating the invaders. Chen Zhifei had never aspired for fame or fortune. He merely wished to survive in this tumultuous era, to contribute as a conscientious Chinese citizen in resisting the invaders. His aspirations were simple and sincere, just to fulfill the duties of a Chinese person. Establishing a connection with the Japanese was the first step of his plan. Now that Fujiwara Keiichi had extended an olive branch, how could he refuse? Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of playing a part. Aware of the stakes involved, he could not be overly agreeable. He must conform to the persona of a dockside rogue, a petty patrolman who would forsake loyalty for profit. With a sip of liquor, Chen Zhifei's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. Major Fujiwara, you have misjudged me, Chen. While I currently serve the French, it is merely to maintain order, occasionally engaging in minor extortions. However, should I provide you with intelligence, it would be an act of betrayal against my fellow countrymen. A treachery that would haunt me. Though I may hail from humble beginnings, I understand the weight of loyalty and filial piety. How could I betray my principles for a paltry sum of 200 yuan? His voice was resolute, resonating with an undeniable conviction. Fujiwara Keiichi narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. The audacity to decline his invitation stirred a flicker of anger in his heart, and he inwardly cursed. Unappreciative. Yet, His face remained adorned with a gentle smile as he regarded the resolute features of the young patrolman with keen scrutiny. Extending his 5 fingers, he declared, "For any information regarding a member of the Lixing Society, a reward of 500 yuan shall be granted. For intelligence about a base, the reward shall be 1,000 yuan. Agreed." Chen Zhifei's eyes curved with a smile that revealed his shrewdness, his resolute face betraying a merchant's grin. "You truly possess an astute eye for people," he thought, feeling an inner relief. His greatest fear was the peril of being deemed too valuable, yet ultimately deemed expendable. The fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Fujiwara's eyes had not escaped his keen perception. Fortunately, the increased stakes aligned perfectly with his agreement. Fujiwara pushed the 200 yuan on the table forward and remarked, "Consider this 200 yuan as a token of my initial greeting to you, Mr. Chun." Chen Zhifei hastily waved his hands, insisting, No, I cannot accept something for which I have not worked." Fujiwara responded with a knowing smile, "In that case, I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance, Mr. Chen." Chapter 82, The Brick Bandit and the Resident Militia. "Please give your orders. I shall do my utmost." Chen Zhifei replied, his heart pounding with excitement. It must be admitted that the Japanese were indeed generous in their dealings, a stark contrast to the miserly ways of the Chinese authorities. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of caution. It was no wonder that the Japanese had access to such information. Few could resist the allure of their lavish offers. It appeared there were indeed spies from the Special High Command within the police precinct, and this was no mere rumor. He would have to exercise greater vigilance henceforth. His fingers slowly clasped the banknotes on the table before slipping them into his pocket. This was a sum of 200 yuan, equivalent to an entire year's salary. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Why not take advantage of the Japanese's generosity? Fujiwara, holding a wine glass, was engrossed in his drink. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he observed the unfolding scene at the table. Witnessing Chun stealthily pocket the money, he felt a flicker of disdain, truly the behavior of a lowly scoundrel. Such avarice was characteristic of the ruffians he had encountered at the docks, and it amused him. A smirk crept across his lips. Would Chen ever realize that he had been outwitted by such a masterful performance? Setting down his glass, he spoke, "I require your assistance in capturing an individual, a brick bandit." Chen Zhifei's expression shifted to one of surprise. A brick bandit? Initially, he had assumed that, having received payment, the task would involve gathering intelligence on the Lixing Society. He pondered, if it were indeed about the Lixing Society, he could demand an exorbitant fee. Perhaps he could collaborate with Shen Yi. After all, who could resist the temptation of easy money? Moreover, it would allow him to weave a web of confusion to mislead the military police's intelligence division. To his astonishment, however, it was merely a bandit. Chen Zhifei mused, "Major Fujiwara, if my deductions are correct, it appears that this individual strikes from behind with a brick, rendering victims unconscious before robbing them?" Fujiwara nodded affirmatively. "Your conjecture is entirely accurate." Chen Zhifei blinked, his expression peculiar. He pondered silently. Was the military police's intelligence division so idle that they had taken to performing the duties of the police? It was improbable that they had suddenly developed a conscience regarding the safety of ordinary citizens. A band of marauders breaking into homes would hardly be so benevolent. Unless, leaning slightly forward, Chen whispered, "If I am not mistaken, it must involve some connection to a certain officer?" "Indeed, Chen, you are quite astute. You have guessed correctly." Fujiwara confirmed with a nod. Pouring himself another glass, he downed it in one gulp, seemingly to quell the unrest within him. With a furrowed brow, he continued, "Over 2 months ago, a corpse was discovered on the streets of Hongkou. The victim was a female factory worker, who was struck from behind and robbed of her belongings on her way home late at night. Beside the lifeless body lay a blood-stained brick. Subsequent investigations by the police confirmed that this very brick had been used to fatally strike the female worker from behind before her belongings were plundered. At the time, it was perceived merely as an ordinary robbery and murder case, dismissed without much thought. After all, she was just a lowly worker. Her death seemed inconsequential. Little did anyone realize that this was merely the beginning. Over the following 2 months, a series of 11 similar robbery cases ensued, each executed with the sudden and brutal application of a brick to the back of the victims' heads, followed by the swift theft of their possessions. Among them, 5 individuals suffered shattered skulls and were killed instantly. 10 days prior, the assailant struck again, this time targeting a Japanese middle school student. However, the blow from the brick did not render the victim unconscious. Evidence suggested a struggle had occurred. Ultimately, a second strike to the forehead proved fatal. The student's father was a prominent official in the Japanese community in Shanghai. Naturally, the murder of his son prompted an earnest investigation, which fell under the purview of the military police, with me assigned to lead the inquiry. It is indeed a tragic loss for a mere 15-year-old to be slain by a criminal. Alas, Takahashi Tsukii sighed deeply, raising his glass to drink. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly in agreement, expressing sympathy. Indeed, it is a pity for someone so young to meet such an end. Yet, while voicing words of compassion, His true empathy was reserved not for the officer's son, but for the countless innocent Chinese children who had fallen victim to violence. As for the student who had been struck down by 2 bricks, one could only conclude that such a fate was deserved. Chen Jifei was somewhat familiar with the so-called Japanese community in Shanghai. Japan, in its efforts to consolidate its occupation of Shanghai, encouraged immigration as part of its imperialist strategy. This community had played a notably active role during the 2 Shanghai defense battles, participating fervently in warfare and committing many unforgivable atrocities. However, those who perpetrated these acts were far from noble. They were ruthless criminals, their hands stained with the blood of innocent compatriots. Striking someone on the back of the head with a brick carries the inherent danger of death, a fact well known to any adult. Indeed, 5 innocent lives had been extinguished due to this individual's greed. 5 families were shattered by his brutality, forced to endure the anguish of losing loved ones, and possibly facing economic ruin as well. Chen Jifei had grown accustomed to robbery and extortion. In such chaotic times, survival often necessitated desperate measures. Yet, the depravity of this criminal was particularly egregious. To rob and end lives was a profound affront to humanity. The sheer disregard for human life in the pursuit of wealth was truly reprehensible. Chen Jifei harbored no illusions that such a deranged individual possessed any sense of patriotism. If there were any genuine fervor, one would not engage in a spree of violence against one's own compatriots for 2 months, only to target a Japanese individual 10 days prior. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that his criminal actions instigated widespread panic, making it increasingly difficult to find solitary victims. By chance, he came across this lone Japanese student. Perhaps due to his identity, he believed he could seize a greater sum of money, which motivated his actions. It is all merely for personal gain. Similarly, had he not killed a Japanese national of notable background, there would not have been such fervent investigations. Chen Jifei gritted his teeth and declared solemnly, such a scourge must be eradicated. This time, his indignation was genuine, stemming from a profound abhorrence for such inhumane conduct. Fujiwara nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is why the military police and the police department are apprehending and interrogating individuals daily, deploying patrols at night to capture any solitary man they encounter for questioning. However, it has been 10 days since this individual last committed an offense. Hence, I suspect he may have vacated Hongkou and stealthily fled to the international settlement or the French concession. Chapter 83. No features, no price. Chen Jifei leaned back, extending his coiled legs, stretching his body in a manner reminiscent of a rogue, entirely disregarding the customary etiquette of dining in a Japanese restaurant. He produced a pack of Hardeman cigarettes, offering one casually. Would you care for a smoke? It was merely a formality, and he scarcely anticipated a positive response. To his surprise, the other party accepted the cigarette, retrieving a rather stylish lighter. As the lid clicked open, a crisp sound reverberated in the air. Fujiwara Kiichi skillfully lit the cigarette and graciously offered the flame. Chen Jifei hastily leaned forward to ignite his own cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he marveled. Your lighter is truly exquisite, Lieutenant Fujiwara. Fujiwara Kiichi glanced at the lighter, gently placing it on the table, and with a hearty laugh remarked, I purchased it for $10 silver last month at a British trading house. If you fancy it, I'll gladly gift it to you, Chen-san. Chen Jifei promptly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, No, no. A gentleman does not deprive others of their possessions. Lieutenant Fujiwara, this would be akin to slapping my face. He shook his head in polite denial while pushing the lighter back. Regardless of whether the offer was sincere, Chen Jifei was resolute in his decision not to accept it. It wasn't a sudden emergence of integrity, nor was it due to his modest savings of 800 yuan rendering him unable to afford a $10 lighter. Rather, it was simply too conspicuous. Unlike Fujiwara Kiichi, who roamed the Bund in military attire without a care, Chen Jifei had to exercise caution, especially now that he was in contact with the Lihong Society and the Japanese Gendarmerie headquarters. It was akin to walking a tightrope. Should he inadvertently drop the lighter during a significant moment, it could spell disaster. The adage "the devil is in the details" held true, as Chen Jifei had witnessed numerous failures stemming from a lack of attention to detail. The most prudent choice was to carry the most commonplace matches, devoid of distinctive patterns and readily available on the streets. Even if one were to be lost, it would be nearly impossible to trace back to him. For someone embodying the persona of a ruffian, matches were far more fitting than a lighter. Fujiwara Kiichi, seeing the lighter returned, did not press the matter further. He took a drag from his cigarette, his brow furrowed with worry. He was evidently burdened by external pressures, yet found himself at a loss for whom to confide in. How did you ascertain that he has vacated Hongkou and retreated to the concession? Chen Jifei inquired, voicing his lingering curiosity. From the tone of Fujiwara, it seemed he was convinced that the robber had indeed fled. With a sigh, Fujiwara Kiichi released a cloud of smoke and explained, I have reviewed all incident reports from the relevant area and discovered that the intervals between each crime typically range from 3 to 5 days. However, this time, it has surpassed 10 days without a single incident. Additionally, based on inquiries regarding that officer, it is established that his son rarely possesses more than 5 yuan. Logically, he should have exhausted his funds by now. One of the female workers was tragically killed after her night shift, and her freshly issued 9 yuan wage was stolen. Only 5 days had passed before the perpetrator struck again, this time after more than 10 days without incident. It was evident he was aware that the gendarmerie was pursuing him, prompting his retreat to the concession. Moreover, I surmised that this individual might be inclined towards smoking opium or gambling, leading to the rapid depletion of the stolen funds. Chen Jifei, listening intently to the account, nodded in agreement. The gendarmerie launched a vigorous manhunt within their jurisdiction, and even the police station in the Chinese district, under pressure, dispatched a substantial force to aid in the search. Such a considerable mobilization would surely be known to the bandit. Fleeing to the relatively safer international settlement and French concession naturally became his refuge of choice. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Even if we know he has escaped to the concession, without any information about his appearance, name, or even his gender, and with a multitude of refugees flooding into the area, the challenge of locating him is immense. To say it is difficult is a gross understatement. Lacking even the most basic identifiers, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As the war looms closer, millions of refugees pour into the concessions. Locating an individual with no discernible information is a Herculean task. Having failed to apprehend anyone in Hongkou, the prospect of success in the lawless concession is even more remote. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. It is no wonder he had been invited to lunch. This was not merely a ploy to foster camaraderie, but a strategic opportunity for mutual advancement. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this case transcended a mere investigation or an informant transaction. It was a chance to cultivate a relationship of greater significance. From the troubled expression of Fujiwara Yoshikazu, it was clear that the so-called commander had exerted considerable pressure. Should the gendarmerie fail to capture the murderer of his son, Fujiwara would likely bear the brunt of the ensuing wrath. Even if he were not dismissed from his position, his prospects for advancement would be severely hampered. This case had become a matter of his career, which explained the heightened urgency. Chen Jifei deduced the other party's intentions to enlist his status as a constable to assist in the search for the culprit within the French concession. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "Rest assured, Major Fujiwara, I shall mobilize all my connections to locate this individual. If he is within the French concession, I will undoubtedly find him." Fujiwara Yoshikazu nodded appreciatively. "I am grateful for your assistance, Chen-san." Were it anyone else making such a promise, he would have been skeptical. Yet Chen Jifei had already demonstrated his formidable network, even uncovering the secret hideouts of the Intelligence Bureau. The seemingly unsolvable case of Shou Tianyantai was resolved in merely 2 days. Perhaps, with his capabilities, he might indeed succeed in locating the fugitive. From a place of despair, hope flickered anew. However, before he could offer further encouragement, a hesitant voice interrupted. To find such a person, it would likely necessitate the full cooperation of the constabulary and dock workers. The brothers would require not only rewards but also compensation for their arduous efforts, including some funds for tobacco. Such a significant undertaking would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses. Fujiwara Yoshikazu understood the subtext of the conversation. It was clear that an increase in remuneration was being implied. However, if one were indeed able to apprehend the individual, providing additional financial incentive would not pose any significant issue. He solemnly pledged, as long as a lead is discovered, an extra 300 yuan will be rewarded. Chen Jifei nodded and stated gravely, "As long as the funds are in place, the matter will be easily resolved." He projected an air as if all the additional money would solely be allocated for the case, as if he would not pocket a single cent. Fujiwara raised his glass. "Then we shall patiently await the good news from Mr. Chun." Chen Jifei lifted his glass in return, laughing heartily. "Rest assured, I am quite familiar with this area." His every gesture displayed a rogue's charm. As he grew increasingly adept at maintaining his fade, the two continued drinking for a full 2 hours before concluding their gathering. Fukuda Yoko escorted them to the door and, in fluent Mandarin, expressed, "We welcome you to visit again." Chapter 84. The Disbursement of Funds. 2 distinct perspectives on the same matter. This intriguing young woman. I wonder if she has an inept husband at home? Might she be living with her father-in-law? Chen Jifei ambled along the street, curiously murmuring to himself. The thought of the Japanese restaurants Fukuda Yoko inevitably evoked the unique gender culture of Japan. However, pondering such trivialities only served to affirm his genuinely relaxed mood at this moment. He had just seen off Fujiwara K, who had departed with the corpse of Rat Chong and the material evidence, heading towards Hongkou. The matter was essentially drawing to a close. With Rat Chong's body and the documents on him as evidence, it was already sufficient to substantiate that this incident was orchestrated by the Special Operations Department of the Lixing Society. All evidence from the scene had been meticulously processed. Even if the military police headquarters had astute minds, everything they received was flawlessly woven together, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any flaws. Moreover, The crime scene had been arranged by the special operations, comprised of equally well-trained elites. Their meticulous setup left little room for error. Coupled with the body of Shotian Yatai and the discovered trident, everything became abundantly clear. Even if a brilliant detective were to sense something amiss, all evidence had been concealed and destroyed, rendering further investigation nearly impossible. The fact that the crime scene lay within the French concession, devoid of any law enforcement jurisdiction, only compounded the difficulties. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to create complications with a complete chain of evidence. Furthermore, no one would wish to take on this hot potato. Chief Zhao of the General Bureau had gained considerable notoriety from this case, and was equally disinclined to stir up further trouble. Lu Ming's impulsive actions had finally been put to rest. Even Shenyi, who bore the brunt of the blame, received commendation from superiors. With the assistance of an older colleague serving as a department head, he was soon to be appointed as the deputy leader of Intelligence Group 2. In this uproar, aside from the deceased Shotian Yatai, everyone else had profited. Even Li Huoming, who had been detained for several days, received a special compensation of 10 silver dollars due to Chief Zhao's principle of putting people first. It could be said that everyone was pleased. Chen Zhifei hummed a tune, swaggering with a police baton slung over his shoulder, embodying the essence of a rogue. Passing by a snack stall, he casually snatched a handful of freshly roasted sunflower seeds. As he strolled, he carelessly discarded the shells on the ground, perfectly portraying the image of a ruffian devoid of decorum, indulging in free handouts. Occasionally acting as a champion of justice was permissible, yet he still relished his role as a scoundrel. Having lived as a rogue for so long, he suddenly found the absence of moral constraints exhilarating. Snap! Chen Zhifei munched on seeds, tossing the shells aside as he swiftly traversed the square and entered the gate of the Milan police station. Brother Fei, Officer Chen, Brother Fei. Along the way, he encountered numerous officers coming and going, all greeting him with enthusiasm. Nowadays, Brother Fei had become quite the celebrity at the Milan police station. More importantly, he had established connections with Chief Zhao and even posed for photographs with him on 2 occasions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has garnered the admiration of the chief constable. Once one becomes an officer under the chief, it is not far-fetched to envision a future where one could ascend to a position of authority within the precinct. Establishing good relations now could very well lead to future favor, wouldn't it? However, he also noticed that every face around him radiated joy, as if they had encountered something delightful. With a creak, Chen Zhifei responded to the greetings, pushing open the grand door. Curiously, he inquired, "Today is not payday, is it? Why does everyone appear so cheerful?" No sooner had he spoken than his expression froze in surprise. Inside the office, everyone was dutifully lined up, each face adorned with a beaming smile. "Brother Fei, you're back." Du Shaoan quickly greeted him with a grin, explaining, "Did you forget that today is also payday?" As he spoke, he pointed to a stack of envelopes placed atop the inspection table, each inscribed with a name. The officers queued to collect their envelopes, signing their names in the ledger. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhifei suddenly recollected that today was indeed the day for bonuses. These so-called bonuses were merely the funds collected during routine duties, redistributed by the precinct. Although classified as gray income, they served as a form of allowance. Otherwise, with salaries comparable to those of factory workers, who would wish to remain in such positions, while the French concession remained relatively tranquil amidst the turmoil of war. The influx of people had driven prices skyward. Monthly earnings barely sufficed to rent a modest room. Without these allowances, it was likely that the officers would turn to a life of banditry. Chen Zhifei, Gu Chengli presented the final envelope with a broad smile on his face, clearly pleased with this subordinate. Initially, he was merely responsible for collecting funds on behalf of the gang, as long as the requisite amount was delivered periodically. There were no issues. He didn't even need to concern himself with the officer's primary duties. Who would have thought that after solving 2 consecutive cases, even the chief constable would take notice? This brought significant recognition to his direct superior, and how could he not appreciate that? His gaze towards this subordinate was filled with the expectation of a teacher observing a star pupil. Chen Zhifei accepted the envelope, scrawling his signature in a messy hand. As he emptied the contents, a look of delight spread across his face, despite his current wealth and earning capacity rendering this meager allowance insignificant. As a member of the precinct, it was essential to accept the money. Accepting the funds meant joining the same illicit enterprise, engendering trust among peers. To decline would risk inciting gossip or even inviting scrutiny from the French consulate. With good fortune, one might be sidelined and forced to resign. With ill fortune, one might face dire consequences. To put it plainly, refusing the money would obstruct another's means of income. It would be a miracle to expect favorable treatment under such circumstances. In this vast sea of corruption, survival necessitated conformity. Moreover, given his past greedy disposition of having wealth yet refusing to partake, how could he possibly turn down an allowance now? Not only must he accept it, but he must also feign satisfaction. In the office, everyone was engaged in cheerful conversations, discussing what to buy for their families with the recently distributed bonuses. Gu Qingli closed the ledger and, with a smile, inquired, Fei, now that the allowances have been released, are you planning to head to the Shasha dance hall tonight? Chen Zhifei tucked the money into his pocket and, shaking his head with a smile, replied, Tonight, I will be going to a yuan. Gu Xiaoan, cautiously placing his money into his own pocket, asked in astonishment, Brother Fei, weren't you adamantly opposed to gambling and drugs? When did you start enjoying the thrill of the racetrack? Chen Zhifei shrugged and, with a knowing smile, remarked, What is uncertain is called gambling. What is certain is called investment. Instantly, the entire office was left bewildered by this convoluted statement. However, Gu Qingli, being the old fox that he is, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. His eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Do you have insider information? Chapter 85. The team, could it be true? Is there really news? It cannot be. If there were any inside information, wouldn't we all be rich by now? Fei Gu, who mingles at the docks, is well acquainted with those in the know, so it isn't surprising if he has some intel. Xiaoan, is it truly the case? Fei Gu, if you strike it rich, don't forget about us. Yes, Fei Gu, let us all earn together. The individuals present gaped, their faces alight with anticipation. If genuine insider information were to surface, vast fortunes could be made. Yet, despite their eagerness, skepticism lingered in their hearts. After all, the yuan dog racing track was a venture owned by the three tycoons, backed by the French consulate and the public board, with annual remittances amounting to astronomical sums. It was more accurate to say that it served as a fade for the French. This was also the reason why the two dog racing tracks in the public concession were forced to close due to protests, while the yuan in the French concession thrived uninterrupted. However, this very fact led to more stringent management. Even if speculation about the presence of insider information ran rampant, no one possessed tangible evidence. The mere mention of the term insider sparked a flurry of gossip. Gu Qingli, taken aback, stood up and gestured to a few subordinates. Xiao Kuanggu, blinking in realization, hurriedly ran to close the door, then stood with his mouth agape, eagerly awaiting a response. Seeing the expectant expressions on the faces around him, Chen Zhifei couldn't help but smile. It is often said that gambling is fraught with deception. Whenever gambling is involved, insider knowledge is inevitable. The distinction lies in who wields the sharper knife, and whose manner of eating is less appealing. For instance, the tradition of extravagant year-end prizes has become a norm. Why do these prizes only emerge when the jackpot is substantial, just as the new year approaches? Those in the know understand. Chen Zhifei found no surprise in the existence of inside information regarding the dog racing track. Moreover, while ordinary individuals were unable to access such privileged information, he could effortlessly obtain it through the system. Within last night's intel, there was indeed a nugget of news concerning the racing track, yuan dog racing track. 8 p.m. session, Maserati is predetermined to be an underdog. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Of course, should Chen Zhifei take to the track with a megaphone, no one would believe him. Various materials related to dog racing were readily available for purchase, and the existence of so-called insider trading was a well-accepted norm. Daily, individuals would speculate on which dog would claim victory. Unfortunately, despite the plethora of so-called experts and masters over the years, none had ever struck it rich. Isn't that peculiar? Thus, even if someone claimed to have insider information and predicted which dog would win, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed as either a fraud or a fool. It was no wonder that those gathered exhibited a mix of excitement and skepticism. Chen Zhifei smirked, teasingly asking, Do you truly believe it? The others paused, their faces displaying uncertainty. They certainly believed to some extent, yet a greater portion of their sentiment remained steeped in doubt. Wu Xiao, with a candid demeanor, remarked, While precise insider information is elusive, your experience undoubtedly surpasses ours, and you certainly possess greater knowledge. Everyone here trusts you. Others nodded in agreement, affirming this sentiment. Chen Zhifei surveyed the room, his mind racing with calculations. With only a dozen individuals present in the office, even if they pooled all their resources, it would amount to a mere drop in the ocean for the vast capital flow of the racetrack, hardly making an impact. Moreover, they would not genuinely stake all their assets. At most, they would risk their allowances for the day, as long as he refrained from acknowledging any insider knowledge. It was feasible to involve them in earning some small profits. Chen Zhifei had a keen grasp of social dynamics. By nurturing these relationships, he would facilitate future endeavors. If everyone profited today, his standing in the office would undoubtedly soar. Coupled with the psychology of wanting to strike it rich again after the first win, even the supervisor would feel compelled to curry favor with him. Chen Zhifei slightly nodded and spoke. I indeed possess more information than you. Though it may not be classified as insider knowledge, the likelihood of profit is certainly greater for me. Are you willing to join? His voice was low, yet every individual present heard him distinctly. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office became tense. Furrowed brows reflected the weighing of potential gains and losses. Gambling held immense allure for everyone, especially given the current difficulty in making money. A profitable venture at the racetrack could alleviate their financial burdens. The only lingering concern was his final question. Are you willing to join? Bang. Suddenly, a hefty hand slammed down on the table, startling everyone and dispersing the tense atmosphere. Raising his chin, he declared, "Fortune favors the bold. I'm in." Humans possess a natural tendency to conform, and with his lead, the others began to stir with enthusiasm. Xiao Kuangwa tapped the envelope containing his allowance, gritting his teeth. "At worst, I'll forego this month's allowance. Yes, I'll wager my allowance for this month too. One cannot profit without risk. Count me in. I'm in as well." One by one, they raised their heads, exuding an air of determination, though in reality, they were merely risking their allowances for the day. Gu Qingli blinked and smiled. "Since the brothers trust you, let us all join in together." With the leader's endorsement, refusal was not an option. Besides, shared joy is greater than solitary pleasure. By subtly suggesting insider knowledge, he had already intended to win these individuals' loyalty. This way, he could maximize the value of the information he possessed. "Then let us all prosper together." With this declaration, the office erupted in jubilant laughter. With the evening's excursion to the racetrack looming, time seemed to drag as they idled in the office. Chen Jifei, seated at his desk, sipped tea while organizing various documents in his drawer. It took him 2 hours to restore order to the chaotic contents within. Uncertain if it was the sashimi consumed at noon, my stomach growled insistently. Grabbing a tissue, I hastily made my way to the restroom. I sought out the most secluded spot, extracting a cigarette and indulging in leisurely puffs of smoke. Just as I was savoring the moment, the door swung open from the outside. "Did you just return from maintaining order at the Maoyang Road site with the patrol leader this morning?" "Indeed. A full day of toil has left me utterly exhausted. I heard a female worker was tragically robbed and murdered on her way home last night." "Yes. She was struck on the back of her head with a brick and died on the spot. Her belongings were stolen as well. Her elderly relatives, husband, and children have all come to mourn. Their sorrow is palpable. Another family shattered. How tragic." "Another incident? Were there similar cases before?" "Indeed, just 4 days ago. There was a comparable incident, but the victim survived, so it was classified as a routine robbery." The two conversed in hushed tones as they exited the restroom. Shortly after their departure, Chen Jifei rose, his expression grave, murmuring, "To think they dared to commit a crime in the French concession. It appears that Fujihara was indeed correct." Chapter 86. A converging probability. Chen Jifei pushed aside the partition and stood at the sink, meticulously scrubbing his hands. His brow furrowed as a flicker of a familiar memory crossed his mind. Maoyang Road, a female worker. The recent discussion between two officers lingered, evoking a sense of déjà vu. As the water cascaded over his hands, an epiphany struck him. With a mere thought, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. He perused the lines of information, his gaze halting at one particular entry. 10. A female worker on Maoyang Road was robbed and murdered on her way home after a night shift. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with what the two officers had mentioned. After several days of research, Chen Jifei had gained a deeper understanding of the information system. He discovered a pattern. The likelihood of relevant information emerging increased with frequent contact and prolonged engagement on a given day. Conversely, due to the randomness of information refreshment, many variables remained uncertain. Even unrelated and previously unencountered information could be provided. The value of each piece of information varied from person to person. For instance, daily interactions with essentials, rice, oil, salt, and tea, were influenced by Shanghai's ever-fluctuating prices. Thus, data regarding japonica rice, pork, sundries, and silver dollar exchange rates became pertinent. For an officer, this information primarily indicated price increases or the necessity to stock up in advance. However, to professionals in relevant economic fields, such data held significant importance. Therefore, while the 10 pieces of information encountered daily may seem chaotic, some even deemed irrelevant, their significance varied according to the individual. Chen Jifei's lack of expertise in economics had led him to overlook pertinent details. Yet, he had indeed scrutinized the information concerning the female worker's robbery and murder on Maoyang Road the previous night. Though Shanghai appeared vibrant, its unseen corners were rife with peril. Daily occurrences of brawls, robberies, and murders were commonplace. The murder of a female worker on her way home was merely a trivial incident amidst such chaos. While officers could pursue criminals and manage public safety cases, their primary role was to uphold public order, with the investigation of specific cases falling to detectives. For the officers, what was terrifying for ordinary citizens, the specter of robbery and murder, had become a mundane reality, given their daily encounters with crime. Had it not been for a midday conversation with Fujiwara, who had mentioned the peculiar incident involving a brick to the head, he might not have made the connection. Chen Jifei tightened the faucet and shook the water from his hands as he made his way back to the office. In the corridor, he encountered passers-by, splattering them with droplets. Those doused with water might have felt inclined to express their anger. But upon seeing Chen Jifei's provocatively defiant demeanor, a rebellious air that suggested he feared no one, they suppressed their ire. This erratic character, known for his vengeful nature, was not someone to provoke lightly. "Captain, I have another case to attend to. We'll convene at the entrance of a yuan at 7 o'clock. As Chen Zhifei entered the office, he promptly greeted his superior, locked his drawer, and prepared to depart. In the office, a group of individuals who were casually enjoying sunflower seeds, smoking, reading newspapers, and engaging in idle chatter suddenly paused their activities. Their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had just encountered a fantastical tale. A wave of confusion swept through their minds. He actually bid farewell upon leaving early, and he mentioned going out to investigate rather than to collect payment? "Go ahead," Gu Qingli remarked, nonchalantly resting his legs on the table while leisurely perusing the newspaper. Without lifting his gaze, he acknowledged the statement without further inquiry. Previously, he had dismissed this subordinate with disdain, but now with a change of heart, he felt a sense of pride for his superior's reputation, thus turning a blind eye. After all, the accounts for the month had already been settled, and there was little to attend to in the coming days. Gua Xiaoan hastily gathered his belongings and quickly pursued, "Fij, I'm coming with you." Finding the office rather dull, he preferred to accompany his senior to handle business affairs. Chen Zhifei nodded in agreement, showing no objection. Since they both resided in the dormitory, it was convenient to return together to change clothes. After all, they were heading to a yuan, a domain owned by the three magnates, making it inappropriate to appear in their police uniforms. As Chen Zhifei exited the building, he instinctively headed toward the familiar tobacco stall, only to find it replaced by a vendor selling red dates. In surprise, he inquired, "Li Huoming, what happened to old Zhang who used to sell cigarettes? Why has it turned into a date stall?" Li Huoming quickly offered an apologetic smile, explaining, "Old Zhang hasn't set up shop. He mentioned he was taking an evening train back home to visit family and will return in half a month." He then enthusiastically handed over a packet of roasted chestnuts, fulfilling his promise of complimentary snacks. Chen Zhifei graciously accepted the chestnuts, munching on them as he sauntered toward Maiyang Road, also purchasing 2 boxes of Haidman along the way. After crossing several intersections, he spotted a cordoned-off area and 2 workers washing the ground. Chen Zhifei paid for his fare and approached to inquire, "What are you doing?" The workers paused with their mops, looking up with expressions of confusion at the sight of the officer in uniform. One of the older workers replied, "Didn't your precinct instruct us to clean up the blood on the ground? This incident occurred last night, and it's been nearly a day since. All evidence has been collected." Situated along a main thoroughfare, although the area appeared deserted at night, it was bustling with people during the day. If the bloodstains were not thoroughly cleaned, it would indeed be inappropriate. Furthermore, the current investigative methods lacked rigor. The success of apprehending the culprit depended largely on the mood of the detective in charge. After all, a Chinese female worker from the lower echelons of the French concession had been murdered, and aside from her family, few cared to notice. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, gesturing for them to continue their work. His gaze swept across the surroundings, observing the complex environment. With streetlights spaced far apart, the area appeared even dimmer at night. It would be quite difficult to discern faces from a distance of 10 meters, making it challenging to locate witnesses. One could at best outline their silhouettes. The alleys flanking the road provided ample opportunity for a thief to vanish, making it exceedingly difficult to track anyone down after a robbery. As the refugees from various regions flood into the concessions, the movement of people becomes exceedingly vast, making the search for an individual akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Had the situation adhered to standard procedures, it would likely have turned into yet another unsolvable case for the French concession police. If it were easily resolvable, the crime would not have persisted in Hongkou for 2 months, nor would the perpetrator have eluded the Japanese gendarmerie to reach the French concession. With a vigorous motion, the brush scraped against the ground, causing the blood-stained liquid to flow outward. "Be careful of your footing, Fij," Gua Xiaoan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief that his brother had indeed come to the scene of the crime, rather than concocting an excuse to leave work early. Upon witnessing the blood pooling on the ground, he quickly offered a warning. Chen Zhifei, hearing the caution, instinctively prepared to retreat. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, a thought crossed his mind. Would direct contact with the victim's blood enhance the probability of a random brush? With this notion taking root, his feet remained motionless. He allowed the crimson liquid to trickle along the edges of his shoes, considering it a form of contact. To prolong his stay, Chen Zhifei vigilantly oversaw the 2 individuals as they meticulously cleaned the area before he departed. Glancing up at the sky, he patted the currency in his pocket and declared, "Come, my brother, I shall treat you to a meal." Chapter 87, The Leisure Garden, an unexpected visitor. Peanuts and melon seeds for sale. Freshly roasted chestnuts, just out of the pan. Steamed buns with thin skin and thick filling. Extra, extra. Shocking news from the mail on police station. "Brother, do you want insider information? Just 1 yuan consultation fee, and you could strike it rich. Do you want information on the competing hounds? 2 tails per set." Outside the dog racing venue, a throng of people gathered, the vendors' shouts echoing amidst a cacophony of voices hawking various insider news. The Leisure Garden, located on Yaopi Road in the French concession, is a building entirely clad in white. The open space below is filled with a fleet of luxury cars. The attendees are either wealthy or of high status, watching the races from exclusive upstairs suites rather than mingling with the common crowd in the stands. Occupying over 100 acres, the leisure garden features an office building painted in white, designed in a French architectural style. From the outside, one can glimpse a grand hall, 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, packed with people. Long lines form as patrons queue to place their bets, creating a scene as bustling as a train station during the New Year festivities. Behind the office building lies a dog racing track spanning 72 acres, surrounded by viewing stands that can accommodate 20,000 spectators. Additionally, there are dance halls, bars, and restaurants, providing an indulgent experience suffused with opulence. It is no wonder that it is dubbed the largest casino in the Far East. Chen Jifei, clad in a black tang suit and wearing cloth shoes, appears as if he belongs to a gang. Despite the visible wear on the cuffs, this is the finest outfit he possesses. After all, he had previously squandered his money extravagantly, spending it all in dance halls for a good time. Although it cannot compare to the top-tier nightclubs of Shanghai, the nightly expenses are still considerable. If other activities are included, the costs escalate even further. He is frugal when it comes to clothing, but generous in his spending at the dance halls, truly investing his money where it counts. He mused that he should invest in a few more outfits. Chen Jifei pulled a few cold roasted chestnuts from his pocket, discarding the shells carelessly on the ground. Leaning casually, one leg bouncing restlessly, he exuded the aura of a local ruffian. There was no need for further contemplation. It was evident he was a gang member, the kind that enjoys stirring trouble. Despite the throng at the entrance, no one dared approach within 3 meters of him. Chen Jifei leisurely cracked open the chestnuts and casually asked, "Xiaoan, how much money did you bring?" 63 yuan and 5 jiao. Gua Xiaoan patted his pocket, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. The amount he revealed was a combination of odd and even figures, clearly indicating he had laid all his possessions on the line for a bold gamble. It was understandable that he looked anxious and conflicted. As a third-tier constable earning 14 yuan a month, he also had to support his younger brother's education and provide monthly living expenses. Even with allowances, life was a constant struggle. Fortunately, having dormitory accommodation saved him from rent, allowing him to save 63 yuan and 5 jiao. This time, he had clearly decided to go all in. Although living frugally makes it difficult to save money, it is still a significant improvement compared to families who struggle to make ends meet and cannot save at all. With a tense expression, he inquired, "Brother Fei, we won't lose, will we?" The very mention of losing revealed his lack of confidence, as he did not dare to even suggest winning. Chen Jifei spat out a chestnut shell and turned to look at his visibly anxious companion. He solemnly stated, "Remove should and maybe. Brother Fei will not lose." His voice resonated with strength and unwavering confidence. The information provided by the system was undoubtedly accurate. Of course, there exists another notion in later times. If one were to traverse back in time to a few days prior, the first action would be to purchase a lottery ticket for instant wealth. However, on the day of the draw, the numbers revealed differed from the winning ones etched in memory, although this is merely a jest. The provision of intelligence by the system signifies that tonight's match is predetermined. The time has come. It is time to reap the rewards. Thus, when the betting amount becomes substantial, it will affect the odds and, consequently, the outcome. A last-minute switch of a winning hound is merely a matter of a single word. Nonetheless, Chen Jifei and his colleagues were all financially constrained individuals. Even if they wagered their entire fortune, it would be but a drop in the ocean, unable to stir any waves or influence the result. This camaraderie was also the reason he dared to engage everyone in this venture. "Brother Fei," Wu Xiao called out from several meters away, stretching on tiptoe to wave. Alongside him were Gu Chengli and Xiao Kuanghua, along with the entire team. Regardless of whether Chen Jifei truly possessed insider information, they were all eager to partake in a little luck, hoping to win some money. With a smile, Chen Jifei raised his hand in greeting, beckoning Gu Xiaoan to join him. After all, Gu Chengli was the patrol leader. It would be inappropriate for him to come seeking Chen Jifei for a rendezvous. Approaching them with a smile, he asked, "Did you all come together?" The stout man chuckled. "Indeed, we met outside the constabulary after changing our clothes. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to gather so many people. With the hustle and bustle around them, it would indeed be challenging for 10 individuals to converge if they arrived separately." Chen Jifei inquired, "Have you all brought sufficient funds?" Xiao Kuanghua patted his pocket and boasted, "I pleaded with my wife for quite some time. She gave me 100 yuan. For Xiao Kuanghua, a fellow first-level constable, saving 100 yuan would take him 2 years, excluding his usual household expenses. Clearly, he was determined to take a gamble, although his wife consented to lend the money. If he were to lose, he would likely endure a year of unrest. The stout man scoffed, "I don't have that much. I brought only 52 yuan. I have 66 yuan. I have 37 yuan. I have 200 yuan. The group recounted the amounts they had brought. Apart from Xiao Kuanghua, Only the patrol leader Gu Qingli prepared to wager 200 yuan. However, given that the patrol leader had a higher income and was known to conduct business privately with the chief constable, 200 yuan was not a significant sum for him. Guo Xiaoan urged impatiently, "Fij, please tell me which number to bet on." The others quickly perked up their ears, fearing they might miss the most crucial information. They had brought all their possessions here solely for the opportunity to profit from this news. The Yuan Greyhound racing track was equipped with a total of 6 tracks, which meant 6 hounds would compete in the race. An electric hare was set up ahead to entice the hounds to chase. The first to reach the finish line would emerge victorious. To heighten the excitement, the organizers had even enlisted monkeys dressed in costumes and hats to ride on the backs of the dogs as knights. It was now time to select one of the 6 competing hounds for betting. Qin Jifei leaned slightly forward, opening his mouth as if ready to announce the answer. Suddenly, a clear voice from behind him interrupted, "Officer Qin." Chapter 88, Valuable Insights Women? Qin Jifei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name called from behind. In his memory, he did not seem to recognize any women. His previous self had indeed interacted with several women due to fleeting encounters, yet none were known by name. Typically, after a night, even if they crossed paths on the street, there would be no greetings exchanged. Moreover, those women referred to him as Fij, rather than by his official title, Officer Chun. Turning around in confusion, he was met with the sight of a young woman with an exquisite face, adorned with light makeup and sporting the latest fashionable hairstyle. "Jiang Runan." "No, journalist Jiang, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise. Standing behind him was none other than Jiang Runan, the principal journalist from the official media with whom he had had a few encounters. He had not anticipated any intersection outside of work. "I am here to report on the dog racing venue, naturally to take photographs," Jiang Runan explained, holding the camera that hung around her neck. "Are you here to gamble? That is splendid. May I ask you a few questions?" Qin Jifei hesitated for a moment, his mind racing to weigh the implications. If it were a matter of solving a case, he would certainly welcome a journalist's interview, relishing the opportunity to appear in the newspapers. However, a visit to a dog racing venue undoubtedly involved elements of gambling. The 2 dog racing venues in the international settlement had been forced to close due to protests from democratic advocates against gambling. Accepting this interview seemed rather disreputable. Even as a mere passerby, he felt an odd discomfort. Yet, she represented the official media of the French concession, and maintaining a cordial relationship was certainly preferable to offending her. Thus, he couldn't outright refuse, as it would lead to ill will. With a quick glance, he pulled over his colleague, Xiao Kuanhua, and smiled. "My colleagues and I were just passing the time, so we decided to take a stroll. If you wish to interview someone, you can ask them. They are all seasoned officers, quite familiar with the affairs of this area." "Journalist Jiang, greetings." The others chimed in, some of the younger men appearing particularly bashful in the presence of a beautiful woman. Jiang Runan blinked, seemingly surprised to find the entire group present. Her gaze settled on the middle-aged man at the forefront. "Captain Gu, you're here as well." Gu Qingli nodded, smiling. "Journalist Jiang, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Jiang Runan replied, "I intended to contact you tomorrow. Meeting you here tonight is quite fortuitous. This is a token of gratitude for the news tip you provided." As she spoke, she retrieved several folded banknotes from her bag and handed them over, which appeared to be 1 yuan notes. "Thank you, journalist Jiang," Gu Qingli said, accepting the notes without hesitation and tucking them into his pocket. Wu Xiao, astonished, inquired, "Captain, that must be at least 5 yuan. That news tip is nearly worth 10 days' wages for me." The others gaped, their faces filled with curiosity. Most present were seasoned officers with several years of experience and were not unfamiliar with the exchange of information for money. They too had private connections with some journalists. If there are any leads on news, appropriate rewards will be given. However, what is typically offered are trivial matters, hence the rewards are not substantial. A reward of 5 yuan for a lead is indeed a considerable sum. It is no wonder that everyone is astonished, their eyes filled with envy. Gu Qingli, pocketing the money, smiled with pride and remarked, "You usually provide tips about catching thieves or driving away vendors. How much is that worth?" "I uncovered a scandal involving a concession official, and once it is reported, it will undoubtedly attract attention. Only leads that pique everyone's interest are truly newsworthy and valuable." "Do you understand?" Gu Qingli generously shared his insights on making money. In summary, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Although revealing such information carries certain risks and could lead to retaliation, earning 5 yuan in a single instance is far more rewarding than merely informing a reporter about a petty theft or providing details about a minor incident, which typically yields only a few cents. Wu Xiao gaped in astonishment, nearly drooling at the prospect. Just days ago, he had sought out a familiar reporter at a telephone booth to alert them about a breaking story for a mere 50 cents. And now he felt the stark contrast between individuals was striking. If he could also secure some scandalous news, wouldn't he be able to earn 10 or 8 yuan each month? He eagerly asked, "Reporter Jiang, if I have leads in the future, can I sell them to you?" Jiang Runan replied with a smile, as long as the news holds significant value. I assure you my rewards will surpass those offered by others. In the future, everyone can come to me with news. She then shared the office's phone number, encouraging everyone to directly contact her with any leads. The attendees quietly noted the number, eager to report any sensational news to her. After all, even if one wished to sell explosive stories, ordinary reporters at regular newspapers would not dare to purchase them, and even if they did, the newspapers would hesitate to publish them. Offending the wrong individuals could result in severe repercussions, even leading to the destruction of the newspaper itself. Only newspapers officially operated by the French were bold enough to report on explosive stories involving the powerful. Jiang Runin took out her camera, capturing several photos of the dog racing venue, and inquired about a few details. Curiously, she asked, "I would like to experience the specific betting process. Could you teach me?" Wu Xiao patted his chest and confidently replied, "It's simple. Just follow our lead in placing bets. We'll buy." He paused, suddenly realizing they had yet to announce which number to bet on. Chen Zhifei then chimed in. "You give the window the money and tell them to bet on number 6, Maserati." "Oh, I see." Jiang Runin nodded, softly repeating the information to herself. The others, upon hearing the response, hurriedly committed it to memory. The group then proceeded together to the hall to queue for betting. In the expansive betting hall, 3 long lines formed, all orderly and waiting to place their bets. Although the crowd was large, the atmosphere remained well-organized, with no need to worry about pickpockets. This was the domain of the 3 tycoons, where stealing was akin to courting death. Uniformed gang members patrolled the area, their intimidating presence surpassing that of the police. After queuing for half an hour, Chen Zhifei finally reached the window. He pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills along with a few 50 yuan coins and handed them over. "Number 6, Maserati. Thank you." In no time, the clerk presented him with a receipt. The bet amount was clearly stated, 1,000 yuan. This sum represented nearly all of Chen Zhifei's possessions, encompassing the money given by Shen Yi, the funds from Fujiwara K, and the rewards from the police station. Now, only a handful of coins remained in his pocket, signifying that he had staked his entire fortune. Missing this opportunity meant he might never encounter such information again. Once Chen Zhifei and the others had placed their bets, they all passed through the entrance into the viewing platform of the racing grounds. In an instant, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm, with a cacophony of sounds enveloping their ears. Chapter 89, Sudden Wealth, Enlightenment. What a multitude of people. The dog racing venue is indeed bustling with activity. This is my first visit. Surely, both the public concession and the Chinese community have gathered here? How much money could be made today? Wu Xiao and a few young teammates, visiting for the first time, gazed in astonishment at the lively scene, their eyes wide with wonder. The sheer number of people congregated was profoundly striking. Jiang Runin, shielded by a few companions, was careful not to be jostled by the throng, her camera in hand, capturing the vibrant atmosphere. This lively event would surely provide material for another report. However, one could only speculate how many would end up destitute by the end of the night. Although the stands were crowded, the few among them held the status of constables, often patrolling the streets and becoming familiar faces. Nowadays, constables hardly differed from ruffians, frequently abusing their authority. A mere gesture and a few exchanged glances were enough to clear the benches of some individuals. As time passed, the crowd in the stands swelled. The venue, capable of accommodating 20,000, was nearing its capacity, with excited discussions erupting around who might win. Faces were flushed with excitement, each dreaming of overnight riches. Jiang Runin blinked curiously and inquired, "Our bet on number 6 is at 20 to 1. If we win, does that mean we gain 20-fold? Wu Xiao nodded enthusiastically, resembling a chick pecking at grain, and eagerly explained, "Yes, yes. We chose an underdog, hence the high odds. If we had bet on a favorite, the odds would be lower." He glanced around and whispered, "Rest assured, this is insider information from Fei Ge. Victory is assured." Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Runin spotted a young man conversing with Gu Chengli a few people away. She had grown somewhat familiar with this recent figure of intrigue from the McLeane Constabulary. Following 2 interviews, she had conducted a background check. Hailing from a gang-ridden dock, his activities since joining the constabulary had been less than commendable, while not wholly malevolent. He was certainly no paragon of virtue. Yet, his unexpected performances had garnered a measure of respect. As a journalist, Jiang Runin held little regard for the character of such petty criminals, though she acknowledged their adeptness at gathering information. Almost every reporter maintained connections with gangsters, purchasing tips. Chen Zhifei was a notable figure at the docks, known widely with extensive connections, which enhanced his access to information. Now that he was part of the constabulary, his intelligence network had expanded even further. His ability to trace leads through personal connections could indeed elevate his worth, allowing him to provide exclusive insights in the future. Amidst their conversation, the crowd erupted with enthusiastic shouts. 6 racing dogs, guided by an attendant, entered the arena in an orderly fashion. To add to the spectacle, a monkey clad in extravagant attire, reminiscent of a medieval knight, rode atop one of the dogs, creating a particularly amusing sight. The racing dogs, all of the finest greyhound breed, were among the fastest canines in existence. Once the competition commenced, an electronic rabbit served as bait to guide the racing dogs in pursuit. The dog that crossed the finish line first would emerge victorious. With a thunderous sound echoing above, several colossal floodlights illuminated the entire racetrack. Each of the 6 racing dogs bore a unique identification number as they were led to their respective lanes. In an instant, the 20,000 spectators in the stands seemed to have their throats constricted, falling into an eerie silence. Their eyes wide with anticipation as they awaited the start of the race. It was a moment that could either lead to untold riches or financial ruin, all hinging on this pivotal contest. As all preparations reached fruition, the signal to commence the race reverberated throughout the expansive venue. Suddenly, the previously silent audience erupted with fervor, akin to a blood-enthused crowd. Gripping their tickets tightly, they shouted hoarsely, "Number 2, number 5, number 1, go, surge ahead, surpass it, hurry, run faster." The stands, packed with 2,000 eager voices, surged with excitement as everyone cheered for their chosen dogs. Many spectators, faces flushed and voices hoarse from shouting, remained oblivious to their strained vocal cords, their arms waving energetically in support. They appeared almost frenzied, their eyes glistening with fervor. Chen Zhifei felt the electric atmosphere surrounding him, his emotions stirred by the palpable excitement. Even though he was aware of the outcome, the ambience ignited his enthusiasm. He murmured to himself, "Number 6, come on, push forward. Yes, surpass it, charge ahead, win." The greyhound's speed was astonishing, maintaining a fierce pace throughout. As they approached the finish line, number 6, Maserati, surged ahead by a narrow margin to claim victory. "Wonderful. Ha ha, we won. Struck it rich. Ha ha ha. I want to be punished by my wife to kneel on the washboard." Xiao Kuanghua and his companions erupted into joyous exclamations upon witnessing number 6 foot Maserati seize the crown. Their faces flushed with excitement. They danced and celebrated exuberantly. A 20-fold return on investment would make anyone leap with joy. Yet, soon after, they lamented, pounding their chests in frustration, regretting not wagering their entire fortunes. Missing a chance to escape poverty. Such is the nature of human greed, ever yearning for more. Chen Zhifei, too, could not contain his exhilaration, raising a fist in triumph. His joy unmistakable. 1,000 yuan had transformed into 20,000, a substantial sum indeed. To put it into perspective, it would take 5 years of frugality without sustenance to amass such wealth. It was a clear case of overnight fortune. Even Jiang Runin stood in awe, her eyes wide as she struggled to comprehend the moment. Having just wagered 60 yuan, it had swiftly transformed into 1,200. For an ordinary journalist, the salary was modest, typically around 20 yuan, while she, as a returning state media reporter, earned a monthly salary of 120 yuan, including additional bonuses. Her monthly earnings might reach about 200 yuan. 1,200 yuan may not be a fortune, but it represented half a year's salary for her. To her astonishment, what began as mere participation transformed into an unexpected windfall, completely beyond her expectations. Naturally, where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. Numerous individuals remained seated in a daze, their eyes vacant as if their souls had departed. Many others, in a frenzied state, oscillated between laughter and tears, leaping about while uttering incomprehensible phrases. Alas, one cannot help but wonder how many have lost everything, their families shattered. It is no surprise that the public racetrack has faced backlash and closure. Jiang Runin gazed at the seemingly deranged individuals laughing and crying, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. Chen Zhifei approached, curious, and inquired, "Why aren't you taking photos? This is all newsworthy material." Jiang Runin pursed her crimson lips and shook her head, responding, "Yuan is the domain of the 3 magnates, backed by the French embassy and the public board. Even if I dared to write it, would the editor dare to publish?" Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, raising his thumb in approval. "Insightful." Hua Xiaoan dashed over with enthusiasm. "Brother Fei, most of the crowd has dispersed. We should hurry to cash in our winnings." Chapter 90, Hua Xiaoan's Ambition. Gunshots in the night on a tranquil street. Chen Zhifei and Hua Xiaoan walked along the spacious road. Apart from the occasional rickshaw hastily passing by, the street was devoid of people. This evening, everyone had won money, so to celebrate, they flocked to the roadside for a late-night snack. Naturally, Jiang Runin had hailed a rickshaw to head home immediately after leaving Yuan. Given her background and status, she would not dine with a bunch of ruffians. However, with the promise of substantial returns, she would certainly be privy to exclusive news in the future. The group found a wonton stall by the roadside, each ordering a bowl of 3 flavor wontons, along with a bottle of domestic 5-star beer. Although they had all struck it rich tonight, their spending remained relatively frugal. The 5-star beer was considerably cheaper than the imported varieties. For the price of 1 bottle of imported beer, they could enjoy 4 bottles of 5-star. After feasting to their heart's content, They each returned home, satisfied. Brother Fei, if we cut through this alley, it's shorter than the main road. Guo Xiaoan pointed to a quiet alley on the right, intending to take a shortcut. This direct route would save them from a lengthy detour on the main road. All right. Chen Zhifei nodded and turned to enter the dimly lit alley with him. The streetlights hanging on the walls were dim, and the distance between them added to the overall tranquility and darkness. For ordinary people, especially women, walking alone in an alley at such an hour could be perilous. The risk of encountering drunken thugs was high, and the quiet, shadowy environment often led to frequent robberies. Once someone was robbed, escaping into the winding alleys made it difficult to pursue. However, Chen Zhifei and Guo Xiaoan strolled leisurely, entirely unperturbed, clad in the distinctive black jackets of their gang. They were indeed troublemakers. It was a stroke of luck that they weren't out robbing others at this late hour. Anyone daring to rob them would be courting death. Even if they occasionally encountered a drunken man slumped by the roadside, he would curl up in fear upon seeing them, not daring to provoke these notorious figures. Having won money and enjoyed a bottle of beer, Guo Xiaoan was in a talkative mood. Brother Fei, thank you for your care. Without you, there would be no me. I believe that one day, I, Guo Xiaoan, will rise to prominence, becoming as renowned as the three tycoons. I am confident that if I seize the opportunity, there will be a day when I stand out. Meanwhile, in the dim alley, a middle-aged man was walking briskly, dressed in a gray long gown, wearing a top hat, and carrying a small box. He occasionally glanced back, as if someone were pursuing him. As he turned a corner, two men in black suits and top hats chased after him from behind, brandishing South-style pistols unique to the Special High Tax Bureau. At the junction, the duo exchanged hushed words, seemingly debating which direction to pursue. Though their voices were low, it was discernible that they were conversing in Japanese. Once they settled on a direction, they immediately took off in pursuit. Apart from the two of them, several others dressed similarly and armed were pursuing in the alley. A middle-aged man clad in a gray long robe, upon turning a corner, unexpectedly collided head-on with two Japanese agents. In that fleeting moment, both parties were momentarily stunned by surprise. One of the agents shouted something, raising his gun. The middle-aged man took the initiative, drawing his weapon and firing. Bang! Bang! He discharged 2 shots, striking the shouting agent in the chest. The agent collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other, sensing the peril, hurriedly sought refuge behind some clutter against the wall, raising his handgun to retaliate. Instantly, the deafening gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night. The residents of the alley, accustomed to sporadic gunshots, showed no curiosity to investigate. Rather, they hastily locked their doors, fearing an intrusion that might implicate them. Even the lights of several homes extinguished in the wake of the gunfire. The agents scattered throughout the alley, upon hearing the shots, shouted as they rushed toward the source of the commotion. Bang! Bang! The middle-aged man seized the moment, shooting first as an agent leaned out to fire, successfully eliminating him. As he stood to flee, hurried footsteps approached from his right. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fired, downing one assailant. However, 2 others immediately retaliated, and the alley erupted with gunfire. The middle-aged man groaned, having been shot in the abdomen. Ignoring the pain, he fired twice more before making his escape. In the commotion, his hat was knocked off, revealing an ordinary face of a man in his 50s, old Zhang, who ran a cigarette stall at the police station's entrance. Yet, according to Li Huoming, old Zhang had taken the night train back home. How could he be in the alley, being pursued? Old Zhang swiftly reloaded his weapon, shooting down an agent charging toward him, and darted into a side alley. However, during his escape, he was struck again from behind, gritting his teeth as he continued to run and fire. But after being hit twice, his speed began to wane. Bang! Bang! The gunshots echoed through the alley, startling the nearby residents and catching 2 individuals off guard. Guo Xiaoan, forsaking his musings about the future, quickly halted. Fij, there are gunshots ahead. He turned to scan his surroundings, cautiously observing the rear. Just as he did, a man in a long robe sprinted past from 20 meters ahead, darting into another path. He narrowly missed seeing him. However, Chen Zhifei caught sight of the fleeing figure and recognized him as old Zhang, the cigarette vendor. Chen had a favorable impression of old Zhang, known for his kindness and willingness to help. When Li Huoming was captured, it was old Zhang who assisted in delivering the money, even coordinating the return of the roasted chestnut stall. Without his generous aid, the chestnut stall would have likely been taken away by others before Li Huoming's release. Why was he being pursued, and why was he injured? Chen Zhifei squinted, murmuring softly to himself, a look of confusion etched on his face. How could an honest street vendor selling cigarettes suddenly find himself under gunfire? Moreover, distant shouts occasionally pierced the air, faintly discernible as Japanese. A moment's contemplation revealed that it must be agents from the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu or the Military Police Headquarters Intelligence Division at work. As for those pursuing him, they were either from the Red Party or the National Party. Regardless of their affiliation, they were all anti-Japanese. Brother Fei, what shall we do now? Guo Xiaoan asked, his face a mask of vigilance. The current situation was beyond their capacity to manage. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low voice. I will scout ahead. You hurry to the street corner and find a phone booth to call for reinforcements at the police station. Brother Fei, they have guns. Guo Xiaoan's expression betrayed his concern. With a serious demeanor, Chen Jifei urged, I know what I am doing. Quickly call the police station for assistance. Chapter 91. Pursuit. Commissioner. This was the first time Guo Xiaoan had ever seen the old man's expression so grave. He hurriedly acknowledged and dashed onto the main road. It was imperative to locate a telephone booth swiftly and summon the police for immediate assistance. Guoyalu. Chen Jifei watched as a subordinate rushed out to make a call. And he swallowed hard, his face solemn and his heart racing. To claim he was not anxious or afraid would be a blatant falsehood. The assailants brandished firearms capable of taking lives. The shouts echoing in the air revealed that the pursuers were Japanese, very likely agents of the notorious Taku. These operatives were ruthless, mercilessly taking lives without a second thought. At such a moment, not only was it reckless to become involved, but even a mere passerby might find themselves facing a bullet. However, a man of honor, born into this world, must act with conviction. To witness invaders relentlessly pursuing patriotic individuals and remain passive, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell, would be a stain one could never wash away. In the future, the memory of cowering before the Japanese agents tonight would be an unshakable knot of shame within his heart. Men die, birds fly to the heavens. I, Chen Jifei, am no coward, he murmured to himself, summoning his courage. Gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulged, betraying his inner tension and excitement. Resolutely, he strode towards a pile of debris leaning against the wall, seized a battered mop, and broke the wooden handle in two with a swift kick. Armed with a makeshift weapon, he set off in pursuit from another direction. The alleyways twisted and turned, making the search for a single individual quite the arduous task. However, his experience as a police officer, accustomed to navigating through the nooks and crannies, served him well. With a brief analysis, he deduced the most likely escape route of Laozhong and proceeded to follow it. In no time, the three parties were engaged in a chase through the labyrinthine alleys. Although the Japanese agents held the numerical advantage, their dispersion in the elongated passageways rendered them less formidable. Moreover, under the cover of night, locating someone became even more challenging. Chen Jifei sprinted with vigilance, his eyes scanning the surroundings keenly. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from his left. Instinctively, he altered his course towards the sound. In the distance, he spotted Lao Zhang standing at the corner, smoke still swirling from his firearm. Clutching his abdomen with his left hand, it was evident he had sustained an injury. A suited agent lay lifeless on the ground, a gory hole marking his forehead. With a sigh of relief, Chen Jifei prepared to assist Lao Zhang in fleeing. Suddenly, an agent burst forth from a side alley just 3 meters ahead. Upon spotting Lao Zhang illuminated by the streetlight, the assailant raised his weapon and aimed directly at him. Chen Jifei's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted desperately, Lao Zhang, watch your back. Lao Zhang momentarily froze, instinctively turning to fire. Yet, before he could fully pivot, the agent behind him discharged his weapon first. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Lao Zhang's chest and bursting forth a spray of crimson. Upon witnessing this, Chen Jifei felt an intense surge of rage, his vision blurring with a fiery hue. The young scoundrel, I curse your ancestors. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward wielding a stick. The agent, hearing the commotion behind him, swiftly turned to investigate, only to see a shadow rapidly enlarging before him. With a dull thud, the blow struck him right on the temple. He felt stars burst before his eyes. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. His body convulsed a few times. Still clinging to a flicker of consciousness, Chen Jifei's heart softened. He could hardly bear to witness another's suffering. Raising the stick, he delivered 2 more crushing blows to the agent's temple. Instantly, blood splattered across his face. Such force shattered the skull beyond repair, leaving no chance of survival. The psychological impact of taking a life for the first time was profound. However, there was no time for reflection, shaking off the gravity of the moment. He hurried over to assess the situation. Old Zhang, how are you? What brings you here? Old Zhang's expression was one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Chen Jifei's presence. He had witnessed the scene of the agent's demise in vivid detail. Had this been a few days prior, he would have never believed that the notorious ruffian could slay an armed Japanese man. Yet, after the recent string of solved cases and the audacious confrontation with the Japanese military police to aid Li Huaming, his perception of Chen had shifted significantly. He was a man of cold demeanor, yet warm heart. You must leave quickly. If the Japanese see you, it will spell trouble. Chen Jifei crouched down and offered, I'll carry you. He reached out to help him up, intending to bear him on his back. However, upon seeing the wounds on old Zhang's chest and abdomen, he was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. The injuries were too severe for him to be carried on his back. Even an iron man would not withstand such pain. I can't go on. Don't worry about me. Just hurry. Old Zhang's voice was weak and fragmented. The gunshot wound made even speaking a struggle. He He fervently urged Chen to flee. Furrowing his brow, Chen realized that carrying him was impossible given the gravity of his injuries. Any attempt could lead to further peril. With agents searching the vicinity, it was clear that they wouldn't escape unassisted. Scanning the area, his gaze landed on a pile of debris 3 meters away. Old Zhang, hide beneath that rubble. I'll draw them away. Just as he prepared to rise, a powerful hand seized his wrist. Old Zhang's face had turned pale, as if desperately trying to convey something. Yet, his injuries had sapped him of all strength, rendering him utterly limp. In a faint whisper, he managed, I know you are a good person. There is something I must entrust to you. This ring and pen. Take them. As he spoke, he retrieved a pen from his pocket and removed a jade ring from his finger. Chen Zhifei, anxiously accepting the pen and ring, pressed. Are you with the Red Party or the National Party? You must tell me to whom I should deliver these. At such a critical juncture, he could no longer afford to conceal his inquiry regarding Old Zhang's true allegiance. Old Zhang breathed heavily, struggling for each breath. Blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, making it arduous even to speak. Yet, fueled by a resolute spirit, he gritted his teeth and uttered, Leave it to the Red Party, Qingzhu. Upon speaking the name Qingzhu, his right arm, which had been gripping his wrist, fell limply to the ground, his life extinguished. Chen Zhifei gazed upon the lifeless Old Zhang, his emotions a tumultuous blend. This was the first time he had witnessed the tragic end of a resistance fighter at the hands of invaders, dying before his very eyes. Alas! Chen Zhifei furrowed his brow and gently closed Old Zhang's eyes. At that moment, distant hurried footsteps and shouts in Japanese echoed through the air. Chen Zhifei dared not linger, hastily tucking away his pen and jade ring before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 92. Detours and concealment in the dimly lit alley. A figure sprinted swiftly. Chen Zhifei, relying on his familiarity with the surroundings, quickly escaped the encircled area. He found a public water tap and washed the bloodstains from his face before dashing onto the main road. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take a longer route in the desired direction. As he passed a closed grocery store, he squinted and pondered for a moment, then raised his leg and kicked the front door. The old, decaying wooden door could not withstand such force. The section around the lock splintered into pieces. Chen Zhifei stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the shelves. In the dim light, he seized a bottle of traditional liquor from the shelf. The shopkeeper, startled from his slumber on a small bed, cried out and sat up abruptly. Upon seeing the intruder, his expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively grasped the kitchen knife placed beside his pillow. While the French concession appeared tranquil on the surface, the underlying security situation was far from satisfactory. Otherwise, the shopkeeper would not have kept the knife by his side even in slumber. Through the refracted light of the street lamp outside, the silhouette of the intruder became vaguely recognizable, though the darkness obscured clarity. Trembling, the shopkeeper inquired, What do you want? Chen Zhifei turned his head, barking sharply, Old man, mind your own business and sleep peacefully. Keep chattering, and I'll have you thrown into the police station. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, fully embodying his former notorious ruffian image. Grabbing the bottle of liquor, he prepared to step over the threshold, pulling out a tinuan note from his pocket and slamming it heavily onto the table. As he departed, he did not forget to declare, Officer Chen is paying for his purchases. By intentionally mentioning Officer Chen, he aimed to ensure the shopkeeper recognized him despite the dim light. To leave a lasting impression, he also left a tinuan note as compensation for the door, signifying his newfound wealth, as it was the smallest denomination he possessed. Exiting the grocery store, he twisted the cap and gulped down a mouthful of liquor. The fiery burn in his throat helped quell the anxiety bubbling within. He then poured some liquor into his hands, gently patting it on his face and clothes, effectively masking the scent of blood with the strong aroma of alcohol. Having taken a lengthy detour, he was now far removed from the scene of Old Zhang's incident. Even if the Special High Commissioner's agents spotted him, they would not connect him to the earlier events. To further ensure his alibi, he had deliberately made a ruckus while breaking in, allowing the shopkeeper to serve as a witness of his absence. Should the Special High Commissioner ever suspect him, the shopkeeper would be there to corroborate his timeline. With a sigh of relief, Chen Zhifei strolled unsteadily down the main road, appearing as though he were intoxicated. After approximately half an hour of running, he finally spotted over 20 individuals clad in police uniforms hurrying towards him, several of whom were armed with rifles. Leading the charge was Guoshaoan, who hurriedly approached with concern etched on his face. Fei Go, are you all right? Chen Zhifei, upon seeing him, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He shook his head, replying, I didn't even go over there. How could anything have happened? Glancing at the bottle in his hand, he contemplated tossing it into the trash, but reconsidered, pondering the improbability of a local ruffian exhibiting such refinement. Ultimately, he discarded the bottle carelessly onto the ground. With a sharp crash, shards of glass scattered everywhere. He cursed, picked up a weapon from the roadside, and now I've spilled liquor all over myself. Turning his gaze to the approaching constables, he called out loudly, Brothers, sound the whistles. Hua Xiaoan stood momentarily bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Fei Ge. We could catch them off guard. Why blow the whistles? Chen Zhifei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just scare them away. You earn a meager 14 yuan a month. Why risk your life? Even if the Japanese agents in the alley had not yet departed, the sound of police whistles would surely compel them to flee, avoiding any confrontation with the constables. After all, Japan had to maintain its international image and consider the sentiments of its allies. Hence, they were obliged to adhere to the laws of the concession. Even within the concession, carrying firearms was forbidden. Should the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu engage in a gunfight with other factions at midnight, as long as there was no solid evidence proving their involvement, they could simply deny it, leaving the Public Affairs Bureau powerless to act against them. However, a direct clash with the constabulary, particularly a gunfight, would escalate to a diplomatic incident, provoking France and altering the nature of the confrontation entirely. Even the gendarmes entering the concession were prohibited from bearing arms, and thus would not dare to engage in a shootout with the constables. Upon hearing the whistles, they would retreat, ensuring everyone's safety. Moreover, Chen Zhifei had already taken over old Zhang's affairs and wished to avoid any encounters with the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu. Instilling fear and prompting their withdrawal was, naturally, the best outcome. The other constables nodded in agreement. They were merely trying to earn a living and had no desire to gamble with their lives. Had it not been for their duty that night, they would have preferred to avoid such risks. Furthermore, with Chen Zhifei having solved 2 major cases and established connections with the chief constable, his standing within the precinct was rising rapidly. As a first-class constable, he commanded respect. Whether out of respect or a desire to avoid danger, the constables readily took up their whistles, which hung around their necks, and began to blow. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the whistles shattered the tranquility, echoing far and wide. Over 20 constables, rifles in hand, slowly advanced into the alley. The continuous whistleblowing attracted curses from bystanders, as if even the local residents could no longer bear to watch. Some even stepped forward to guide the way. After a few minutes, they spotted a group of people gathered at a distance, engaged in animated discussion. Against the wall lay a middle-aged man, the very soul of old Zhang, who had already sacrificed himself. The bodies of the agents that had originally been there had vanished, presumably taken away by their associates. After all, half an hour had passed, and any conflict had long since concluded. However, for the patrol officers, a response time of half an hour is remarkably swift. This is largely due to the persistent phone calls from their colleague, Hua Xiaoan, urging them on. Under ordinary circumstances, it would take at least an hour to arrive at the scene. A classic case of a child having perished, only for the milk to arrive later. At this moment, Lao Zhang leaned against the wall, his attire disheveled, clearly having been searched. Yet, his belongings had long been relocated, rendering any further search futile. Nevertheless, true to the style of the Special High Command, anything found on his person would have certainly been confiscated. Make way, make way. Everyone disperse, do not crowd around. The patrol is conducting an investigation. Return to your homes. The officers erected a cordon, enclosing the crime scene. Lao Zhang. Chen Zhifei feigned surprise as he hastened to Lao Zhang's side, extending his finger to check for a pulse at the neck. The black coat came into contact with the bloodstains, obscuring any traces that might raise suspicion. Chapter 93, The Humorous Interlude Indeed. My companion Xiaoan and I had intended to take a shortcut back to our dormitory when we were startled by the sound of gunfire. I urged Xiaoan to promptly call for reinforcements while I remained to assess the situation. Who am I, you ask? I am Fei Ge, the esteemed enforcer of our organization. I have trained under a renowned master, mastering the most authentic techniques of drunken fist. Dispatching 10 foes would be akin to child's play. Yet, at that moment, I did not dwell on my own safety or the potential dangers ahead. After all, as a constable, it is my duty to uphold public order, a mission I hold dear. If it means ensuring peace in my community, I would gladly lay down my life. Thus, I felt no trepidation and marched directly towards the source of the gunfire. To my surprise, scarcely had I taken 2 steps when a man burst forth from my right. His face obscured by a hat, I could not ascertain his age or appearance, though he wielded a firearm. He would be as easily subdued before my ancestral drunken fist as slicing through melons. Just as I prepared to engage, it suddenly struck me that I had yet to partake in any alcohol. How could I invoke the spirit of drunken fist without the effects of spirituous libations? However, as a seasoned dockworker, I had never faltered even when confronted with a gun. I bellowed, "You scoundrel, wait until I've had a drink before you challenge me." And with that, I turned and dashed out of the alley in search of some liquor. Do not misconstrue my actions. I was not fleeing, but rather setting out on a quest for drink. Should you doubt my word, feel free to inquire in Qingshan Lane, where you will find I indeed procured a bottle of wine. Fortuitously, my speed was remarkable, and I returned within half an hour. Unfortunately, that scoundrel had miraculously escaped before my return. If only I could have laid my hands on him, he would not have lived to tell the tale. Chen Zhifei gritted his teeth as he recounted the entire saga. The constable taking notes appeared utterly bewildered, his expression an odd mix of disbelief and curiosity. Despite the effort to uphold the image of the dashing dock boss, the narrative conveyed nothing but cowardice. Half an hour had elapsed, hardly indicative of swift footwork. It was evident he had waited until his adversary had departed before daring to return. The expressions of the surrounding constables mirrored his incredulity. They were well acquainted with the bravado of these street toughs who clung to their pride while spinning tales of grandeur. To come face to face with an assailant yet remain ignorant of their height or features was a blatant excuse. It was clear that hearing the gunfire had instilled fear, prompting him to concoct a story to justify sending his young companion Xiaoan away. With no one else present, he was quick to flee, knowing nothing of the encounter. Otherwise, upon discovering old Zhang's lifeless body, he would not have been so taken aback. To summarize, his purchase of liquor was indeed true. His return journey of half an hour was also factual, but any claim of having encountered the gunman was entirely fabricated. After such self-aggrandizing tales, the waters had been thoroughly muddied. Even if he were to confess any interaction with old Zhang or possession of incriminating evidence, no one would believe him. They would simply dismiss it as a desperate attempt to save face, while in reality, he remained woefully ignorant. In this way, even if the personnel from the special high section became aware of their previous presence, they would harbor no suspicions. After all, to bludgeon a spy to death, then deliberately travel half an hour to Qingshan to purchase alcohol, only to return, is an act that defies logic if he were indeed a spy. It sounds more like the desperate bravado of a petty thug, rattled by the gunfire, attempting to maintain his facade. How could such an individual dare to engage in the perilous realm of espionage? Though the subsequent attempts to remedy the situation muddied the waters, there remained discernible flaws upon closer inspection, yet it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Fei, the polite officer said while taking notes. Feng Yichuan, who had been listening to the entire exchange, felt somewhat speechless. This fellow, not even a participant, was hardly more than a bystander. The surrounding residents likely knew far more than he did. However, appearances must be maintained. He smiled politely. I appreciate your taking the time to document this. Chen Jifei waved his hand casually. We are colleagues. After all, it's only mutual assistance. Moreover, I am merely recounting the facts. The more he emphasized the term facts, the more it suggested that he knew nothing substantial, rendering this record a mere facade. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave, Chen Jifei announced, bidding farewell, and swiftly returned to the dormitory with Guo Xiaoan. The journey back was uneventful, devoid of further incidents. Upon entering the dormitory, his gaze surveyed the small room. The entire space measured roughly 15 square meters, furnished with a cabinet, a wooden table, and a bed, nothing more. Drawing upon the memories left by his predecessor, Chen Jifei hurriedly approached the bed. Grasping the bed leg with one hand, he lifted it. To his surprise, the bottom of the bed was hollow, featuring a hole the size of 2 fingers, just large enough to conceal items. He pried open a section of the floor beneath the bed and stashed 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills within the hidden compartment. Chen Jifei then tucked his pin and ring into the hollow space before gently lowering the bed back into place. Theoretically, such a method of concealment could be deemed secure. Furthermore, with Brother Fei's notorious reputation, even the most audacious of thieves would think twice before targeting him. Having secured his belongings, he then gathered a change of clothes and a basin to take a shower. The mingling scents of alcohol and sweat were rather unbearable. For safety's sake, it was time to find a new place to reside. Chen Jifei murmured softly to himself, casting a glance around the rudimentary and insecure dormitory. He proceeded to the washroom with his basin and towel. As he bathed, his mind wrestled with the pressing issue of relocating. The dilemma at hand was whether to purchase a home or to rent. As a Chinese individual, the ingrained belief is that buying a house precedes marriage. Should he choose to buy, with a few strokes of luck, he could scrape together 30,000 yuan to manage a modest property in Shikumen. With the outbreak of war, housing prices would surely skyrocket, and rental costs would follow suit. Even as a landlord, one could live quite comfortably. However, the thought of a mere constable spending several tens of thousands on a property would undoubtedly stir controversy. Furthermore, if one truly intends to purchase a residence, why not strive to acquire additional funds to invest in a more favorable and secure villa? Suddenly, with a sharp slap to his own face, Chen Jifei lamented inwardly, cursing himself for his folly. How could a passionate youth remain indifferent during such a national crisis, allowing invaders to seize land and slaughter compatriots? Even if he wished to be a mere tenant, the secret police would never permit it. Thus, he must be prepared for the imminent dangers and the necessity to flee at a moment's notice. If all his resources were tied up in property, how could he possibly escape when the time came? Money is the courage of a man. Without it, one cannot move an inch. The funds he currently possessed might very well become the foundation of his survival in the future. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, silently resolving to seek out Ah Feng the following day to assist him in exchanging all his legal tinder for small yellow fish on the black market. He would also rent a safe deposit box, ensuring that when danger arose, he could simply take his small yellow fish and flee. With plans for the future forming in his mind, Chen Jifei returned to his dormitory, holding a basin. He lifted his bed leg once more, placing the fountain pen and jade ring before him for careful examination. Chapter 94. The Secret of the Fountain Pen. An unremarkable fountain pen, devoid of any distinctive features upon first glance. Chen Zhifei rotated the pen in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. Even the slightest scratches did not escape his notice. After several minutes of meticulous examination, he found nothing unusual. Removing the cap, he made a few strokes on a nearby newspaper. The ink flowed smoothly. It was indeed a functional pen. However, since old Zhang, in his dying moments, had clung to this pen and entrusted it to others, it was evident that this pen was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps there was a hidden mystery? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Zhifei resolved to dismantle the pen to uncover its secrets. Even if he were to assist, he must first understand the nature of the assistance required. Aimlessly helping was not in his character. Moreover, comprehending the situation was essential for assessing its significance and potential dangers. Given the relentless pursuit by Japanese spies, the threat level was undeniably high. If the Tokubetsu KT Kisatsu or the Military Police Headquarters Intelligence Division discovered that he possessed this item, it would spell certain doom. Chen Zhifei was unafraid of danger and willing to fight. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such success at a young age in his previous life, driving a Maybach. Even in the face of peril, he was determined to grasp the situation and retain control. Should he ever fall into the hands of the Japanese? Understanding the circumstances would empower him to negotiate terms. He first examined the cap inside and out, finding no clues, then gently twisted the pen barrel. His movements were delicate, treating the pen as if it were a priceless artifact, fearful that excessive force might damage any secrets it might harbor. As he turned it, the barrel detached. Upon closer inspection, his eyes brightened with discovery. Hidden within the barrel was a rolled piece of paper. Chen Zhifei carefully extracted the cylindrical paper and unfolded it with great caution. To his surprise, it was a delivery note from the Tianxiang dock. According to the listed items, it pertained to a shipment of French-imported cigarettes transiting through Hong Kong to Shanghai. Old Zhang had set up a stall outside the Mailon police station, and due to the prime location, his business thrived. Wealthy individuals and French citizens often strolled through the square outside the station, creating substantial demand for imported cigarettes. Having a shipment of cigarettes pass through Hong Kong to Shanghai seemed reasonable. However, it was precisely this seemingly ordinary transaction that warranted the concealment of the delivery note within the pen barrel, which was far from ordinary. Furthermore, old Zhang had been in dire straits, struggling to speak, and in such a critical moment, he had directly mentioned connections to the Red Party. It was implausible that he would go to such lengths to hide a mere shipment of cigarettes, especially given the imminent danger from the Japanese. Chen Zhifei narrowed his eyes and quietly analyzed the situation. The Red Party was currently in a precarious position, lacking in many resources. If they had the means for transportation, they would certainly not squander it on a shipment of cigarettes. Therefore, something far more significant than cigarettes was concealed, possibly arms or pharmaceuticals. Given the bulk of arms, shipping 10 boxes would hardly be worthwhile and would attract too much attention. Thus, it was more likely that they were in urgent need of pharmaceuticals. The Southern guerrilla forces are stationed just outside the city, representing the predecessor of the new Fourth Army, and they currently have a pressing need for medical supplies. Old Zhang is returning to his hometown tonight, presumably with the intention of extracting a batch of pharmaceuticals to send out of the city. However, he did not anticipate that his identity would be exposed, leading to a pursuit by Japanese spies. Chen Zhifei meticulously contemplated the situation and was able to analyze the events that had transpired. Indeed, old Zhang intended to collect the supplies today and then depart from Shanghai with them. Yet, before he could do so, he discovered that he was being monitored by the Special High Command. He had hoped to take advantage of the cover of night to escape and hand over the delivery order to other comrades. Unfortunately, the presence of Special High Command agents was overwhelming, and he ultimately could not escape. In a desperate situation, he gambled by entrusting the delivery order to Chen Zhifei, hoping that his conscience would inspire him to contribute to the resistance against the invaders. If he did not give the order to Chen Zhifei, it would surely be discovered by the pursuing spies. Thus, he took this gamble at the brink of his life. Fortunately, after observing the man over the past 2 days, he had come to regard him with a degree of trust, offering a glimmer of hope. Whether the order could be successfully passed on to the organization was now left to fate. Chen Zhifei reconstructed the sequence of events in his mind, and as he gazed at the delivery order, he fell into deep contemplation. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this order. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. With a mere thought, the system panel was summoned forth. Flipping to the date of the first day, he found that it indeed matched the date on the delivery order. After flipping through 2 more days, he discovered that the last digits, 127, corresponded with the intelligence information. 7. At Tianxiang Dock, a batch of sulfanilamide is stored, with the order tail number 127, which has yet to be extracted. The matching dates might be coincidental, but the alignment of the order's tail number was irrefutable. Goodness, this is a veritable hot potato. Chen Jifei rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. Sulfanilamide is as precious as gold. If this batch were to be liquidated, it would afford him a life of ease for the latter half of his days. However, possessing it does not guarantee one the ability to enjoy it. The likelihood of being caught in a black market scheme is far greater. More importantly, as a conscientious Chinese individual, he would never consider hoarding this batch of sulfanilamide, even at the cost of his own life. The thought of soldiers losing their lives due to a lack of medical supplies, missing their best chance for treatment, was a piercing agony in his heart. Even if he could not fight on the battlefield, he would never engage in actions that would draw the scorn of the masses. He still hoped to swiftly deliver the supplies to the underground party, thereby saving more soldiers' lives. Yet, the method of transferring the order posed a significant dilemma. At that moment, old Zhang had struggled to articulate anything other than the word Xingzhu, which was likely a code name. If he could have directly stated the name, his connections might have allowed him to find it. However, with only a code name, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Moreover, for the sake of confidentiality, it was probable that old Zhang only knew the code name and not the true identity of Xingzhu. Without a way to locate Xingzhu, he would have to start with the ring. Chen Jifei carefully returned the delivery order to the pen, taking up the ring. He scrutinized the ring before his eyes, leaving no detail overlooked. The ring is crafted from gold, adorned at its apex with a piece of white jade. With a hint of sarcasm, one might remark, it even bears the engraving of a duck. Above the white jade, an intricate design is etched, with each feather rendered in exquisite detail, appearing almost lifelike. To a woman or anyone with a modicum of artistic knowledge, it becomes evident that the depiction is not merely of a duck. In folk tradition, it is commonly referred to as a mandarin duck. However, mandarin ducks are typically seen in pairs, and the singular engraving suggests that the ring signifies two entities. Only when two mandarin ducks align perfectly can they be considered a matching token. Thus, this ring serves as a symbol of connection, a testament to one's identity. Chen Jifei gazes at the carved duck and muses. Li Huaming mentioned that old Zhang purchased a train ticket for tonight, intending to leave Shanghai for his hometown. Does this imply that the other half of the token is not even in Shanghai? Goodness gracious! China is vast. Where shall I seek the other duck? Chapter 95 Corresponding Intelligence. Chen Jifei rubbed his temples, instantly feeling overwhelmed. He had initially thought it was merely a matter of running an errand, delivering items to the contact person of old Zhang, thus fulfilling his promise. As long as he exercised caution, he believed there would be little danger involved. However, old Zhang, despite his weakened state, had only managed to reveal his identity and the code name of the individual he was to meet. Not only was the true name unknown, but even the gender remained a mystery. Attempting to locate someone based solely on a code name was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If luck were on his side, he might encounter someone whose code name aligned with their identity, such as an accountant being referred to as bookkeeper or a financier dubbed god of wealth. Once a certain scope was established, these characteristics might provide a chance to find the person. Yet, some code names were deliberately obscured, lacking distinctive features. For instance, his new code name, Precious Jade, might evoke thoughts of the refined and cultured Jiaobaoyu or the rare and exquisite mutton fat jade. Who would ever guess it belonged to a street thug from a gang? Who could have imagined that the notorious spy red mushroom from northeast China would turn out to be a man? Consequently, relying on the information provided by old Zhang to locate the contact person proved to be a formidable challenge. This matter necessitated discreet investigation if word got out. He would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Special High Commission. Nevertheless, the anti-Japanese forces were in dire need of medical supplies. Otherwise, numerous lightly wounded soldiers would perish needlessly. Whether out of loyalty to old Zhang or a sense of duty to the anti-Japanese cause, he had to find the underground party members swiftly and deliver the requisition slip to them. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The saying goes, a person without trust cannot stand. Since he had made a promise, he must uphold it. This was his principle. Moreover, as a Chinese citizen, if he lacked the resolve to resist the Japanese invasion, his existence would be rendered meaningless. What to do with this ring? If worn on his finger, perhaps the underground party members would recognize it and reach out to him. Yet, if misfortune struck and the agents of the Special High Commission were also aware of the ring, wearing it would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Leaving it in his dormitory was equally unsafe. After contemplating, Chen Jifei found a piece of string to thread the ring and fashioned it into a pendant to hang around his neck. Such a significant token must be kept close for peace of mind. It might prove useful at any moment. Furthermore, the dormitory of the police station was a mix of characters, with the upstairs residents, Monkey and red-headed Asan, having dubious dealings. Generally speaking, they would not dare to provoke him or steal from him. However, in a moment of desperation, they might take the risk. Such scenarios could not be left to chance. Otherwise, recovery would become arduous. Nevertheless, he returned the fountain pen to the leg of his bed, deeming it the most suitable temporary resting place. After all, the ring was small, and could be concealed beneath his clothing when worn around his neck. Should he encounter members of the underground party, it might come in handy. However, carrying the fountain pen would appear incongruous. If he were a scholar, even as an accountant, possessing a fountain pen would seem entirely reasonable. Yet, for a street thug to have a fountain pen tucked in his pocket would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. In the past couple of days, I could only temporarily hide beneath the bed leg. Chen Jifei let out a sigh, momentarily setting aside the matter of the delivery note. Sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed, he prepared himself for a tranquil wait. After approximately 5 minutes, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Today's intelligence has been updated. Would you like to read it? The system's daily refreshed intelligence arrived punctually at midnight. Chen Jifei raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. He secretly hoped there might be information regarding the racing arena. Today's intelligence. 1. The price of japonica rice remains unchanged, consistent with yesterday. 2. Today's exchange rate for small yellow croakers and silver dollars is 137. 3. A standalone garden villa on Beidang Road is available for rent at 200 yuan per month. 4. 6 individuals have jumped to their deaths after losing everything at the racing arena. 5. The closing price for Fuxiao long-distance bus company stocks today is 314 yuan. 6. The underground party has not received communication from Old Zhang and has initiated the backup plan. 7. The entry ticket prices for the Grand World nightclub have been adjusted to 3 tiers, 0, 2, 0, 5, and 1 yuan. 8. A pavilion room is available for rent at number 66 Tongfu Lane for 18 yuan per month. 9. Last night, a female worker at Shabei Fong was injured by a brick and bit her assailant's hand in resistance. 10. The Special High Command is searching each dock for sulfanilamide. A semi-ethereal panel floated before him, listing today's 10 pieces of intelligence. Chen Jifei scrutinized the information, analyzing it meticulously. From the price data, it appeared that the situation in Shanghai was relatively stable, leading to minimal fluctuations in prices. However, the tragic news of 6 individuals jumping to their deaths due to gambling was indeed disheartening. It was no wonder that the 2 racing arenas in the international settlement faced protests from the public, leading to their closure. The system truly employs big data. It seems aware of my wealth, even elevating the listings for rental properties. A garden villa for 200 yuan a month? Is that a place fit for a mere foot patrol officer? Nevertheless, the pavilion room on Tongfu Lane does seem appealing. I could go see it tomorrow. No. Rather when daylight breaks. Chen Jifei rubbed his chin, bemused by the suggestion of the garden villa. This was akin to the exploitative nature of big data pushing recommendations whenever there is a need. Although he currently possessed a considerable sum of 20,000 yuan, affording a 200 yuan monthly villa and hiring 2 servants was feasible. However, being able to afford something does not equate to being entitled to it. Without the status of a chief inspector or a high-ranking official, residing in an upscale villa would only attract unnecessary trouble. Living alongside a proud official as a mere foot patrol officer would be rather distasteful. Chen Jifei had already been entangled with the special services, and now he found himself linked to the Red Party. While he was not yet a spy, his actions were indistinguishable from those of one. To survive in this line of work, maintaining a low profile was crucial. Should he move into a villa, even Tianjin Qi might begin to investigate him. Thus, the pavilion room was indeed the most suitable option. In addition to the reasonable pricing, the environment of Shikumen in the small attics also facilitates the concealment of one's whereabouts, making evacuation convenient. The labyrinthine alleys provide far greater ease in hiding during a retreat compared to the small Western-style villas. Upon encountering the 9th piece of intelligence, Chen Jifei raised an eyebrow, a look of delight gracing his countenance. The brick assault? Wasn't this the very deranged criminal they had been pursuing? Moreover, the fact that they had encountered this individual once again today suggested a deliberate presence at the scene, as well as an increased likelihood of detection due to treading upon the victim's blood. This could be seen as a validation of the system's functionalities. With distinctive characteristics, locating such an individual becomes significantly easier. The corners of Chen Jifei's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile in his eyes. With his extensive network of connections, finding someone with prominent traits in the French concession would pose no challenge at all. Chapter 96. Urgent Task. Inspection the following day. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Brother Fei, it's time to rise and shine for work. In the early morning, Guo Shaoan rapped upon the worn door of the dormitory, cradling a basin as he prepared for his morning ablutions. However, his eyes bore the shadows of fatigue, suggesting a restless night. With a creak, Chen Jifei opened the door, emerging with a copper basin in hand. Casting a glance at the young man standing at the threshold, he inquired, "Why the dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night?" With an awkward chuckle, Guo Shaoan's face lit up with excitement. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Brother Fei, I was fortunate enough to win 200 yuan last night. In my 20-plus years of life, I've never laid eyes on such a sum before. Once I report to the police station, I shall head to school and share my fortune." Xiao Jia won't have to be so thrifty anymore. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. For one, 200 yuan was no trifling matter. It nearly equated to a year's worth of his income as a third-class officer, should he abstain from all expenditures. Who could have imagined earning a decade's salary in a single night? Anyone would feel elated. With this newfound wealth, the brothers would no longer face such hardships. And they could indulge in meat at the school canteen. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, his expression neutral. He recalled the excitement he felt upon earning his first pot of gold, a thrill that had kept him awake through the night. Yet, as time passed, and he became accustomed to such experiences, he learned to maintain his composure. Still, the prospect of earning 20,000 yuan, equivalent to a century's wages for a first-class officer, brought him a fleeting moment of joy. After washing up, the two departed from the police dormitory together. The streets bustled with life, lined with various vendors. "Brother Fei, what would you like for breakfast?" "It's on me." Wei Xiaoan stood tall, his confidence palpable. Unlike before, when he would hesitate to offer, fearful of not having enough to cover the bill, he now felt emboldened. The adage that money breeds courage rang true. With wealth in hand, his demeanor grew more assertive, and his speech carried newfound assurance. Chen Zhifei scanned the surroundings before striding towards a nearby stall. "Boss, 2 bowls of soy milk and 6 youtiao, please." He then approached a table, brazenly exclaiming, "You two, move over there." The two laborers, clad in humble attire, hastily picked up their bowls and relocated to a different table. Although Chen Zhifei's reputation had slightly improved after cracking 2 cases, he still maintained a swaggering demeanor to uphold his image as a local tough. He presented himself as a rogue clad in a police uniform, 1 foot propped on the stool as he took a bite of youtiao, surveying the area as if daring anyone to challenge him. This audacious display of bravado epitomized the notorious demeanor of a local ruffian. In any other setting, such a character would undoubtedly meet a swift end at the hands of justice. After a leisurely breakfast, the two made their way to the Mile police station, arriving punctually. Upon entering, they found their colleagues already present, all faces alight with excitement, animatedly discussing the previous night's events. Upon the entrance of Chen Zhifei, the revered figure of wealth, a sincere smile of flattery graced the faces of those present. This show of admiration was genuine, as everyone hoped that the well-informed Brother Fei would once again lead them to prosperity. "Brother Fei, a cigarette." Wu Xiao eagerly offered a cigarette, while the rotund-headed companion promptly produced a match and handed it over. Their servile demeanor was marked by humility, their faces perpetually adorned with sycophantic smiles. However, the obsequiousness of the two was not met with mockery from the others. Xia Quanhua, with a matchstick in hand, muttered under his breath about being outpaced by these 2 youngsters. The atmosphere in the office was harmonious, a scene of camaraderie. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully pushed open. Gu Qingli strode in briskly, casting a glance at the conversing group. With a stern command, he declared, "Urgent mission. A suspicious group at the 16-Pile Wharf seems poised to cause trouble. Gather your gear and follow me." "Yes." The group quickly complied, hastening back to their respective stations to retrieve their batons. Although Gu Qingli, the patrol captain, was approachable and amiable, there was no room for doubt when he wore a serious expression to issue commands. Everyone executed their duties promptly. With hats donned and batons secured, they lined up to exit. Even Guo Xiaoan moved with alacrity, trailing closely behind the others. Only Chen Zhifei took his time, leisurely putting on his hat and locking the drawer, still unable to locate his baton after the others had departed. Under normal circumstances, Gu Qingli would have shaken his head in disappointment, perhaps even reprimanding him in frustration. However, the situation was different now. He proactively approached, retrieving the baton from between the desk's crevices, personally adjusting Chen Zhifei's hat, straightening his disheveled attire. Finally, he surveyed him as if appraising a work of art, giving Chen a hearty pat on the arm, and cheerfully complimented, "Looking sharp. Hurry up and catch up." One cannot deny the allure of wealth. Even this patrol captain, who privately engaged in smuggling, was not immune to its charms. Even titans of both commerce and politics displayed a congenial demeanor toward those who could generate profit for them. The group hurried downstairs to the parking area to claim their bicycles. Gu Qingli appeared particularly invested in this mission, having even requested transportation from the patrol office. Bicycles were a luxury, as ordinary officers often had to rely on their own legs for transportation. Among the teams, only Gu Qingli could leverage his connections to secure a bicycle for each member. A line of more than a dozen bicycles stood ready, swiftly departing towards the 16-Pile Wharf. The streets were relatively clear, allowing for a brisk pace on the bicycles. Upon arrival at the wharf, congestion ensued, with trucks laden with cargo exiting and many others busy loading and unloading. Workers toiled with their hands, contributing to the lively scene. "Captain Gu, you finally arrived." A man in his 50s, garbed in a long gown, approached hastily. Gu Qingli applied the brakes and inquired, "Master Chen, what exactly is going on?" The man in the long robe hurriedly spoke, "I received a shipment from Shanghai, which I had stored in the dock warehouse, preparing to take it away. Suddenly, A few individuals dressed in black robes, seemingly members of a gang, approached me claiming they needed to inspect my goods. Wu Xiao interjected with confusion. They weren't wearing uniforms. So they certainly aren't from the inspection team. What authority does a gang have to inspect cargo? Chun, the shopkeeper, appeared anxious and concurred. Indeed, that's what I said. Yet, they insisted that something was lost and that it must be among my goods. They demanded I open it for inspection. As he spoke, he glanced around and lowered his voice. It is rumored that similarly dressed individuals are also roaming the dock, specifically scrutinizing warehouses, with the same narrative of lost items. Chen Jifei, perched on his bicycle, couldn't help but entertain a suspicion upon hearing the shopkeeper's account. Could they possibly be from the Special High Commission? Chapter 97. Has the red tail found a support? No, it should not be the taco. Chen Jifei furrowed his brows, silently dismissing his earlier conjecture. Although Japan wields considerable influence in Shanghai and exhibits considerable arrogance, their sphere of power is primarily confined to Hangzhou and Jiaobei. In the international settlement and the French concession, they are still obliged to adhere to the rules. It is not yet the moment to sever ties openly. Maintaining appearances is still a priority. Therefore, the taco would likely refrain from brazenly conducting searches at the French concession docks, as exercising criminal enforcement would be tantamount to provocation against the French. Previously, the Japanese gendarmerie rushed to the police station to apprehend individuals due to the death of a Japanese expatriate in the French concession. Given the deceased was a person of status and wealth, the gendarmerie's reaction, albeit excessive, was somewhat understandable. However, conducting unfounded searches at the Chalupa dock could escalate into an international incident. The head of the taco is merely a colonel. He would not dare to incite such a significant uproar. Thus, the most plausible scenario is that they have outsourced their operations, collaborating with local gangs to undertake the unsavory tasks. Scanning the vicinity, several individuals were obstructing a truck poised to exit the dock, threatening to board and inspect the cargo. Clad in black jackets and trousers, their attire marked them as typical gang members. If they were indeed searching for the batch of drugs, engaging gang members would be the most suitable approach. Even if the situation were to escalate, the taco could easily distance themselves, denying any connection, leaving them unscathed. Last night, old Jean was murdered by the taco. And today they are casting a wide net across the docks, clearly aware of the drug issue. Chen Jifei's furrowed brow reflected his confidence in his analysis. There was a 90% certainty. More critically, the search at Chalupu dock has commenced. And it is highly probable that members of the Black Snake Gang are assisting the taco in their search for the drugs at Tianqiang dock as well. The current situation is proving far more perilous and urgent than anticipated. Gu Qingli raised his head, casting a disdainful glance. He turned and exchanged a knowing look. Xiao Kuangwa understood immediately and stepped forward, loudly admonishing, "You lot, simmer down. Don't cause trouble at the dock." His voice dripped with contempt for the small-time ruffians. Wearing this black uniform signified the authority of the police. Even though gang members engage in brawls and territorial disputes daily, they must still exercise caution in the presence of law enforcement. Should they dare to act against the police, it would be a blatant provocation, escalating matters significantly. While the Public Affairs Bureau permits the existence of gangs, overstepping boundaries is an entirely different matter. With gangs proliferating like weeds in Shanghai, allowing them to assert dominance would complicate the management of the French concession. A stern example must be made. Punishing one to deter many is imperative. Thus, even the most arrogant gang members become subdued in the presence of the police. Seeing the officers approach, the would-be assailants preparing to search the truck hesitated, their movements faltering as a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. They instinctively glanced at the man in his 30s standing nearby. The man approached with a steady pace, exuding an air of confidence. With his neck tilted to the left, he exuded an aura of confidence and arrogance, embodying the spirit of the underworld. He spoke. "I am Chi Wei from the Black Snake Gang. Yesterday, something went missing from our gang, and we suspect it might be at the docks. I kindly ask for your assistance." As he spoke, he drew 5 $10 bills from his pocket and handed them over with a smile, saying, "Consider this a token of appreciation for your hospitality." Although his tone was courteous, the slight elevation of his chin conveyed a sense of pride. His nickname, Chi Wei, also known as Bamboo Leaf Green, hinted at his lethal nature. Chen Jifei whispered, "Captain, that guy is quite arrogant. Has the Black Snake Gang established connections with higher authorities?" Gu Qingli shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere Black Snake Gang is not worthy of such connections. Does he truly believe he can collaborate with the constabulary like your master's faction? Chen Jifei nodded slightly, a contemplative expression fleeting across his squinted eyes. The other man's haughty demeanor clearly indicated he had found a powerful backer. If it was the constabulary, it could very well be a force like the Lixing Society or the Special High Commission. Both entities, though discreet in the French concession, wielded significant influence. Should they choose to bolster the Black Snake Gang, it could indeed flourish. Xiao Kuangwa narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. The latter's arrogant attitude irked him. With over 300 gangs vying for territory along the Bund, it was not uncommon for entire factions to be annihilated by rivals. The sheer number of gangs made the constabulary a coveted ally, often treated with respect, even assisting in apprehending fugitives. However, this blatant arrogance was a first for Xiao Kuangwen in his 20 years as a constable. He directly addressed the man, Chi Wei, the third in command of the Black Snake Gang. It would be wise to tread carefully, given that I am aware of your background. Surprisingly, Chi Wei did not expect his identity to be recognized, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He glanced at the insignia of a higher-ranking constable on Xiao Kuangwen's shoulder and voluntarily attempted to slip the money into the latter's pocket. Xiao Kuangwen raised a hand to stop him, refusing the bills, and turned to seek his captain's approval. Typically, in such situations, the captain would ignore the money, later taking his brothers out for tea and sharing the proceeds. However, it was customary to await the captain's nod before accepting any funds. Yet, Gu Chengli furrowed his brow, displaying an unusual impatience rather than his usual nonchalant demeanor. He spoke sternly. A trivial gang dares to replace the constabulary in a dock search? They are truly oblivious to their own insignificance. The surrounding individuals were taken aback, their expressions revealing surprise. They had not anticipated the captain would refuse the money today. His evident displeasure suggested that the Black Snake Gang had disrupted his plans. Qin Jifei's eyes darted as he quietly inquired, "Captain, how should we proceed?" Gu Qingli, with a dismissive shrug, replied impatiently, "You come from a gang background. Handle it accordingly. And do be swift, as we have other docks to attend to." "Understood." Qin Jifei raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his face. The captain had deliberately emphasized his gang origins, making the underlying implication unmistakable. It was clear that he held the Black Snake Gang in utter contempt, with time pressing and tasks demanding. There was no room for idle chatter. Direct and forceful expulsion was the order of the day. Qin Jifei stepped forward, even stretching his neck. Chi Wei's expression changed dramatically as he recognized his opponent's identity, hastily demanding, "Qin Jifei, what do you intend to do?" Qin Jifei squinted, a cold smile curling his lips as he replied, "Usually, when you call me Brother Fei, I let it slide, but during work hours, you must address me by my title. Call me Officer Qin." Chapter 98. A Grave Taboo. Qin Jifei's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his slanted eyes gleaming with derision. His voice was laced with flippancy, perfectly encapsulating the arrogance of a notorious dockside thug. To him, the Black Snake Gang was merely an emerging faction, hardly worthy of consideration. Even the so-called third master would greet him with utmost politeness. The fact that Chi Wei could call out his name while he didn't even know the man's nickname demonstrated a clear hierarchy. Now, daring to be more brazen than himself was akin to inviting a confrontation. On the Bund, countless gangs sprawled like weeds. An ascendance was determined not by mere bravado, but by the patrol officers. Each dock had already delineated its territory. Any attempts to seize control must adhere to established protocols. Since they had chosen to disregard the rules, let Qin teach them a lesson in decorum. With a swagger that exuded the essence of a rogue, Qin Jifei casually wielded his truncheon. He turned to his companions, advising them, "We are all brothers in this endeavor. Do not hold back." "Understood," Guo Xiaoan replied with a grin, his face radiating excitement. Hailing from a gang background, he was no stranger to brawls. However, he was momentarily taken aback by the implication of Qin's words. What logic was there in emphasizing their brotherhood while simultaneously urging them not to show restraint? Yet, he dismissed the thought, as there was no time for contemplation. Without further ado, Qin Jifei swung his truncheon, striking Chi Wei on the head. Perhaps the previous night's encounter with a Japanese spy had sharpened his skills, for he wielded the baton with newfound ease. Chi Wei was utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. Caught off guard and knocked to the ground. The audacity of the third master of the Black Snake Gang was met with a ruthless counter. Let him revel in his arrogance. Qin would ensure he learned a lesson. Qin continued his relentless assault, each swing of the truncheon fueled by an exhilarating fervor. It had been a while since he had engaged in such physicality, and with each blow, his excitement intensified, the baton slipping effortlessly through his hands. Yet, he remained judicious, targeting the body rather than the head, unlike the lethal strikes he had delivered the night prior. Seeing their leader in action, Guo Xiaoan couldn't contain his enthusiasm and charged forward with his own truncheon. Nearby, a lackey, witnessing the third master being beaten, instinctively rushed to assist, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground. In the past, the mere sight of approaching officers would send them fleeing, lest they be caught and ridiculed by their peers. However, clad in their dark leathers, they no longer feared the sound of a police whistle. Guo Xiaoan, a skilled fighter, dispatched an opponent with ease, his eyes slightly reddening, his face alight with exhilaration. As the sounds of combat and cries of distress filled the air, a group of Black Snake Gang members, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Xiao Kuanhua, truncheon in hand, shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Charge!" With that, he surged into the fray. The others, seeing his determination, followed suit with shouts of encouragement. It seemed that those born into the world of gangs inherently feared the patrol officers. The sight of a dozen of them charging forth sent a wave of trepidation rippling through their ranks. Even the slightest defense was rendered futile. They could only passively raise their arms to shield their heads. In less than a minute, over a dozen members of the Black Snake gang were left bruised and battered, handcuffed together, crouching on the ground. "Captain, everything is in order," Xiao Kuangwai reported triumphantly, wielding his baton. No one had anticipated such ease. The gang had offered little resistance and had been completely subdued, revealing their bluster to be mere bravado. Ultimately, they were merely an emerging gang, lacking any substantial foundation. And their recruits, having seen little of the world, were naturally intimidated by the law enforcers, making their defeat all too simple. Indeed, Gu Qingli nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He spoke solemnly. "The Black Snake gang disregards the rules. I shall report them for eradication." In dealings with such gangs, the police station generally adopted a cooperative stance, allowing for mutual profit as long as boundaries were not crossed. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Black Snake gang had failed to establish connections with the higher echelons of the police station, yet still acted brazenly, as if backed by a formidable force. What other power could possibly support them besides the Nationalist Party or the Japanese? While the police might turn a blind eye to private dealings, the gang's overt arrogance and its audacity to conduct searches in place of the inspection team was crossing a line. Unless the force behind the Black Snake gang intervened, their demise was inevitable. However, would such a powerful entity risk enmity with the police over a mere gang? Clearly not. With numerous gangs populating the Shanghai Bund, it would be a simple matter to support another in their stead. Thus, the police would need not lift a finger. Merely spreading the word would allow other gangs to devour the Black Snake gang. Xiao Kuangwai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Having worked together for several years, it was the first time he witnessed the captain in such a furious state. Gu Qingli cast a glance at the subordinates squatting on the ground, then at the unconscious Chi-Tu, whose head was swollen to the size of a pig's. He instructed, "Fathead, you stay and keep an eye on them. When reinforcements arrive, escort them all back to the police station. The rest, come with me to Tianxiang Wharf. It's equally tumultuous there." "Yes," Fathead replied, positioning himself beside the restrained individuals. These men, shackled and devoid of both strength and courage to resist, were left at his mercy. Xiao Kuangwai observed the captain's palpable irritation and quickly understood. After a morning spent shuttling between wharves, it was no wonder the captain was incensed, seeking to utilize other gangs to dismantle the Black Snake gang. Upon hearing that searches were occurring at Tianxiang Wharf as well, Chun Zhifei's heart raced, further confirming that the Black Snake gang's objective was indeed that shipment of pharmaceuticals. The drugs were temporarily stored in the warehouse at Tianxiang Wharf, yet to be retrieved. Fortunately, aside from old Zhang and himself, who had a delivery order, the Special High Command was unaware of the specific location of the pharmaceuticals at the wharf, forcing them to cast a wide net in their search. However, the Special High Command's knowledge of the drug's presence at the wharf indicated that Tianxiang Wharf was no longer a safe haven. If we continue to store it in the warehouse, it is merely a matter of time before it is discovered. Simultaneously, I am acutely aware of a profound sense of crisis. "Captain, let us hasten to Tianxiang Dock and complete the task. I have an appointment with the landlord to discuss renting a property shortly." Upon hearing that Tianxiang Dock is also under search, Chen Zhifei urged everyone to proceed swiftly. Although the current operations of the Black Snake gang primarily focus on inspecting the goods being shipped out, searching the warehouse is not a matter of whim. To dare to raid the warehouses of various factions would surely lead to conflict. However, the Black Snake gang has ventured into a grave miscalculation in seeking the support of the Special High Command. It is no wonder they feel confident in utilizing the hands of other gangs to obliterate them. Gu Qingli nodded in agreement and commanded loudly, "Zhifei speaks wisely. Let us all hasten to finish the task, and I shall treat everyone to lunch." Chapter 99, The Reward, Gu Qingli's Secret After an Entire Morning of Toil. We have finally managed to wrap everything up. Having served as a constable for so long, it is my first experience of working from dawn till noon. Who wouldn't be exhausted? After swinging the baton for the whole morning, my hands are sore. While you all only had to deal with the physical altercation, I got ambushed by a scoundrel, leaving my eye bruised. Ha ha ha. Indulge yourselves, indulge yourselves. Isn't the captain showing special consideration by treating you to 2 boiled eggs? All this effort we put in this morning, the Black Snake gang should be eradicated. Indeed, indeed. At noon, the entire team gathered at a restaurant for a meal. The table was laden with bowls and plates, and the cost of this feast was at least 10 yuan. However, this meal was a treat from Gu Qingli, who graciously footed the bill, sparing others the expense. Having won 4,000 yuan just yesterday, it was only fitting for a leader to host a meal to show appreciation to Chen Zhifei. Since we were engaged in a collective operation today, it served as a well-deserved reward. For a recent windfall of 4,000 yuan, a 10 yuan feast was mere pocket change. Xiao Kuanghua offered a cigarette and quietly inquired, "Captain, why didn't we call on the other teams to join us at the docks? It would have saved us the hassle of running back and forth." This question had weighed on his mind since the morning, but there had been no opportunity to ask until now, during our leisurely meal. Others perked up, their expressions reflecting curiosity. After such a strenuous morning, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of resentment. If several teams had acted simultaneously, each could have managed 1 or 2 docks, concluding the matter swiftly. Instead, they found themselves cycling back and forth, their legs nearly burning out from exhaustion. Naturally, there was discontent. It felt unjust that such a public matter fell solely upon their team. Gu Qingli lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, because they only take the money without delivering results. If the situation escalates, the responsible factions at the docks will intervene and deal with the Black Snake Gang. Wu Xiao blinked in confusion and asked, but couldn't we just wait and let those gangs fight it out? Once they're done, wouldn't it be easier for us to step in? Others nodded in agreement, supporting the notion of remaining passive observers. The docks were the territories of various factions, and should anyone dare to cause trouble, the respective faction members would undoubtedly step in to resolve it. Thus, when they arrived, they only found the Black Snake Gang blocking the entrance, checking the cargo leaving the docks, and did not dare to search the warehouses. Even if some lackeys entered the docks, it was merely to observe, akin to sneaking a glance. Strictly speaking, it did not constitute causing a ruckus at the docks, which is why the brothers there merely watched without rushing to take action. However, as the situation progressed, a clash between the two sides became inevitable. Once the various factions dealt with the Black Snake Gang, there would be no need for the constabulary to intervene. This was the widely accepted course of action, the one that aligned best with everyone's interests. It was no wonder that everyone felt the day's running around was somewhat excessive in terms of diligence. With a puff of smoke, Gu Qingli surveyed the puzzled faces of his subordinates. In a low voice, he remarked, "My clandestine dealings with the chief constable should not be a secret, should it?" The attendees were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. The smuggling activities of the constable were no secret. They were all aware of it. Furthermore, they understood that the chief constable was the one providing support from behind the scenes. Whether the chief constable had the backing of Chief Hua was a matter open to interpretation. This was also the reason why the constable, despite lacking impressive work achievements, could still comfortably hold his position. Among the 4 constables, he was considered the most likely to ascend. Even if he could not become the chief constable, he could at least secure the role of deputy chief constable. The smuggling activities of the constable could not remain concealed forever. A discerning individual could easily uncover the truth with a little investigation. It was merely that no one dared to shatter this fragile veil of secrecy. It was unexpected that the constable would take the initiative to expose it, catching everyone off guard. Gu Qingli glanced at the crowd and, with a lighthearted smile, said, "If even you are aware of this, do you think the other 3 constables are oblivious? The chief constable is set to retire in 2 years, and one of the 3 deputy chief constable positions remains vacant. Do you think the other 3 constables would wish for my promotion?" He continued, "With only one position available for each individual, they would be eager to pull me down and tarnish my reputation. Regarding the recent incident with the Black Snake Gang, is there any involvement from a certain constable behind the scenes? They would relish the opportunity for the Black Snake Gang to cause trouble, perhaps even covertly instigating them. So why would they intervene?" He pondered aloud. "If I could utilize the Black Snake Gang to unearth my smuggled goods and then publicize it through the newspapers to inform the Public Affairs Bureau and the populace, it would jeopardize my candidacy for chief constable, and I might not even retain my current position. Some matters are better kept discreet, known only to a few, rather than becoming widespread knowledge. Therefore, today's suppression of the Black Snake Gang is not merely a public duty. It is also a personal matter for me, Gu Qingli. Thank you all for your hard work today. Allow me to offer a toast." Gu Qingli rose and lifted his glass. The others hurriedly stood, raising their glasses in response. After this explanation, they finally understood why Gu Qingli was so incensed about the discovery of goods at the docks belonging to the Black Snake Gang. If mishandled, even his secrets could be exposed, which explained his fervent efforts to suppress the gang across multiple docks. The personal stakes involved in his career made his actions entirely justifiable. They also comprehended why the constable was so generous, treating everyone to a lavish feast costing $10. However, they did not inquire further about the smuggling activities. Gu Qingli's goods were undoubtedly among those at one of the docks. Yet, having traversed all the docks in the French concession, it was evident that he was creating a diversion to obscure the actual location of his smuggled goods. Everyone present was astute enough not to delve deeper into such intricate secrets. "Constable, you should have mentioned this sooner. Indeed, had you disclosed it earlier, the brothers would have been even more diligent in their efforts." They exclaimed, "For the constable's sake, it is worth it. The Tianxiang dock is our turf. Had you revealed this sooner, I could have mobilized the brothers with just a phone call, saving us the trouble of coming here." Chen Zhifei joined in, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Together, they extolled their willingness to brave the perils of life and death for the sake of their leaders, their eyes unwavering. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, elusive and indefinable. With the afternoon off, their meal stretched until 2 o'clock before they dispersed, each riding their bicycles home to rest. At the entrance of the restaurant, Chen Zhifei instructed Xiaoan, Take the bicycle back. I have no need for it. Very well, I shall take my leave, replied Guo, pushing 2 bicycles back to the police station. Since the boss had not requested his company, he assumed there were other matters at hand. Moreover, having won money the previous night, he still needed to deliver funds to his younger brother today. Chen Zhifei crossed the street and arrived at the main thoroughfare. Ding ding ding. Just then, a tram approached. He boarded and pulled out a 5-cent copper coin to pay the fare. Although there were many vacant seats on the tram, he chose not to sit. Instead, he grasped the handrail, gazing out at the window, captivated by the scenes imbued with the essence of the Republic era. Chapter 100. An uncommon pavilion room at number 66 Tongfu Lane. Chen Zhifei disembarked from the tram and navigated through several alleys to reach his destination. According to the system's intel, a pavilion room was available for rent at this address. The monthly rent of 18 yuan was already equivalent to his entire monthly salary. Typically, such accommodations were shared by 2 tenants to alleviate the financial burden. Although the cost was slightly steep, the amenities were comprehensive, making it a decent place to reside. With the impending influx of refugees by year's end, securing a rental would become increasingly challenging. Not only would rents soar, but vacancies would be scarce. It was not uncommon for a single pavilion room to accommodate 6 or 7 individuals, and even shared kitchens might house 4 or 5. Some individuals specialized in renting properties only to sublet them at a profit. While the notion of 72 tenants in one building might seem exaggerated, it was not unusual for 7 or 8 families to cohabit. Thus, anyone seeking housing should act swiftly. Otherwise, in a few months, finding a rental would be impossible. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Zhifei rhythmically tapped his baton against his thigh, exuding a leisurely demeanor akin to that of a patrol officer. The alley bustled with pedestrians, while children played at the entrance, necessitating that passers-by veer aside upon encountering him. Their expressions reflected confusion. Unable to comprehend why a constable had ventured into Tongfu Lane, Chen Zhifei lifted his gaze, meticulously observing the changes in door numbers. There it was, number 66. Before him stood a standalone residence, its door wide open, revealing a clean courtyard that suggested the owner was fastidious. He approached the sturdy wooden door and rapped upon it. Hesitating momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face as he suppressed his rough demeanor, adopting a more refined and courteous appearance. When seeking to rent a room, it was prudent to maintain a polite attitude. After all, a menacing presence would deter potential landlords. Given his recent notoriety in the headlines, he felt it wise to approach this prospective landlord with a modicum of decorum. With a swift mental pivot, Chen Zhifei resolved not to intimidate his future landlord. After all, no one would relish the idea of a ruffian residing in their home. Thus, adopting a gentlemanly facade seemed entirely appropriate. Clearing his throat, he inquired with polite clarity, "Is anyone home?" After a brief pause, a woman in her 50s, clad in a floral qipao and sporting the latest fashionable wavy hairstyle, briskly emerged, clutching a newspaper. She momentarily froze at the sight of the constable in black leather. Rushing forward, she exclaimed, "What seems to be the matter? I haven't committed any crimes." Her speech bore a distinct Shanghai accent, reflecting her local roots and suggesting a lack of trepidation towards the officer. She scrutinized Chen Zhifei closely. Comparing him to the image in her newspaper, her excitement bubbled forth as she remarked, "I recognize you. You're the detective Chen Zhifei who recently made the headlines for advocating on behalf of a roasted chestnut vendor. We've all seen that." As she spoke, she continued to hold the newspaper up for comparison. Then, furrowing her brow, she muttered in dissatisfaction, "In person, you're even more handsome than in the newspaper. But you seem a bit more roguish than your portrayal suggests." Chen Zhifei's lips moved slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. In order to uphold the persona of his previous self, he had painstakingly adopted the guise of a rogue every day. In the process of feigning this character, he had unwittingly become immersed in it. At times, he found himself in a daze, convinced that he was indeed a member of a gang, a notorious scoundrel. Little did he expect that after growing accustomed to this ruffian style, no one would believe him if he attempted to portray himself as a gentleman. Indeed, it takes 3 years to learn the right way, but merely 3 days to descend into vice. A woman raised her chin, her face brimming with curiosity. "Is there something amiss? Our family is law-abiding and respectable. We harbor no wrongdoers." Chen Zhifei, rendered speechless, inquired, "Is your family renting out a study? Have you leased it to anyone else?" The woman nodded, then shook her head. "I placed an advertisement in the newspaper for rental. It hasn't been leased yet. Are you investigating a suspect in connection to the rental?" As she spoke, she craned her neck, her expression revealing her inquisitiveness. Chen Zhifei chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not investigating criminals. Rather, I wish to rent your study. May I see it now? You want to rent the study?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, her gaze now scrutinizing. Fortunately, with the myriad of gangs in Shanghai, the general public remained oblivious to past transgressions. Moreover, recent newspaper articles had highlighted his illustrious deeds, presenting him in a favorable light to the ordinary populace. Chen Zhifei added, "If you rent the study to me, It would be safer for you to have a detective residing in your home, wouldn't it? The woman nodded, stepping aside to open the door. Well, you make a fair point. Come in and see the place. But I must clarify, the monthly rent is 18 yuan. Not even for a constable can I lower the price. As long as the value is commensurate, the rent shall remain just. Chen Jifei crossed the threshold and, smiling, asked, Auntie, what is your surname? I have yet to learn how to address you. The woman led the way, responding, My name is Zhang Weining. You seem similar to my son. You may call me Auntie Zhang. Hello, Auntie Zhang. Chen Jifei readily complied, extending his polite greeting. After all, she was to be his future landlord, and nurturing a good relationship was indeed essential. The dwelling was designed in the traditional courtyard style. Passing through the courtyard led to the living room, and traversing the kitchen unveiled the staircase to the second floor. Ascending the stairs to the corner of the second floor, they arrived at the study. Further upstairs were the front room, middle room, and back room, bedrooms for the owner and children. Chen Jifei inquired, Auntie Zhang, how many people reside here regularly? Zhang Weining replied, My husband passed away a few years ago, and my son has gone to Guangzhou. On the second floor, aside from myself in the master bedroom, I have a niece residing in one of the side rooms, while another side room is reserved for my son's return. With a click, Zhang Weining produced a key, unlocking the door to reveal the study's interior. Proudly, she elaborated, typically, studies are only 6 or 7 square meters with a ceiling height of 2 meters. However, my study boasts a ceiling height of 2.5 meters and an area of 15 square meters. The home is fully equipped with amenities, making the monthly rent of 18 yuan an undeniable bargain. It must be said that this pavilion room is indeed far more comfortable than others. No wonder the rent is higher than average. Chen Jifei nodded slightly, not particularly surprised by the size of the room. Prior to his visit, he had conducted some research and was aware that certain larger pavilion rooms even exceeded 20 square meters. Since Zhang Weining was willing to rent it for 18 yuan per month, it surely possesses its advantages. Moreover, given Chen Jifei's current savings, he wouldn't settle for a cramped 6 or 7 square meter room. In terms of size and environment, this one is just right, far superior to the police dormitory. Should he miss this opportunity, finding such a satisfactory pavilion room again would be quite challenging. He nodded and inquired, I'm ready to rent it. Can we sign the contract now? Chapter 101. Swift relocation and collaboration. One party expressed great satisfaction with the modest yet affordable room, while the other sought to collect rent to supplement their household expenses, all the while desiring a just constable to keep watch over the premises. After all, a monthly rent of 18 yuan for such a room equaled the monthly wage of a constable, making it a challenge to find a tenant. It was no wonder that the newspapers had advertised the room for 2 months without success. Many, upon seeing the 18 yuan monthly rent, scarcely inquired further. Yet now, a generous soul, no, a righteous constable, was willing to rent it. How could they let such a hard-won tenant slip away? Swiftly returning to the master bedroom, they retrieved the rental agreement that had long been prepared. It was stipulated that the contract would be renewed annually, with rent adjusted according to the fluctuations in prices. Chen Jifei did not express any objections to these terms, as the possibility of rent increases was a common occurrence in any rental situation. Furthermore, he was not short on funds. Missing out on this spacious and comfortable room that befitted his status would not be easy. Most importantly, he was acutely aware of his tarnished reputation. It was fortunate that Zhang Weining was an ordinary person, unaware of his true notoriety. Had it been a street vendor familiar with the infamous reputation of Brother Fei, they would not have seen him as a mere tenant, but rather as a wolf at the door. In such a scenario, Zhang Weining would undoubtedly hesitate to rent a room to a notorious rogue, fearing for her safety in shared quarters. Noticing that the other party had produced the contract, he instinctively glanced around, aware that her niece might appear at any moment, potentially exclaiming, Wait. Fortunately, the room remained quiet, devoid of any such troublesome interruptions. With mutual intent, they swiftly signed the rental agreement. They exchanged smiles, both feeling a sense of satisfaction and a sense of having gained an advantage. Chen Jifei promptly paid the rent and began making arrangements for the move. After exiting the alley and boarding the tram, he alighted near where Lu Ming typically awaited customers. Indeed, the robust figure of Lu Ming, a towel draped over his broad shoulders, was squatting beside a rickshaw, awaiting business. Upon spotting the approaching constable, he quickly rose and respectfully greeted, Brother Fei. Chen Jifei nodded and took a seat in the rickshaw, cheerfully instructing, Today, we're not working. Come along and let us make some real money. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he had long awaited such an opportunity. Having previously provided valuable leads, he had received a reward equivalent to a month's worth of hard labor. If he could receive such rewards monthly coupled with his rickshaw earnings, his life would undoubtedly improve. Now, with the opportunity presented, his rugged countenance radiated eager anticipation. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Very well, I'm at your service. Where to first, Brother Fei? Chen Jifei reclined comfortably against the soft cushions, smiling as he replied, Back to the constabulary dormitory. Let us help me move. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed they were heading out to investigate a case, only to discover they were relocating instead. Nevertheless, he was entirely obedient to this elder brother, who had saved his life, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. All right, you settle in, he said with a smile, then dashed off with fervor, reaching the dormitory building in no time. Chen Jifei carried little luggage, possessing only a few articles of clothing. He simply packed his bedding, pillow, and a few changes of clothes onto a rickshaw and departed. The entire journey from Tongfu Lane to the dormitory and back took less than 2 hours. It must be said that Lu Ming's physical stamina was indeed remarkable. Pulling a rickshaw was an underutilization of his capabilities. The two men tidied up the modest 15-square-meter room, laying down sheets, bedding, and pillows, thus completing their relocation. After a brief rest and changing into casual attire, they set off once more for Guangxi Hospital. Lu Ming, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Fei, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Jifei smiled and shook his head, replying, "I need to go to the inpatient department to inquire about the case. You may wait for me here." He then entered the hospital building, produced his credentials, and approached the nurse to ask about the woman who had been admitted with a head injury the previous night. The on-duty nurse recalled vividly that a woman had indeed been brought in, her head covered in blood. The injury, inflicted by a brick, was unforgettable. After reviewing the registration records, it was not difficult to locate the relevant information in the patient's ward. Chen Jifei's lips curled into a knowing smile. Pleased to find her there. Presently, he had two matters to address. One was to locate the underground party member codenamed Qizhu, and the other was to apprehend the brutal robber. The search for Qizhu yielded no leads, and it would take time to find him. However, capturing the vicious criminal was of utmost urgency. Even disregarding the potential reward for intelligence from Fujihara Keiichi, it was imperative to prevent the perpetrator from committing further acts of violence against innocent lives. According to the intelligence provided by the system, another woman had been attacked on her way home the previous night. Fortunately, she had not lost consciousness immediately and had managed to struggle and resist, perhaps allowing her to catch a glimpse of her assailant's face. A head injury from a brick was not something a mere 20 copper coin doctor could treat. Thus, it was highly likely that she had been sent to Guangxi Hospital for care. Although the registration fee was 1 yuan, saving a life was invaluable, was it not? Chen Jifei was fortunate, as he found the detailed name and ward number in just a matter of minutes. Since he was there to investigate rather than visit, he went directly to the third-floor 8-person ward with empty hands. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of 8 hospital beds, each occupied by a patient. Beside one of the beds stood 2 robust men. One was clad in a police uniform, while the other, surprisingly, was Detective Feng Yichuan. This case had been taken over by their investigation team. Upon seeing the man enter, Feng Yichuan was equally astonished, his face registering disbelief as he queried, "What brings you here?" His expression seemed to convey that his presence was unwarranted. According to protocol, once a case was assigned to the investigation team, they could request assistance from the police, but without such a request, the police were not permitted to intervene casually. Otherwise, if everyone begins to investigate, and other teams also delve into it, what order would remain? Chen Jifei strode forward, casting a glance at the woman lying on the hospital bed. In her 30s, her skin appeared sallow and coarse, evidently a testament to her exhaustion. A bandage was wrapped around her head, and her bewildered eyes seemed somewhat vacant. He inquired, "Old Feng, is she the victim who was assaulted last night? Why does her gaze seem so vacant? Is her injury severe?" Feng Yichuan hesitated for a moment before responding. The doctor stated that she suffered a head injury, leading to a temporary loss of consciousness. Even if we were to question her now, we might not elicit any useful information, and there is a possibility of receiving erroneous details. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes and gently shook her hand. "Madam, can you hear me?" Suddenly, a nearby officer barked, "No interference from unauthorized personnel. Do not disrupt the investigation." Chapter 102. A retort, not to be undermined. Chen Jifei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young constable beside him, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. This individual appeared to be merely in his 20s, presumably a recent addition to Feng Yichuan's investigative team. Typically, they donned plain clothes during investigations, but for today's inquiries, he had been instructed to wear his uniform. Earlier, he had been lurking nearby, his brow furrowed in evident frustration. After all, the victim had sustained a head injury and was currently in a state of half-consciousness, rendering it unlikely that any substantial information could be extracted. Although some details were indeed provided, the veracity of those statements remained dubious. If the information proved erroneous, it would lead their investigation astray. The gathered information was chaotic, difficult to discern between truth and falsehood, hence the young constable's apparent distress. However, his ill temper did not excuse his outburst towards others. Chen Jifei was not one to be trifled with. He remarked with a bemused smile, "Firstly, it is the constable's duty to maintain public order. When that order is disrupted, you possess the authority to investigate. Secondly, if you are in a foul mood, It would be wise to find a secluded place to vent your frustrations. In this world, no one owes anyone anything, and we need not regard one another's countenance. I am neither your father, nor you my son. There is no necessity for me to indulge you. His voice was frosty, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. The young constable was taken aback, never expecting a mere patrol officer to dare reprimand an investigator. Feng Yichuan's lips twitched as he internally scoffed. This fellow is not one to accept humiliation. Through this exchange of barbs, he gained a deeper insight into the gangster's background. Despite his subordinate being chastised, he maintained a subtle smile. He understood that this young constable was no ordinary patrolman. He was someone who had made a noteworthy impression on Chief Zhou Hua, having aided him in garnering significant publicity in the newspapers. To say that he owed him a favor would not be an exaggeration. His future prospects were boundless, the minimum being a deputy chief constable. With a bit of shrewdness, it was conceivable he could ascend to the position of chief constable in 20 years. Feng Yichuan, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized the importance of befriending this promising young man rather than fostering enmity. With a smile, he gestured dismissively. Little Lu has only recently joined. Do not hold it against him. Qin Jifei inclined his head slightly, responding with a nonchalant tone. I am a person of considerable patience. I shall not quibble with a mere child. He then turned towards the visibly distressed Lu, a playful smile gracing his lips. You should learn more from your superior. Do not rush to showcase your abilities before you have even received instructions. If you wish to flaunt your skills, you must first discern the hierarchy. His casual wave indicated indifference, yet his words were laced with unmistakable mockery. Feng Yichuan could not help but roll his eyes, internally lamenting. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, he is one to hold a grudge. However, seeing the varying shades of embarrassment on his subordinate's face, he grew concerned about the escalating tension. Hastily, he shifted the subject. Are you interested in this case? He inquired with a smile, subtly signaling to his subordinate. The young man before them resembled not merely a constable, but was also a notorious gang member, known for his erratic and ruthless temperament. Should he be provoked, there would be no pleasant outcome. Qin Jifei, feigning ignorance to the silent signals, nodded affirmatively, stating, the perpetrator has committed a series of offenses, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury, thus posing a grave threat to public safety. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a constable. Capturing him promptly will prevent further victimization. His expression was solemn, and his voice resonated with the unwavering determination to uphold justice. Feng Yichuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he leaned in conspiratorially. We know each other too well. So tell me, what compels you to involve yourself in this case? Qin Jifei blinked innocently, replying with a grin, I am merely acting on behalf of others. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together, unabashedly revealing his intention to accept payment for his services. Oh, Feng Yichuan exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Now that sounds like you. Qin Jifei raised his chin, his eyes twinkling as he proposed, let us share our leads. I shall assist you in apprehending the criminal. What do you say? Feng Yichuan furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Had anyone else made such a suggestion, he would have scoffed dismissively. However, Qin Jifei's swift resolution of previous cases had showcased his remarkable capabilities. With his assistance, capturing the culprit would undoubtedly be expedited. Nearby, a junior officer seemed poised to interject, but was silenced by a single menacing glance from Qin Jifei. He continued, Old Feng, if I am not mistaken, you are aware that the assailant targets isolated individuals at night, wielding a commonplace brick as a weapon. As for the criminal's gender or the number of accomplices, you remain in the dark. Qin Jifei cast a glance at the victim sitting on the bed, her head wrapped in bandages. From her bewildered eyes, it was evident she could provide little useful information. The previous victim had been killed on the spot, leaving no clues to uncover. Feng Yichuan raised an eyebrow, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Are you suggesting you possess additional information regarding this case? Qin Jifei nodded slightly, laying his cards on the table. I have information on 10 similar cases. How does that fare for a partnership in investigating this matter? Another 10? Feng Yichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. While a couple of cases might have gone unnoticed, the existence of 10 similar incidents without the detective's knowledge was utterly absurd. Reading the fear reflected in his counterpart's gaze, Qin Jifei offered a reassuring smile. It is not as exaggerated as you might think. The prior 10 cases occurred within the international settlement, so it is not surprising you have not received any reports. Furthermore, the victims were predominantly from the lower classes, which naturally resulted in little attention. Had it not been for the unfortunate death of a Japanese individual that prompted a military police search, the perpetrator might still be operating in the Hongkou area. Feng Yichuan nodded, his expression of gravity dissipating. The lack of jurisdictional ties between the two settlements rendered it reasonable that the detective in the French concession would be unaware of incidents occurring in another's territory. Similarly, in cases occurring within the French concession, the police in the international settlement remain oblivious. The most lamentable aspect, as Qin Jifei pointed out, is that because the victims are all ordinary individuals from the lower strata of society, their plight goes unnoticed, allowing the perpetrator to evade capture. The constables of the international settlement, are utterly ineffectual. Feng Yichuan smacked his lips, experiencing a twinge of toothache. Had the culprit been apprehended earlier, he would not have made his way into the French concession, causing him further distress. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am willing to cooperate, but... Chapter 103. All are cunning foxes, however. Feng Yichuan narrowed his eyes and remarked meaningfully, surely you do not merely wish to solve the case? I could refrain from inquiring about your motives, but if you have any demands, I urge you to express them now. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. We are not related. Merely acquaintances who nod at one another. It is unreasonable to expect assistance without compensation. Moreover, Chen Zhifei has previously stated that he has been entrusted to locate someone, which, to put it plainly, implies a personal vendetta. If we do not clarify certain matters now, they may lead to disputes in the future. After all, the young man before us is not an ordinary officer. He has become a renowned detective in the eyes of the populace in the French concession, even having registered with the chief of police. There is no need to create rifts later on. Let us lay our respective conditions and requirements openly on the table. If we can reach an agreement, we shall collaborate. If we cannot, we need not resort to hostility afterward. Chen Zhifei nodded slightly, his face adorned with a noncommittal smile. Brother Feng, you are forthright. He began with a compliment before continuing in a lowered voice. Since this is a collaboration, transparency is paramount. Whoever uncovers a lead must inform the other party. Regardless of who physically apprehends the suspect during the operation, the one who discovers the clue shall take precedence, while the other shall serve in a supportive role. This applies to the acknowledgement of contributions as well. I, Chen Zhifei, conduct myself with integrity and am resolutely committed to sharing all pertinent information regarding the incident in Hongkou, leaving no detail concealed. His voice was resonant and his demeanor righteous, leaving an impression of trustworthiness. Feng Yichuan pressed his lips together, quickly weighing the implications in his mind. He finally spoke. That sounds fair. It's a deal. As an experienced detective, he felt confident in his investigative abilities. If he could ascertain the events surrounding the incident in Hongkou, he could unveil clues regarding the perpetrator. Having previously been overshadowed, he was determined to reclaim his standing. A wise decision. Chen Zhifei beamed, recounting the original words of Tofu Hiroshi, truly achieving an honest exchange without a single word withheld. Of course, he only relayed the events that transpired in Hongkou and the relevant information about the victim, deliberately omitting the intelligence provided by the system. That information was sourced from the system and occurred within the French concession, thus unrelated to the previously promised details about Hongkou. Both were seasoned veterans. They would not foolishly reveal their trump cards. Feng Yichuan pursed his lips, rapidly organizing the relevant clues in his mind. Chen Zhifei took a deep breath and, without hesitation, seized the inquiry notes from Xiao Lu. The content was chaotic, with several contradictions. It was apparent that the victim was not fully conscious and had difficulty recalling details. All he discerned was that the assailant was slight of build, approximately the same height as the female victim, around 1.60 meters. Furthermore, the assailant was masked, and due to the darkness, it was impossible to distinguish gender. Chen Zhifei scrutinized the notes, his brows furrowing deeply. What is this? It's utterly disorganized, devoid of any useful information. What a loss. A significant loss. Clearly, he had failed to uncover the desired information from the notes, leading him to feel that the exchange of intelligence had been inequitable. The investigative results lay before him. Feng Yichuan shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of finality. If there had been any promising leads in the investigation or a tangible chance of apprehending the perpetrator, he would not have acquiesced to the exchange of information. Nonetheless, the intelligence gleaned from Chen Zhifei proved to be quite beneficial for solving the case. Merely analyzing the patterns of the frequent offenses indicated that another crime could occur within the next 3 to 5 days. Moreover, the assailant typically targeted secluded alleyways, thereby narrowing the search parameters. At the very least, it spared them the futile expenditure of manpower on the main thoroughfares. Ultimately, he considered it a gain. Hence his demeanor suggested a proposed attitude. Chen Zhifei squinted and posed several more questions to the victim. Regrettably, the responses he received mirrored those recorded earlier, and the victim even seemed to have forgotten certain details previously mentioned. Faced with the inability to extract further information, he could only shake his head in resignation and let out a sigh, casting a resentful glance and revealing a bittersweet smile. With a wry chuckle, he remarked, "You've profited. Should you uncover any leads in apprehending the suspect, do remember to inform me, so I may share in the spoils." He then cast a lingering glance at the bewildered victim before departing the hospital room, his once upright posture now appearing somewhat despondent, burdened by disappointment. "Rest assured, I shall inform you of any leads at the earliest opportunity." Feng Yichuan waved goodbye with a confident smile gracing his face. He was certain that, based on the frequency of the crimes, they would uncover more clues within the forthcoming days. With a stroke of luck, they might even catch the culprit in the act. Capturing a mere robber is a vastly different endeavor than apprehending a serial robber murderer. The perpetrator had committed a series of heinous acts in the public concession, including the murder of a Japanese individual, and now had struck again in the French concession, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. Should they successfully unravel this serial robbery murder case, it might even warrant a mention in the newspapers. Xiaolu picked up the notes from the bedside, casting a cautious glance towards the entrance. Confirming that Chen Zhifei had departed, he lowered his voice to say, "Inspector, the victim just mentioned seeing an Adam's apple and noted that the assailant had coarse hands, indicating that the perpetrator must be male. I hadn't even recorded this before he arrived. You promised to share information. Why not disclose this to him?" This information had been relayed just as Chen Zhifei reached the doorway, leaving no time for documentation, hence its absence from the notes. Yet, despite their agreement, the inspector's deliberate omission left the newcomer perplexed. Feng Yichuan pressed his lips together and replied with a meaningful smile, "You are still young. With a few more years of experience, you will come to understand." "Oh," Xiaolu nodded somewhat awkwardly, though his expression mirrored that of the nearby victim. Clearly still perplexed by the underlying significance, he silently committed the inspector's words to memory, knowing that in time, he would grasp their meaning. Meanwhile, Chen Zhifei strolled through the garden of Guangxi Hospital, deep in thought as he made his way out. His fingers grazed his chin lightly, and he murmured to himself. The notes, while seemingly of limited utility, still held potential insights upon careful scrutiny. Given the brutality of the crimes, it was undeniable that the assailant was male. A slender man might suggest malnutrition as a possibility. However, continuous acts of robbery, even with a diet of plain buns and pickled vegetables, would not result in a physique as emaciated as that of a woman. Excluding malnutrition, the most plausible explanation is substance abuse. His frequent criminal activities, coupled with the swift depletion of his funds, serve as compelling evidence. While I cannot assert this with absolute certainty, I possess a 60% confidence in this assessment. Moreover, it appears the victim has forgotten that during the struggle, she managed to bite him. Only someone who has been a long-term user of substances with a body in decline would exhibit such weakness in a confrontation, appearing even less formidable than a woman. If we pursue this line of inquiry, I believe results will emerge swiftly. As Chen Zhifei contemplated the direction of his thoughts, he paced out of the hospital and took a seat in the waiting rickshaw. He instructed, "Mingzi, first locate a nearby restaurant for a meal, and then proceed to the Hongyan gambling house.